Chapter 1, The Dark Store Opens. Looking at the calendar on the wall, July 2004, Li Time frantically rubbed his temples, looking at the unoccupied office environment under his eyes, and combined with this memory in his mind that didn't belong to him, he was very sure that he was reborn. As a hardcore fan, after watching the national football team's World Cup qualifying match against Singapore last night, he drank 2 more cups in a fit of anger, and as a result, he woke up with a start and found that he was reborn in Leeds in 2004. The good news is that the original owner, whose body he has taken over, is a rich second-generation Chinese. The bad news is that the cheap old man who supported him to become a rich second generation collapsed last month. In this life, the cheap old man is considered to be the second generation of immigrants, but also hardcore fans. A few years ago, his hometown team Leeds United team performance is good, so spent most of the money, bought a part of the shares of the Leeds United team, became the team's second largest shareholder. I thought I could take off on the momentum and make a small fortune in the hobby. Who knows, the club manager Ridsdale, by virtue of the previous Leeds United results, are good, through a large borrowing in the 2001 to 2002 season to introduce a number of big-name players, had thought that you can qualify for the Champions League to fill the funding gap. The results of who knows that this season, Leeds United only achieved the 4th in the league, and even the qualification for the Champions League are not. In just 1 year, Ridsdale card debt exploded, can only rely on the clearance of the big release to renew the life. The result is that Leeds United's results are even worse. Early last year Ridsdale was swept out of the door. Pops bought his shares, took over as manager of the club, would like to do a big job, but the high debt makes it difficult for Pops to move an inch. Finally, after a year of struggling, Leeds United were relegated to the championship early on before the season was over. Regarding this Leeds United, which was known as the Young Closer, Li Time counted himself as familiar with it. According to the history, the club has nearly 80 million euros in debt. For the sake of convenience, the whole article uses euro as the currency. In this summer window, in order to cut down on the huge wage bill, not only a large number of players in the first team will be transferred or terminated, and even Leeds United's own home stadium, Elland Road, will be sold, and then sold. Chelsea to Abramovich's old Fox. Bates will be a very low price for the purchase of Leeds United, but the stingy Bates has not been a new investment in Leeds United, and from now on, Leeds United embarked on a 16-year-long road back to the Premier League. Thinking about it, Li Time, who succeeded his old man as the club manager, had a headache. Carefully rationalized, now there is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. According to the development of history, has been running Chelsea for a season of Abramovich, will continue to wave his banknote in this summer window. The Drogba, Robin and other stars brought to Stamford Bridge, but also declared that the Premier League's era of the golden dollar has begun. Meanwhile, Crowe and Rooney are starting to make their mark at United. And then there's Arsenal, who went undefeated and won the title last season, which is scary to think about. If he or she decides to sell Leeds United, he or she will have to watch the club's home ground being touted for sale, and then sell the club to old man Bates, who doesn't have the best reputation. In that case, one could probably drown in the mouths of the diehard Leeds United fans. Besides, in this case, the stake in one's hand wouldn't sell for much money, but if you don't sell it, according to the original owner's memory of the old man left the money, not to mention the next season to return to the Premier League, can hold out not to be relegated to the English First Division in accordance with the history of the already considered to be a high incense. And as far as he knows, in the old man and the death of the old man, Bates has formally put forward to the old man to buy the intention of Leeds United, and now the old man died. Bates will certainly take advantage of the fire, with a very low price to continue to buy Leeds United from themselves. If he loses the shares of this club and lifts himself up, he will really have nothing at all by then. Just when Li Time was worried, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the strongest club system. The system is in the process of binding. Hearing this voice, Li Time brightened up. Asterisk. It's true that rebirth and crossing over must have a golden finger. Ding! Detected the host binding the system for the first time. The newbie gift package skills have been issued. Please pay attention to check. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Super Scout. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the newbie reward, Peak Buffoon Template Experience Card, 4 months. Ding! Hearing this voice, Li Shiguang followed the example of the novel protagonist that he had read in his last life, and with a thought, he began to call out to the system. Sure enough, in the next second, a semi-transparent system panel appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Li Time. Owned club, Leeds United. Economic condition, heavily indebted, 80 million euros. Team status, low morale. Available funds, 20 million euros. Fixed skill, Super Scout, can freely check the detailed attributes of any player. Skill pack, Peak Buffon Template Experience Card, 4 months. Applicable to any player. Ding! The mission system has been opened. Ding! Mission trigger, flag off. Task content. The current Leeds United team is in deep water. Please host complete the team's reconstruction as soon as possible and win in the first round of league matches. Task content. The current Leeds United team is in deep water. Please host complete the team's reconstruction as soon as possible and win in the first round of league matches. Mission reward, Golden Treasure Chest X1. I go. It's quite detailed. Just as Li Time murmured, his gaze subconsciously saw the ballplayer posters on the wall, and then the system panel refreshed. Ronaldinho, author. Try to use all familiar names of football stars. Brazilian names are roundabout and many. Don't want to water down the word count in this area, but also convenient for everyone to see. Age, 24. Offensive threat, 96. Defense strength, 43. Body balance, 76. Accuracy of long passes, 93. Short passing accuracy, 99. Shot accuracy, 90. Disking accuracy, 97. Shooting skills, 97. Speed/fastest speed, 80. 91st. Awareness, 97. Leadership awareness, 93. Injury tolerance C. Talent S+. Current match status hot. Transfer value, 50 million euros. Remaining peak period, 3 years. Remaining contract period, 4 years. Potential, currently no potential development. Player evaluation, currently the top player in the position in the world soccer world. However, his private life is chaotic. He is a womanizer, a drunkard, a drug addict, and he can affect the game at any time because of off-field matters. Overall rating, S+. Seeing such a detailed player panel, Li Time finally understood the role of the system and skills. In that case, isn't it true that I can have all the players' information at all times? Then won't the transfer window be able to make things happen? Li Time's reaction was quick. As a traveler, he already had a certain understanding of the soccer world in this era. Now with the system's function, he immediately realized the business opportunity. In the future, he could grasp the details of each player. A photo thing. Together with the skills of that Buffon template, he could totally turn low-priced players into treasures and then sell them in the transfer window to earn more transfer fees. As for how good that player is after that, and whether or not they pitched up to the next best thing, naturally it's nothing to do with their own club. This is not cold-bloodedness, not to mention fraud, because at the end of the day, soccer is also a business, but also a gambling table. Each club to engage in so many scouts is not to bet on a player's future. And yourself, you can get ahead of everyone. This will not only solve the financial crisis of the club and himself, but also has great potential in the future. As for the reward for completing the mission to open the coaching panel, I can't see it yet. I don't know if it's the same as the player panel. I can see all the attributes of each coach. Thinking of this, Li Time's eyes swept through a touch of businessman cunning. Based on his memory, Li Time went to his office and opened the stack of player reports on his desk. Topping the goalkeeper's label, he quickly found a player's name, Timothy Matthew Howard. This American goalkeeper had only joined Manchester United last year, but Li Time knew that he was not having a good time right now. Howard's own nerve knife temperament makes him often make some low-level mistakes in the game. In the second half of the season, Ferguson has started to use Carroll to rotate with him, and in another year, after United signed Dutch goalkeeper Van der Sar, he will completely lose his position. But for Li Time, enough is enough. Not to mention that he also has the Buffon template experience card given by the system, which can at least allow Howard to have a 4-month period of stable play. And looking at the introduction on the system, the current signing of Howard only requires 3 million euros, a very low price. You're it. Then, Li Time picked up the landline and dialed the number of the only assistant left in the club. Go with me to Manchester tomorrow, and then, contact Manchester United goalkeeper Howard's agent. Chapter 2. Take Howard. Manchester. In Howard's apartment, Li Time was sitting opposite Howard. Timothy, I came here with a great deal of sincerity, and I believe you yourself know that you will face greater competition for the starting position at Manchester United next season, and Leeds United can provide a stable starting position to you. After saying that, Timely picked up his teacup and used Super Scout on Howard, and Howard's panel appeared in front of him. Timothy Matthew Howard. Age, 24. Offensive threat, 33. Defensive strength, 73. Body balance, 75. Long passing accuracy, 68. Short passing accuracy, 71. Goal line technique, 70. Bouncing 7-3. Reaction 7-5. Agility, 70. Injury tolerance C. Talent B. Match form, very poor. Transfer value, 3 million euros. Remaining peak period, 6 months, 1 year. Remaining contract period, 2 years. Potential, no potential development at present. Player evaluation, self-contained nerve knife attribute. Unstable clinical performance. At this time due to the main position is threatened by negative emotions. Currently in a state of self-doubt, can be adjusted. Comprehensive rating, B-. Li Time skimmed his mouth, and the memory of the big difference. This famous butter player is indeed from this year the beginning of the state of a significant decline. A season after the introduction of Manchester United, Van der Sar will completely lose the starting position, but now is also the introduction of Howard's best period of time, the first to the lowest price to buy in, and then directly peak Buffon template set in his body, perhaps after a good price, to ease a wave of the current financial pressure. Hearing Li Time say this, Howard frowned and fell into deep thought. Opposite this strange Oriental, claiming to be the manager of Leeds United, as soon as he entered the door, very directly expressed his desire to invite himself to join Leeds United in the next season together to impact the idea of the Premier League. But Leeds United's current situation is also clear to him. A large number of main forced to leave the team. The financial crisis. If just promising himself a starting position is not enough to impress himself, then the championship. He still wants to play in the Premier League. Thinking of this, Howard frowned and replied, Mr. Lee, I am very grateful for your invitation, but with Leeds United's current situation next season want to return to the Premier League, I think there is still a great deal of difficulty. Lee smiled. Yes, Leeds United is indeed experiencing some difficulties right now, but I have decided to invest an additional 20 million euros. Besides you, we also plan to bring in 3 to 4 players, together with you to create a solid center line. I believe we will still have a certain degree of competitiveness in the championship next season. And according to reports from my scouts, Manchester United scouts have been watching Fulham's Van der Sar for a long time. And if Manchester United bring him to Old Trafford this summer window, it's possible that your playing time will be further reduced. Then about my contract. I hope not to sign a long-term contract. Is that okay? Hearing this, Howard asked Li Time with slight surprise. Seeing that Howard already had some intention, Li Time hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. There's no problem with that. Signing him was originally to sell him. This request made by Howard was exactly what Li Time wanted. Once he was given the skill card to use, he was bound to play a high performance within 4 months, and there was no worry of no club offer at that time. Hearing this promise from Lee, Howard let out a long breath and replied, Alright then, Lee, you can make an offer to Manchester United. Hearing this, Li Time took the initiative to extend his hand. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Howard's transfer went smoothly. Manchester United quickly accepted Li Time's offer, leaving his assistant to complete the rest of the formalities. Li Time took Howard to Leeds the next day. In the manager's office at Ellen Road, Leeds United's manager Blackwell was staring at Li Time with an angry face. He knew that Li Time was a novice with no experience in club management, but he never expected that Li would sign a goalkeeper without informing him at all. And it was also Buttercup Howard, and even promised him the starting position, at least in the introduction of players and determine the team lineup of these two things. This must be his right. Lee, I can only accept him to be a rotating goalkeeper in my lineup. He is too unstable. If he appears in the starting position, it will be a fatal blow to our back line. We also need to bring in a truly stable goalkeeper. What's even more outrageous is that you actually wrote this clause of securing the starter into the contract. Are you crazy? Li Time looked at Blackwell with a calm face. Kevin, you know, we have no choice. The team needs to rebuild, and I only have 20 million euros on hand, which is not enough to support us to spend too much money on the goalkeeper's position. Howard is already the best goalkeeper we can find at this price. In short, it's my money, my say. Seeing that he couldn't convince Li Time, Blackwell could only leave the office. He had to go and organize the training immediately, so that this new boss who knew nothing about soccer could see Howard's performance and know how stupid his reinforcements were. At the moment, outside the training ground, a group of reporters and fans were watching Leeds United's first training session after ending their vacation period, and Blackwell, who had just arrived at the training ground, was being interviewed by reporters. Mr. Coach, is Leeds United's goal for next season just to remain in the championship? I noticed that you introduced Howard. As far as I know, he has been gradually reduced to the bench in Manchester United. Blackwell spread his hands. In fact, about Howard's transfer, I only just learned about it in the manager's office. Do you mean that this deal was operated by Lee? It wasn't you who made the bidding intention? Hearing Blackwell say that, the reporter got excited in a flash. This is a big news. Leeds United's transfer operation actually directly bypassed the manager, which is unimaginable in the English football world. Blackwell looked regretful. I didn't say that. Although Lee has no previous experience in managing a soccer club, but he still has great respect for me as a manager. Before brokering the deal, he arranged for his assistant to ask my opinion. Only the assistant forgot. The reporter who was holding up the microphone instantly rolled his eyes when he heard this. Can you find a more outrageous reason? Early the next morning, Li Time just flipped to the sports section of the Yorkshire Post, and saw a report that took up the entire page. The content of the report is actually the Leeds United manager broke the new Howard's transfer operation. He did not participate in the whole process, but the club's general manager Li Time's handwriting. Throughout the article, it basically condemns Li Time as a novice with no experience in soccer club management, when the club is facing great difficulties, actually in the attraction of reinforcements in this regard. The key is to buy a foreign aide or a goalkeeper who has almost been reduced to a substitute. After reading the report, Li Time opened the computer and boarded the biggest soccer forum in Leeds. Sure enough, the entire forum was full of posts that were crusading against him. Fans have expressed their pessimism towards the new season of Leeds United on the forum, and even one post has been discussing who will take over as the club chairman after he steps down. Seeing this, Li Time snorted in his heart. This Blackwell, backstabbing me right. It seems to find an opportunity to get rid of him. As for the media and fans, after the league starts, Howard, who loaded Buffon's template, will naturally shut them up. Chapter 3: The Peak Buffoon Template. Initiated. At the same moment in London, an old man with heavy round-framed glasses and silver hair was sitting in his study, perusing the Yorkshire Post. He was that former owner of Chelsea who had proposed to Time Lee's father to buy Leeds United. Bates, after selling Chelsea, he didn't give up his investment in soccer, but turned around and bought West Bromwich Albion, wanting to continue to make a big splash in soccer. As a shrewd soccer businessman, Bates, who already owns a Premier League club in his hands, has a keen sense of Leeds United's financial crisis, and realizes that this is the perfect time to buy Leeds United at a lower price. He was about to enter a substantial negotiation phase, which was temporarily put on hold due to the sudden death of Li Time's father. His idea was to not rush to invest huge sums of money immediately after the acquisition, but to take over the club first and maintain the status quo for a period of time. He knew that in the future British soccer market, clubs like Leeds United with a huge fan base would become popular investment targets. At that time, he plans to turn it over and sell it at a higher price to earn a handsome profit again. But now, looking at the newspaper in his hand, Bates couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. This Lee really is a person who doesn't know anything about soccer. It seems that the loss of the team's main force is too big, so that he doggedly jumped over the wall, and would actually sign a famous butterballer. This transfer operation is simply stupid in the view of Bates. But for Bates, in turn, let him dispel the idea of buying Leeds United before the start of the season. The championship will officially start next weekend, and with Leeds United's current squad and low morale, it's unlikely that they'll get much better results in the new season. Wouldn't it be as good as picking it up for nothing if I made a move then? At this time, Lee was fully concentrating on the system interface. He suddenly received a call from his assistant Alan. Boss, the offers you arranged earlier have been accepted by all the clubs. My side will arrange for manpower to negotiate individual contracts with the players as soon as possible. Hearing this news, Li Time breathed a sigh of relief. The new season was about to start, and relying on just one goalkeeper could not accomplish the goal of reaching the Super League. On the way to Manchester, Li Time had long made a list and instructed the club staff to send offers to the clubs these players belonged to. They were Adebayor, Chiellini, Tevez and Sneijder. These future stars were still relatively low in value now, but he knew that they would all subsequently play a highlight performance, thus skyrocketing in value, and by then he would resell them himself, and should be able to completely solve the club's financial crisis. After Howard's €3 million transfer fee, he still had €17 million left in his budget, and had to be smart about it until the winter window opened. Thanks to the power of the system and the advantage of being born again, as long as the financial crisis is solved and the first transfer funds are available, Li Time can always ensure that his team is full of future talents. Now that Leeds United's offer has been responded to, the next step is to focus on negotiating individual contracts with the players. After the players' problems are solved, it's time for the coaches. When I think of Blackwell's smiling round face, Li Time is a burst of nausea. This old piker actually dared to backstab me. First let him bounce for 2 days. Must think of a reason to get rid of him. August 7, 2004. Elland Road Stadium, Leeds United vs Derby County. The first game of the new season for Leeds United is about to start. Players from both sides are already warming up inside the stadium. Live commentator Ergady is introducing the starting lists of both teams. When it was introduced that Leeds United's starting goalkeeper was Howard, the fans at the scene erupted into loud boos. We don't need a butterballer. Leeds United is finished. This Oriental doesn't know anything about soccer. How could he sign a goalkeeper who can't even hold the ball? Oh my god, is Blackwell senile? How could he put Howard in the starting lineup? My cousin works at the club, and he's heard that it's nothing to do with Blackwell. It's that damned Oriental who actually agreed to Howard's request that he had to start the game, and even put it in his contract. We can't let this Oriental wreak havoc on Leeds United again. What about Bates? Wasn't he going to buy Leeds United? Why the delay? Get this Oriental out of Elland Road. He's not welcome at Leeds United. The Derby County fans who had traveled all the way across the field were laughing at the huge electronic screens on the pitch at that moment, seeing Leeds United's starting lineup. the opening goal should be no problem. At this moment, Bates, as the Leeds United fans call him, was sitting in front of the TV watching the game. When he heard that Howard was in the starting lineup, he likewise let out a gloating scoff. In his opinion, Leeds United should be swinging for the fences in the new season. This is good. The worse the results of Leeds United, the more advantageous they will be in the acquisition, and the more they will be able to get the support of the fans. After the end of the warm-up, the players returned to the lounge one after another to listen to the coach make the final tactical arrangements. Then, under the lead of the referee, the players of both sides entered the stadium. Leeds United's players had already heard the loud boos from the fans in the players' tunnel. The team's turmoil during the transfer period had already put the players on edge, and the boos and abuse at Elland Road brought them tremendous pressure. Howard, who had endured most of the abuse, lowered his head and took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart, secretly thinking that after the official start of the game, his attention must be focused, and he must not make low-level mistakes as he had done in training. At this time in their head, Leeds United exclusive VIP box, Li Time stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the box, a calm face watching his team. Although he was only watching from afar, he could also feel the players' morale gradually dropping under the booing of the fans at the scene, especially when the live guide gave the picture to Howard. It caused the fans to hurl even louder abuse. Li Time hurriedly called out the system. Peak Buffon template experience card, duration, 4 months. Activated. Please ask the host to choose the applicable object. Applicable object, Timothy Matthew Howard. About 2 or 3 seconds later, a blue font popped up on the system panel. Template activation complete. Immediately after, Howard's brand new panel appeared in front of Timely. Timothy Matthew Howard, Peak Buffon template loaded. 4 months remaining. Age, 24. Offensive threat, 37. Defensive strength, 97. Body balance, 93. Long passing accuracy, 90. Short passing accuracy, 91. Goal line technique, 98. Bouncing 92. Reaction, 97. Agility, 87. Injury tolerance A. Transfer value 5-4. 1 million euros. Talent S+. Match condition fire. Special skills 1 excellent at penalty kick saves. 2 excellent at one-touch goal saves. Comprehensive rating S+. Chapter 4 Attacking Howard. Players from both sides walked onto the Elland Road pitch with the referee in tow. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Elland Road. Let's give the Leeds United lads a little encouragement, shall we? Live commentator Air Getty also started to drive the atmosphere, but the only response to him was a patter of applause. Most of the home fans were still complaining about Leeds United's starting lineup. At this time, the frontline players of both teams have stood near the center circle waiting for the referee's whistle. Looking at the not-so-enthusiastic atmosphere on the field, Li Time also frowned slightly. After all, today's Leeds United, in addition to Howard, the other players are all born again before Li Time. Blackwell from the free market or youth team promotion. If not for the system, Li Time really can't name a single one. The author consulted a large amount of information, and really did not find the relatively complete lineup of Leeds United in the 04-05 season. But it doesn't matter. Several other new additions besides Howard will be making their debut one after another, and the depiction of the subsequent matches will focus on these players. Yesterday, after Blackwell announced the starting list, Li Time found that only Howard entered the starting lineup, and several other new players he introduced only entered the substitute list, and later Li Time even went to Blackwell personally to ask about it. Blackwell gave a very good reason. Li Time to buy the players just into the team, just only in the team grinding less than a week. He can only put them first on the bench, and then adjust it according to the situation on the field today. Although I know that Blackwell is dissatisfied with himself and the reinforcement did not discuss with him, but this old man is still the manager of Leeds United. After all, the arrangement of the team lineup above, they are not too much to interrupt. In any case, you have to go to the winter window to dig a manager over. Let Blackwell get out. Leeds United don't need a manager who goes against the boss. With the referee's whistle, Leeds United's first home game of the season officially kicked off. As soon as they came up, Derby County's players took advantage of their kickoff and launched a fierce attack on Leeds United. Derby County's manager also saw that Leeds United was in a state of unstable morale, so he directly asked Derby County's players to fasten the tempo of the game and try to get an early goal. In just 20 minutes of play, Derby County has completed 9 shots on goal, and 3 of them even nearly opened the door of Howard. Fortunately, Howard, who had loaded Buffon's template, had a reaction attribute of up to 97 and pounced the ball on the goal line. Seeing the current situation on the field, the already dissatisfied fans could not hold back any longer and launched a tirade against the Leeds United players. This group of losers, can't you kick the ball across half the pitch? You're not playing with any heart at all. Look at your defense. The whole backline is a joke with their mistakes. It's only been 20 minutes since the game started and the opposite side has already had 9 shots on goal. If you play like this, You losers will have to play in the English League next season. Didn't you see how dangerous that goal was? If it wasn't for Howard. Ha, right. Howard's reaction was really fast. If not for him, we would have fallen behind. In the midst of the roaring curses, some strange voices suddenly appeared. In the opening 20 minutes, the best performer in the Leeds United lineup should be Howard. And some less emotional fans have actually found that Howard's condition has miraculously changed for the better after the game started. Before the warm-up, Howard's saves would be off from time to time. But after the game started, under the opponent's high-intensity bombardment, Howard performed extremely stable. In addition to just a few high-threat shots as to put the ball out of the goal, the other shots were all confiscated by him steadily, and did not appear to be off the case. At this time, Derbyshire completed another long-distance shot from outside, which was once again pocketed by Howard. Howard has only just joined the team for a week, and his performance in the previous training was only moderate, coupled with his butter hand reputation. So Leeds United players actually do not have high expectations of him. But you have to realize that Buffon, as the double captain of the national team and the club, has strong spiritual attributes and leadership qualities of his own. At this time with Buffon template Howard after completing a few wonderful saves, not only his own confidence is rapidly rising, and even showed a hint of leadership temperament. He held the ball in one hand toward the small penalty area line, the other hand downward pressure, and then loudly shouted toward his teammates, "Slow down, don't let them lead you by the nose, disrupt their offensive rhythm so we can find a chance to counterattack." Seemingly infected by Howard, Leeds United's players took the initiative to slow down the tempo, and started to pour in a lot of attempts at short pass penetration, trying to get the ball into Derbyshire's half through passing. And after nearly half an hour of bombardment, the physical strength of Derby County players also dropped rapidly. In this way, the second half of the first half of the game ended in a relatively calm atmosphere. At the moment, Blackwell, who had just returned to the Leeds United dressing room, was fuming. The tactics he had arranged for Leeds United before the match were simply to play high and try to break down the opponent's door through headers or set pieces. In the first half, he saw that the team did not carry out the tactical intention of his own arrangements. A face of irony, he yelled at the players, "What are you doing? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Press up, long pass, pass to the opposite side of the penalty area. You know what I'm saying?" So after the second half started, Leeds United started to press on, and no longer threw short passes to Derby County's penalty area, but threw long passes to the opponent's penalty area again and again. But unfortunately such passes were almost always confiscated by the opponent's goalkeeper. Unfortunately, Leeds United's players, whose average value is only 50 to 60 in Time Lee's system, don't have a strong individual ability. On the contrary, Derbyshire's side threw several efficient defensive counterattacks, and Leeds United's doorstep will be in a state of panic. At this time, Howard's attributes have been pulled to the extreme, a variety of high catch low block, to keep the goal. See Howard's so heroic performance. The field of Leeds United fans have changed the attitude of Howard before the opening, began to all kinds of pursuit, and even some fans have begun to praise his Lee time. "Oh my god, did you see that? He was able to pounce on that ball just now." "Yes, I apologize for the insults I gave him before the start." "Timothy, my house is right next to your apartment and I'm single." "Hey, take that mask off. I know you're not Howard, Oriental boy. I take back what I said before. You're a pretty good judge of character." Chapter 5, a shutout started from a handoff. With Howard's high catch, the score remained at 0-0. Soon the game time came to injury time. If the score could be maintained until the end of the match, the home fans could actually accept it. After all, before the match started, most of the fans still thought that Leeds United would definitely lose today. But Lee Time, who was in the box, was watching the situation on the field while cursing Blackwell. In the second half, Blackwell didn't consider the new players, but only replaced them with players that Lee Time couldn't name at all, and all of them were the opposite of the defense position. This made Leeds United's offense slow to progress, and Lee Time is still waiting for Leeds United to win this game, so that he can complete the newbie mission, to see what good things can be opened out of that treasure chest. In the 93rd minute, there was still the last minute to the end of the game. At this time Derby County got their 11th corner kick of the game. Standing in front of the goal, Howard was already a bit out of breath. He had never played such a high-intensity game previously at Manchester United to play in the Premier League, although the intensity of the game is a little more, but his teammates strong the ball can be kicked in front of him, the need for him to make a save when a game is probably less than 10 times. But today, this championship game, memory before and after their own goal line saves alone has been a dozen times, not to mention a variety of rushed out of the penalty area to receive the defender's pass. This back and forth is very consuming stamina. Just thinking, the referee's whistle sounded. Howard hurriedly pulled his thoughts back to the field, staring at the direction of the corner. This should be their last attack, must be defended. Immediately afterward, Derby County's players issued a corner kick. In Howard's perspective, the ball wasn't sent very well, and he could have taken it himself completely securely, so he took 2 sharp steps forward, jumped up high, and stretched out his hands to hold the falling ball. Throw it out quickly, there's still a chance for a counterattack. Li Time couldn't help but shout anxiously. Standing in the box, he could clearly see the current situation on the field. This corner kick could be considered Derby County's last chance to attack, so they only left one center back wandering around the center circle, and all the other players squeezed into Leeds United's penalty area to participate in the attack. Now they were left with just one keeper at the back, and Howard glanced up towards the opposite half of the pitch as his body descended, and he saw the Derby County backfield, so he landed and rolled with the momentum, and immediately stood up and ran wildly towards the penalty line, shouting, "Run forward, counter-attack." Howard quickly ran to the vicinity of the penalty area line, then his left foot took a fierce step forward. His right hand pocketed the soccer ball to the maximum extent to reach back, the whole body limit of the backward leaning, and then threw the soccer ball in his hand with all the strength he could muster. Just as Howard took possession of the ball, the Leeds United player who was standing outside the penalty area also heard his shout and immediately turned around and ran towards Derby County's half, instantly overtaking the Derby County defender who hadn't reacted yet. All that followed was a simple 1-2. Seconds later, a mountain of cheers rang out over Ellen Road. 1 o'clock. The referee's whistle announced that Leeds United had won the match. Li Time looked at the crazy celebrating players and fans below, and finally showed a smile as if he was relieved, because at this time he also heard the system's beeps in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, flagship. System rewards will be issued after the settlement. Seeing the players walking into the players' channel one after another, Li Time also hurriedly walked towards the locker room. The team achieved the opening red. He as the boss still had to go and celebrate with the players. At this time has been named the best. Howard has been stopped by reporters in the interview area. A dozen microphone pestle in front of him. Howard is also very excited. The last time so many reporters interviewed him, or in his press conference to join Manchester United. Timothy, congratulations on showing your perfect athleticism today and finally helping Leeds United to win the match. May I ask, how did you get yourself in such a short period of time? Hearing this question, Howard was obviously confused for a moment, and then with his hands spread out, he said with a smile on his face, "In fact, during the pre-match warm-up, I still felt that I wasn't in my best condition, but I don't know why, but after the game started, I suddenly felt that I was in great shape, and I was able to pounce on every ball." As soon as he finished speaking, another reporter spoke up again. "May I ask why you decided to move from Manchester United to Leeds United? You know that before today's game, even Leeds United's own fans didn't think much of this team." This reporter asked this question. Li Time happened to walk to the back of the media. Howard looked up and saw the opposite side of Li Time was smiling at himself. The time to show loyalty has arrived, so he did not hesitate to say, "This is to thank Lee. Is he personally came to the door to me to explain his team building program and this season's goals. I have to say that this moved me." Said here, he slightly paused. See, Li Time expression did not change, so continued to speak. "There is the main point. We all know that I have almost lost the main position in Manchester United, and Lee, he gave me the starting position. As long as I'm healthy, he guarantees that I'll start every game." Hearing Howard say that, a group of reporters couldn't help but marvel at how wise Li Time's decision to urgently purchase Howard was at that time. After saying that, Howard nodded his head slightly in Li Time's direction. Only then did the reporters realize that Li Time had already come behind them, so they hurriedly turned their heads and pestled the microphone in front of Li Time, throwing all kinds of questions towards Li Time. The next day, in a bar outside the Ellen Road Stadium, the TV was showing the interview footage after yesterday's match. At the moment, Timely in the picture was talking eloquently with a smile on his face. "Our goal this year is definitely to return to the Premier League. Of course, the season has only just begun, but we've already made a wonderful start, haven't we? For the next 4 months, which lasts until the winter window opens, Leeds United's goal is to remain undefeated and win the halfway title." Hearing Li Time say this, the fans who were drinking let out a laugh. Having such a goal was certainly a good thing. After all, before the start of the season, the fans thought that this year, Leeds United was bound to be a swing, and now after the first game, the team's performance has brightened their eyes, but they also know that yesterday's win had a lot to do with Howard's explosive play. The halfway championship will not be pursued, not to mention an undefeated. Now the fans just want Howard's hot form can continue for a few more games. Before the winter window, Leeds United can maintain the impact of the Premier League competitiveness on the line. At the same time, London. Bates is also just finishing watching the interview between Howard and Timely. He didn't watch yesterday's game, so when he saw that Leeds United won and Howard was named man of the match today, he was shocked. In his perception, Howard had always been a player with the attribute of a self-contained nerve knife. But yesterday's steady performance of Howard and the confident remarks of Timely on the TV just now also made him worried. Not right. This thing is very odd. Must be on the spot to see Howard's performance. If the next game is still like this, then one has to consider whether to buy Howard first. After all, with Leeds United's current financial strength, it is unlikely that Li Time will offer him a very high salary. After that, then turn around and sell Howard. He can not only make a small profit, but also further destroy the performance of Leeds United. As long as this season cannot return to the Premier League, according to the current financial situation of Leeds United, after the end of the season, he will be able to buy at the lowest price. Thinking of this, Bates picked up the phone at hand and called his assistant. Help me buy a ticket for the next Leeds United match. Chapter 6, Winning Streak. Bates wants to buy Howard. Quest, flag off the win. Completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. Mission reward, Golden Treasure Chest X1 has been issued. Li Time looked at the prompts on the system and his heart was thrilled. Fortunately, Leeds United won the game at the last minute yesterday, or else he would have lost out on the system reward. There was no hesitation. Li Time directly opened the treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Pete Drogba Template Experience Card, 1 month. This reward Li Time could be said to be very satisfied, although the duration was only 1 month, but after all, it was the Pete Drogba template. In his memory, Pete Drogba had an extremely strong physical quality, excellent ball control, and amazing shooting skills. At the same time came to Chelsea after Drogba also showed excellent leadership and influence, often in the critical moment to come forward and lead the team to win. This is too important for the current Leeds United. Thinking of this, Li Time collected his thoughts and deposited the template card into the system. It was still important to pull back to the present. What could be determined was this: after the last game, in the minds of the Leeds United players, the image of Howard's butterhand should be greatly changed. In this way, the team's cohesion will be invisible will also be improved. And in the next 4 months, under the support of the system, Howard should have a sustained high performance. In that case, even if no team gives Leeds United an offer in the middle of the process, once the winter window opens, Li Time will immediately put him into the transfer market to recoup funds. As Li Time was thinking, suddenly the system sent out another prompt. Ding! Task trigger, winning in a row. Mission content, lead Leeds United to win the halfway championship of this season's Championship League with an undefeated record. Mission reward, Golden Treasure Chest X1. Here comes the mission. Another Golden Treasure Chest. It seems that his previous statement in the interview was directly converted into a mission by the system. If the mission can be successfully completed, I wonder what can be opened out of this golden treasure box. Li Time had some hidden expectations in his heart. Soon, Leeds United ushered in their second round opponent. This round, Leeds United was away to challenge Gillingham. Li Time also came to Priestfield Stadium. Now he was wearing the Leeds United's team uniform, pressed the duck-done cap on his head to the lowest level, and sat at the end of the Leeds United's fans. The day before yesterday, Li Time had already checked the information of all the players of Gillingham through the system. As a team that always mixes in the lower league of England, the players of Gillingham basically only have a C comprehensive evaluation in the system. Leeds United, whose morale is now high, should be able to take down their opponents steadily. The players have finished warming up and returned to the dressing room, and both managers are making their final tactical arrangements. After the last game, Howard's impression in Blackwell's mind had been turned upside down. Even after yesterday's training, Blackwell handed over the captain's armband to Howard in front of the whole team. The home team's live commentary was also introducing the starting lineups of both sides, and when it came to Howard, the 3,000 Leeds United fans who had followed the team to the away game erupted in loud cheers. Bates was sitting at the top of the pitch and next to him was Gillingham's chairman Paul Scully. Hearing the cheers of the Leeds United fans, Bates spread his hands towards Paul Scully next to him and said, "This Timothy, his luck is really good, seeing that he has already lost his place in Manchester United, but as a result, he ran to the championship and conquered the fans of Leeds United with just 1 game." Paul Scully turned his head and responded, "Ken, this isn't Ellen Road. He's going to get knocked back today." The match hadn't started yet, so the guide was constantly switching between live images, and the 2 old men who were chatting duly appeared on the stadium's big screen. Li Time instantly saw this white-bearded old man who had once proposed to his old man to buy Leeds United. It had been more than half a month since he took over Leeds United, and Bates had not contacted him through any channel during this time. After winning the last game, he had thought that this old fox had dispelled the idea of acquiring Leeds United. Why would he suddenly come to watch Leeds United's away matches? Li Time felt a little strange. This old man is not a hardcore fan. Soccer is just a tool for him to make money. If he still wants to continue to buy Leeds United, he should contact me, right? At this time, the screen changed. Both players were following the referee out of the player channel, and the moment he saw Howard, who was wearing the captain's armband, appear on the TV screen. Li Time understood. This old dang, he didn't come to see the game, he came to see Howard. He must have wanted to see live whether Howard could continue his last game's form, but even if he saw it, so what? He's not the owner of Leeds United, so what does Howard's performance, the team's win or loss, have to do with him? Unless, Li Time slapped his thigh, he still wants to buy Leeds United. If there's anyone who would hate to see Leeds United return to the Premier League, it would be Bates. As long as Leeds United have bad results and remain in the Championship at the end of the season, or even get relegated to League One again. If that's the case, with the cash flow in my hand, I'm bound to have no choice but to sell Leeds United, and then he'll be able to buy Leeds United at the lowest possible price. Once this game, Leeds United won. At the same time, Howard's form is still very hot. This old dang is likely to contact Howard's agent before the winter window period, to try to buy Howard away. If Howard leaves Leeds United, in Bates' eyes, it is absolutely impossible to hit the Premier League with just the other players. The sale of Howard was in his own plan, but I didn't expect that the first one to take the bait was actually Bates. Thinking of this, Li Time, the corner of the mouth cannot control, hooked up, gently chanting, if this is really the case, I can ruthlessly slaughter this old fox a sum of money. Hey 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 hey, Priestfield Stadium, the match was about to end. Not surprisingly, Howard continued his hot form in this match, and all the shots that hit within the goal frame were ruthlessly confiscated by him in the whole match. Leeds United, on the other hand, broke through with 2 second-half counterattacks, one of which was initiated by Howard's powerful handball. As the referee's whistle blew, Leeds United had won their second straight championship game. As soon as Leeds United scored their second goal, Bates excused himself to a stone-faced Paul Scully next to him. He had to go and have a chat with Howard himself after his continued brilliant performance in this game. Chapter 7, 20 million. You can take him. As soon as Howard returned to the locker room, before he had time to celebrate the victory of the game with his teammates, the cell phone placed in the locker rang. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard his agent's voice coming from the opposite side. Timothy, you come out first. Someone wants to see you. Howard, who was holding the phone, had just walked out of the locker room door when he saw his agent waving at him from around the corner next to him. He hung up the phone and walked over. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw this old white-bearded man standing next to his agent, and it seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. Seeing Howard walking over, Bates greeted him with a smile on his face and extended his right hand. Hi Timothy, I'm Ken Bates. Nice to meet you. Hearing the old man's self-introduction, Howard suddenly realized that this old man was Chelsea's former boss, Bates. He had seen him from afar when he used to go to Stamford Bridge for matches. No wonder he looked a bit familiar just now. But what is he looking for me for? Howard asked with a puzzled face. I'm glad to see you too, Mr. Bates. May I ask what you are looking for me? Oh, for? He had just been in the locker room and was about to change when he received a call from his agent, so he walked out topless. Bates sized up Howard. He was flushed now, perhaps from having won the game. You could tell from the well-defined muscles that he was a more professional player. The most crucial thing was, it is now less than 5 minutes to the end of the game, and the spirit he shows is not at all like a player who has just finished a high-intensity game. You have to realize that today Leeds United scored on 2 quick counterattacks, and most of the other time they were still being pressed by Gillingham, and Howard completed a large number of saves throughout the game. He also saw the Gillingham players when he came in, and the Gillingham keeper was out of breath. Seeing Howard in such good spirits in front of him, Bates' eyes lit up. Looks like Howard this summer is not deserted. Although the position in Manchester United is in jeopardy, but did not swing, is still there in the rigorous training. I have to say that this Li Time is really good life. Actually let him somehow picked up a big leak, but it doesn't matter. This big leak will be mine soon. Bates has made up his mind. After going back, he will arrange for his men to talk to Howard's agent about his personal contract first. Once he reaches an agreement with the player, he will immediately make an offer to Li Time. No matter what, he will bring Howard to West Bromwich Albion in this winter window. Howard is playing in the Championship. I don't believe he can resist the temptation to return to the Premier League. After all, the season is still very long. Whether Leeds United can succeed in the Premier League or not is still an unknown. As for Leeds United, if their results fall apart after losing Howard, then he'll take the plunge. Bates' mind had already conjured up the furious look on Li Time's face after he realized that Howard had been poached by himself. Humph. Your old man didn't even succeed in bringing Leeds United out of the quagmire. Just you? You're just waiting for your team to be gutted by me. Thinking of this, Bates stroked his beard proudly. His smile became even more enthusiastic, and said to Howard, nothing special. Timothy, your performance today is very wonderful. I would like to get acquainted with you, and maybe we will have the opportunity to work together in the future as well. But what he didn't know was that it was just when he greeted Howard that he happened to be seen by Li Time, who hurried toward the locker room and wanted to celebrate the victory with the players. Li Time didn't go up to stop him from talking to Howard, but quietly watched Bates on the other side. Seeing this old man and Howard talking more and more happily, he knew the fish should have taken the bait. It was time for himself to step in below. This old fox, see if I don't fish you into a warble. Oh, Mr. Li, so you're also here today. Are you here to supervise the battle? Timely was about to go up and say hello to Bates. Suddenly behind him came a loud voice. Turned his head to see. A group of reporters swarmed toward the locker room this side, and the front of the reporter. It is the one who interviewed him last week. So another dozen microphones pestle in front of him. Congratulations, Mr. Li, Leeds United has another victory. Can you talk about your feelings now? Mr. Li, Leeds United played great today. Mr. Li, Howard played another world-class performance today. There are less than 4 months to go before the winter window. If another team makes an offer for him, will you accept it? Mr. Li, in fact we all have a question. In fact we all know that when Howard was at Manchester United before, his performance was actually not too stable. May I ask what made you insist on bringing him in under such circumstances? Yes, we all know that Leeds United's financial situation is not too optimistic now. Timothy on the other hand is the first deal you maneuvered after you took over the clubs. What did you consider at that time? These reporters will not give Li Time much time to react. A moment is 4, 5 questions towards him. Everyone wants to know how Li Time evaluates his own deal. Hearing the reporters ask this question, Li Time couldn't help but sigh. His luck was really good. Wasn't this a sleepy head meeting a pillow? He slightly sidestepped in Bates' direction so that the old fox could see the smile on his face. Then he put away the smile on his face, cleared his throat and spoke. As a matter of fact, I have been an avid soccer fan since I was a child, and from the moment my father became a shareholder of Leeds United, I also became the most loyal fan of Leeds United. After my father left, I had sworn at his funeral that I would fulfill his last wish and bring Leeds United back to the top of the Premier League. Speaking here, a trace of sadness appeared on Li Time's face, and the reporters beside him were perhaps also infected by his emotions, and the scene that had just been in an uproar suddenly fell into a moment of silence. Seeing the mood has been baked in place, Li Time added, in fact, I have been paying attention to Timothy since he had not yet joined Manchester United. I know he is a very good goalkeeper. He just needs time to adapt to the soccer environment in England. Even I think that the strength he is showing now is not well matched with his price. The next game will prove everything. Bates, who had already walked behind the reporter at this moment, also heard the words of Li Time. In his heart, he was depressed again. Damn, this kid's luck is really good. After answering a few questions briefly, Li Time urged the reporters to go and interview the Leeds United lads. They are the protagonists. They can't let themselves steal the limelight, because he already saw Bates walking over with a fake smile on his face. Congratulations, Lee, Leeds United had a good start. Bates extended his right hand and took the initiative to greet Li Time. Timely shook his hand and spoke with a smile as well. Welcome, Mr. Bates. Did you also come all the way to watch the match today? Bates nodded and said, of course, I am a die-hard Leeds United fan, and I even almost became the owner of Leeds United. Oh, you still don't know, right? Before I had proposed to your father to buy Leeds United, but unfortunately, your father left before the deal even started negotiating. Li Time had a sneer in his heart and did not answer, wanting to see what kind of medicine he was trying to sell in his gourd today. Seeing that Li Time didn't take his words, Bates continued in a fatherly manner. I also heard the interview just now. As your elder, I have to remind you, Howard's characteristics are unstable. In case of any outrageous mistakes in the later matches, the words you just said to the reporters will become a laughingstock. Hearing Bates say that, Li Time instantly understood. Oh, waiting for me here, so it's because you want to press the price. Lee replied, you know, Leeds United's finances are very tight right now, and Timothy is the best player, so I have to give him a boost so that he can be sold for a good price at the end of the season. Seeing Li Time say this, Bates couldn't help but laugh at his stupidity in his heart. Sure enough, he was a soccer idiot, and still had the nerve to brag in front of reporters that he had been an avid fan since he was a child. With this Leeds United team you have now, can you still return to the Premier League if you sell Howard? Thinking of this, Bates leaned forward and said softly, in that case, you brought in Howard for €3 million, right? I'll offer €8 million for me to bring him back to the Premier League in the winter window. Seeing Bates say this, Li Time could finally be sure that this old man was completely hooked, but to take Howard away for €8 million, was it possible? He struggled and replied to Bates, this can't be done. Timothy is in good shape now. I think he will continue to play. Besides, his contractual damages are €15 million. Your offer? It's too low. Bates was prepared to go back today and Howard's agent to understand his contract at Leeds United. If the liquidated damages are not high, he was prepared to directly trigger the liquidated damages clause to buy Howard down. I didn't expect that. I hadn't gone to ask, but I knew Howard's liquidated damages here in Li Time, and heard the amount of 15 million. The heart cursed. Are you crazy? Howard is because the state is not stable only gradually by Ferguson Snow. You actually set his default to 15 million euros. If the game after his state back to the previous in Manchester United, then even if you put him up for sale, there will be no one to buy. Then he looked up at Li Time indifferently and said, this price, it's too high, but for Timothy, I am interested. If you accept my offer, you can contact me anytime. After that, he turned his head in the direction of the outside of the stadium, looking at Bates' back. The struggling expression on Li Time's face was also replaced by a wry smile. You want to rob me halfway? Is it possible that you want to take Howard for $8 million? If you wait for 2 more months, you won't even be able to take him for $10 million. If you want to buy him then, just prepare your wallet. Chapter 8, the price of a man skyrockets. Punt out. That's the 7th penalty Howard has pounced on since the start of the season. The score remains unchanged. Leeds United are still leading 1 o'clock. There's still 10 minutes to go until the end of the game. No surprises, Leeds United will get another win. Can you believe it? It's now the 23rd round of the championship, and Leeds United, in the entire 22 rounds ahead of them, remain undefeated. And now it seems that the miracle will continue. Air Getty's frantic hiss was echoing over the Elland Road Stadium. Infected by Air Getty, the fans were also in high spirits. The south stand of the stadium, the Leeds United die-hard fans group has played a huge typho. The picture is exactly the finger pointing forward, shouting something Howard. 4 months ago, when Li Time spoke in the media, confidently said that Leeds United's goal is the halfway title, most of the fans were just listening to a joke. At that time, Leeds United had only won 1 game, and they all thought that Lee was a bit overambitious. It's good to have a dream, but there's a big difference between a dream and a delusion. But as the league progressed, the fans realized that this Leeds United was completely different from what they knew. Howard's brilliant performance in consecutive matches has kept the city's goal intact, and until now, the Leeds United gate that he guarded has only conceded 4 goals. Blackwell, the manager of Leeds United, who made Li Time so disgusted, also changed his impression of Howard before the season and used the defensive counterattack tactics resolutely. The only thing that makes Lee dissatisfied is that, in addition to Howard, the other several new recruits, Blackwell still did not give them too many opportunities. Only Adebayor and Tebes got a few substitutes on the field. Looking at the Leeds United players whose morale was high after Howard pounced on the penalty kick, in the top-tier box, Li Time sat down with satisfaction. He knew that this game should be able to securely take down. In that case, as long as he could beat Sunderland in the next game, the bull he had bragged about in the media before would become a reality, and the task released by the system could also be completed. Retrieving his thoughts, Li Time picked up the laptop next to him and started browsing through the emails that his assistant had sent over earlier. And with the coming of the winter window period, Leeds United had already received several offers for Howard. But of all the offers, on the contrary, it was Bates' offer that was the highest, and he had already raised his offer for Howard to 10 million euros. Seeing this figure, Li Time felt that there should still be room to increase the price, so he didn't reply either, because as far as he knew, Bates had a tough time recently. West Bromwich Albion had gone 8 consecutive games without a win. With the Christmas fixtures approaching, West Brom only gained 15 points and conceded a whopping 36 goals. West Brom's backline is now full of holes. Lee knows that West Bromwich Albion ended up in the bottom 4 of the Premier League this season and managed to keep their place in the Premier League. But Bates doesn't know. At this time, Bates is in the middle of the anxiety. Their acquisition of West Bromwich Albion did not invest too much money to strengthen. I thought with the current lineup at least in the Premier League to get a mid-table performance. Who knows that the schedule is not even halfway through. The team is already in the edge of the relegation zone, repeatedly horizontal jump. Recently, the team has not won 8 consecutive matches, and now the pressure of public opinion outside the field is getting bigger and bigger, and some fans have already called for his dismissal on the official website, if he doesn't get a few more strong reinforcements in the winter window. According to the intensity of this year's Premier League, West Bromwich Albion will probably be relegated at the end of the season, which is absolutely unacceptable to himself, especially every time he saw news of another Leeds United win. He felt his blood rise. He knew he had to make a move. In case his West Bromwich Albion were relegated and Leeds United ended up winning the Premier League, then he would be a basket case. The main reason is that Howard's performance in the past 2 months has completely conquered him. So in the latest offer, he raised the price to 10 million euros. Thought Li Time should be able to accept this offer. Who knows that the mail has been sent out for a week. The Leeds United side has not responded to their own delay. He decided to make a personal trip to Leeds next week to talk to Li Time. No matter what, he wants to bring Howard to the Hawthorns in this winter window. Timothy Howard, Leeds United's one true god. The shocker. Real Madrid offer €14 million for Howard. Leeds United have received offers from more than 5 clubs for Howard. Beating Buffon, Howard breaks half-season penalty record. Leeds United fans, can we keep Howard? Leeds United vs Sunderland. The battle to decide the halfway point of the championship is about to begin. Miraculous transfer. Lee's prophecy may come true. On Leeds United after the loss of Howard. Looking at the news on the internet, Lee Time had already seen it all. After the start of the season, Leeds United made a wave of 5 consecutive wins in a high profile. From this time onwards, the media changed its previous trend of singing negatively. And after every Leeds United match, there were a large number of media outlets touting Leeds United. The reports about Howard's miraculous performance were endless, and he even appeared on the cover of many soccer magazines as a result. Lee Time also relied on Howard's portrait rights and jersey sales, slightly back to a wave of blood. After all, the team's monthly salary is not a small amount. The team's monthly salary is not a small amount of money. Lee Time is happy to see these news. After all, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Thinking of this, Lee Time called out the system interface. Host, Lee Time. Club owned, Leeds United. Economic condition, heavily indebted, €80 million. Team status, morale is high. Available funds, €6 million. Fixed skill, Super Scout, can freely check the detailed attributes of any player. Skill pack, Peak Drogba template experience card, 1 month. Applicable to any player. The club interface has had some changes. The team state has been pulled full. After his own winter window reinforcements he only had more than €1 million left in his hand, and now he has also recovered enough to support the club's healthy operation for these 2 months. And later, as long as Howard is sold, I believe that his own liquidity will be enough for this season. As for wiping out the debt, slowly, not in a hurry, live in order to have output. Then he clicked on Howard's attribute interface. There were also some changes. The remaining time of Buffon's template still has 8 days, just enough to cover the next game perfectly. After putting away the panel, Lee Time picked up the phone at hand and dialed out, reject West Brom's offer, then contact the media, stuff some red envelopes, and say that we did receive a lot of offers about Howard now, but Howard is the club's non-saleable item, and unless there is a team's offer that triggers his liquidated damages, none of us will consider selling him. Chapter 9 Howard is not for sale. Later that evening, news about Howard's transfer began to appear in the local Leeds evening papers. By the next day, the sports section of all major newspapers in England more or less mentioned that Leeds United had received a large number of offers for Howard, including some Premier League teams, such as West Bromwich Albion and so on. But Leeds United's owner Lee Time also made it clear in an exclusive interview, Howard is the biggest contributor to Leeds United's excellent results this season. The club will not consider any offer that does not reach the trigger of his default. In the office of West Bromwich Albion FC, Bates looked at the reply on the computer with an ironic face. Lee Time had rejected his offer proposal, even turned his head and broke the news in the media that West Brom had made an offer for Howard. But how dare he say that Leeds United will only accept an offer that triggers a default? Does he think he's selling Buffon? When Juventus took Buffon from Parma it did cost more than €50 million, but that was the world's #1 goalkeeper. And Lee Time to buy Howard from Manchester United when only spent €3 million. Turn your head, just 4 months you want €15 million to sell him out. You might as well go and rob him. I don't want to buy it. Thinking of this, Bates depressed closed the site, is ready to come to a cigar to slow down. Assistant suddenly anxious and panicked directly pushed open the door, rushed in and said, "Boss, you quickly look at the club's official website. The fans already know that we sent an offer to Leeds United, and is now on the website to ask about the progress of the transfer." Fcock. This Lee Time, so shameless. Bates knew that if he didn't buy Howard out this time, he could be drowned in the fans' mouths. Saturday, match day, Elland Road. Live commentator Heir is screaming at the top of his voice, "Timothy, Leeds United's savior." A brilliant save, and once again he holds the ball firmly in his arms. The Leeds United vs Sunderland match has come to the second half of injury time and the score is still 0-0. Now 23 rounds have been played. Leeds United with 20 wins, 3 draws and 63 points is sitting at the top of the table. The opponent of this match is Sunderland, who is ranked second in the table with 2 points difference. As long as Leeds United remain undefeated in this match, they will win the halfway title of this season's Championship League. Just now Howard pulled off another brilliant save. Heir has lost count of how many times this season he has vocally repeated what he just said at Elland Road. Ending his hissing, he picked up the glass of water at hand and took a swig, before keeping a close eye on Howard, who had just fired wide. The whole of Leeds had been awash with rumors this week that Howard might be on the verge of a transfer. As a loyal fan of Leeds United, he is certainly not willing to club will be in hot form Howard's sale. from the first half of the season's game situation. If Howard in the second half of the season is still able to maintain the form, then he will become Leeds United impact on the Premier League's most secure guarantee. Heir has already made up his mind. After this game must request Li time. If no team triggers Howard's default winter window period must not sell him. While he was lost in thought, a huge cheer erupted from the scene. Leeds United scored just after Howard finished the save and immediately launched a fast counterattack with a big kick. And after half a season, Leeds United's players can now be said to have mastered the essence of fast counterattack. From Howard kicking out the soccer ball, to the striker waiting near the center circle to receive the soccer ball, and then finish the shot to get a goal. In just a few seconds, Leeds United completed a textbook counterattack. A brilliant counterattack. Cheers, my friends, Leeds United are halfway champions. Heir forced his throat to hiss loudly again. Looking at the wildly celebrating Leeds United players, the referee also blew the whistle for the end of the match in a very appropriate manner. And Li time, who came to the bench to watch the match today, had a voice in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, back-to-back victories. System rewards will be issued after the settlement. And in the VIP box at the Hawthorns, Bates turned his head to look at the stadium's big screen, which was displaying a blinding 0-5 scoreline. West Bromwich Albion still had 10 minutes to go in this match, and his team was powerless against the mighty Liverpool. Turning his head to look at the stadium's big screen, it was displaying a blinding 0-5 scoreline. The stadium was filled with more than 20,000 angry fans chanting Bates, "Get out, by Howard, you cheapskate." The sound of such a voice, having just hung up the phone from his assistant, he knew Leeds had won. Bates knew he had to step up to the plate. He now had to create a positive story to appease these fans who had been swept away by anger. With that thought in mind, he pulled out Li time's number from his address book and pressed it down hard. Li time was now very happy that the team had achieved good results and he had completed the system's task. Suddenly the cell phone in his pants pocket vibrated crazily. Li time touched it out and looked at it, even more happy, because the screen was displaying Bates' big name. This old guy, it seems he can't help it. The corner of Li time's mouth pulled out an evil smile, and he answered the phone. "Good evening, Mr. Bates." Li time took the initiative to greet in a relaxed tone. Listening to Li time's frivolous tone, Bates resisted the urge to throw his cell phone out and spoke. "Congratulations, Li, Leeds United achieved a good result." Li time also responded. "Thank you, Mr. Bates. I didn't expect you to take time out of your busy schedule to pay attention to us, so may I ask, is there something you're calling about?" Seeing that Li time was so direct, Bates also stopped being polite and said, "Yes, about Howard's transfer. I want to talk to you again." "Hey, old man, it's really become a warped mouth." Just at the end of the Leeds United game, Li time also received a phone call. He already knew the news of West Bromwich Albion was slaughtered by Liverpool. Bates is now under tremendous pressure. "I thought that he would contact himself only tomorrow at the earliest, but I didn't expect that this old fox would have such a dull moment." And he called the phone over at this moment. "Since you can't help it, then don't blame me for being ruthless." So Li time also slowed down his speech and said slowly, "Regarding this issue, Mr. Bates, I've already made it clear in the media before that Howard is not for sale at Leeds United unless you trigger his default payment. You're being robbed, Lee. You took Howard from United for only 3 million. Now you actually want to sell him for 15 million. There's no way I'm going to accept that price." 13 million? That's the highest price I can offer. Bates responded with a low growl. It sounded like Bates was already a bit annoyed. Li time comfortably crossed his legs and continued to pour oil on Bates' anger. "Mr. Bates, did you choose to turn a blind eye to Howard's performance on the field? As a matter of fact, before getting through to you, my assistant has already reported to me that there are other Premier League clubs contacting him, and you have to know that starting tomorrow, Howard will become the meat and potatoes on the winter window." Hearing that Li time still refused to let go, Bates' face turned red and hesitated to speak. From the look on his face it was obvious that he was struggling fiercely. After a short period of silence, Bates' cold voice came from Li time's phone. "I will arrange for someone to send the official offer to Leeds United tomorrow. Lee, I hope that after losing Howard, Leeds United can still maintain their current performance. In addition, I have a gift for you. I hope you like it." After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. This old man, what other gift does he want to give me? Could it be? This side of Li time looked at the hung up phone and shook his head, not thinking so much first. After all, if this deal is done, the Soccer World Black Store is officially opened. Chapter 10, Is Li time crazy? Today is a good day. Anything you want can come true. Today is a good day to open the door and welcome the spring breeze. Li time took a rare nap today. At this moment, while humming a tune that no one could understand, he walked towards his office on the second floor with light steps. Just as soon as he went upstairs, he saw his assistant Alan knocking on his office door with an anxious face. "Good morning, Alan. Don't knock. I'm here. Li Time took the initiative to greet him. As soon as Alan turned his head, he saw his boss with a smiling face. He spoke eagerly. Boss, it's not good. West Brom sent an email offering Howard. Old man Bates honestly did not deceive me. If he says he will make an offer today, he will never delay it until tomorrow. Hearing this news, Li Time was secretly happy in his heart for a while, but on his face, he replied with a serious face. Reject them. I emphasize that Howard is our non-sale item. Alan said to Lee with a helpless face. We can't reject this offer. West Brom triggered Howard's liquidated damages clause. And just now, I've contacted Howard's agent, and the reply from his side is that Howard is willing to return to the Premier League. Simply fantastic. Originally, I was worried that after selling Howard, I would bear a lot of pressure from the fans. But according to the current script, West Brom triggered Howard's liquidated damages clause, and Howard himself wants to go, so he has no reason to stop him. Then find a few media reports under the release of Howard is completely helpless. After all, the contract on the agreement they must comply with. In this way, you can completely take yourself out of this transfer fiasco. And early this morning Li Time opened the system to look at Howard attribute panel. Buffon experience card has expired. Howard's data, in addition to the state of the game in one is smooth, the other have been restored to his own original value. In other words, from the second half of the season, he will become a butter hand again. So Li Time patted Alan's shoulder and said, you don't have to worry about this problem. I will find Howard to talk about it. After saying that, he opened the door and walked into his office. After comfortably brewing a cup of tea, Li Time sat his butt on his own boss chair. The mission had been settled and completed, and it was time to open the treasure chest again. But just after calling out the system, the office door was knocked once again. As soon as Li looked up, he saw Blackwell walking in with an envelope. Li Time frowned and put the system away. Looking at the envelope in Blackwell's hand, the last words Bates said on the phone last night suddenly surfaced in his mind. Could it be that he had guessed? Blackwell placed the envelope on Lee's desk and spoke. Lee, this is my resignation letter. Sure enough, he was guessed by himself. Bates not only wanted to buy out Howard, but also wanted to take away the manager of Leeds United. Li Time coldly looked at Blackwell across the table and spoke. Kevin, can I ask why? Blackwell replied with a frank face. Because of the money, Lee. West Bromwich Albion gave me an offer I couldn't refuse, and their boss Bates, last night, said to me that he would make an offer to Leeds United today, and that whether I agreed to his offer or not, he would bring Howard to the Hawthorns in this winter window. Seeing that Li Time did not pick up, Blackwell continued to explain, you also know that the reason why Leeds United can achieve half of the championship, and Howard's performance in this half of the season has a lot to do with, if the second half of the season to lose him. I agree. Without waiting for Blackwell to finish, Li Time calmly interrupted him. Looking at Blackwell's slightly stunned expression, Li Time no longer waited for him to open his mouth, stood up and smiled at Blackwell, making a gesture of sending off. Good luck, Kevin. Seeing that the imagined image of a heated argument between himself and Lee did not appear, Blackwell pursed his lips, then turned his head and left the office. After Blackwell left, Li Time picked up his tea and pondered. This Bates, the heart of my death will never die. Do you think that if you poach Blackwell and Howard, Leeds United will fall apart? In Lee's mind, instantly surfaced a few later generations of famous managers, such as their very favorite Muniro, Klopp and so on. They have not yet entered the major giants coaching. They still have a great opportunity to invite them to coach Leeds United. Shaking his head, Li Time sat down and called out the system again. The sky is big. Open the chest is the biggest. Open the chest and then consider the matter of the manager. Looking at the golden treasure chest in the panel, Li Time rubbed his hands and opened it directly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Master Coach. Seeing this reward, before Li Time could think about it in detail, he suddenly felt that all kinds of soccer tactics and training methods appeared in his mind. It seems that he is also considered a European emperor. Just now he was still thinking about where to dig a manager over. Now it's great. There's no need to look for a manager. With all these things in his head, he can completely lead the team as the manager of Leeds United. Now Leeds United's huge debt still exists subjectively. In Li Time's plan, the €15 million from Bates will not be used to pay the current arrears for the time being. In addition to the normal club's operating costs, he also needs to introduce some players to support the results of the second half of the season. After he became the head coach of the team, at least in the piece of the coach's salary, he can save a large amount of money. After all, after the end of the season, Li Time's Black Store will open again, and then you can wipe out Leeds United's debt. Okay, West Bromwich Albion make €20 million offer for Howard. The €20 million. West Brom trigger Howard's default clause. Shocker. Blackwell and Howard join West Bromwich Albion. Howard returns to the Premier League. Li Time, good luck to Timothy and Kevin. Leeds United suspected of internal discord. manager Blackwell may leave. Early the next morning, all the major soccer websites in England broke the shocking news. While browsing the news, Timely thought, this Bates really can't help it at all. Last night under the authorization of Li Time, Leeds United replied to the email. The content is probably as long as West Brom €15 million to the account. Leeds United can release at any time. After learning that the dust had settled, Bates, who was under immense public pressure, couldn't wait to reveal the news of Howard's transfer to the media. And in order to make things a little harder for Li Time, even revealed the news that Blackwell was about to coach West Brom. On the Leeds side, fans saw these news and flocked to Leeds United's official website to leave messages, hoping that the club would come out to clarify. After all, in the minds of the fans, Li Time would not be so stupid as to let the club's biggest contributor go so easily. Chapter 11, I'm the new head coach. Tuesday, the hopes of Leeds United fans were completely shattered, because just in the morning, Bates took Howard and Blackwell to a very high-profile press conference to announce their joining. After seeing this news in the media, Leeds United fans wailed and flocked to the official website to verbally criticize Li Time's deal. Li Time, who had just stepped out of Carrington Training Center, was not in a hurry after receiving Alan's call, but smiled and asked him to tell the fans that there was no need to rush, and that in less than 2 days, he would bring the new goalkeeper back to Leeds United. Right after deciding to take on the role of Leeds United manager himself, Li Time left Alan at the club to sit in, while he left Leeds with the rest of the staff in several different directions. Bates' €15 million transfer fee has already hit Leeds United's books. There was no winter break in the championship, and he had to build the team's new lineup before the Sunday game. Just now, Li Time has negotiated a personal contract with Junior Schmeichel, who just turned 18. In fact, according to the normal timeline, little Schmeichel will only join Leeds United, which was still playing in the championship at that time. In 2010, after a short season with Leeds United, he would join the Blue Foxes at Leicester City, where the late bloomer won his first career top-flight title. And now little Schmeichel is actually still a small transparent in Manchester City cannot play football. In fact, in the beginning, among the many scouting reports, Li Time did not choose him. As you can see from the panel, at this point in time, little Schmeichel's comprehensive rating is only D. In the absence of other peak goalkeeper template experience cards, his comprehensive ability is still too low, and according to their own information, there are still 10 years before the arrival of little Schmeichel's peak period. But after figuring out this skill of master coach, Li Time decisively chose to offer. Because this skill, in addition to stuffing Li Time with a brain full of techniques and tactics, there is also a very powerful function. That is, through training, the player can greatly shorten the time to reach their peak period. You have to know that little Schmeichel's talent has reached A+, and his current price is only €500,000. After buying him and training him for a year and a half, wouldn't he be able to sell at a sky-high price again? Thinking about his dream of a black store, Li Time yesterday decisively sent an email to Manchester City to ask for the purchase of small Schmeichel. Manchester City side is also very quick. Leeds United €800,000 offer has exceeded the small Schmeichel's current value. After negotiating a personal contract, tomorrow small Schmeichel will leave for Leeds. After returning to Leeds, Li Time also held a press conference without stopping. After all, about their own takeover, Blackwell become Leeds United manager of things, or to give the media and fans an explanation in advance. After noon, Li Time was sitting on the stage answering questions from reporters. At this moment, a reporter asked the question that most of the people on the stage wanted to ask in an incredulous tone. Mr. Lee, if I heard it correctly, you just said that Timothy moved to West Brom for €15 million? As soon as the press conference opened, when Li Time announced that Howard's transfer fee was €15 million, there was a big intake of breath from the stage. Li Time looked at the surprised expressions under the stage and spoke in a slightly lost tone. Yes, in fact, I've already rejected West Brom's offer for Timothy once before, and as we all know, I've emphasized before that Timothy is our non-sale item, but unfortunately, West Brom's second offer directly triggered Timothy's liquidated damages clause, and after communicating with Timothy, he himself expressed the idea of wanting to return to the Premier League to play, and since that's the case, I can only end up respecting his idea. After waiting a little bit, Li Time continued. In addition, after receiving the transfer fee paid by West Bromwich Albion, we also immediately began to attract reinforcements. Up to today, all of our offers have been agreed. Just these 2 days, Leeds United's new recruits will arrive one after another. I believe that Leeds United's competitiveness in the second half of the season will not be reduced. Seeing Li Time say so, the local media reporters of Leeds showed their understanding and satisfaction. Now it seemed that it wasn't Li Time's problem at all. After all, in the case of triggering the player's liquidated damages clause, if the player himself wants to go, then the club must release him. They had previously thought that Li Time had sold Howard in order to ease the finances, and now Li Time used the revenue again to strengthen the team. This makes them very satisfied. Leeds United's current results are very good. This season is a great hope to return to the Premier League. At the same time, as Leeds United fans, they naturally do not want the club's lineup problems lead to a decline in competitiveness. The scene was quiet for a while. A local reporter stood up and asked, "Mr. Manager, I just noticed that you only mentioned Leeds United's reinforcements. So the candidate of the manager, have you determined, after all, we still have a game this Sunday?" Hearing this question, Li Time first slowly took a sip of water, then picked up a nameplate that had been sitting on the table and put it around his neck. Just when the reporters were still stretching their necks to see the words on the nameplate clearly, he slowly stood up and began to say, "To formally introduce to you all, I, Li Time, will be the part-time manager of the Leeds United team starting from the next game." Hearing this, all the people present froze. The boss moonlighting as a coach? Are you kidding me? Chapter 12 The Skill Effect of Master Coach. Li Time's words were like a stone breaking through the sky, instantly breaking the original calm atmosphere of the press conference site and triggering an uproar. The reporters at the scene raised their hands to ask questions after a short period of consternation. The reporter who had just asked a question showed a questioning look on his face and asked again, "This is impossible. Mr. Manager, this joke is not funny at all. There has never been a precedent of a club owner being a part-time manager of a team, and I doubt that you hold a practicing certificate issued by the English Football Association." Hearing the reporter's question, Li Time had to marvel at the power of the system. The EFL practicing certificate is a license issued by the EFL to coaches, and only by holding this certificate, on an official level, he is qualified to become the manager of Leeds United. And when he drew the skill of master coach, the system had already automatically helped Li Time with the relevant procedures, and he saw his certificate in his mailbox that afternoon. So Li Time replied with a certainty, "Of course I have. You can go to the official website of the English Football Association to check my certificate now." As soon as he finished speaking, all the reporters present were frantically pulling out their cell phones, wanting to immediately confirm the authenticity of Li Time's words. Watching this scene, Li Time was not in a hurry and sat down again, smilingly watching the reporters' actions. After about 30 seconds, the reporters raised their heads one after another, staring at Li Time with a look of a monster. In their hearts, they were all pondering a question. A club owner ran to take the FA's coaching certificate, and it was still the highest level. This was unreasonable. At 8:30 a.m. on Wednesday morning, Sneijder appeared at the door of the training base with his small bag on his back. After yesterday's training session, the boss's assistant, Alan, came to the locker room to inform everyone that today's training session would be led by Leeds United's new manager. Sneijder has been at Leeds United for more than 3 months now, and before that he hadn't gotten a chance to play under Blackwell's tactical system. So after learning that the new manager would arrive at the team today, Sneijder came to the training base early. No matter what, he should at least give a good impression to the new manager. Maybe in Sunday's game, he can still get the chance to play. But when he opened the locker room, but found that he was not the only one who had this idea, because at this time the locker room has been sitting 3 people. One is the same as his own summer window transfer over Chiellini. The other 2 people he did not recognize, should be Leeds United's new recruits. Seeing Sneijder come in, the 3 people who were just chatting suspended their conversation. The bald guy sitting on the left side of his closet smiled at Sneijder and opened his mouth to greet him. "Good morning, I'm Vincent Kompany. Nice to meet you." Sneijder walked towards his seat while responding as well. "Hello, I'm Wesley Sneijder. Welcome to Leeds United." Seeing Sneijder sitting down, Chiellini spoke up and inquired, "Hey Wesley, did you find out who our new coach is?" Sneijder shook his head. "That's a question you'll have to ask these 2 new brothers. They might know." Not waiting for Sneijder to finish, the little Schmeichel sitting next to Chiellini also interrupted him. "We don't know either. I also met our boss in Manchester once before, and he didn't tell me who will be our new coach." Just when the 4 youngsters were still guessing who was the new manager of Leeds United, the door of the locker room opened again. Li Time, who was dressed in sportswear with a white duck-tongued cap on his head, a clipboard in his hand and a whistle on his chest, walked in. For this club owner who was not older than themselves by a few years, Chiellini and Sneijder were still very familiar with him, but in their memories it seemed like the owner was always dressed in a suit at all times. Looking at Li Time's current outfit, a bizarre answer slowly surfaced in the 2 men's minds, whispering in unison, "No way." 3 hours later, the morning training was nearing its end and the players were walking towards the locker room. After finishing the basic training, Li Time had the players grouped together for AB matchup drills. Unlike Blackwell's ever-present defensive counterattack tactics, he took the players to try several different formations and tactics, and also let Sneijder, Adebayor, Tevez, Chiellini who came to Leeds United before the start of the season were all in the A group. It is important to know that several of them in Blackwell's tactical system, in addition to Adebayor and Tebas to get the opportunity to come on the bench. The other two are sitting on the bench for 3 months. So after the training, the players' mentality has changed dramatically. From the dismay and surprise they felt in the locker room when they heard Li say he would be the manager of Leeds United, they were now convinced. Because today, Li tried many different formations and tactics in training, which made a few of them see the chance to start in Sunday's game. And in the eyes of the players, the professionalism that Li showed today was above Blackwell, especially in terms of technical and tactical aspects. It could even be called a master. After the players left the training ground, Li walked to the side of the field and sat down to call out the system. He wanted to see what effect the master coach skill could present. First, he clicked on Snyder's attribute panel. The corner of Li's mouth pulled out a smile as Ned's attributes had already been partially improved. Wesley Sneed, age, 24, offensive threat, 77, defensive strength 43, body balance, 79, long passing accuracy, 81, short passing accuracy, 86, shot accuracy, 84, disking accuracy 81, shooting skills, 87, speed/fastest speed, 75 out of 79, awareness, 87, leadership awareness, 71, injury tolerance C, talent S, current match status average, transfer value, 4 million euros, remaining peak period, not yet reached the peak period, remaining contract period, 1 year and 9 months, potential, very high, player evaluation, midfield metronome, systematic player, with the top of the ball, organization ability. However, his physical, speed and poor mental attributes are his shortcomings, but if you develop team tactics around him, there may be unexpected results. Overall rating, C+. Prior to this, Li had often checked the players' attribute panels, but never saw any changes in the attributes of the players he introduced in the system panel, and he thought that it was because their time on the field was too short, resulting in slower progress. As a result, after this training session today, just after opening Snyder's attribute panel, he saw a large number of changes, which made him keep greeting Blackwell in his heart. Blackwell, this old thief. What a mistake. It's fortunate that he took the initiative to leave on his own. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my own big plan for Blackwell's store will be delayed indefinitely. Li browsed through the attributes of each player and saw that more or less all of them had improved to a certain extent. Worthy of being a skill produced by the system, it was truly powerful. After leaving the training ground with satisfaction, Li also hurried towards home. Just tonight, West Bromwich Albion will face Tottenham Hotspur at home, and for Howard's performance tonight, Li was very much looking forward to it. Chapter 13, West Bromwich Albion vs Tottenham Hotspur, 6 p.m. West Bromwich Albion's home match against Tottenham Hotspur doesn't kick off for another hour and a half, but at this moment, the Hawthorn Stadium was already filled with people. The fans who entered the stadium early are waiting for the match to start, and from time to time some of them are turning their heads towards the podium at the top of the stadium. And there are some fans holding homemade portraits of Howard and wearing Howard's No. 25 jersey, which was on sale only yesterday. West Bromwich Albion's first half of the season was undoubtedly a disappointment to the fans, with a feeble forward line, a disorganized midfield and a tofu dregs-like backline that made every viewing experience for the home fans as bad as it could have been. After last week's defeat to Liverpool, West Bromwich Albion have entered the relegation zone, which is even more unacceptable to the fans. The good thing is that the stingy owner Bates seems to realize the seriousness of the problem. Within 3 days of the opening of the winter window, he not only strengthened the midfield, but also spent a lot of money to bring in the outstanding Howard, and also brought in Leeds United's manager Blackwell. Such positive reinforcements made the fans look forward to today's game, and they were too eager for a win. Meanwhile, on the big screen at the stadium, Bates and a group of shareholders of the club are also sitting on the podium above. From their relaxed expression can be seen, they are also full of confidence in today's game. In the locker room, Blackwell is with a serious expression yelling lowly at Howard. "Timothy, are you kidding me?" Howard, who was sitting across from him, knew that he was in the wrong, and was drooping his head, not saying a word. Perhaps he hadn't lost a single game in the first half of the season, or perhaps he was overwhelmed by the fact that his value had skyrocketed in a short period of time. With a game today, he went to the bar last night at the invitation of a friend and played until close to 3 o'clock before returning to the apartment the club had prepared for him, and even arrived at the training ground this morning with a smell of alcohol that hadn't dissipated, because there is a game in the evening. So in the morning Blackwell just led the players to carry out some simple training. According to the habit developed over the past few months, he also did not go too much attention to Howard's training situation. Who knows, just warming up. Howard made a few low-level mistakes one after another, which made Blackwell feel a hint of uneasiness. At first he thought that Howard's physical condition problems, so early let Howard ended the warm-up back to the locker room. arranged for the assistant coach to continue to take other players' warm-up. He also returned to the locker room. Want to ask Howard in the end what the situation. At first Howard stammered that he was a little nervous because today was his first game after transferring. But Blackwell simply do not believe. Before the first game at Leeds United. Did not see you nervous only after a question. I realized that Howard actually went to a nightclub last night to revel in. Blackwell angrily looked at the silent Howard. The heart has been in the calculation of this game. Simply let him substitution. Although he knows that if Howard does not appear in the starting lineup, after the game Bates will certainly find him trouble. After all, it is Howard as Bates spent 15 million euros to buy. If the first game on the bench, Bates certainly cannot accept. But today is his first home game in charge of West Brom, and the opponent is only now ranked mid-table Tottenham Hotspur. In his plan, as in Leeds United, Howard's backline would keep the goal intact, and then steal one in the second half when the opponent's fitness declined, which would give him a perfect start to the game. However, he hadn't counted on Howard actually backstabbing him. After thinking about it, Blackwell looked at Howard coldly, ready to open his mouth to let him substitute, but the words have not yet set out. C has been silent for a long time. Howard raised his head and said, "Boss, you don't worry. There is still close to an hour before the game starts. I can adjust to it." Fearing that Blackwell did not believe, he patted his chest and continued, "You know, these months my state is very hot. Today will not let you down." Seeing Howard so confident, Blackwell, who had already gotten used to Howard's magical play, finally dispelled the idea of letting him substitute, nodded and turned to leave the locker room. At 7:30, the game began on time. The players of both sides lined up from the players' tunnel under the lead of the referee. The onside guy duly aimed the camera at Howard, and his figure was instantly synchronized to the big screen on the scene. Although it was already known that Howard would start in today's game, when his figure appeared on the big screen, the eagerly awaiting fans still gave him a huge cheer. Infected by the atmosphere of the scene, Bates and the club's shareholders also stood up and smiled and applauded, as if they had already seen the victory of today's game. And at this time Howard's heart was not so hot. From the time he walked out of the players' tunnel, he felt as if he was not quite right, but could not say exactly where he was wrong. These months at Leeds United, every time he stepped on the pitch, whether it was for training or matches, he had a strong feeling that every time the opponent shot, he could pounce steadily. And today he strangely realized that this feeling had actually disappeared. And so it was in the 9th minute of the game that he conceded the ball. The last time he conceded a goal, it was 2 months ago, and it was because the opposing player's shot was refracted on his own defender, which led to the conceding of the goal. And now this goal was entirely his own doing. Just now, Tottenham Hotspur was awarded a direct free kick about 33 meters from the goal. But at this time Howard, his teammates are still lining up the wall. I don't know which tendon is wrong. Walked to the net to get his water bottle to drink a mouthful of water. Seeing Howard's attention completely absent from the soccer ball, the thieving Tottenham striker Defoe directly chose to send a fast free kick. The ball, with a violent rotation around the wall of people who have not been lined up, ruthlessly smashed into the goal. At this time Howard is tilting his head, is still pouring water into his mouth. After Tottenham's goal, Hawthorn Stadium seemed to be suddenly suspended by the time machine, as if it fell into silence. But the on-site guide also knows very well directly to Howard is drinking water picture cut in the stadium's big screen. Looking at the glass of water still in his hand, the West Brom fans, who 10 minutes earlier had hailed Howard as their savior, burst out with countless beautiful English words. And Li Time, who is watching this game at home, is holding a napkin and wiping the coffee table in front of him quickly, because just now, he saw Howard standing on the goal line with a confused and unexpected look, and he really couldn't hold back, and sprayed the tea that had just been put into his mouth. "Big brother, I know you can pull your crotch, but I really didn't expect you to pull your crotch like that." Chapter 14. If there's no accident, there's going to be one. Howard in the TV screen now. The face had long since lost the confidence and bravado from the previous press conference. Instead, it was replaced by disappointment and surprise after making such a low-level mistake. Looking at Howard's appearance, Li Time couldn't help but secretly marvel at the power of the system, and at the same time felt a hint of sadness for Howard's future. As a matter of fact, after losing the Buffon experience card, Howard's attribute of a nerve knife had once again appeared. The current Howard is indeed sorry for his price, but it has helped himself make a lot of money. Anyway, he can afford Howard, at least in the next 10 years. Howard, this 15 million euros in transfer fees are ranked in the top 5 of the goalkeeper position. And this time Bates is signing him on a 4-year long-term contract and on a higher wage than when he was at Man United and Leeds United before. Even if he can't get rid of his nerve knife problem and eventually lose his position, but at least he got the money. Thinking of this, Li Time also stopped paying attention to the game, turned off the TV and walked towards the study. He still has to hurry to prepare for tomorrow's training session. He also prepared a few sets of new tactics, want to let the players try it. The Hawthorns, West Bromwich Albion, a goal behind, finally equalized in the 43rd minute of the first half after a period of furious bombardment. At halftime, after setting up the tactics for the second half in the dressing room, Blackwell thought twice before deciding not to replace Howard for the time being, already knowing that the bosses and shareholders were watching today's game from the stands. If they see that the goalkeeper they spent a lot of money on was replaced by himself at halftime, they might find themselves in trouble afterward. So after the players came out of the locker room, Blackwell pulled Howard, who was left behind, with an iron face and yelled at him, "Timothy, if it wasn't for you, we would have been 1 o'clock ahead of those Londoners in the first half. So, when the second half starts, put your focus on the pitch. I don't want to see another mistake that's stupid, okay?" Feeling the pressure exerted by Blackwell, Howard, who had wanted to argue, eventually just nodded and walked out of the locker room. The second half changed sides. Generally speaking, in England, every team's die-hard fans have one thing in common, which is that when you perform well, they will blow you up as God, but once you make a mistake, then your whole family will suffer their most affectionate greetings. In the second half, Howard has switched to the south stand side of the goal, which is full of West Bromwich Albion's die-hard fans. He was enduring the fans' affectionate greetings, wanting to retort, but had no way to say. After all, the first half of that goal conceded was indeed caused by his lack of concentration. Shaking his head, he secretly resolved that he could not afford to be so distracted in the second half. The second half of the game is a little quiet. Both sides did not play a more threatening offense, although there is no Buffon experience card support, but Howard himself in the system also has AB evaluation. In the entire Premier League, goalkeeper's strength can be considered a medium level. Only the unique nerve knife and butter hand attributes make him in the United suffered a lot of criticism. The only thing is that the unique nervous knife and butter hand attributes make him much criticized in Manchester United. So the game to almost 90 minutes. Tottenham Hotspur team in the second half of the only 3 shots were highly concentrated. Howard pounced out. After seeing Howard's performance return to normal, the fans at the scene also stopped greeting him and instead continued to applaud his wonderful saves. Watching the game was about to end with a score of 1-1. Blackwell on the sidelines and Bates in the stands also breathed a sigh of relief, although in the end did not win, but at least stopped the team's losing streak, especially Bates. After West Brom conceded a goal in the first half, the shareholders on the sidelines and the fans in the front row, after spraying Howard, turned their attention to the embarrassed Bates, as if to ask, "Did you buy such a thing for $15 million? But the beginning of the second half until now, Howard's performance was moderate. Tottenham Hotspur's several shots were turned away by him, which made Bates again re-support it up, and put a smile on his face again. In the 92nd minute, the game had come down to the wire and a break down the wing by Aaron Lennon had just given Spurs a corner. Tottenham's striker Robbie Keane was standing next to the corner flag, and at this time, inside West Brom's penalty area, both players were also scrambling for position. Howard he is familiar with. Last season he was still in Manchester United when they played, then do not know why. After the end of the season he went to the relegated Leeds United. I heard that this bearded man in Leeds United performance is very good, often make world-class saves, and last season often pounced on the ball out of the hands of the problem once did not commit, so caught in the relegation zone of the West Bromwich Albion in the winter window opened. Spent a lot of money to introduce him, but today, this game kicked to now. He did not feel Howard's status is how good, because just in the second half, 2 of Tottenham's shots on goal were done by him. These 2 long-range shots that were not a great threat. Howard appeared to be off the mark, just because he was outside the penalty area to complete the shot, so did not have time to rush up to make up for the shot, or now the score should not have been 1-1. Thinking about it, Keane quietly raised his head and glanced at Howard, who was directing his teammates to stare one-on-one, and suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. With that, the referee blew his whistle, signaling that Keane could serve the ball. So in the eyes of more than 20,000 fans at Hawthorn Stadium, Keane took a deep breath, adjusted his posture and took a step back with his right foot. His right foot then swept towards the soccer ball as swiftly as a whip, the inside of the instep striking the bottom of the soccer ball's side with precision. The soccer ball then flew towards the goal with a violent internal spin. Then Howard's figure appeared on the big screen of the stadium. The fans on the pitch, Blackwell on the sidelines, Bates and the shareholders at the top of the stands, also had their eyes on Howard's already high-jumping figure at that moment. From the moment he saw Keane sending out the corner kick, Howard, who was highly concentrated, was silently calculating the landing point of the soccer ball in his mind. Then just a second later, he made his own judgment on the landing point, so he struck decisively. He wanted to take the soccer ball out of the air before anyone else touched it, and then launched West Brom's last counterattack by throwing a powerful handball. The same thing he's done many times at Leeds United these last 3 months, which has made him the savior of Leeds United. And today, no surprise, he will also be the savior of West Brom. But that's how marvelous things are in this world, because no surprises should be about to happen. Just as Howard's arms stretched to their limit were about to touch the soccer ball, in the air of the violent rotation of the soccer ball suddenly as if blown by the wind, the route of a bizarre change, avoiding Howard's palm, and then in the eyes of all the people, drilled into the lower left corner of the goal. In the instant the soccer ball smashed into the goal, the Hawthorn Stadium, which had just been full of people, suddenly fell into a silence. A moment later, the whistle, clearer than ever, came out of the referee's mouth. 1:2, West Bromwich Albion defeated Tottenham Hotspur at home, ushering in their 6th consecutive loss. Chapter 15, Storming Bates. Bang! The office was littered with all sorts of debris. Bates had smashed everything he could get his hands on. How could he not have expected that the goalkeeper he had spent 15 million euros on had made 2 such stupid mistakes in his first game after the transfer? He had spent a lot of money, but West Brom's long-awaited victory still didn't come. After the referee blew the whistle for the end of the match, he quickly got up and tried to leave the stand under the gloating eyes of a group of shareholders. But before he could take a few steps, he was blocked by angry fans. England's soccer hooligans are notorious and infamous all over the world. In a short 20 to 30 meters of road, Bates heard the most vicious curses he had ever heard in his life. If it wasn't for his assistant who had been stopping him, he even suspected that he would have gotten a couple of kicks. But Twine specializes in breaking at the thin end of the stick. West Bromwich Albion had another match on Saturday night when they would face the mighty Manchester United away from home. Before the match, Blackwell approached Bates, who wanted Howard to come on as a substitute for Saturday's match. However, Bates thought for a long time, but finally did not agree. He thought that one game does not mean anything. Maybe Howard was just a little nervous because he just came to West Brom and played for the first time, which led to his poor performance. Most of all, he was not willing to spend 15 million euros to bring in the player, after just one game if he let him on the bench, which undoubtedly declared his transfer a complete failure. But Howard let him down once again. Manchester United players are too familiar with Howard. Scholes and Crow will have the opportunity to shoot outside the penalty area. The face of their shots, originally because of the last loss, led to the less stable state of Howard completely broken. Just the first half, because of the punt off the ball, was Van Nistelrooy seized 2 opportunities to break the goal. In the end, West Bromwich Albion was slaughtered by Manchester United 4 o'clock on the road. It is worth mentioning that, in addition to an Udon goal, the other 3 goals conceded were all caused by Howard's butterhand. In the United, Rooney scored the 4th goal. Bates finally could not resist smashing the office TV, and then mouth-crazy curse Howard and Lee Time. Although it was not clear why Howard's performance became so bad in a short period of time, but there was one thing he could confirm. This time, he was pitted by Lee Time. As for Lee Time, he was now sitting in front of his desk, writing and drawing on a piece of paper, as he was making final tactical preparations for tomorrow's match. He had many tactics in his head that had been improved and developed by the famous managers of the latter days. But now, the traditional 4-4-2 formation was still the mainstream of the soccer world, and in the English leagues at all levels that emphasize physical confrontation and speed, and where the referee's blowing scale is relatively forgiving. The 4-4-2 formation emphasizes the 2 wings to attack and then the bottom of the cross, by the center forward in the penalty area to grab the first point to do the ball or directly attack the goal. Of this style of play is very popular. For example, the current Manchester United, under Ferguson's tutelage, Giggs and Crow, 2 wingers, one on the left and one on the right, shocked the opponent's wingbacks enough in every game. Van Nistelrooy, as the pivot in the penalty area, attacked the goal himself when he had the chance, and if he didn't have the chance to hit the goal, he would choose to scramble for the ball, and then pass the ball to the feet of Rooney or Scholes, who roamed around the penalty area, to finish the shot. From the moment he decided to become the manager of Leeds United, Lee Time had already started planning what style he wanted to make his team. Later, through training and system panels, after the first training session, he finally decided to first build Leeds United into a heavy metal team like Dortmund and Liverpool under Jurgen Klopp. In Klopp's tactics, a lot of emphasis is placed on high-intensity running and fast conversion. So often the team under his rule, offensive end is usually on the other side of the ball, is still under the feet of the defenders. The players will be directly to the front of the formation pressure, through the high-pressure mode to force each other out of the ball error, their own side to get the ball. You can immediately form a counter-attack on the ground. Once the opponent advances to their own half, it will be through the high-intensity running, within a short period of time, to form a multi-robbery situation, to pressure the opponent to make mistakes. Once the robbery is successful, it will also be immediately changed from defense to attack, through a rapid counterattack to get a goal. Therefore, Klopp's tactics are not only practical, but also look better and more passionate than the tactics of several other managers on the field. After weighing, Lee Time felt that this was the most suitable tactic for the current Leeds United. After all, Leeds United are all young players, although they may be a little inexperienced, but they are perfectly suited to the concept of heavy metal soccer, except for Sneijder. In the past few days of training, he has already found that Sneijder's physical strength is really his heart injury. Other attributes rose rapidly. On the physical strength of this one really did not make much progress, but it's not important. He has just lined up the starting lineup for tomorrow. In the championship, where 4-4-2 was prevalent, the formation he intended to use tomorrow was 4-2-3-1. The single arrow on the front line will undoubtedly be Adebayor, before Leeds United's main striker Viduka was passed by Lee, because in his tactical arrangement, the striker is also involved in the defense, which will consume a lot of physical strength. So Viduka, who is already almost 30 years old, was taken down by Lee without hesitation. Behind him in the center is Tevez. The left and right sides are McLean and Caldwell. In fact, there was one more kid in the Leeds United squad yesterday, Gareth Bale, who has since made a big name for himself. A few days ago, Lee Time poached him from Southampton, but at this time, Bale is only 15 years old. Lee Time has no intention of letting him play for the time being, and then practiced on his own. The two back positions are Sneijder and James Milner. In the past few days of training, Lee has already determined that Sneijder will be the core of Leeds United. Lee wants him to link up the entire Leeds United attack through his ability to have a wide field of vision and accurate passing. Basically 80% of the attack will be initiated by him. Milner, on the other hand, will be a workhorse, responsible for most of the defensive tasks. In the backline, the two centre-backs are the future iron fence of world football, Kenyeri and company, and the two wing-backs are unchanged, still McKenna and Mills. The goalkeeper is Little Schmeichel. Looking at the white paper full of writing in his hand, Lee Time stretched a lazy waist, satisfied with leaving the study toward the bedroom. A moment later a middle-aged shout came from inside the bedroom. Tremble. Championship. Chapter 16. Let me take you chiseling through the championship. Today's Leeds was not destined to be calm. In the morning, when Lee Time led his team to train, the training ground was surrounded by media and fans. Some extreme fans even held up signs like Lee Time out of Leeds and wandered outside the training ground. As for the fans' reaction, Lee understood. After all, he didn't have any experience in leading the team in matches. Before tonight's match started, it was normal that the fans didn't trust him. As for that group of media, Lee Time didn't rush out and lash out at them, which was already considered emotionally stable. It was said that the most fickle in this world were women, but the overwhelming news from Leeds in the past few days made Lee Time deny this saying from the bottom of his heart. And in his heart, it wasn't the women, but the media. Right after Lee Time announced in a press conference that he would be the manager of Leeds United on the side, the media, who were still blowing up Leeds United and Lee Time a few days ago, immediately changed their direction and started to disparage Lee Time and Leeds United in all kinds of ways, and some of the headlines were so outrageous that Lee Time wanted to send out lawyers' letters. Under the guidance of these media, some neutral fans who wanted to wait for the end of Sunday's game before spraying also changed their minds and ran to the official website of Leeds United to leave comments to spray him for being a layman directing an insider. The good thing is that in the past few days, Lee Time has been busy with the club and training. There is no time to pay attention to these messy news. Just occasionally assistant Alan will mention a few sentences in his ear. Lee Time heard also just indifferent smile. At 11:30, the morning training ended on time. The players returned to the locker room one after another. Not long after, Lee Time walked in with his blue board. Seeing him walk in, the locker room, which was still slightly noisy, instantly quieted down, and the players all knew that Lee Time was coming to announce today's starting list. Lee Time came in and pulled the whiteboard in the corner to the middle of the locker room, drew 11 circles on it, and then looked at the lads in front of him, smiling, before speaking. This is our formation for tonight, 4-2-3-1, and we've been practicing for a few days. Guys, I'm going to test your results tonight. Before Lee Time came in, Ned was guessing with Viduka what kind of tactics the coach would arrange tonight. This was because they did try several formations under Lee Time's arrangement in the past few days. In Viduka's opinion, it would be more likely that Lee Time would follow the previous formation. After all, the first half of the season was all about this formation, and the final result was excellent. But Sneijder doesn't think so. He thinks that Lee Time is not a conservative coach, and in their technical and tactical training sessions these days, Lee Time didn't arrange for them to practice defensive counterattacks at all, but kept emphasizing the need for them to run up. Of course there was another main reason. He wanted to play soccer. Yesterday, Lee Time clearly told him that under the 4-2-3-1 system, he would be the core of this Leeds United team. The rhythm of the whole team would be controlled by him, and the offense would be launched from his feet. So when he saw Lee Time drawing the 4-2-3-1 formation on the whiteboard, Ned's hanging heart was finally released. Afterwards, Lee Time announced the starting list that had been set yesterday, waved his hand to indicate that everyone could be dismissed, and left the locker room. At 7 o'clock, Bates, who had finished dinner, was sitting on his couch, feeling the wonderful flavor of the cigar in his mouth. Across from him, the television was showing images from Ellen Road. The Leeds United vs Wolves match was about to start in half an hour. Now in the picture, Li Time was directing the players to warm up before the match. Today Bates was in a very bad mood. Since the morning the official website of West Bromwich Albion was exploded by angry fans. The entrance of the club was also surrounded by fans who wanted him to resign. In the afternoon when he got off work Bates didn't even dare to go to the front door. So as soon as he finished his meal he couldn't wait to sit in front of the TV. He wanted to see Li Time's woes today. In his mind, it was impossible for Leeds United to win today, because Li Time himself is also the manager. Not to mention, today's starting lineup, there are actually a large part of the players or the first half of the season did not even play. What makes you think you can win? Thinking that tomorrow Li Time might suffer more insults than himself. The mood that was still depressed just now has a slight relief. Meanwhile, in the locker room, Li was giving his final speech before the match. He was very angry right now, because in the pre-match press conference, all the media did not think that Leeds United could win today. There was even a reporter who directly asked him how many losses would be considered a success today. He was so angry that Li Time directly asked Alan to memorize this reporter, and he was not allowed to participate in any of Leeds United's press conferences in the future. While he had just brought his players to warm up, there were also some extreme fans in the stands who abused themselves recklessly. Even the die-hard Leeds United fans in the South Stand looked at him with a wave of distrust in their eyes. So he was holding his breath now, and he had to vent it out. And the best way to vent it out was to see his players on the field, defeating today's opponents, and it would be even better if they scored a few more goals. Li Time clapped his hands, then pressed his hands downward, signaling the players to be quiet. Seeing everyone sitting and looking toward him, Li Time took a deep breath, then slowly spoke, "Guys, since the day I took over this team and became the head coach, no one has ever looked at me favorably, and likewise no one has ever looked at us favorably. It's like the start of the season when no one believed Leeds United could win the title at the halfway stage. But we all know how hard we've been training this week, and how much we've learned from that training that our opponents don't have. With our unique tactics as well as our own powerful strength, we can completely crush any opponent." He paused slightly and swept his gaze across the faces of everyone in the locker room, and after sensing that everyone's emotions were gradually rising, Li Time took a deep breath before violently raising the volume of his voice as he spoke and bellowed out in a voice full of passion and a sense of power. "Therefore, in the next crucial 90 minutes of the game, I hope and ask you to go all out to accomplish one thing, to completely crush our enemy today, prove to the unscrupulous media who have been cynical and down on us, and show the fans in the stands and sitting in front of the TV who don't think much of us, just how strong this team really is. Go on, take what I've taught you and chisel your way through the championship starting today." After saying that, Li Time stopped stopping and directly turned around to leave the locker room. Chapter 17, I'll show you something new. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ellen Road. Live commentator Air Gady was mobilizing the atmosphere through his trademark opening, but as with the first game of the season, there was only sparse applause coming from the stadium, interspersed with chants such as Orientals, "Get out of Leeds United. Don't think you can be a coach just because you've got a license," and the sound of cursing. Li Time, who had already walked to the coach's box, chose to ignore these voices, because he knew that his team would help him hit these people hard in the face later. Just as Leeds United's new captain Milner was guessing the coin to pick a side, the system's voice also quietly sounded in Li Time's mind. "Ding! Task trigger, first win. Mission content, today is the first match of the host's coaching career. Please do your best to help your team get the victory. Mission reward, Golden Treasure Chest X1, Mission reward, Golden Treasure Chest X1. After the completion of the last mission, for a whole week, the system didn't release any mission. Li Time thought that there wouldn't be any mission in a short period of time. He was just thinking about it. The main referee then blew the whistle for the start of the match, and Li Time hurriedly put his attention back on the pitch. Wolves today played a standard 4-4-2 formation. Just now they got the priority right to kick off. After the whistle, the striker Danny Murphy, as usual, turned around and passed the ball back to his teammates at the back first, and the Wolves back Paul Ince, who received the ball, was about to split the ball to launch an attack, but as soon as he looked up, he realized that 4 white figures had rushed to him. Before he had time to react, the nearest big black guy with a dirty braid grinned and poked the soccer ball away from his feet. The whole snapping process actually happened in a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. In the perspective of the fans, the referee blew the whistle, Wolves kicked off, and then saw 4 people in white uniforms rushing across the half like mad cows, and then the ball changed. Adebayor, who had already grabbed the soccer ball, didn't carry the ball and passed it directly to the right front, where there was McLean, who was inserting the ball at a high speed, and he himself ran towards the Wolves' penalty area. Leeds United opened this set of combinations directly to the Wolves' confused, until McLean received the ball. The Wolves centre-back only remembered to go up to the defence, but who knows, McLean received the ball after the trip forward, and passed the soccer back to the top of the penalty area. At this time, Adebayor had already run into the Wolves' penalty area, and the Wolves' other centre-back was close to him, while at the top of the arc, there was no player from either side. Just when everyone thought McLean had bared his soul with this pass, a silhouette wearing the white jersey number 11 appeared at a fast speed, only to see him stretch his arms to the extreme and make a very standard shooting maneuver. And then, his right foot struck the ball hard. There was no arc, no spin. The soccer ball flew towards the Wolves' gate at a very fast speed against the turf. The Wolves' goalkeeper, Carl, didn't have time to make any reaction at all, and could only watch as the soccer ball spun into the lower right corner of the goal like a cannonball. The soccer ball drilled into the net at the same time. Air Gaty's high voice also spread across the Ellen Road Stadium. Unbelievable. Just 23 seconds into the game, Leeds United scored through a swift forward break. The goal was scored by our number 11. Let's shout out their name. Carlos. There was a pause from Air Gaty before the now 20,000 plus fans were heard chanting together. Tevez. After the goal, Tevez was also exceptionally excited. This was his first goal since he came to Leeds United. The first time he rushed to the bench and hugged Li Time tightly. Li Time was red-faced and patted Tevez's back. His mouth kept roaring. Beautiful shot, Carlos, so beautiful. Li Time was happy because the players perfectly executed the tactics he arranged before the match. Previously, when he was studying the video of Wolves' game, he found that once Wolves got the right to kick off, the strikers usually passed back to the starting back Paul Ince after kicking off, but he was already 37 years old. Then through the system, he saw that Ince had dropped to around 50 except in the item of match experience which remained above 80. So Li Time had just specially told his several strikers about the situation in the locker room. Unexpectedly, after winning the coin guess, the Wolves really chose the kickoff right, so the scene just happened. In the following 10 minutes, Wolves players also tried to attack Leeds United's goal. Just monotonous downward passing tactics in front of the two iron gates of Company and Chiellini simply cannot play a big role. The first point is basically grabbed by them. On the contrary, under the high-pressure pressing of Leeds United, the Wolves players made frequent mistakes. Often the ball was not even halfway across the field. Adebayor and Tevez forced up to realize that this was only 2004. The tactics the Jags made famous a few years later had not even appeared on the field of play yet, where the Wolves players had seen this kind of battle. In their eyes, Leeds United's front field players seemed to be like a few days of hungry mad dog, and their own feet of the soccer ball is a piece of roasted meat. As long as the soccer ball to their feet, not more than 2 seconds, there will be at least 2 people around the looting. In the 23rd minute of the game, Wolves' other back Bartley saw an opening and kicked the soccer ball over, but just when he made this passing action, Milner keenly perceived his intention, directly in the passing route to steal the ball, and then also do not control the ball, directly pass the ball to the side of the Snader. At this time in the eyes of the audience, the field again appeared in the opening scene. The moment Milner passed the ball, Adebayor and Tevez, who were near the center circle, had already turned around and ran towards the Wolves' half. When Snader received the pass, he slightly looked up at the two white figures who were running frantically, and then kicked the soccer ball hard with the outside of his right foot. After Snader kicked the soccer ball, the Wolves players who only reacted turned and ran towards their own goal, wanting to grab the ball before the two white figures broke it off. But Snader didn't give them this chance. This long pass accurately found Adebayor, who had already run to the outside of the box. No offside. Facing the goalkeeper Carl, the Togolese striker didn't let Li Time down and took a shot, easily sending the soccer ball into the Wolves' goal once again. Looking at his team, they were already 2 o'clock up before halfway through the first half. The excited Li Time couldn't hold back any longer and turned towards the audience and roared madly, "See, this is my team. No one can get me out of here." Then he also followed Klopp's example and swung 3 punches ferociously towards the sky. The fans in the stands had now completely accepted him. Every time Li Time swung a punch, they would cooperate and let out a cheer. Seeing the fans' reaction, Time Lee, who had finished punching, knew, from now on, no one would be able to say anything about the fact that he was also the manager of Leeds United. Chapter 18, 3 o'clock. Leeds United win big. After Wolves restarted the ball, Li Time pressed his hands to the players, signaling them to slow down the tempo. After all, after almost 25 minutes of frantic running, the physical strength of the players is about to reach a critical point, and now that they have a 2-goal lead, they can slow down the pace appropriately. After Leeds United slowed down the tempo, Wolves also tried to organize a counterattack, but only play the side of the tactics is still too monotonous, basically nothing to form a threatening shot. The second half of the first half ended relatively uneventfully, but at halftime, the Wolves fans who had traveled from afar were still spitting on Leeds United and Li Time. "Humph, I think it's just luck. I've yet to see an Easterner who knows anything about soccer." Yeah, I don't know what tactics this Leeds United manager arranged. The players were running all over the field like mad dogs in the first half. How can they play in the second half? No hurry, just watch. Leeds United will definitely collapse in the second half. And in the locker room, Li Time was giving a passionate speech. Well done, boys. You did a great job, but don't slack off. We still have 45 minutes. We can still score. Look at the old men across the field. They can't run anymore. So rest now. And in 15 minutes, I want to see you smash them. Tell me, can you guys do it? Seeing Li Time calling the Wolves players old men, the gasps in the locker room instantly turned into laughter. After Li Time finished speaking, Captain Milner also led his players to respond loudly to Li Time. No problem. Gov. Watch us up these old men. In Li Time's opinion, Wolves were not adapted to their high pressing tactics. If the opposing manager didn't make personnel adjustments during the halftime, once Leeds United started to press forward again in the second half, the aging backline wouldn't be able to hold out for long. So after the start of the second half, Leeds United returned to the first half of the kind of crazy state of pressing. The Wolves coach was furiously directing his players to kick the ball forward and not to fall back in the backfield, because in just 10 minutes, Leeds United had already made 3 steals in the Wolves' backfield, and all of them eventually resulted in a shot on goal. Just not a goal. But for the Wolves players, the situation now is really a dilemma. If you go backwards, as soon as you receive the ball, you will be surrounded by several white men, even the kind of organized and disciplined surround, directly blocking your route to the ball, so that you can only kick the ball towards the goalkeeper. But if you drive directly to the field, your own striker can't grab it, because Leeds United backfield that big balled. He almost scrambled down 90% of the overhead kicks today. Seeing that several shots on goal did not get a goal, Li Time rushed to the sidelines and cursed towards Adebayor and Tevez. Emmanuel, did you put your shooting boots in the locker room during the halftime break? You can't even score. And Carlos, what did I just say? Run up for me. Don't be a slow wobbler at the back. The camera also duly put the appearance of Li Time yelling on the sidelines on the big screen of the stadium. At this time, the fans who were looking at Li Time more and more favorably also praised him. Look at this lad. So handsome. I apologize for my previous remarks. Yes it is. The lad is young but he really has a bit of a manager's look now. Especially those female leprechauns couldn't close their legs when they saw Li Time, who already had stiff facial lines and was now in a straight suit, shouting in a domineering manner on the sidelines. Look at his pecs. I feel like the suit is bursting with him. I think I'm in love with this man. He's got so much fire. You better be talking about that fire as I understand it. Oh my god, he really hit me in the gut with those punches he just threw. There were also a few young female fans who didn't know where to find a few signs to frantically wave at Li Time, and the signs actually had their addresses written on them. But Li Time, who was frantically directing his players to attack, didn't have time to look at these. In the 57th minute, Wolverhampton Wanderers won the first corner kick of the game, and under the manager's instruction, 2 defenders were left at the back, and the rest of the players ran to Leeds United's penalty area. It was the closest they had come to the Leeds United goal so far in the game. Just when everyone is crowded in the Leeds United penalty area, Sneijder and Tevez have chicken thief stood near the center circle. In the arrangement of Li Time, the defense of the positioning ball is not included in the 2 of them. After all, they are just about 1.7 meters tall. Fight header really does not occupy an advantage. The referee whistled. Wolves corner kick. Chiellini grabbed the first point. The ball top box. Seeing the ball was Leeds United out of the penalty area. Wolves players are not stupid. Immediately began to run back. The 2 defenders who stayed in their own backfield also quickly to Sneijder and Tevez leaned over. Leeds United side. Wandering outside the penalty area, Milner first received the ball. Chiellini out of the top of the ball. Rushed before the Wolves players surrounded. The ball to the left. McKenna received the pass on the left and immediately took the ball forward. Leeds United's players also turned from defense to attack in an instant, frantically running forward. There were no defenders in front of McKenna, and the 2 remaining Wolves defenders were following Sneijder and Tevez without closing in on him. Just as McKenna brought the ball to the edge of the penalty area, Ince, who was guarding Tevez, made a coordinating gesture toward the defender next to Sneijder, and then abandoned Tevez to charge toward McKenna. Ince was experienced enough to jam McKenna's inside cut while standing in his passing lane. Seeing this situation, McKenna gritted his teeth, tripped the ball towards the bottom line, then directly passed Ince without the ball, and then caught up with the soccer ball and directly kicked across. Just when everyone thought he would pass low to Tevez at the front point, McKenna chose to roll the pass. The soccer ball went straight past the Wolves goalkeeper, who was already blocking the passing route. Tevez at the front point, and another defender who was rushing towards Tevez. On the big screen, Sneijder, who was standing on the right side of the penalty area, swung his right foot and hit the soccer ball hard. The soccer ball went into the net in response. Behind the goal was the south stand at Ellen Road. on which sat Leeds United's most loyal fans. After Sneijder's goal, several old men who already had grey hair were already in tears. They hugged and laughed with excitement. They have accompanied Leeds United through the glory trough. They have witnessed the invincible youth army, but also witnessed the past year, Leeds United's fragmentation. This year, a young man has joined Leeds United. In the first half of the season, this young man let them see the hope of Leeds United returning to the top league through his magical transfer operations. In the second half of the season, this young man even led the team to a resounding victory. After Sneijder scored the third goal, the Wolves players finally broke their hearts and never organized an effective counterattack. 91 minutes. As the referee blew the whistle for the end of the match, the atmosphere of the entire Ellen Road reached its peak. After the match, Sneijder was honored as the best player of the match today with his outstanding play of 1 pass and 1 shot. Li Time also brought him to the press conference. The Wolves manager had just finished his interview and left the conference with a face of helplessness. Seeing Li Time and the others come in, the reporters immediately aimed their spearheads at today's victor. Of course, their attitude was completely different from the time they interviewed Li Time before the match. As soon as Li sat down, a reporter opened his mouth and said, "Incredible, Li, Leeds United brought something new to the championship today. Congratulations on your big win." The reporters beside them also smiled and all expressed their congratulations to Li Time and Ned. Seeing that everyone's attitude had changed, Li Time winked and responded in a teasing tone, "Thank you everyone. In fact, I emphasized before the match that although we had made some changes to our lineup this week, these changes were all positive. As it turns out, I wasn't lying." Hearing Li Time say this, most of the reporters who had all questioned Li Time before had awkward smiles floating on their faces. Without waiting for the reporters to continue their questions, Li Time spoke firmly and said again, "I believe everyone saw the performance of Leeds United today, and as I said before, our goal this season is to return to the Premier League. This has never changed." After saying that, he stood up and pointed towards Sneijder next to him, signaling the reporters to interview Sneijder before leaving the venue. He had already heard the mission completion beep after the match. Now opening the treasure chest was what he wanted to do the most. Chapter 19, Talent Cashing Cards. The Young Konoha Rally. A detailed breakdown of Leeds United's 4-2-3-1 formation. The amazing Li Time. Crazy Leeds United. Leeds United's average running distance reaches 9.3 kilometers. The next day, the front page headlines on the sports pages of all the major newspapers were all about this big win of Leeds United last night. And there were also some professional footballers expressing their views on the tactics shown by Leeds United in this match. As the local media, the Yorkshire Post devoted an entire page to Leeds United's big win last night. After last night's press conference, the Yorkshire Post had a short interview with Sneijder. In the interview, Sneijder also talked about how, after Li took over as the team's manager last week, they had almost abandoned the previous Blackwell's defensive counterattacking style of play in their training sessions. Instead, they have been training with multiple tactical systems, and the first goal of today's game was entirely a tactical arrangement made by Li Time before the game. When the reporter asked which coach's tactical system he preferred, Sneijder answered without hesitation, "Although I also respect Kevin, I have to say that I think Li's tactics are more suitable for the current Leeds United." After seeing this, the fans' attitudes made a 180-degree turn. Before the match, many fans flocked to Leeds United's official website to express their disillusionment with Blackwell and also Howard, angrily spouting that the deal was simply dim. This kind of emotion in the learning of Li Time took over the Leeds United manager after the peak, and even fans in the message that Leeds United this year's goal of returning to the Premier League is a joke. The second half of the season will inevitably need Waterloo. And now, Leeds United with a big win to make these fans shut up. No one will question Leeds United will return to the Premier League at the end of the season. After all, from the data can be seen, this Leeds United starting lineup, the average age is only about 21 years old, is still far from reaching the peak of soccer players. Now under the tactical system created by Li Time, although the opponent is only a team in the championship, but also has shown unrivaled control of the game, it's hard to imagine that after Leeds United return to the Premier League next season, they will bring a youthful storm to the Premier League. Manchester, Carrington Training Base. Ferguson, who already has a head of grey hair, put down the newspaper in his hand. Howard is what the situation he knows too well, so when Leeds United offer, he did not hesitate at all, directly released Howard. "But I didn't expect Li Time 3 million to buy Howard over. Just more than 3 months. Actually can 15 million to turn around and sold out. Before Ferguson think Li Time to do business is a good hand. I did not expect him to be the manager to lead the team to win." Unconsciously, his heart to the young man has not met a trace of appreciation, but just a trace. After all, the English football world so lively, occasionally so a lucky operation is normal. So it is likely that this young man's last luck may also be possible. Look at him put down the newspaper. next to Ferdinand smiled and said, "Coach, did not expect this Oriental boy can His two-handed operation is to save the life of Leeds United." Hearing Ferdinand said so, Ferguson smiled, then opened his mouth. "Yes, this kid is not bad. So, Leeds United is not on track. Next season, you should be able to touch your old boss in the Premier League." "Listen to your meaning, this kid is pretty good?" Ferdinand asked. Hearing Ferdinand ask this question, Ferguson put away the smile on his face and shook his head. "I think he is still a bit too young. Look at the British soccer world in these 2 years. The competition is so big. As far as I know, Wenger is so poor that he has to start selling his captain. And it only takes one wrong step in English football for a club to pay a huge price. Think of Leeds United before them. The servants in the Bates house were quietly cleaning up the debris all over the floor, and looking at the figure sitting on the sofa without a word. The atmosphere of the whole living room had been oppressive to the extreme. The large living room was now echoed by only one young voice, coming from the television set across from Bates. Bates squinted his eyes and looked at the smiling, eloquent Li Time on the TV. This young man, who was still incredibly formal and coy in his speech when they last met, was now showing a state of confidence as well as unparalleled self-confidence. Bates' heart was dripping blood. "Damn, Li Time, you treacherous villain, actually dared to fool me. I'm not finished with you." And Li Time, who was being cursed madly by Bates, was sitting in his study, rubbing his hands together and preparing to open the treasure chest. After he hurriedly finished his interview last night, he originally wanted to find a quiet place to open the treasure chest first. As a result, when he just walked near the locker room, he was drenched in beer by the team members who swarmed out, and everyone surrounded him in a crazy celebration, especially Adebayor and Tevez. They both harvested their first goals since coming to Leeds United today, so Li Time also joined their revelry driven by the players. Today, Li Time gave the players a day off, and he himself slept comfortably, only getting up near noon. After summoning the system, Li Time found the treasure chest that was shining with golden light and clicked on it. As a golden light flashed, a card type he hadn't seen before appeared in the system. Then the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, talent caching card, applicable to any player. Duration, 6 months. Looking at this card, 3 big question marks flashed in Li Time's head. He hurriedly clicked on the card and read the description. Talent caching card enables a player to quickly cash in his talent and reach his peak state within the duration of the card, not activated. This description put Li Time in a cloud, instantly feeling that his brain was not enough. So he asked the system in his mind, Tuzi, is it there? I can't quite read the instructions of this talent caching card After about 2 seconds, a row of blue words floated in front of Li Time. System, hello host. After the talent caching card is used, the peak of the subject player's career can be advanced without any side effects for the duration of the card. Take Snyder, a player in the current host's team. For example, the system detects that he will reach his career peak in the 2009 to 2010 season. If the host activates the card on the player, it will advance the player's peak to the time when the card is activated for half a year. Seeing this explanation, Li Time sort of understood the mechanism of this talent caching card. This card was simply customized for him who aspired to create a black store in the soccer world. When introducing Snyder and the others, like Howard, Li Time did not sign a long-term contract with them, each having a 2 to 3 year contract. But in terms of liquidated damages, Snyder, Adebayor and a few of them, is much higher than Howard. After all, in the transfer market, the striker and midfielder's value itself is higher than the backline players and goalkeepers. Chiellini, the lowest of the 4 of them. Li Time and the contract set the liquidated damages have reached 20 million euros. Not to mention Snyder, Adebayor, Tevez, 3 of them, their liquidated damages are not less than 27 million euros. To say more outrageous, is last week from the Saints Southampton poached Gareth Bale. Li Time even gave him 60 million euros of liquidated damages. Bluffing the child to the present are still confused. Only 15-year-old Bale with a week have not figured out what they are worth 60 million euros. To know the soccer world now recognize genius C. Luo. Last year transferred to Manchester United's value is only 14.33 million euros. The player template experience card that Li Time drew before, although it is also applicable to all players, but in his heart, he can't activate Drogba's template to Snyder. After all, Snyder's style of play is not a midfield butcher. But now with this talent cash card, he can point-to-point activation. To Snyder a few of their peak excellent performance, is sure to have a team will look at them. Hey, when the time comes, he can make a big profit again. As for after selling over the peak period past or not, it is none of their business. Chapter 20 High-flying Leeds United and activating talent to cash in cards. It's been a happy month for Leeds United fans. In the 26th round of the league, Tevez scored twice while Snyder also delivered 2 assists as Leeds United easily sent Plymouth away at home. In the 27th round of the league, Leeds United faced Crewe away from home, With Sneijder's free kick and Milner's long-distance shot, Leeds United defeated the opponent with 2 goals again. In the 28th round of the league, Leeds United beat Coventry 2-1. Junior Schmeichel got his first goal in Leeds United. In the 29th round of the league, Leeds United returned to home field and beat the visiting Cardiff City 6-1. Adebayor scored 5 goals and Sneijder not only got 5 assists, but also scored a goal himself. In the 30th round of the league, Leeds United won 1 o'clock against Stoke City with Carlos Tevez scoring the only goal. In the 31st round of the league, Leeds United also won 1 goal away from home against Burnley. With 7 consecutive wins since the start of the second half of the season, Leeds United still maintains the first place, and their points have come to a horrible 84 points. Sunderland follows with 79 points. The rule of the championship is that at the end of the season, the top 2 teams will be promoted directly to the Premier League, while the 3rd to 6th teams will participate in the playoffs to win another promotion place, with Wigan Athletic in 3rd place with 59 points. Leeds United, who are 25 points ahead of Wigan Athletic, have 1 foot in the Premier League with 15 rounds of the league remaining. February 8, 2005 was the traditional New Year's Eve in the Dragon Kingdom. It was the first Chinese New Year that Li Time had celebrated after he was reborn. So after returning to Leeds after the game last night, Li Time asked his assistant Alan to invite the most famous Chinese food chef in Leeds to come to his home to cook a New Year's Eve dinner. It was a rare break and it was the Chinese New Year, so he planned to have a nice authentic Chinese food. After getting up from his nap, Li was counting his gains in this month. For 6 matches, the system had released a total of 3 quests, all of which were golden treasure chests. He had also opened 3 talent caching cards as expected, and together with the previous ones, he had already cupped 4 in his hand, none of which he had used yet. With 6 consecutive victories in this month or so, Leeds United had become the favorite in the eyes of the media and fans. After every game, a large number of articles touting Leeds United would appear in the newspapers, and Li Time had even become synonymous with genius coach in the media. As the manager of the team, Li Time is actually very clear about his own team. First of all, the substitute lineup is not useful, and the comprehensive evaluation of those players in the system is from D to D+. Then in his own starting lineup, although basically all of them were geniuses, but in fact, even after Li Time's training during this period of time, everyone was only hovering around the C+ rating. The highest Sneijder was only AB. He also found that the problem was that the players were not good enough to be used in the system. And he also found a problem that as the players' attribute points got higher, the slower they rose after training. This made his idea of tuning that peak Drogba template experience card and talent caching card to put it back in use at a critical time fall through. After all, in his plan, after the season ended, he should sell 3 to 4 players to completely pay off what he now owed the club. But according to the current progress, the price of these players is bound to fall short of Li Time's psychological price. Last but not least, Leeds United has been implementing the tactic of high pressing since Li took over the team. It is important to know that this kind of tactic of Uncle Jags is extremely testing the physical reserves of the players. Leeds United's starting lineup is young and full of physical strength, so it is not obvious in the first few games, but in the last 2 games, although they both won, the score of 1 o'clock can already explain a lot of problems. One of the most intuitive is that the players' physical reserves can't keep up with it, and this situation also reacts to the system panel in real time. Just now when Li opened the system to check the players' attributes, except for Schmeichel, the other starting players in the game state of this item have changed from the previous hot to general. Now there are 2 choices in front of Li Time. The first is to give up the tactic of high press in the following game, and turn to Mourinho's practical defensive counterattack. The field set up a big bar, but then I'm afraid that Leeds United's game will be very difficult to watch after that, and Adebayor and Tevez, who want to be sold in the plan, probably won't have too many performance opportunities, which affects their value. Secondly, is the use of talent to cash in the card, the axis of the peak period of the 4 players to mention now, so that Leeds United should be able to maintain the current state to the end of the season, and at the same time these players in the summer window after the opening of should also be able to sell a good price. The answer is self-evident. Thinking of this, Li Time decisively in the Adebayor, Tevez, Sneijder, Milner 4 players' names behind the choice of activating the talent to cash in the card. As for why did not choose Company and Chiellini, because of the cheap this season the highest price of the defender Lucio is only 12 million euros. This market price and the psychological price gap between Li Time is too big. After the use of the talent cash card, Li Time also hurriedly clicked on Milner's attribute panel to look up James Milner, talent caching card in use, age, 19, offensive threat, 85, defensive strength, 95, body balance, 91, long passing accuracy, 88, short passing accuracy, 94, shot accuracy, 89, disking accuracy 82, shooting skills, 90, speed/fastest speed 89 of 93, Awareness, 92. Leadership awareness, 97. Injury tolerance A. Talent A. Current match status hot. Transfer value, 20 million euros. Remaining peak period, 7 years. Remaining contract period, 6 years. Potential, high. Player evaluation can play multiple positions. Has a strong body, excellent footwork and excellent leadership ability. Most importantly, he is a soccer evergreen tree with a super long peak period. Overall rating, A. Because Milner is a product of Leeds United's own youth training, the liquidated damages on his previous contract was only 6 million euros. After Li Time turned on the system and took over Leeds United, he renewed his 4-year contract with Milner, extending Milner's contract to 6 years, and also increasing his liquidated damages to 25 million euros. Seeing that the item of transfer value that he was most concerned about became 20 million euros, Li Time nodded with satisfaction. When he was about to check the attributes of the next player, a pure Chinese sentence came from downstairs. Boss, the dishes are all ready, so we'll leave first. Chapter 21, to start preparing to buy people. An authentic Chinese meal was eaten to the delight of Li Time. After the meal, he once again called out the system to check the attributes of the remaining players. Snyder was upgraded to S grade, Adebayor to A+ grade, and Tevez to S grade. The peak period of these 3 players is only 1 to 3 years, but Li Time doesn't care, as long as they are at their peak at Leeds United anyway. After resolving the worries in his heart, he still had one more important thing to do, that is to prepare for next season in advance. Unsurprisingly, Leeds United will return to the Premier League next season. The intensity of the game in the EPL is not comparable to the Championship. At this point in time, the English Premier League can be said to be a group of dominant. The entry of a large amount of capital has made the English Premier League very competitive, and various world-famous managers and stars have come to play in the English Premier League in the next few years. With their current staff reserves, Li Time doesn't think they can achieve good results in the EPL. Starting from next season, Leeds United will have one more FA Cup tournament in addition to the league, and the thickness of the current lineup won't work. After the season is over, he will have to sell these players. Thinking of the FA Cup, Li Time again in the heart-cursed Blackwell this old den, he directly chose to give up in the first round of the game. The game directly held Howard, who was loaded with Buffon experience cards, on the bench, and also drew half the team's latter players to play, with the beautiful name of exercising the new players, the main players to have a good rest, and focus on the impact of the Premier League. Then it was QPR who did a 4 o'clock, which was a great shame. Li Time looked at the club interface on the interface tally. Before the winter window the club still had 6 million euros of liquidity. Then he sold Howard to Bates for 15 million euros, spent 800,000 euros to introduce Little Schmeichel, and then spent 5 million euros to introduce Company. 1 in, 1 out, he made a profit of 7 million euros, plus this month's incoming and outgoing. Now the system shows that he still has 38 million euros of liquidity, intended to sell the 4 players. Their liquidated damages add up to about 110 million euros, if the sale price can be capped, before the start of the next season. Li Time in the hands of the funds will have 130 million euros like this, in addition to the 80 million euros owed. Then the next season will have about 50 million euros of their own startup capital. Never fought such a rich battle. Thinking of this, Li Time picked up the thick pile of scouting reports on the table. He wanted to find those stars he remembered and see if they were good value for money now. First was the forward line, and he aimed his sights towards South America once again. Soon enough, he found his target, Colombian Radamel Falcao. This future led Monaco to set a new League One historical transfer record of 60 million euros to bring in the striker, now just turned 19 years old. This summer, he will only officially sign a professional contract with River Plate. Li Time feel that he should be able to within 1.5 million euros to pick up this talent reach the A+ level of the ballplayer. As for the other striker, Li Time is prepared to spend some money to bring in Bulgarian Dimitar Berbatov, who is now 24 years old and gradually starting to make a name for himself in Leverkusen. After a few seasons in the doldrums, Berbatov's form gradually improved from this season onwards, and it was not until he moved to Manchester United in 2008 that he ushered in the peak of his career. But compared to the 35 million euros he was worth when he went to Manchester United, he is still at Leverkusen and is only worth about 10 million euros. This is a great opportunity for Li Time. Berbatov first buy over, to ensure the competitiveness of their own lineup, not to mention the follow-up if you can open the talent to cash card, and then his peak period first consumed, and then find an opportunity to resell to Ferguson. Then they will be able to make a fortune again. Then Snyder and Milner's position. Li Time intends to use the same now at Riverbed Javier Mascherano and Ivorian Yaya Touré to replace. These two can be the system on the talent to reach the S level of existence, and the price is quite cheap. Yaya Touré, who is still at Metalurg Donetsk, is only worth 1 €5 million, and Mascherano is a bit more expensive, but around €8 million should be able to be taken. As for the backline, Li Time want to introduce is now still in Manchester United Gerard Pique. Just turned 18 years old. Pique will be in this year officially in Manchester United, signed a professional contract, but Li Time is ready to go to a cut-off. After all, at least he can provide him with a rotation position, or if he wants to play 3 center-back system, he can also get a starting position. I believe that this condition for the young Pique is absolutely irresistible. Li Time's transfer budget for these 5 players is around €25 million, then he also needs to strengthen the team's bench. After all, next season is a double line of battle. This piece he plans to use €10 million or so to do reinforcements, and then spend €5 million or so to poach some future stars to the youth training for the European Championship after the preparation. In this case, he still has about €10 million of liquidity left in his hand, enough to support the expenditure of Leeds United next season. After all, once Leeds United's results are good enough, outside the field of play is certainly a steady stream of income. After doing a good job of sorting things out, Li Time turned off the system and went to bed to rest. There was still a lot of work to do after work tomorrow. The next day, the first thing Li Time did after arriving at the base was to call Alan to his office. Alan, take this list to the scouts and have them contact the players first to probe the players. Li Time took a slow sip of tea and handed the list he had compiled last night to Alan, who was standing next to him. Alan picked up the list and looked at it, and spoke with a bit of doubt. Boss, we don't have much liquidity on our books right now, and the loan is about to expire, so I'm afraid it's not appropriate to plan to buy people right now, right? Hearing Alan's question, Li Time smiled slightly and said confidently, you don't have to worry about this, just do as I have arranged. Hearing his boss say this, Alan no longer hesitated and agreed in one breath, picking up the list and heading for the door. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard his boss say again behind his back, oh yeah, you pay more attention to the mailbox in these days. If we keep winning like this, I guess we're going to receive a lot of offers again. Chapter 22 Leeds United can't run? These days Leeds United's confrontation training was a nightmare for the players of Group B. The players of Group B were not able to run against each other. Those animals in Group A didn't know what they had eaten. They simply defended. No. Live. In the previous training, although the B group as a substitute, certainly in the individual ability to be worse, but after all, everyone is in accordance with the Li Time tactical system in the kick, or can play a back and forth. But this week's confrontation training was completely one-sided. The top of the front of the black big, let's not say. After all, people's physical talent is there. The game is also rampant. But Tevez, you a pampas small eagle, 1.7 or so tall, but also with the too fast to the jersey to support the explosion of the pectoral muscles everywhere to engage in physical confrontation. There is no law of the king. Dragged back Sneijder and Milner. One is where to hit. Almost no lost ball. The substitutes even thought he was Beckham possessed. The other is like a running buffalo, as long as the side of the ball, as a bulldozer like crushed over. These few players who had been quietly used by Li Time to cash in their talent cards to pull their level to the ceiling really made the substitutes of Group B scream. As Timely watched, he couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system's output once again. This week's Leeds United match is on Sunday. They will host the visiting Reading at Ellen Road. After last week's match, there are some voices in the media that are not optimistic about Leeds United, because in 2 consecutive matches, Leeds United only won 1 o'clock, and in the second half of the match, the players also showed different degrees of lack of physical fitness. The most obvious Sneijder, basically after 20 minutes of the game, is walking in the center circle. The accuracy of the pass has also obviously decreased. In fact, after Leeds United won 3 consecutive victories, a lot of media invited a lot of football celebrities to analyze the performance of Leeds United's players and tactical reserves. These soccer celebrities coincidentally all talked about one issue. That is, the tactics used by Li Time are not 100% matching the current Leeds United. Admittedly, the average age of Leeds United is the lowest in the championship, which means that the players of Leeds United have a certain advantage in physical fitness compared to other players. However, Lee's tactic of high-level pressing is also very physically demanding, which can be seen from the fact that the average running distance of Leeds United's players is around 10 kilometers in every game. The thickness of Leeds United's bench is not enough to support the rotation of the players, so from the latter 2 games can be seen, Leeds United out of the problem. The players cannot run. In Sunday morning's Times, Sir Alex Ferguson, the manager of Manchester United, clearly talked about this in an interview after yesterday's game. He said in the interview that he was more favorable to Reading regarding this game between Leeds United and Reading tomorrow. One reason is because the championship has entered the second half of the season. Reading cannot afford to lose every game. They need to fight for a promotion playoffs, while Leeds United, almost half a foot into the Premier League, in the game level of positivity, is certainly weaker than reading. The second reason is that Ferguson also believes that Leeds United players have problems with their physical reserves, and if Lee doesn't change his style of play for this game, it's very likely that Leeds United will have their first defeat of the season. Lee Time also saw the report. He also had to admit that the reputation was not a lie. As a meritorious coach who has been in charge of Manchester United for 27 years, Ferguson's vision is really poisonous, and he has seen the dilemma that Leeds United is facing in just 2 matches. But there is one thing that Ferguson and the media will never guess. He is a systematic looking at the field now energetic, laughing players. Lee Time's heart also secretly thought, Leeds United is not as fragile as you think. Tonight when the game, you will know. Reading are now 7th in the league. They are only 3 points away from West Ham United who are 6th in the table. With 15 rounds left in the championship, they have to go for a win in every game. In the visitors' dressing room at this time, Reading players who had finished warming up were sitting around their seats. Head coach Steve Coppell had just finished his tactical setup and was about to start his pre-match speech. He signaled the assistant coach to push the whiteboard to the corner, clapped his hands vigorously, and spoke, "Quiet, boys, listen to me." Then he looked around at his players and raised his voice. "I need a win, and I'm sure you do too. Look at the table. We're only 3 points off West Ham United, and I'm sure you guys don't want to keep playing in the bloody championship next year any more than I do. Do you?" The players were yelling in response. "Right, screw the championship. I want to play in the Premier League." Coppell nodded in satisfaction. Leeds United can't do it anymore. Look at their first 2 games. They can't run anymore. Just for today, let's end their ridiculous undefeated record. Let's fight like warriors. And for 90 minutes after that, I want you to tear those sons of ES across the field to shreds. I want you to turn this noisy Elland Road into a library. With Coppell's mobilization, the atmosphere in the locker room reached its peak as the players roared and responded to their coach. In the home team's locker room, Lee Time was also carrying out the final arrangements. Today's starting lineup remained unchanged. After making tactical arrangements, he applauded, "Boys, hear the cheers outside? That's for us. For the invincible us. I know that this week there have been a lot of different, unimpressed voices that don't favor us, but it's okay. I believe in you guys, and you have to believe in yourselves. In the championship, we are the strongest. Go on, just follow the plan I just made." After saying that, without waiting for the players to respond, Lee Time waved his hand, signaling that the players could go to the players' channel and wait for the entrance. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Elland Road Stadium once again." Air Getty's perennial opening line once again rang out over the stadium. "Let's cheer. The players are about to enter." As soon as the words left his mouth, the players of both sides were seen walking out from the players' tunnel under the lead of the referee on duty. Chapter 23, you call this running out of steam? 5 minutes later, the referee blew the whistle to start the game. Adebayor, who was standing in the center circle to kick off the game, immediately passed the ball back to Sneijder at the back when he heard the whistle. Sneijder didn't stop the ball and passed it to Caldwell on the right before the Reading players got close to him. But the first attack came to an end when Caldwell's drive to the Reading end line was cut short. For the next 20 minutes or so, Leeds United didn't adopt their usual high-pressing strategy in defense, so they were basically held down in their own half by the attacking Reading. This was seen by Reading manager Coppell, who had been commanding from the sidelines, and as expected, Leeds United's physical fitness was a big problem. Looked at the side of the head is lowered in the board writing and drawing Lee Time. Coppell's mouth cannot help but pull up a cold smile. In the end, he was still a young man. His tactical reserves were still a bit low. How could he cope with the long league? At the same time, in a villa in London, Arsenal's manager Arsene Wenger was also chatting with his assistant coach about his views on the match. Last week, Arsenal scouts emailed him a scouting report featuring none other than Adebayor, who is now on TV. Just now, the assistant coach questioned Wenger, "Professor, the game has gone on until now. Leeds United did not organize a threatening attack. Could it be true that Sir Alex Ferguson has said that Leeds United has a problem because of their physical reserves, resulting in the state of affairs now?" Wenger slightly frowned, and did not answer the first time, but looked at the screen in a calm and relaxed Lee Time. In fact, since he saw the scouting report last week, he took the time to watch the Leeds United game. Of course, the main reason was to look at that Adebayor who was very highly respected by his own scouts, but a few games watched. From a certain perspective, he also quite appreciated Lee Time. On the one hand, he felt that Lee Time, like him, was the type of coach who was good at discovering and using young players, and the tactics used is also his favorite offensive soccer. Unlike Mourinho, the manic patient, who comes up and sets up a big bus with you. As for the rest, he has no feelings. After all, in Wenger's heart, his opponent is only one, is Ferguson. However, this morning he also saw Ferguson's evaluation of Leeds United. People who are familiar with Wenger know that as long as Ferguson likes, he doesn't like, and what Ferguson doesn't like, he must like. So after a little thought, Wenger slowly opened his mouth and said, he is completely bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Since Li can come up with a tactical system that is different from the mainstream of British soccer now, he must have a backhand. Seeing that Wenger directly refuted Ferguson's statement, the assistant coach also stopped extending this topic, but turned his attention back to the game. At this time the game has come to the 39th minute, the first half is about to end. This round is Reading's attack round. Perhaps used to these 30 minutes of bombardment, now Reading's players have all pressed to Leeds United's half. Even the two centre-backs have crossed the centre circle. Koppel is on the sidelines of the crazy shouting, directing his players to press up. In his vision, defending almost 40 minutes of Leeds United should be unable to hold on, and then put more effort. Must take the score of 1 o'clock into the halftime break. On the other side, Li Time has quietly walked to the sidelines, his left hand at the waist quietly pointed in the direction of Reading half. Sneijder, who was standing outside the box, saw Li Time's gesture and instantly understood and signaled with his eyes towards Milner. Reading striker Kevin Doyle was waving for the ball as he ran into an open space. The big bald guy who had been pestering him for almost the entire first half was now at least 6 or 7 meters away. His teammate also saw where he was and didn't hesitate to pass the ball with a crosscheck. Seeing his teammate pass the ball, Doyle immediately prepared to run 2 steps forward to catch the ball. Suddenly, there was a white figure wearing the No. 15 jersey in his own eyes, and then the soccer ball passed to him was cut off. The moment Milner broke the ball, a wild roar was heard in the ears of the Leeds United players at the same time. Press forward, quick counterattack, quick, quick, quick. On the big screen, Li Time, who had just been as quiet as a stone statue, was waving his hands frantically in the direction of Reading's half. At the same time when Li Time was roaring, the players who were still in their defensive positions ran towards Reading's half at the same time. Milner, who broke the ball, didn't hesitate for a second and passed the ball directly to McKenna on the left. McKenna rushed to pass the ball to Sneijder, who had already run to the center circle before the Reading defenders pounced on him. From Milner's break to Sneijder's receiving the ball, it was only 2 seconds. Seeing Sneijder receiving the ball, Reading's players reacted to the fact that they had changed from an attacking side to a defending side, and began to desperately run to their own half of the field. Sneijder, who received the ball, had already traveled with the ball across half the field. Directly in front of him were Adebayor and Tevez. To his left and right were McLean and Caldwell. Milner followed on his flank, and Reading, counting the keeper, only had 3 players still in their own half. In a matter of 2 or 3 seconds, the situation on the pitch changed completely and Leeds United had formed a 6-on-3 situation. The final shot was taken by Adebayor. The 2 Reading defenders hadn't come up to press because they were afraid of him distributing the ball to Adebayor and Tevez. As Sneijder kept advancing, the defender who was following Tevez finally couldn't help himself and rushed over to try to make a grab on Sneijder. But just before he could run to the defense distance, Sneijder easily distributed the ball to the unguarded Tevez. The other defender, seeing that Tevez had the ball, had no choice but to rush up to defend, while the keeper also struck in an attempt to block the angle of Tevez's shot. But Tevez didn't get greedy and knocked the ball to Adebayor on the other side. Adebayor, who was in full form, scored a goal. 1 o'clock, Leeds United lead Reading at home. From Milner's break to Adebayor's shot, the whole counterattack was only a horrible 6.3 seconds. They showed the media and fans in front of the field and TV what is meant by a textbook fast counterattack. On the sidelines of the field, Li Time was also excited and flew with open hands, and then made the farmer's 3 punches that had become his signature move, and the fans in the stands responded to him enthusiastically. In the villa in London, looking at the crazy celebration of Li Time, Wenger winked to the assistant coach next to him, and then teased and said, "Look, what did I just say? Ferguson called this running out of breath?" Hearing Wenger ask this question, the assistant coach also just smiled and didn't say anything, thinking in his heart, "Damn, you gods fight, don't bring me ah." Chapter 24, The Embittered Bates. Halftime. In the away dressing room, Koppel was drawing the tactical arrangements for the second half on the whiteboard, and the only sound in the whole dressing room was the swish sound when he touched the whiteboard with the tip of his pen. The whole atmosphere was terribly quiet. Reading's players all looked at the whiteboard. No one spoke. Bang! Koppel, who had finished his drawing, threw his pen in the corner with an iron face and looked around the room, and from the veins protruding from the side of his temples, it was clear that the anger inside him had swelled to the extreme. With the little bit of sanity left in his head to control himself, took a deep breath. Koppel opened his mouth and said, "Guys, cheer up. Most of the responsibility for the loss of the ball in the first half is on me. It's my tactical arrangement that went wrong." Seeing Koppel said so, Reading's players quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere was slightly eased. The second half of the game will be even tougher. I believe you all saw that we were all shaded by that Oriental. and Leeds United still maintained plenty of fitness, but that won't be a reason to admit defeat. Think about what we said before the start. Go out and fight, boys. Equalize. Get back on level terms and the bloody championship. After a breath of words that he had been brewing for half a day, Koppel began to talk about the tactical arrangements for the second half. 15 minutes passed quickly, under the cheering of the manager. The Reading players, who had just regained a little confidence, just returned to the pitch less than 5 minutes before Adebayor crushed their little bit of pathetic confidence to smithereens. Leeds United's high press had already made Reading's players look like dirt for almost 5 minutes. Finally, in the 49th minute, there was a misplaced pass, and Tevez, who had grabbed the ball, carried Reading's center back with his body and delivered an inverted triangle pass. Adebayor was waiting for this pass. 1 second later, a powerful shot from near the penalty area broke through Reading's goal again. 2 o'clock. After Adebayor scored this goal, Reading was defeated, and Koppel used up 3 substitutions in 5 minutes, but to no avail. With 40 minutes left, Tevez scored 2 more goals, and Leeds United eventually beat Reading 4 o'clock, gaining their 8th consecutive win since the start of the second half of the season. It was another perfect week for Lee Time and the Leeds United fans, and Bates, far away at the Hawthorns, is now a sad sight. West Brom have lost again. Bates and Blackwell couldn't stand it any longer and finally held Howard down on the bench because of his errors. It's funny, after Howard's benching, West Brom got 2 wins and 2 draws in 4 games, temporarily escaping the relegation zone. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. As the starting goalkeeper got injured in training this week, they had no choice but to send Howard back into the game, and the result didn't disappoint. Howard's game was a straight red dot package, happily allowing the visiting Birmingham to take away 3 points. Fortunately, only 4 points behind West Bromwich Albion. The bottom 3 Crystal Palace also lost, or Bates really want a Howard chopped to death. But the old man is under a lot of pressure. The day before yesterday after the loss of the game, looking at the public opinion has been a little better once again pressed up. Countless fans flooded into the official website to Bates and Howard cursed, have accused them of no sense of responsibility, simply want West Bromwich Albion relegation, want to go to play the championship. Seeing these comments, Bates' really high blood pressure are going to be angry out. His brain is not sick. There is the Premier League not to play. Have to go to play the championship? What's even more annoying is that yesterday, he learned that Leeds United once again won a big victory over their opponents, which made Bates sit up and take notice. After all, seeing Lee Time and Leeds United having a good time was worse than letting him see West Brom relegated, especially now. Right in his hand, he held a stack of scouting reports. At the top of the pile was Tevez, who had scored twice in yesterday's game. When the scout had just handed him this report, Bates really wanted to tear it up directly. After all, he had just been punked by Lee Time, and he couldn't trust any of the players in Lee Time's hands. Later, under the scout's relentless persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to take a look. After dealing with the matter at hand, Bates picked up the scouting report. Without emotion, the data of Tevez on the report was indeed very attractive. Now only 21 years old Tevez, in the first half of the season under Blackwell, most of the time in the garbage time substitutes, and did not have much performance opportunities, but since Lee Time's first game after hanging on to Leeds United, counting yesterday's 2 goals, in just 8 games, he has already scored 6 goals with his head. At the bottom of the first page of the report, there was also written the scout's evaluation of Tevez, full of physical energy, strong physical confrontation ability, good shooting skills, with excellent skills and talent. Nodding lightly, Bates rubbed his chin in deep thought. From the data, Tevez was undoubtedly an excellent player, but Lee Time's urbane nature, after the last encounter, he already had a rough understanding. A goalkeeper he had dared to sell for 15 million euros, now a striker with such excellent data, he must not sell to the sky. The key thing is, if it's worth it, he won't say anything if it's more expensive. If he bought another Howard, he would lose money to his grandmother's house. Thinking of this, Bates picked up the phone at hand, dialed the West Bromwich Albion scouting director. Just now your department submitted up that report. That is, Leeds United's Argentine. You can first try to contact the player privately, to see his own will, and that is, you pay attention to whether there are other clubs are also interested in this Argentine. If so, immediately report to me. After putting down the phone, Bates once again played a small plan. He was indeed scared by the pit, so this time, even if he wanted to buy, he planned to join the battlefield until the end. If there were other clubs also looking at Tevez during this time, it would be probable proof that he wouldn't look away this time. Just when Bates was still struggling with whether to make an offer or not, Lee Time was sitting in his office, and next to him, Alan was reporting to him, "Boss, today we have received 5 offers, 2 of which are for Adebayor, 2 for Tevez, and 1 for Sneijder." Hearing Alan's words, the corner of Lee Time's mouth pulled up the same treacherous smile that he had when he sold Howard last time. "Reject them," and say that these players are all non-sellers for Leeds United. Chapter 25 Reinforcement Plan. Time comes to April. This week the Championship League has also been about to open the 41st round of competition. In this round, Leeds United will welcome Derby County at home. In the previous 8 matches, Leeds United won 4 and drew 4, and are now at the top of the championship table with 100 points. Second place Sunderland have won 5 straight games after 3 consecutive draws, and have even narrowed the gap between Leeds United and Derby County to 97 points. Derby County, with 86 points, overtook Wigan Athletic, who were in the 3rd place, and came to the 3rd place, with 5 rounds left in the league. If Leeds United can get 3 points in this game, then they will be sure to enter the Premier League early. So for the first 2 rounds of matches, Li Time arranged for the starters to have a rest, so as to be well prepared for this week's matches. In addition to leading the team in matches during this period of time, Li Time has not been idle in other aspects. Early this morning, Li Time, who had just arrived at the office, took advantage of the fact that the training session hadn't yet begun to calculate the previous planning. First of all, it was the reinforcements in the previous plan. The first to hear back was from Yaha Touré. On the second day after the staff arrived in Donetsk, they called and said that they had already negotiated a contract of intent with Metallurgical Donetsk. The highest price given to Touré by Li Time before his departure was 1.6 million euros, and later in the negotiation they pressed the price down to 1.45 million euros, and after that, according to Li Time's regulations, they negotiated an individual contract with Touré, a 3-year contract with a liquidated damages of 43 million euros. The second reply was from their own scouts sent to Argentina. In the middle of March when they called for a report, after arriving in Argentina, they examined Falcao and Mascherano for a total of 2 matches. Indeed, as Li Time said, are 2 extremely talented players, and now the strength has reached the level of landing in Europe, although they don't know whether they can get a foothold in the English Premier League, but I believe that under Li Time's coaching, they should quickly adapt to the English soccer environment. Afterwards, Mr. Li told them to make an offer to River Plate and try to reach a contract of intent with River Plate at the lowest possible price. After hanging up the phone, Li Time heard a burst of slander. Cannot help but sigh. It seems that the fine tradition of kissing ass is not only in the East, Europeans will also be well. Yesterday, they have already sent the template of the contract of intent to Li Time. Riverbed has agreed to sell Falcao and Mascherano for 3.5 million euros and 6 million euros respectively. In terms of individual contracts, continuing Li Time's old rule, both are signed for 3 years. Falcao's liquidated damages are 47.5 million euros. Mascherano reaches 59 million euros. Like Bale, the 2 are still young and have not figured out what makes their new boss think they can be worth that price. These 3 planned reinforcements were quickly taken care of. Only Berbatov's side ran into difficulties. At Leverkusen this season, Berbatov has already scored 14 goals. After receiving the offer of 10 million euros from Leeds United, Thomas Hitzelsperger, who has just replaced Skib, who resigned as Leverkusen's manager, expressed his attitude to the club's management at the first time that Berbatov is the most important part of his team, and he can't afford to lose it. Seeing Hitzelsperger's attitude so determined, Leverkusen's management also rejected Leeds United's offer. In their view, Berbatov's form is getting better and better. After that there must be more giants will pay attention to him one after another. Then they should be able to sell for a higher price. See Leverkusen directly rejected his offer. Li Time is not panic. Anyway, there is still a period of time from the opening of the summer window. The big thing is to wait for their own hands after the player. Then he personally run a Leverkusen. Then it is his youth training program. This piece of Li Time is under the great effort to do. After all, their own youth training out of the players, the cost is much lower than the purchase of the players. Winter window time due to the hands of the money is really not much. He just get Bell to the youth training to come. Last month he also looked at Bell's attribute panel, and found that after a few months of training, the comprehensive evaluation has risen from the previous D+ to C+, and in the speed/fastest speed item, Bell, who will only be 16 years old in July this year, has reached 82/86, worthy of being a player with S+ talent, at a young age. Scary as hell. Next season he was going to bring Bell to the first team. I believe that under his own training, his attributes should rise even faster. After the efforts of his scouts in the past 2 months, all the young players on the list given to them before were successfully scavenged by Timely, now in Leeds United's youth camp. In addition to Bale, he had also scrounged the 15-year-old Azar, 14-year-old Courtois, 13-year-old Lukaku, and 15-year-old De Bruyne from Belgium. If placed in his rebirth before the view, now this youth training camp has basically gathered the main framework of the Belgian golden generation, and the rest of those future geniuses in the plan. He is ready to take them one by one after the club's economic situation improves. Looking at the fairly satisfactory results, Li Time drank a mouthful of tea. took some of his tactical clipboards and walked towards the training ground. Who knew that just as he went downstairs, he saw Alan running towards him quickly. Seeing him like this, Li Time opened his mouth and joked, "Good morning, Alan. Is there a dog chasing you behind? Running so fast." Alan panted and blankly glanced at his boss, and after a slight rest, he opened his mouth and said, "Boss, I just received another offer for Adebayor in my mailbox." This kind of news about Adebayor's offer, Li Time had already seen it before. During this period of time, Adebayor's performance could be said to be phenomenal in the championship. Whenever he played, he would score, and had already attracted the attention of many clubs, including some giants. Glancing at Alan, Li Time said in a bad mood, "It's not the first time I've received an offer for him. Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I say before? As long as it doesn't trigger his contractual damages, it's all a rebuff." Alan paused, but this time the offer is Arsenal, and they directly mentioned the offer of 20 million euros. Hearing Alan say this, Li Time's heart was happy. There is still a period of time from the summer window. I didn't expect Arsenal to make a move. From this price it seems that Wenger should be very interested in bringing Adebayor to the Highbury Stadium. But on second thought, I know that Arsenal in the last 2 years because of the construction of the new home stadium, really not very generous financial, but you're so big a big door, can not even 9 million euros cannot afford? Adebayor's liquidated damages is 29 million euros. Arsenal's 20 million euros offer is still too far away from the psychological price of Li Shiguang. Thinking of this, the corner of Li Shiguang's mouth once again pulled up a bad smile. "You want to pull with me, right? Then I don't pull you numb." Chapter 26 Wenger's Trouble. For the current Arsenal, Li Time can be said to know it like the back of his hand. This season's English Premier League has been carried out until now. Arsenal still maintains the good form of last season, and now it is only behind Mourinho's Chelsea, ranking second in the league. And last season, Arsenal won the Premier League trophy under the leadership of Henry. But this is also Arsenal's last Premier League trophy in the next 20 years. Because from the beginning of the construction of the Emirates Stadium in 2003, Arsenal was burdened with huge bank debts. Then began a decade-long tawdry operation of selling captains to pay off debts. As for this offer Adebayor, in the conjecture of Li Time, on the one hand, it is Wenger's heart of talent. As we all know, Wenger is not only a tactical master, but also very much like to cultivate young players, and his vision is really very accurate. After his coaching young players, often can play a good result, so he looked at the recent performance of the very excellent Adebayor. Secondly, Wenger should be for this season. Mourinho has been sitting on his head, is not very convinced, want to enhance their own lineup thickness, so that in the next season to maintain enough competitiveness to compete for the title. After roughly analyzing the situation, Li Time with a bad smile to look to Alan, who was still waiting for him to reply, said, "First reject Arsenal, and then like last time, go to find a few tabloid journalists, let them spread some news out. Say Leeds United received a lot of giants about Adebayor's offer. The current internal is under consideration." Looking at the bad smile on his boss's face, Alan knew that as long as Wenger's offer didn't trigger Adebayor's liquidated damages this time, he shouldn't be able to take him away without any surprises. With that, Li Time also did not care about Alan, who was still standing in the same place thinking about which tabloid reporter to contact, and walked towards the training ground on his own. On Friday, Wenger, who had just finished his morning training, returned to his office at the Conial training base. He had just turned on his computer and was ready to take another look at the video of tomorrow's opponent Middlesbrough's match. Ring 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 ling ling. The phone on the desk rang. Wenger picked up the phone, and the voice of assistant coach Burro Primorac came from the opposite side. "Arsene, Leeds United rejected our offer for Adebayor last night." Hearing this news, Wenger's mind recalled the angular face of Li Time that he had seen on TV before, and replied noncommittally, "This young man, it seems that the appetite is not small. Let's leave him alone for now. Anyway, we are not in a hurry, in case there is a better choice in the transfer market after the summer window opens. After all, more than 20 million euros. This price is not cheap." Hearing Wenger say this, Primorac hesitated, but still continued. "But this morning, there are several newspapers have reported a news, said that Leeds United side received a lot of clubs offer. Seems to also include Real Madrid and Inter Milan." Wenger shook his head and retorted, "Come on, Burro, you're not a kid anymore. This kind of tactic, is it the first time you've seen it? Don't bother with these news. Apart from me, there shouldn't be anyone who would spend so much money on a striker who's only turned 21, but dash." Hearing Primorac still want to say something, Wenger interrupted him. "Alright, Burro, I still have to prepare for tomorrow's game. We'll talk about this issue at the end of the season." After saying that, he hung up the phone and continued to study the video of the Middlesbrough match. Highbury Stadium. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely enthusiastic. The voice of the live commentator was also circling over the stadium. 1 o'clock. Arsenal is finally ahead. Thierry Henry, the king of Highbury. He saved Arsenal. After besieging Arsenal for almost 90 minutes, Arsenal finally scored a goal under Thierry Henry. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still a strong contender for the Premier League title. We haven't fallen off the pace yet. Looking at the players on the field who were celebrating madly, Wenger, who had always shown his elegant image on the sidelines, couldn't help but gently wave his fist. He also did not expect today's game will be so difficult. Middlesbrough changed the previous tactical play, a start swinging the bus, which makes Arsenal's players suffer. The game went on until now. The whole 27 feet of shots have not sent the ball into the door of Middlesbrough, until just now. Taking advantage of the Middlesbrough corner kick by the goalkeeper to pounce on the opportunity to receive the ball in the center circle of Henry broke through the Middlesbrough 3 defenders. Only long drive into the winning goal. But in the Middlesbrough restart less than a minute after the ball, Wenger's face suddenly changed, because he saw not in the ball state Henry suddenly sat on the lawn. Looking at Henry's painful appearance, Wenger's heart thumped. His brain has begun to pray to God. Vieira kicked the ball out of the sideline. Arsenal's team doctor immediately entered the stadium. After a short examination, Wenger made a substitution gesture. After the game, Wenger also hurriedly ended the press conference. He had to go to see Henry's current situation. The league has reached the most white-hot stage. In his mind, Henry is absolutely cannot go wrong. However, the sky does not meet people's wishes. After waiting anxiously in the locker room for 20 minutes, the Primorac who has taken Henry to the hospital came with the bad news that Henry's hamstring is torn, and the season is definitely over. As for the start of the next season, whether it can be recovered or not, it is now only an unknown quantity. For a while, Wenger's face was frowning, but it was even more cloudy. Sunday morning, Leeds training ground got the news. In his memory, Henry's entire career is actually very smooth, and not too many injuries. It seemed like it was all after he went to Barcelona in the back that he had a relatively big injury. As for whether it was a hamstring tear or not, he wasn't too sure, but this news should be a boon for him. Henry behind the game reimbursement. Now the league still 4 rounds, 5 points behind the probability of Arsenal and the original trajectory of the same. Can not defend the title, can only put the hope of winning the title in the next season. And in the case of Henry's injury is not sure when to recover. For Wenger, he can only choose to attract reinforcements. With Leeds' understanding of Wenger, this elegant man, in terms of reinforcements, the probability will choose the young Adebayor. In that case, let yourself add more fire to you. Thinking of this, he waved his hand to Alan who was doing data recording next to him. After Alan trotted over, Leeds said softly next to his ear, "Find a few more powerful tabloid reporters and say that Leeds United is suspected of accepting a certain club's offer and are in the final negotiations now." Chapter 27 Return to the Premier League. Sunday night at 7 p.m. A marquee match in the 41st round of the English Championship is about to kick off at Ellen Road in half an hour. The opposing sides were the first-ranked Leeds United and the third-ranked Derby County. Leeds was making a routine speech in the locker room. Clapping his hands, Lee handed the tactical clipboard to Milner who was closest to him, then spoke, "Come on lads, look towards me." Seeing that the players all looked towards him, Leeds said half-jokingly, "In another 10 minutes or so, we will have the most important match from the start of the season until now. I believe everyone knows in their hearts that if we can beat our opponent today, we will return to the Premier League 5 rounds earlier. Do you remember how many people were down on us before the season started? Fans, media, opponents. No one believed that we would achieve today's results, and all these doubts we experienced before became the motivation for us to move forward on this journey. Boys, go and fight." Speaking here, a trace of murderous anger surfaced on Leeds' handsome face. His pitch rose again, trembling and yelling, "Leeds United warriors, go run, go scramble, go show those people outside the locker room how much stronger you are. Go tear our opponents apart." With the end of his speech, the atmosphere in the locker room also reached a climax in this moment. Every player was red-faced and yelling. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Leeds also signaled the players that they could go get ready. At 7:25 p.m., under the lead of the referee, the players of both sides walked out of the players' channel on time. The Elland Road Stadium could be said to be full today, and the mood of the fans was very high. 10 months ago, Leeds United was relegated from the Premier League to the Championship. These fans watched their home team decline from the peak step by step. They were heartbroken and helpless. Looking at the financial report of the more than €80 million in arrears, the fans are very clear in their hearts. Leeds United in a short period of time is impossible to return to the peak. But it was as if the fall of Leeds United was just a small joke between God and them. Suddenly, a young Oriental took over the club, and just by bringing in a Howard, he stopped Leeds United's decline and allowed Leeds United to win the halfway title, just when everyone thought Leeds United had come to life. In the winter window, the manager Blackwell and Howard went out again, which made the fans' hearts clenched again. And what's more, they ran to scold Li Time for being dim and selling the team's meritocracy, but they forgot that the real credit of the team is the one who brought Howard to Leeds United, Li Time. But this young man did not pay attention to these extreme fans. He resisted the pressure and became the manager of the club himself, and then chiseled his way through the championship with a patchwork lineup. Now, they have completely become fans of Lee's Time, and they all know in their hearts that no matter how Leeds United's lineup changes, as long as there is Lee's Time in the day, the Leeds United that has been passed down for 100 years will not collapse. This can be seen from the huge tifo of Li Time waving his fist and roaring that floats in the south stand. The referee blew the whistle for the start of the match at 7:30 p.m. Leeds United, who kicked off first, quickly got into a state and organized their attack. There was already a big gap between the two sides, plus Leeds United's morale was high. In the 20 minutes after the start, Derby County only had a pitiful 37% possession rate, and other times, almost all of the time, they were pressed by Leeds United in their own half of the field to beat them. Li Time didn't do anything to bide his time in this game. He has been standing on the sidelines directing his players to attack after the start of the match. Derby County's players were struggling to hold on to the ball on the field. In the locker room, although they knew that the chances of winning this game were not high, under the encouragement of the coach, they still tried to give it a try, in case they won the game. Who knew that the situation after the opening match was not the same as what they had imagined? The Mad Dogs of Leeds United didn't intend to boil the frog in warm water with them, but wanted to take them away in a wave. In the 23rd minute, Snyder, near the center circle, received a pass from Milner and sent the ball to the ribs in front of Derby County's right penalty area before the Derby County defenders pounced on him. Adebayor leaned on the defender at the back at the first time, received the ball, turned by body hard to eat the opponent, and then a cross. Tevez at the front point would have tried to force a turn after receiving the ball, but two Derby County defenders quickly blocked up. He glanced up and around, then a back pass, the ball back to the center of the box. A white figure then appeared in the path of the ball, running into position. Snyder didn't hesitate. Undefended, he took a direct kick, and 1 second later, the soccer ball slammed heavily into the Derby County goal. Derby County's goalkeeper did not react at all because he was blocked by Tevez and his own defenders, and could only watch the soccer ball spinning behind him. Leeds United ended the first half with a score of 1-0. After the halftime adjustment, Leeds United returned to the field of play and attacked even more fiercely, not giving Derby County any chance at all. Adebayor scored 2 more goals in the 61st and 78th minutes, killing the game completely. The moment the referee blew the whistle for the end of the match, countless fans rushed into the Elland Road Stadium. They celebrated wildly, celebrated with the players on the field, celebrated the victory of the game, celebrated their return to the Premier League. Li Time, who originally wanted to quickly sneak into the dressing room, was also stopped by the fans at the entrance of the players' tunnel and was forced into the celebratory queue. Seeing his manager being dragged into the field by the fans, the excited players lifted Li up and threw him up and down, causing him to vomit the food he had eaten at lunchtime before the celebration ended. Later on, Milner and Snyder found 2 bottles of champagne from somewhere and doused Li Time into a drenched chicken. Not to mention, but also directly triggered a champagne melee. After the celebration at the stadium, Li Time announced a 2-day vacation on Monday and Tuesday in the locker room, so that the players could have a good rest and relax, and then they had to prepare for the later matches. There were still 5 rounds left in the league. The penultimate round is against title rival Sunderland, a game that will determine who the ultimate winner of the year will be. The next day, Li Time, who was sleeping, received a call from Alan. After hearing Alan's words, Li Time, who was still in a daze when he answered the phone, woke up at once, because Arsenal once again sent an offer for Adebayor. This time Wenger was very sincere and directly offered €29 million, triggering Adebayor's default clause. Chapter 28 Plans for Branding. Wenger made his final decision after watching the Leeds United game last night. In fact, in the morning, he received a message from Primorac that some new news had come out from Leeds United's side, and it was rumored that they had accepted an offer from a certain club. After Wenger heard it, he immediately asked Arsenal staff to do everything they could to confirm it. In fact, in his mind, Adebayor has long been in his pocket. The reason why he asked Primorac not to be too anxious before, on the one hand, it was the aforementioned that he found it expensive, although it is not unaffordable, but let him directly take out $29 million to buy a player who has just begun to emerge this season. He still feels a little too risky. On the other hand, it's because even if he brings in Adebayor, it's only to enhance the thickness of his squad, and it's more of a way for Adebayor to make a rotation when Henry's physical reserves are low. To put it bluntly, in his plan, at least in the next season, Adebayor is just a role player, although Wenger is very optimistic about Adebayor's talent, but after all, he has not been through the test of the Premier League. Originally Wenger was planning to go to Leeds personally to talk to Adebayor after the season ended, He did not believe that a young man who was only 21 years old would refuse Arsenal's invitation. If Adebayor can pressure Leeds United on his own, he should be able to save a lot of money by making an offer himself at that time. But Henry's injury completely disrupted his plans, especially in the morning after hearing the news brought by Primorac. Although he still let people first go to confirm the authenticity of the news, but in fact his own heart, immediately start to buy Adebayor idea has gradually prevailed. And the evening Leeds United game Adebayor's performance completely let him make up his mind. After the game, he had his staff send an email to Leeds United, directly triggering Adebayor's default. He was going to kill off any possibility of that happening tonight. After knowing Arsenal's offer, Lee Time's drowsiness immediately disappeared. After simply washing up, he didn't even bother to eat, and came to the club. When other managers see their main striker being offered, their first reaction is to reject it. But when it comes to Lee, he can't wait for the offer to come in. The more the better. As soon as he arrived at the club, Lee Time immediately issued a directive. Immediately reply to Arsenal. Today must be finalized. The intention of the contract first signed. At 4 p.m., with Arsenal's contract of intent faxed over, Lee Time was sort of relieved. The first half of the season to sell Howard is to save the emergency. After all, at that time Leeds United are almost unable to uncover the pot. When he first bought Howard, one was to make a quick buck. The second is to pit Bates, because he knew that once Leeds United turned over, Bates' acquisition plan was aborted, so Bates would definitely buy Howard to hit Leeds United. All of this is actually in Lee Time's plan, but Lee Time, who is motivated to build a branded black store, will not let every player he sells be a pitfall. Otherwise, who will keep coming to Leeds United to buy goods? Although the next season to Arsenal Adebayor talent cash card has expired, but after all, after Lee Time training rapidly enhanced a tribute panel and his own A-grade talent there, even if it is not compared to the time in Leeds United so explosive, but also will not be worse than where to go, and Wenger's level is there. I believe that Adebayor will also steadily improve under him. The same goes for several other players he plans to sell, including a few others, who won't be pulling their crotch very much if he manages to sell them himself. In that case, word of mouth will spread, and by then, won't the brand concept of Leeds United's products, which will be the best products, be established? Lee Time was getting more and more excited as he thought about it, and hurriedly opened the mailbox again. Before the phone call Alan also said that there are several other offers have been sent to his mailbox, so he had to take a look. When he opened the mailbox, there were 7 emails. Lee opened them one by one and read them carefully. The first 2 are Liverpool and Sevilla's offer to Milner. Liverpool's offer is 12 million euros. Sevilla is 13.5 million euros. When Li Shiguang and Milner renewed the contract default is set at 25 million euros. But in fact, Lee Time is also clear. Now only 19 years old Milner want to sell to this price is still very difficult. The system above Milner's transfer value is now only 20 million euros. But Lee Time is clear. Milner not only can be said to be a football evergreen, and he also has the potential to be $1 million on the soccer field. In addition to the center forward and goalkeeper, he can play all. So for Milner's price, Lee Time's psychological price is between 18 million euros and 22 million euros. These 2 quotes are too low. Lee Time took a look and directly skipped. Then the back 3 is the offer of Sneijder. Interestingly enough, the first is the offer of Real Madrid, who would have bought Sneijder in 2007. I have to say, worthy of being a Real Madrid, the bid is 28 million euros. To know that Sneijder's liquidated damages is only 29 million euros. Real Madrid, this bid is a direct punch in the throat of the time of Lee. The back of the Inter Milan and Barcelona is a lot more stingy. The offer is in the 20 million euros or so. Lee Time chose to directly skip. After a little thought, Lee Time decided to pull in Real Madrid once. If the other party does not agree to change the offer, they will be in accordance with the price of 28 million euros to let Sneijder go. After all, this is a big customer, and not lack of money. First get the relationship, maybe after a few times to slaughter the dog big. The last 2 offers are very interesting. One from Manchester United and one from West Bromwich Albion, who both wanted to buy Tevez. United's bid was a modest 25 million euros for the Argentine, not too far off Tevez's 28 million euro default fee. But Bates, the old dang, would send a 16 million euro offer to Lee Time, which he never expected. During this period of time occasionally he will pay attention to the situation of West Bromwich Albion. Know that Bates is not a good day. Buy Howard Pitt. There are still 4 rounds of matches left in the Premier League. West Bromwich Albion is only 4 points more than the bottom 3 Crystal Palace, which makes Bates bear a huge pressure. Could it be that it's that time of year and this old dang still wants to screw Leeds United by poaching players? Logically it doesn't make sense. Having only spent 15 million euros on Howard, Bates shouldn't have much money in his hands now, should he? Can he still afford 21 million euros to buy Tevez? Lee Time muttered. After saying that, an idea popped up in Lee Time's mind. so he called Alan and instructed him to arrange for someone to investigate if West Brom had any recent plans to sell existing players. Li Time wanted to confirm what he had in mind. Chapter 29 Reward Upgrade. It was indeed as Time Li thought. At this time Bates had more than €9 million in cash in his hand. And Bates also knows that it's hard for him to bring down Leeds United by digging up people. Now he just wants to keep his own acre of land. This season is almost the same. Just try to relegate. But if West Bromwich Albion still pulls the crotch like this after the start of next season, then his position as club manager will be hanging in the balance, which is something he absolutely cannot accept. So after realizing that many clubs, including Manchester United, have made offers to Leeds United to buy Tevez, he has also made a move. Even if it's a smash and grab, he's going to buy Tevez over. With a strong striker next season, West Brom should still have some competitiveness. In that case, his own position can be stabilized. Waiting for a reply to confirm the speculation in his mind, Li Time was not idle. First, he arranged for people to reply to Liverpool and Sevilla's offer, roughly meaning that they are not too satisfied with their offer, and if they are sincere in wanting to buy Milner, they will increase the offer. Then asked Alan to prepare a reply to Real Madrid's mail. Tell Alan to tug slightly with Real Madrid and report back to him if the other side insists on the current price. Finally, he personally replied to West Brom's email. The content is very simple. The price is low, not for sale. As for Manchester United, he didn't reply for the time being. He was waiting for his suspicions to be confirmed, and if it was really as he thought, then he did have a little plan to get United to cooperate with him. He gave the team 2 days off this week, so on Tuesday, Li Time also stayed at home for a day and had a good rest. On Wednesday morning, Li Time was leading the players to train when Alan found him. The result of the investigation was just as he thought. Bates was now under great pressure, due to the fact that West Brom's results in the second half of the season were not so good, and had been hovering on the brink of relegation. Coupled with this previous failed reinforcement of Howard's, he had been criticized a lot, both within the club and in the outside public opinion. In the last 2 weeks, the call for his resignation is getting higher and higher. Alan found one of the shareholders of West Bromwich Albion through an intermediary and learned a little bit of internal information. West Bromwich Albion now cannot use much money. The winter window spent €15 million to introduce Howard. This half of the season results are not good, resulting in the club's tickets and peripheral income also fell off a cliff. Now can use only about €9 million. The offer to Leeds United the other day was actually not passed at the shareholders meeting, so Bates should just try it as well. Alan spoke here. Li Time's face showed a sudden realization. He had guessed it. Bates, this old den, seemed to be throwing his weight around this time. The offer program that was not passed at the shareholders meeting, Bates still sent it over, and the funds that West Brom can use now is only €9 million. One can only assume that Bates is determined to buy Tevez. Then if that's the case, he has only two options. Either he sells players to get the money together, and he has to sell the main players to possibly get the rest of the money, or he could get a bank loan. So he said to Alan, "Contact Manchester United for me? I need Ferguson's personal contact information. Just say I have a business deal I want to talk to him about." Li Time stroked his chin. What he needed to ask for an answer. Then that plan he had been thinking about for the past 2 days was already ready to be implemented. Now there was still one last step to go. He needed United's cooperation. If United could cooperate with him to put on a show, he didn't mind making a little concession on Tevez's transfer fee. In the following 2 weeks, because of facing the bottom-ranked teams in the championship, Li Time also let most of the main players have a rotation for the penultimate round in Sunderland's title fight to reserve a good physical fitness. Right after the penultimate round of matches, the system, which hadn't released any quests for more than a month, suddenly released a new quest for Lee, and this time, the quest's rewards had been upgraded. After the last match with Ipswich, Li Time was walking towards the players' channel when he suddenly heard the voice of the long-lost system in his head. Ding! Task trigger, obtaining the championship. Mission content. After a season of hard work, Leeds United's situation is gradually improving under the host's leadership. And now that it's the last moment of the season, please continue to work hard and lead Leeds United to win the ultimate championship. Mission reward, Platinum Treasure Chest. After hearing that the reward for the completion of the mission was a Platinum Treasure Chest, Li Time's footsteps stopped and his heart was delighted. The rewards opened by the previous Gold Treasure Chest were all very practical. And now he still has a peak Drogba template experience card stored in case of emergency. And this time the reward is also a higher grade of Platinum Treasure Chest, which makes Li Time's heart vaguely have some expectations. I don't know what good things this Platinum Treasure Chest can open again. After a week of rest, April 29th, Saturday, Leeds United's whole team, led by Li Time, rushed to the city of Sunderland, and on Sunday night at 7 p.m., they would play the title match of the season with Sunderland FC at the Stadium of Light. With both the Premier League and the Championship drawing to a close, The most talked about issue in the media this week is the ownership of the titles in both divisions. On the Premier League side, with Henry's injury, Arsenal's attacking power has been greatly reduced, and it is thought that the hope of being able to catch up with Chelsea to win the title has been very slim. But in the Championship, Sunderland is now only 2 points behind Leeds United, and if Sunderland can win at home in this round of direct confrontation between the two powerhouses, then they have a great hope of winning the Championship. So the media focused more on the Championship, which is the second tier of the league, because Leeds United has not lost a single game in the league this season. The media trend these days is almost always in favor of Leeds United to win the Championship. But just at noon on Saturday, the Leeds United team had just arrived in the city of Sunderland. England's infamous Sun newspaper suddenly published a report, and in one afternoon, it spread all over London. The headline of the report was, Leeds United's main players will leave in the summer window. The battle for the title is not yet known. The Sun is best known for its paparazzi all over England, and these paparazzi, from time to time, will also get some first-hand news. So whether this report is true or not, at least it has created a hint of worry in the minds of Leeds United fans. Their home team game is coming up. Will this report affect the atmosphere of the team? Chapter 30 Leeds United in disarray? Saturday night, the usual pre-match press conference. Lee Time was not present. In his place was Leeds United's chief assistant and assistant coach Alan. That's right, after Lee Time became the manager, he made Alan, who held a junior coaching license, his assistant coach. As soon as Alan took his seat on the podium, the media pointed their fingers at him, and the first question was quite sharp. A reporter from the Times was the first to ask, Mr. Alan, may I ask why Mr. Lee didn't come to tonight's press conference? Was it influenced by that noon report in the Sun? Alan had not yet opened his mouth to answer. He saw the reporter of the Sun beside him roll his eyes and quietly stabbed the reporter who had just asked the question with his finger behind him. Can you talk? What do you mean by influenced by us? The first question was the point everyone was most concerned about right now. So the scene, which was still agitated before, quieted down, and everyone stared at Alan with bated breath to see how he would respond. As a chief assistant who had been fighting with the media reporters for a long time, Alan wouldn't shy away from the stage. Moving the microphone to his side, he coughed and opened his mouth. Of course not. After all, tomorrow's match will basically decide who will be the final winner of this season's Championship League. As the manager, Mr. Lee is very busy right now, and he's also making the final preparations for tomorrow's match, which is the real reason why he didn't attend this press conference. Obviously the reporters were not convinced by Alan's very official reply. As soon as his words left his mouth, some reporters stupidly raised their hands, signaling that they still had questions, but Alan did not pay attention to these reporters, but continued to speak. As for the reporter friend just mentioned today's The Sun that report, I can only say that this is completely nonsense. After all, it is The Sun. Well, everyone understands all understand. After saying that, he also nodded towards the reporter of The Sun with a smile from the corner of his eye. Seeing Alan's intention, the Sun reporter could not sit still, and directly stood up to ask, but, Mr. Alan, as far as I know, this time Leeds United really received a lot of team offers, and it seems that the target is the absolute main force of the team. This is different from what you just said. Hearing him ask this question, the other reporters on the scene once again turned their attention towards Alan. This question is what everyone really cares about, because everyone knows that Leeds United is still carrying a huge debt. So after the end of the season, if Lee Time has no intention to sell his shares, then sell this season's good performance of the main players to pay off the debt is the only choice. But now the season is not over, and tomorrow is the battle for the title. Now the news of the main players will all leave the team undoubtedly is extremely affect the atmosphere of the team of Leeds United. Moreover, Lee Time, who has not missed a pre-match press conference in the past few months, did not show up today because he had to prepare for tomorrow's match, which is very intriguing. Alan is also very understanding. Know that this press conference is always around this issue, so the face of the expression became a little serious, before opening his mouth to reply to this reporter. About your question and your newspaper's report, I can only respond to one of the points, that is, we did receive about the team players offer, but only offer. In the season before the end of the season we have not started any substantial negotiations with any of the clubs, so what your newspaper said about the main players leaving in the summer window was really nonsense. After saying that, Alan didn't make any more explanations and directly got up and left the scene. Hearing Alan's response, the reporters' faces have revealed a wonderful expression, are beginning to conceive of tomorrow morning's front page headlines, such as what Leeds United received many giants offer to buy Adebayor. The road of revival of the young defenders encountered bumps in the road and other articles are expected to appear in tomorrow's major newspapers. Alan, who had just returned to the hotel, was called to his room by Lee Time, who he said was making final preparations for the match. Seeing Alan walk in, Li Time put down the red wine glass in his hand and signaled Alan to sit down first. Alan didn't be polite and sat down and poured himself a glass of red wine first before speaking. Boss, according to your instructions, I've already revealed in the press conference about the many offers we've received. Hearing Alan say this, Li Time nodded with a satisfied smile and didn't answer, but habitually stroked his chin in deep thought. That's right. Alan's remarks at the press conference just now were all authorized by Li Time. Even the news published by the Sun newspaper at noon was also the news that Li Time had arranged for people to put out. The purpose was self-evident, to make Bates anxious. Yesterday, after realizing that Bates only had 9 million euros in his hand, he still had to force an offer to buy Tevez. Li Time finally added to the previous heart of the plan perfect. He contacted Ferguson at the first time, and after some tugging and pulling, he took the initiative to offer a price reduction of 3 million euros to sell Tevez to Manchester United for 22 million euros. But he also put forward his two conditions. First, Li Time asked Ferguson in the summer window after the opening of the high-profile offer to Leeds United, and to the media to put out the wind. Said Manchester United special heart to take Tevez. If Li Time is not sold, Manchester United will use to trigger Tevez contractual breach of contract in the form of the completion of the acquisition. Secondly, Lee asked Ferguson not to publicize the situation of Tevez's transfer to Manchester United before Leeds United. At first, Ferguson received a phone call from Li Time, but also thought that this young man is trying to increase the price and the transfer fee of Tevez. I did not expect a little chat after 2 sentences. Li Time did not mention the matter of price increases, but took the initiative to say to reduce the price of 3 million euros, to sell Tevez to Manchester United. Ferguson engaged in a lifetime of soccer, but also the first time to meet the initiative to reduce the price to sell the player to their own. But just before the phone hangs up, Li Time mentioned a West Bromwich Albion also to Leeds United price. The object of the purchase is also after Tevez. Ferguson instantly understood. Although the second half of the season Manchester United 3 o'clock win West Bromwich Albion that Stadium Howard did not play. But about his performance after going to West Bromwich Albion crotch of the news occasionally still reach Ferguson's ears. He secretly laughed at Bates for spending so much money on Howard. Near the end of the season, West Bromwich Albion has been in the relegation zone repeatedly jumped across the situation Ferguson is clear. So Bates is now facing enormous pressure. This thing Ferguson is also clear. So Li Time's seemingly unintentional mention of this sentence, a moment to let the sophisticated Ferguson smelled a bit of conspiracy flavor, combined with the previous in the phone Li Time initiative to reduce the price and mention of these two requirements. Ferguson's heart has a hidden feeling. Bates may have to suffer this time. Chapter 31 News Fermentation. Shocker. Leeds United confirms receiving multiple offers. Real Madrid or Barcelona. Sneijder's battle heats up. The news is true. Ferguson admits to buying Tevez. Leeds United's road to recovery explained. Adebayer's battle for the world's most famous player. Leeds United's rise to the top. Leeds UTD. In self-inflicted turmoil. Title or bust. Early Sunday morning, Alan's statement at yesterday's press conference was quickly amplified by various media outlets. For a while, Leeds United fans were also on edge, fearing that their players would see these reports affecting their evening matches. After the morning training, Adebayer approached Timely. Gov. This morning I saw some news in the newspaper that there are many clubs offering me. At this time, Adebayer was still a bit shy, far from the kind of frenzy that Li Time remembered from his time at Arsenal. Anyway, he had already signed a contract of intent with Arsenal and was just about to make the final official announcement. So Li Time didn't want to keep Adebayer in the dark all the time, so he could reveal a little bit of news to him first. So Li Time looked at Adebayer's slightly embarrassed look, smiled and said, "Yes, Emmanuel, I don't want to hide it from you. There are a few clubs that have quoted you a price, but the clubs are still considering it." Hearing Li Time say so, Adebayer, whose tone was still a little bit nervous, instead lost that nervousness, nodded and replied, "Got it, Gov. I actually just want to ask if there is such a thing. Thank you for not hiding it from me." After saying that, he waved his hand to Li Time and turned around, ready to leave the training ground. But before he could take 2 steps, Li Time's voice came from behind him again. "Emmanuel, what about yourself? Do you want to leave Leeds United?" Adebayer turned his head to look at Li Time, and once again, his face showed a rushed expression, not knowing how to answer for a moment. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he had a little bit of expectation for leaving Leeds United. Season so far, his performance can be described as one of the best Leeds United players. The outside world has also given him a fairly high evaluation, and even the media compared him with the Chelsea Drogba killed Foursquare, called him Little Beast. As he scored more and more goals, he grew up in a poor family, and gradually began to be less satisfied with his salary. In his opinion, the weekly salary of 6,000 euros given by Li Time does not match his strength. Before the agent also found him talked about, said that after the end of the season, immediately in the club to talk about the matter of contract renewal and wage increase. If the negotiations do not come together, it is recommended that he seek a transfer. After coming to the training ground today, he has been trying to find an opportunity to ask Li Time, just have not known how to speak. It wasn't until the end of the training session, when he intentionally fell last, that he finally couldn't help but ask Li Time, not waiting for Adebayor to think of how to answer his question. Li Time continued, whether you want to leave Leeds United or not, Emmanuel, you are a professional player. The most important thing you have to do now is to win tonight's game, and it's best to score a few more goals. In that case, even if you want to leave during the summer window, I believe that a title, compared to a runner-up, will ultimately allow you to get a higher salary in your new owner, won't it? Li Time's words directly hit Adebayor's soft underbelly. In his heart, he thought, the head man is right. As long as you win the championship, if you want to leave in the summer window, you will have more capital to negotiate with the new owner. And even if you don't leave at that time, I believe that the head will not treat me poorly when it comes to wage increases. So Adebayor nodded heavily towards Li Time and happily left the training ground. But in Li Time's opinion, today, a few words of his own, is considered to give Adebayor heart of the seed of greed for money watered. Hopefully, next season, Wenger and Arsenal will be able to meet his wage demands. In the conference room of West Bromwich Albion FC, if you are a non-smoker and push the door in at this moment, you will definitely be scared by the smoke that surrounds inside and escape straight out. The email that Li Time rejected West Brom's offer made Bates not sleep well for the past few days. On the one hand, he was afraid that Li Time was up to his old tricks and wanted to get more money from himself. On the other hand, he was afraid that other clubs would steal the show and buy Tevez out. Especially early this morning, he saw the media Ferguson admitted to buy Tevez news. Too late to let people to confirm the accuracy of the news. He then sent out invitations to other shareholders to meet at the club in the morning in the name of the majority shareholder and club manager. Bates didn't want to wait any longer, having been vaguely aware that Manchester United had also made an offer to Leeds United for Tevez, but he hadn't inquired as to the exact amount of the offer. There is another main reason. He knows that although Ferguson is only the manager of Manchester United, but in the purchase of players this item, Ferguson has the absolute right. All the transfers of Manchester United must be through Ferguson's consent in order to carry out. So as soon as he saw Ferguson admitted to buy Tevez, he couldn't sit still, and immediately had to convene a meeting. He wanted to persuade the shareholders to increase the investment. To take Tevez, the best is to finalize this matter today. But the meeting went nowhere near as smoothly as Bates would have liked. No matter what he said, the shareholders did not agree to buy Tevez in the form of directly triggering the liquidated damages, because there was already a lesson learned from the past, and that transfer of Howard was always a hurdle that could not be bypassed. Just now Bates' statement was once again refuted. The smoke-filled conference room fell into a short silence, seeing that no matter what he said, the shareholders did not agree with his idea. After a long period of silence, the look on Bates' face gradually became calm from a grimace. Then he pinched off the cigar in his hand, stood up and said, "Since everyone doesn't agree with this offer, then I won't force you guys to do so. Let's call today's meeting to a close." Hearing him say this, the shareholders around them all breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this old dang hadn't lost his head, or at least listened to advice. But Bates' subsequent words instantly made the shareholders think that this old dang was absolutely crazy. However, as the club's manager, I have the right to use the funds left in the club now, so I will still initiate this offer, and I will make up the rest of the money by selling players and taking out loans. Of course, I'll go for a private loan in my own name. It won't affect your interests, except that in that case, if the club were to resell Tevez in the future, the proceeds gained would likewise not have your share. Putting down this harsh words, Bates quickly left the conference room, leaving a group of shareholders looking at each other in the conference room. Chapter 32. Me and Leeds United. Both will be legends. The flurry of venting after returning to the office gradually calmed Bates' angry mood. With his understanding of Li Time, seeing that he followed up with another offer, Li Time will definitely bite the bullet and not let go without triggering the breach of contract. At that time, if he continues to pull with him, it is likely to be Ferguson's first. In that case, why don't you think about how to get the money together first, and then directly trigger the default payment to bring the person first to West Bromwich Albion? Thinking about it, Bates sat down and lit up another cigar, and began to calculate how he would go about getting the rest of this money together. Sell people is definitely to sell. The second half of the season results so bad. In addition to Howard to take the blame, West Bromwich Albion forward line and midfield weakness also has a great responsibility. In many games, they lose by 4 or 5 when they lose, they only win by 1 or 2 when they win. This has led to the fact that although West Bromwich Albion is now halfway out of the relegation zone, their goal difference is -34, a figure that ranks second to last in the Premier League. Bates picked up the pen to calculate. He intends to sell a few players. Good luck. it should be able to sell about 9 million euros. After the sale of the vacated position can also be given to the youth players, so that the next season can also save a large sum of transfer fees and wages. Li Time's email clearly informed West Brom that Tevez' liquidated damages were 29 million euros, so he himself is now 11 million euros short of buying him at the Hawthorns. Considering this, Bates' frown deepened a little, and the cigar in his hand kept going to his mouth. 5 minutes later, Bates put down the cigar in his hand, and the look on his face stretched out, but compared to before, it was even more serious. Just like the quick money that Li Time had made on Howard before, Bates made up his mind to make a quick buck on Travis as well, so he made a very important decision and a big bet. As the majority shareholder of West Brom, Bates now owns 23% of the club, worth roughly 12 million euros. He was prepared to use this part of the shares to take out a short-term mortgage. As long as the loan came down, the funds to buy Tevez would be enough. And before that, he needed to stabilize Timely so that he wouldn't sell Tevez too soon. Then he opened his computer and prepared to personally draw up an email to Timely to express his willingness to buy. Bates believed that although he and Li Time before is some unpleasant, but soccer is also a business. If his price is high enough, Li Time has no reason to have more money not to earn. 7 p.m. Sunderland City Stadium of Light, a stadium capable of holding more than 60,000 people, was already full at this time. Hey Emmanuel, it's okay, looks like you're in good shape today. Great accuracy. Nice pass. Wesley. Right, that's it James, always use your body well when scrambling. In less than half an hour, the Sunderland vs Leeds United match was about to start. The warm-up had just ended and the players were returning to the locker room one after another. And at the entrance of the players' passage, Timely was high-fiving every player and encouraging them with words. Only then did he follow them back to the locker room. Li Time stood in the center of the locker room and watched the players change into their jerseys. Today was different from the usual pregame. He didn't draw tactical diagrams all over the whiteboard, nor did he signal the players to listen to his opening speech. Instead, he quietly watched as the players each made their pre-match preparations. After everyone was ready, Li Time clapped his hands and then placed his right hand palm down right in front of him. While everyone was still looking at their coach in confusion, the captain, Milner, walked over and put his hand over the top of Li Time's right hand. Every player then walked over. A few moments later, inside the locker room came Timely's shout, Leeds United. The players followed him and shouted together, champions. 20 minutes later, the players of both sides had entered the Stadium of Light under the referee's guidance. With the appearance of the players of both sides, the atmosphere came to the first climax, and the Sunderland fans put enough pressure on the visiting team. As the commentators introduced the starting lineup, the home players were greeted with loud cheers, while the visitors were booed by Leeds United. Looking at the players who had already stood in formation on the field, standing on the sidelines of the field, Li Time changed his calmness before the game and kept encouraging the players loudly. At the same time, in his own heart, he also had a lot of feelings. 10 months ago, he was just an ordinary fan in the latter part of the world, and even the second-level league like the Championship was out of reach for him, not to mention leading the team to the game, or just sitting on the stands to watch. Who knows, a hangover? Let his life trajectory completely changed. Not only did he own the system, but he also personally led a team to compete for the league championship 10 months later. This made Li Time's heart excited. Although he had the help of the system, it was impossible to say that he was not nervous at all. It was believed that every fan had fantasized whether they could one day stand on a regular stadium and hold the trophy of a championship in the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators. Li Time is lucky. He has this opportunity, and there is a great possibility that tonight, he will hold his first trophy as a club manager or Leeds United manager. This made the always calm Li Time also could not help but secretly excited and expect in his heart. But he also secretly told himself that today was just the beginning of his rebirth into this era and his long march. After today, in addition to building the No. 1 black store in Europe, he will bring Leeds United back to the top of the English Premier League, take the Champions League with Leeds United, and win everything they can with Leeds United. There was a voice inside Li Time shouting, Leeds United and I, both will become legends in world soccer. Beep. The referee's whistle cut through the air like a sharp sword, sharp and ear-piercing. It pulled Li Time's thoughts back to the soccer field, with Adebayor passing the ball back to Milner. The penultimate round of the 2004-2005 championship season, Sunderland vs Leeds United's battle for the title, officially started. Chapter 33 Battle of the Champions. Generally speaking, after the opening of a more important match, both teams would be more cautious. However, after the game started, both teams' offense and defense changed their tempo very quickly, making it impossible to tell that this was a game that would decide the league champion. In the 5th minute of the match, the situation on the field changed. Sunderland's players were standing in a very strict position, and did not show any cracks. so Leeds United was playing backwards, patiently looking for a chance to pass the ball forward. Suddenly, Sneijder, who was standing behind the center circle, waved for the ball, and Chiellini also passed the ball in time with a direct pass. After receiving the ball, Sneijder, without even observing it, directly made a big kick and kicked the soccer ball to Sunderland's right backfield, where Caldwell, who was on the right side, had already sprinted towards Sunderland's bottom line. Under this sudden variation of Leeds United, Sunderland didn't panic, and the defenders made up for it in time, finally destroying the ball out of the bottom line. Leeds United were awarded a corner kick. Sneijder then took the corner kick, and Kompany, who was buried at the back post, jumped up high and smashed the soccer ball into Sunderland's goal with his big bald head. Vincent Kompany. He finally scored his first goal since joining Leeds United before the end of the season, and in such a crucial game, just 5 minutes in, Leeds United opened the scoring. I have to say, it's a wonderful start. As Leeds United is playing away this round, Heir, who is the royal live commentator of Leeds United, can only commentate the game in front of the TV set in the studio now. And just after Kompany scored, he also jumped up with excitement, and frantically roared towards the audience in front of the TV set. In stark contrast to his excitement are the home fans at the Stadium of Light. The moment the soccer ball smashed into the net, the original noisy stadium appeared 2 seconds of silence, and then covered the sky. To the Leeds United players again resounded through the stadium of cordial greetings. At this time, many Leeds United fans have already begun to celebrate in front of the TV, because this season, Leeds United has never had an early goal, and finally the opponents overturned the record. But the world of soccer is so mysterious. In the 27th minute, Sunderland won a free kick in front of the field, and midfielder McMahon scored a goal to equalize the score to 1-1. In the 41st minute, a cheap mistake by Chiellini in the box gave Sunderland a penalty kick, and then McMahon scored twice to send Sunderland into the halftime break with a 2-1 lead. In the away dressing room, Leitine was staring at his players with a gloomy face. The two unsportsmanlike goals made him very angry. In his opinion, the consecutive victories and the strong desire to compete for the title had made his players mentally unbalanced. They began to suffer, and the penalty kick given away by Chiellini was the best example. Obviously can be stuck in position to let the opponent to bring the ball to the bottom line and then deal with it, but the anxious mentality makes him still choose to kick in the penalty area, resulting in the current situation. The Leeds United players who were sitting on their seats looked as if they still couldn't believe that they had fallen behind, and looked at Leitine with confused eyes. Immediately, Lee smashed the clipboard in his hand hard on the ground and growled, "Wake up! Wake up! We don't have the ING championship yet. We're not qualified to underestimate our opponents yet. We've only accomplished a paltry push for the Premier League now. I want one last league title. Don't you guys want it? Stop looking at me like a coward and look at yourselves. You've been playing like for the last 40 minutes. Do you know that? If we lose the title we've been working for all year because we lose this game today, believe me, we'll be ING sprayed by countless fans, countless media outlets from the moment we get back to Leeds. Now, put away the childlike look of confusion on your faces. Get your heads together. Get 10 minutes rest, then go out and run. Go out and fight like men. Okay." Roaring to the last sentence, Leitine's throat had already made a hoarse sound. "Okay, Chief, we won't let you down." Looking at such a hoarse Leitine, Milner, as the captain, also took the lead in responding to him. After the halftime break, both sides changed sides to play again. As soon as the second half came on, Leeds United once again put their high press tactics into effect. As soon as the Sunderland players got the ball, there would immediately be 2 or 3 white figures pouncing on them. In the 69th minute, Leeds United's attack round, Milner in the midfield to the ball is pulling in the side of the road Tevez, the face of the Sunderland 2 players to meet up with the closing defense. Tevez suddenly an acceleration variant, while the door is not yet closed before, even with the ball burst through, then all the way to run wildly, with the ball close to the Sunderland penalty area. See, Tevez has entered his range. Sunderland side also dare not slow down. Immediately there is a center back up to block his shooting route, but Tevez a sharp stop, and then take advantage of the defenders have not pounced over before. The ball hanging to the left of Sunderland's back point. Adebayor had already waited there. The ball was still in the air. He jumped up high to the soccer ball. Sunderland's goalkeeper also rushed to his side to want to block Adebayor's attack. Just when everyone thought that Adebayor would head the ball, he made an unexpected decision. He headed the ball near the penalty area. Then Milner, who had already crept into the penalty area, easily slotted the ball into the empty net. After Leeds United's goal, Getty's wild roar once again came out from the TV. Cool. Leeds United's captain, he stepped up at the crucial moment. He kicked Adebayor's cross into the Sunderland goal. 2-2. Leeds United equalized. After the restart, Sunderland's players were obviously a bit more impatient. Leeds United could accept a draw. They couldn't. Only by winning could they keep their hopes of winning the title. But with Milner's goal, the whole Leeds United team's morale was raised again. Under the command of Li, they temporarily gave up the strategy of high pressure and hunkered down in their own half of the field, using regional defense to block the attack of Sunderland. Li knew that Sunderland would be able to bounce around for 10 minutes at most, and with this kind of high-intensity running, their physical fitness would get worse and worse, and what Leeds United had to do now was to wait for a fatal opportunity. As expected, the time came to the 83rd minute. Sunderland in the Leeds United half of a pass error was accurately captured by Milner. He completed a wonderful stealing by blocking the ball path, and then also do not stop the ball. Directly a direct plug, the ball sent to the feet of the success of the anti-offside Tevez. Tevez single-handedly faced the goalkeeper and scored a goal. 3-2. Leeds United finally completed the rebound. After Tevez scored, Li Time on the sidelines could no longer hide his excitement, and in the cheers of heir, the farmer's 3 punches reappeared in the jungle. Chapter 34. Leeds United are the champions. Sunderland's players looked at the wildly celebrating Leeds United players with confused eyes. How could they not expect that after they finished the counter-attack, they would be counter-attacked by Leeds United again in the second half? Shortly after Sunderland restarted the game, the fourth official raised the light sign on the sidelines. 5 minutes of injury time. In the stands, the shouts and celebrations coming out of the mouths of the 5,000 or so fans who had followed Leeds United's expedition to Sunderland today also overpowered the home fans for the first time. Counting the extra time, their home team was at most 10 minutes away from winning the championship this season. On the sidelines, Li Time, who had regained his composure, kept reminding his players to pay attention to the defense and not to slacken off at the last minute. The players were very focused. No matter how Sunderland attacked, they could not send the ball into Leeds United's penalty area through ground passes. After the injury time, Sunderland tried to break Leeds United's goal with high-altitude bombing, but the excellent play of Junior Schmeichel let them no success. In the 95th minute, the moment the referee's whistle blew, the cheers of the players on the field, the cheers of the Leeds United fans in the stands almost made the sidelines of the Li Time did not hear the last 2 whistles. Sitting in the studio of heir, hands cover the face. The whole body is trembling. The voice from the mouth trembling but clear. The game is over. Leeds United lads. They didn't let us down. They gave us the most perfect season in Leeds United's history. Congratulations to Leeds United. They exceeded their goal this year. Not only did they return to the Premier League, they also won the 2004-2005 championship. At this time on the Stadium of Light, Leeds United's substitutes and staff had already rushed into the field, and Alan even held a bottle of champagne from somewhere and was spraying wildly after Tevez, who scored the winning goal. Li Time stabilized his emotions and walked towards the Sunderland bench as a gentleman, taking the initiative to shake hands with the other team's manager. He was about to walk into the stadium to join in the players' revelry. The system's voice suddenly came in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, obtaining the championship. System rewards will be distributed after the settlement. Li Time smiled from the bottom of his heart. His goal for this season was successfully completed. Leeds United not only survived, but also returned to the Premier League and won the championship. This platinum treasure chest in the end can open out what good things he is looking forward to. Early the next morning, Li Time returned to Leeds with the whole team, and at the same time, brought back, and yesterday has been awarded to Leeds United's championship trophy, which is the first trophy won by Li Time after joining Leeds United. After the last round of the Championship League next week, Leeds United will also take the trophy with a grand parade all over the city. There was one thing that Lee didn't expect. Today they are taking the team bus back to Leeds, but the bus has not yet entered the door of Leeds United Club, has been surrounded by enthusiastic fans, and finally had no choice but to take the players off the bus to walk. Just off the bus, the surrounding fans held up all kinds of signs surrounded up. Lee, for you. I already broke up with my boyfriend last night. This is my address and phone number. Lee, I didn't break up, but if it's you, my boyfriend says he doesn't mind. Lee, I didn't break up either. I chose to divorce straight away. Mr. Lee, congratulations to Leeds United for winning the title this season. Can I make an appointment with you for an exclusive interview? Lee, thank you for coming. Thank you for bringing Leeds United out of the quagmire. Lee, I know you're not in a relationship yet. Are you strict when it comes to gender? The first one to get off the bus. Li Time didn't even have time to read what was written on the signs in the fans' hands before he was surrounded by a crowd of crazy fans and journalists, with all kinds of questions coming at him. Milner, who was following him, took a look at the situation and hurriedly retracted his right foot, which was already ready to take a step, and retreated back to the car, also signaling the driver to hurry up and close the door. Later in Alan's rescue, just a few dozens of meters of road, Li Time hard to walk for more than half an hour. signing pan are used up only to get rid of this group of passionate fans. I have to admire the passion of Leeds United fans. Male fans are fine. At most they just want an autograph and say a few words of thanks and encouragement. But look at Li Time's current appearance. The suit was already nowhere to be found. If not under his and Alan's resolute resistance, it is estimated that the suit pants can be ripped away by those female fans. And the top 2 buttons of the shirt had also been ripped off, revealing a large expanse of solid pecs with a few lipstick marks on them, and even more exaggerated on his neck and face. Just as soon as he walked into the locker room, Milner said derisively, "Gov, just half an hour. Where did you go to get so many red tattoos?" For a while, the locker room also laughed. Li Time hurriedly laughed and scolded these lads to get changed quickly. It's time to roll back to enjoy their vacation. For the next week's finale, Li Time didn't care about winning or losing, and planned to send out a full bench lineup so that the main players could have a good rest. While Li Time and his team were still on the bus, the front page of the sports section of the major media this morning was dominated by news related to Leeds United. Li Time, Leeds United's true god. The championship title belongs to the tenacious Leeds United. Mysterious power from the East. Interview with Ferguson. I admire Tevez very much. The offer was €27 million. Leeds United can't refuse. Countdown to Tevez's departure begins. Leeds United players are being snapped up by major giants, and the young Closers squad may change drastically next season. Chelsea's €11 million bid for Wing Caldwell. After Leeds United's match last night, the topic of winning the championship was not only discussed in the major media. News about Leeds United players being crazy about is also endless. This makes in the office to see these reports Li Time are confused. In addition to the previous Tevez transfer report is he deliberately let Alan put out the wind. The other he did not arrange. This how even Chelsea seeking to buy Caldwell such news came. So far, he did not receive an offer about Caldwell. Of course, if Caldwell can really sell €11 million, Li Time is absolutely head or not with a shake. Immediately agreed. Chapter 35 opened something new. After browsing the news on the computer for a while longer, Li Time turned off the computer with disinterest. One had to admire the imagination of the British media. In just one day's time, in their reports, except for Li Time himself, the entire Leeds United team had been bought out. Even ING Allen was exposed that a championship club wants to invite him to be the manager. Isn't this bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Li Time skimmed his mouth and made himself a cup of tea. He was going to prepare to open the treasure chest. Previously, the gold treasure chest opened the star template experience card that allowed him to make a quick buck through Howard. The talent honoring card not only allowed Leeds United to succeed in the Premier League and win the league title, but also was about to turn Leeds United's finances completely around in the subsequent summer window. And then the master coaching skills that opened later on allowed Li Time to completely take control of Leeds United, and gained the adoration of the players and the fans. So the Platinum Treasure Chest after the completion of this mission can be said to be what Li Time has been looking forward to since the day he received the mission, calling out the system and pulling it to the mission interface. According to the old rules, Li Time rubbed his hands together and clicked on the treasure chest. As a blinding bright light flashed, another card appeared in front of Li Time. The system's voice also appeared in his head at the right time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, injury healing card, applicable to any player. Duration, 1 year. Li Time was delighted in his heart. Looking at the name of this card, he already roughly understood its function. After clicking on the card, the following explanation was also not much different from what he imagined it would do. Injury healing card. After using this card, if the target player suffers from an injury or disease, it can heal the injury or disease he suffered for a duration of 1 year. Note, after the duration is over, the player will return to his previous injury status again. Please use with caution. Looking at the card's explanation, Li Time realized that he had only guessed the first half. At the very beginning, he thought that the function of this card was to allow injured players to recover instantly and no longer suffer from injuries. He just didn't expect that once this duration passed, the player would still return to his previous state of injury. In fact, no matter what sports programs, injuries have always been the biggest enemy of athletes, especially in soccer, this kind of high-intensity confrontation program. Many geniuses are often due to the impact of injuries and illnesses lead to premature death or peak period is too short. For example, Golden Boy Michael Owen and alien Cristiano Ronaldo, the top strikers who are playing for Real Madrid at this time, have suffered from the ravages of injuries. Both of them are extremely great strikers in Li Time's opinion, and they have suffered countless injuries in their careers. Ronaldo is okay. He won the World Football Mr. 3 times and the European Golden Ball Award twice. Apart from the Champions League, he's won at least all the titles he could at club level, and also with the Brazilian national team won the 2002 World Cup. Although suffering from injuries, at least it is countless honors. Owen, on the other hand, was the peak of the debut, and then because of a variety of injuries led to the glass man attribute. has not been able to return to the peak. He then moved from club to club, until 2011, the end of his career, only with Manchester United to get the only career in the top league trophy. These two great strikers of the world soccer world, because of the injury, is also let countless their fans sigh. After reading the introduction of the card, Li Time's previous thoughts changed a bit. In fact, Leeds United lineup thickness is relatively weak. This problem, Li Time has always been aware of it. After he took over as manager in the second half of the season, the reason why Leeds United did not have massive injuries. The first was the reason that he used black technology on several main players, pulling the attributes and status of these players who needed to take on most of the offensive tasks to full capacity. There is another reason that can't be ignored. Before Blackwell gave up the FA Cup early, so in fact Leeds United basically only had one championship match a week to play, which made their physical reserves relatively sufficient and greatly reduced the possibility of players getting injured. But next season is different. First of all, the skill card side is now seriously insufficient. In his own hands now there is still a peak Drogba template experience card and just opened the injury healing card. And Drogba's this experience card lasts only 3 months, and the system releases tasks randomly, and he doesn't know when he will be able to open a new card rewards. To be honest, the cards in his hands are a bit overstretched right now. Then there is the piece of player lineup. Li Time intends to open the summer window. Immediately an Arsenal will formally sign Adebayer's transfer contract, and then after the money arrives, he will bring back a few of the players that he previously looked at to Leeds United first to practice. With his master coaching skills, he should be able to enhance the attributes of the new players in the English Premier League before the start of a wave. However, the intensity of the Premier League is far from comparable to that of the Championship. Although the current Premier League has not yet reached the latter-day saying of no weak team in the Premier League, the intensity of its rivalry is also the world's most powerful league, coupled with the FA Cup, which Lee will not give up in the next season. Injuries and illnesses of the players will definitely be one of the points that Lee needs to consider. This injury card only seems to play a role in treating the symptoms but not the root of the problem. Although 1 year is a long period of time, but once the time of use is up, the player will always go back to the state of injuries, and he doesn't know when the next time to open the injury card is. After thinking for a while, Li Time's tightly wrinkled brows gradually relaxed. He realized that his thoughts seemed to have suddenly narrowed a bit after becoming a manager. He was the manager of Leeds United, but at the same time, he was also the manager of Leeds United as well as the largest shareholder. It was certainly his dream to make Leeds United a legendary club and to make himself a legendary manager who could go down in history, but it was a long process. But creating a football black store and making himself more money was what he was going to do in a short period of time. And to achieve a legendary club, having strong financial strength should be considered a necessary condition. Once this issue was figured out, he felt that he grasped the true use of this card. Before his handled the transfer transaction, or else Howard kind of itself to pull crotch. After buying with the template card to enhance the attributes to earn a wave of fast money, or else snater them this kind of young players, and this injury healing card, he probably should be used on players who have already reached their peak, but are seriously injured. First, he bought a player with the attribute of Glassman due to injury at a low price to Leeds United, let him return to the field of play in the eyes of the soccer world, and then sold him before the end of the card's duration, earning a high difference in price. As soon as he figured it out, Li Time began to frantically search for a target in his mind. Chapter 36, Li Time's rare leisurely time. Not long after, a player appeared in Li Time's mind, and the memory of him should be suffering from an illness right now. And in addition to physical, there is also psychological. It is Sebastian Deiler, who along with Michael Ballack is known as the future hope of German soccer. When he thought of this genius, Li Time couldn't help but sigh for a while. Injuries continued throughout Dessler's career and caused him to miss every opportunity to represent Germany at the World Championships, and crucially, in addition to the physical injuries, he was diagnosed with a more serious form of depression. This makes Dessler chose to retire at the age of 27. To know that 27 years old, but a soccer player's peak age, so Dessler's retirement, but also let the world football world and countless fans feel a million pity. In Li Time's memory, at this time as playing in Bayern Munich, Dessler has been hospitalized once because of depression. At the same time, from time to time recurrence of the knee injury is also tormenting him, which greatly affects his playing time in Bayern Munich. If one were to ask Bayern Munich for him now, one might be able to get him for a relatively low price. He then arranged for Allen to do this, while he himself prepared to go home and get some rest. 6 days later at Ellen Road, Leeds United played their final league game of the season with a full bench and got their first defeat of the season. But the fans who came to watch the game didn't criticize Li Time and the players. After all, it was a full bench lineup, and there was still a gap between the hard power and other teams in the championship. The next day, led by Li Time, Leeds United celebrated with a grand championship parade. Leeds was inundated with tens of thousands of fans who flooded the streets to celebrate the wonderful occasion together. Looking at the young man standing at the front of the double-decker bus, wearing a straight suit and holding the trophy in both hands, many fans who have gray hair have shed tears of excitement. There was a time when they all thought that this white army, to which they had been loyal all their lives, would fall into a long period of silence, but this young man, he has taken Leeds United out of the abyss in just 1 year's time, and in a few months' time, they will be ready to make a renewed push for the top-flight pennant. After the end of the Championship League, the Premier League matches also came to an end the following week, and there was no deviation from what Time Lee remembered, as Chelsea won the Premier League title this season. Last year, Chelsea was acquired by Abu, but in the transfer market invested close to €200 million for reinforcements. It can be said that from Abu, completely opened the era of the Premier League gold dollar soccer, which is why Lee Time has always been convinced to build a great club. Relying on the level of sentiment and coaching is never possible to do, and Mourinho didn't let Abu down, leading this mighty Chelsea team to bring a Premier League trophy to Stamford Bridge again after 50 years. The only regret is that they lost to Liverpool in the Champions League semi-final, and with the top 5 leagues in the books, the Champions League final, which fans around the world are watching, is about to take place in Istanbul, Turkey. Lee Time had Alan buy himself tickets for the Champions League final early on. Before his rebirth, he was originally a hardcore AC Milan fan, and his biggest wish was to watch an AC Milan game on the field, though he knew that the final loser of the game was AC Milan, and in an extremely humiliating way. But he still chose to go to the scene to see. This is known as the first of the miracle of the football world Istanbul night game. The heart also has some hidden expectations. After all, this rebirth of the butterfly flaps the wings has changed the fate of Leeds United. So what if you can also change the fate of AC Milan? The Champions League final was on May 25th, and Lee Time arrived in Turkey a week early. It had been almost a year since he was reborn, and as a rich second generation, he had never properly traveled out. He hadn't been to Europe in his previous life either, but in the past 10 months of taking Leeds United around to play away games, he had traveled to most of England, but outside of England, Lee Time hadn't been there even once. So after the whole team went on vacation, Lee Time also set aside a week for himself and came to Turkey early to have a stroll. The Ritz-Carlton hotel that Alan had booked for Lee Time was right in the center of Istanbul, right next to Taksim Square, which had the busiest shopping street in Istanbul and contained a wide variety of Turkish food and souvenirs. After almost 10 months of eating chicken fries in England, Lee Time has finally sort of regulated his life. Fortunately, the busy daily training life had diluted Lee Time's need for food, and he basically casually settled his meals at the club during the week. It had to be said that England was really a culinary desert, and coming to Istanbul for the past few days, Turkey's wide variety of grilled meats and a variety of specialty desserts had reawakened Lee Time's pursuit of food. Now holding a skewer of kebab almost 50 centimeters long in his hand, Lee Time is leisurely strolling through Istanbul's famous Grand Bazaar. A store selling rugs and scarves with a very Turkish flavor attracted him, and he intends to buy some to send back to the club's staff. Upon entering, he saw the owner answering a question from a boy who looked away and then wandered off on his own. After shopping for a while, seeing that they were still communicating, Lee Time put down the things in his hand and prepared to go shopping for something else before coming over to buy it. Although he had been talking to the boy about something, the boss also distracted some attention on Lee Time. At this time, when he saw him turn to go, he left the boy behind and asked Lee Time, "Hello, guest, may I ask if you don't see anything satisfactory?" Seeing that the boss finally took care of himself, Lee Time stopped and replied to the boss, "No, I'm very satisfied. I fancy a few scarves. Just that when I saw that you were still chatting with this gentleman, I thought of going to browse other stores before coming over to buy them." When Lee Time answered the boss, the boy who had been turning his back to him also turned around and surveyed Lee Time. It seemed that he rarely saw the same face as his own in Istanbul, and when Lee Time answered the boss's question, the boy also stared at Lee Time without taking his eyes off of him. This made Lee Time, who had finished answering the boss, a little surprised for a moment. After being reborn, it was also the first time he bumped into an Oriental when he was wandering around alone, but he wasn't sure if the other party was a Chinese, so he just smiled politely and prepared to leave. Just as Lee Time was about to turn around, the boy on the opposite side of the room suddenly spoke, and in fluent Mandarin, "You're from China?" Chapter 37 Florentino. This is the first time after the rebirth of Lee Time to hear the language of his hometown. He carefully measured up the opposite side of the boy. "Vaguely feel a little familiar. Seems to be where I have seen, but can not recall." From Lee Time's expression, the boy knew that the Chinese language he just spoke was understood by this man across the street. So his smile became even brighter and he took the initiative to walk over and extend his left hand, saying, "Hello, my name is Dong Fangjia, a native of Ning province." Hearing this name, Lee Time finally remembered who this person was, reached out his hand and gently shook Dong Fangho's hand, responding, "Hello, my name is Lee Time. For this man who joined the powerhouse Manchester United after becoming famous as a teenager in China, and later destroyed his own career because of those messy things in the country, Li Time could be said to be very familiar with him. Originally Ferguson liked him very much, even Rooney played for him as a substitute, but who knows, perhaps because of young fame, later he was in training attitude loose. The game is also careless, which would have let Ferguson already hate Steele. Later on, because of some other reasons, after the injury, choose to play close to force the game. The result of the previous injuries will never be good, and ultimately also be abandoned by Manchester United. Early retirement. Dongfeng smiled and nodded, and continued to ask, I rarely see oriental faces over here. Are you here to travel? Hearing Dongfeng clumsy say this, Li Time revealed a look of sudden realization. After all, in this era, the people from China who came over to Europe to study were still far less than 20 years later. Then he replied, sort of came to travel. To be precise, I came to see the Champions League final tomorrow night. Hearing that Li Time was also coming to watch the Champions League, Dongfeng Jia happily reached out his hand and patted Li Time's shoulder, saying with a smile, that's a real coincidence. I'm also here to watch the game. Which team are you a fan of? Hearing Dongfeng Xiao's question, Li Time replied without hesitation, I'm a fan of AC Milan. Seeing that Li Time didn't seem to recognize himself, Dongfeng Xiao casually chatted with Li Time for a few more minutes before turning around to settle the bill for the things he had just picked out and left the place. Subsequently, Li Time picked out quite a few things and also left the small store under the cheering of the owner. He had to put his things back in the hotel first, and take a good rest in the afternoon. There was still a very important date to attend in the evening, and the Dongfeng clumsy that he just ran into suddenly made an idea appear in Li Time's mind. It just so happened that the person who asked him to meet tonight was the helmsman of Real Madrid, Florentino. The Real Madrid in his hands was one of the most suitable objects to cooperate with for this plan of his own. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Time, who had already changed into a customized suit, appeared on time at the entrance of an upscale Western restaurant in Taksim Square. As soon as he entered, a tall man with sunglasses greeted him, sized up Li Time, and opened his mouth to inquire, may I ask if this is Mr. Li? Li Time nodded and replied, it's me. After confirming Li Time's identity, the tall man bowed slightly to Li Time, then sidestepped and said, hello, Mr. Li, please come this way. Mr. Perez is already waiting for you in the private room. The man then brought Li Time to the door of a private room, so Li Time pushed the door and walked in. Pushing open the door of the private room, a man that Li Time had only seen on TV before was sitting on the sofa beside the dining table. He was Florentino Perez, the founder of Real Madrid's galactic battleship. Li Time first greeted him, Mr. Perez, nice to see you. Then he looked at this middle-aged man with slightly gray hair. The current Florentino was also only in his 50s, wearing a decent suit. He stood up with a smile on his face and politely responded to Li Time with a slight nod. I'm also very happy to see you. Mr. Li, please have a seat. Mr. Li could hardly imagine that this man in front of him, who seemed to be quite friendly, was the cold-blooded Real Madrid helmsman as described by the media. In the past few years, under the leadership of Florentino, Real Madrid could almost be called the most successful club in the world. Ronaldo, Figo, Zinedine Zidane, Beckham, these superstars have joined the galactic battleship under his money attack. Not only won the Champions League in 2002, and then also surpassed Manchester United to become the world's richest. The Galaxy not only won the Champions League in 2002, but also surpassed Manchester United to become the world's richest soccer club. But last year, with the addition of Owen, Real Madrid and the enough 7 superstars after the decline. The biggest reason, as the manager of the Camacho cannot control the locker room, which makes him in the league after only 3 rounds of the beginning of the resignation of the Real Madrid manager's position. Subsequently replaced him in charge of Real Madrid's Ramon also left in the winter window, until Luxembourg took over, only gradually stabilized the situation. But eventually Real Madrid still only won the 2nd place in the league, to see the arch-rival Barcelona to take the La Liga championship trophy. Seeing the situation of Real Madrid, so the season is not yet over, Florentino sent to Leeds United about Sneijder's offer. Want to continue their own money tactics, in the summer window on the team to rebuild. And before Li Time did not clearly reject Florentino's offer in the email he replied, but wanted to think about it. So after learning that Li Time was going to Turkey to see the Champions League final, Florentino also asked Li Time to have a face-to-face meeting before the game through Alan. Florentino, after a little bit of pleasantries with Li Time, directly opened the topic of the day, asked Li Time, Mr. Li, about Sneijder's transfer. You did not explicitly reject Real Madrid in the mail last time, so today, I would like to personally understand what you think. Seeing that he stepped into the main topic, Li Time also changed his previous posture of leaning on the sofa, sat up straight and replied, Mr. Perez, in fact, your last offer has already satisfied me. The reason why I didn't explicitly reply to you is not that I want to talk to you again about the price of Snader, but rather, I want to meet with you, to see if there is any space for us to cooperate. Hearing Li Time say this, Florentino's face showed a trace of puzzlement. At the same time in his heart he also thought, you a team that has just been promoted to the English Premier League, and owes tens of millions of dollars of bad debts yourself. What is there to cooperate with me, Real Madrid? Seeing this puzzled expression on Florentino's face, Li Time smiled slightly and continued, Mr. Perez, I don't know if the age-appropriate young players in Real Madrid's youth training team, they are willing to play first-team matches or not. Chapter 38 Priority Buyback Right. Hearing Time Li ask this question, the doubt on Florentino's face deepened. Since he took office, he has always implemented the policy of attracting one superstar per year. So the main lineup of Real Madrid in these years are basically all the superstars that have become famous. Before meeting with Li Time, Florentino also slightly studied Li Time's attraction policy this year, so he knows that Li Time is very fond of using young players, but the youth training team of those at most 16, 7-year-old players who play youth league, could Li Time also want? Listening to Li Time this statement, is the meaning of wanting these half-big children to play the Premier League? Florentino took a sip of tea before asking the doubt in his heart. Mr. Li, if I understand correctly, do you want to buy these kids to play in the Premier League? Time Li smiled and nodded, and began to elaborate on his thoughts. That's right, Mr. Perez, as you know, Leeds United has returned to the Premier League, and our schedule will be even tighter next season. So I think the thickness of our current squad is still a little too thin, but the money I have in my hand right now really isn't enough for me to go for a massive reinforcement. So I think we can start a win-win cooperation. I have a preliminary idea, is to let Leeds United from Real Madrid's youth team or first team bench to select some young players. Let me use a relatively cheap price to bring these players to the Premier League, and Leeds United will be in the cultivation of them at the same time, to ensure that these players in the top league or cup matches of the playing time, to serve as a workout of the role of young players. The role of Leeds United is to train young players. Moreover, the contract of these players, we can sign for 3 years. Then, if during the contract period, Leeds United want to sell these players, we will notify you first, and Real Madrid enjoys the right of first refusal. What do you think of this offer? After hearing Li Time's words, Florentino was instantly moved. Over the past few years, although his reinforcement policy had allowed Real Madrid to achieve considerable results, relatively speaking, such a strong lineup had also compressed the playing time of the players coming out of Real Madrid's youth training camp, and more importantly, the big names have taken up too much playing time, which has led to rumors in the club's locker room that have been affecting the balance of the team. Because of these two things, after the end of the league, he even organized a meeting for the coaching team to study it, and in the end did not come up with a good solution. And this proposal of Li Time perfectly solved the problem that Real Madrid is currently facing. In addition to this, Florentino also thought of one thing. Since Leeds United won the championship, Li Time has been blown up as the second winger in the mouth of the media, because the average age of the Leeds United under his leadership is only in the early 20s, and all these players have started to have these highlights only after being discovered by Li Time, from which it can also be seen that Li Time does have something in the point of coaching young players. If the players that Li Time picks from himself can really play out in the English Premier League, then he will buy them back again, which is not a loss. After all, they are all youth players, and only have a 2-year contract. It is unlikely that Li Time will sign a contract with an astronomical amount of liquidated damages. Thinking through these 2 points, Florentino felt that Li Time this proposal is really worth considering. Mr. Li, from my personal point of view, I like this proposal of yours very much, but as you know, the club is not up to me alone. I need to go back to Madrid and discuss with the management before I can give you an accurate answer. Of course, Mr. Perez, I'm not in a hurry. After all, the summer window hasn't officially begun yet, and both of us still have a lot of time to discuss about the proposal we just made. The proposal just now was just a temporary idea of Li Time's in the afternoon. It's best to be able to do it, even if it can't be done. There's no loss for him in Leeds United, so he didn't urge Florentino to reply him in a short period of time. Then Li Time will lead the topic to the transfer of Snader, or in accordance with the previous idea, first make friends with Real Madrid, this big customer. So when the price of Li Time did not go to pull, quickly agreed to Florentino's 28 million euros to take away Snader's proposal. After the business was finished, both sides also entered a pleasant meal time. After learning that Li Time this time to just buy the general stand tickets, Florentino is also warmly invited Li Time tomorrow to their box to watch the game. Li Time also gladly agreed. After all, or while serving red wine while watching the game, will be more comfortable. The next day, Li Time didn't go out again. He slept until 1 p.m. After lunch, he jerked the iron in the hotel gym for a while, and then went back to his room to take a shower and change his clothes before he was ready to go out. After coming to the stadium with Florentino, standing in the VIP box, looking at the tens of thousands of fans below and the players of both sides who were warming up, Li Time's heart was also secretly excited. This was the first Champions League match he had ever watched live, and it was still the final. Not long after, Florentino walked over with 2 glasses of red wine, and after handing a glass to Li Time, he opened his mouth and asked, "Mr. Li, who do you support more in tonight's match?" "Mr. Li replied without thinking, "In fact, besides Leeds United, AC Milan is my second favorite team." Florentino was a bit puzzled. He thought that as the manager of Leeds United, Li Time was more supportive of Liverpool, who was also from England. "In that case, you are more optimistic about AC Milan winning the championship?" But Li Time shook his head. "But I think Liverpool should win tonight's match." This makes Florentino even more confused. "You little brat, and I'm here to play both sides of the knife, right? You say you like AC Milan, but then you support Liverpool to win the championship." It seems to see Florentino's doubt. Li Time put down the red wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Perez, although I like AC Milan more in terms of personal feelings, but don't forget that I am the owner and coach of Leeds United, and for this kind of important match, of course I have to support the team from England." After saying that, he also turned his head and asked back to Florentino, "What about you, Mr. Perez? Which team do you support more?" Florentino pretended to be serious and said, "I think AC Milan should win, but, as you know, I only support Real Madrid, but unfortunately, we were eliminated by the Liverpool team you support." After saying that, he smiled helplessly himself. Yeah, his superstar policy brought huge economic gains to Real Madrid, but as the superstars gradually aged, Real Madrid didn't perform very well in Europe in the past 2 years, so this is one of the reasons why he is very much in favor of Li Time's proposal yesterday. His own Real Madrid. It's time to change the blood. Chapter 39, I bet €100 that the eventual winner will still be Liverpool. After a long wait, at 9:45 p.m., the referee blew the whistle for the start of the big game on time. Below the stands, both sides of the fans are giving their home team crazy cheer. But who would have thought that in these next 120 minutes, the two teams would have their fans' emotions reversed in 2 levels, and also join forces to dedicate one of the most exciting and bizarre finals in the history of the Champions League. In fact, before this match kicked off, and arguably even before the second half started, the winds of the entire European soccer world were blowing in favor of AC Milan over Liverpool. Some clues can be seen from the lineups of both sides. Ancelotti today's lineup cannot be described as luxurious. The front line is at the peak of Shevchenko and Crespo. Behind them are Kaká, Pirlo, Seedorf and Gattuso. And in the back line, Nesta and Stam sit in the middle of the flanks where Cafu and Maldini. The goalkeeper is the Brazilian Dida. The bench also sits in Rui Costa and Tomasson and so on the ball players. On the contrary, Rafa Benitez's Liverpool, not only all the way to the bumps and bruises, and the lineup of Gerrard and Javi Alonso can be considered a world-class star, whether it is from the player fame, or the overall strength, AC Milan are better than Liverpool by a large margin. So Florentino, who is basically completely neutral, will also think that AC Milan should get the final victory. But the process of the game and Li Time's memory is no different. In less than a minute, Kaká's breakthrough on the right caused a foul on Liverpool, earning AC Milan a well-placed set piece, and this set piece, less than a minute old, was converted into a goal by AC Milan. Pirlo kicked the ball out. AC Milan's meritorious captain Maldini in the Liverpool penalty area near a sweeping sweep, directly into the door guarded by Dudek, but also created the record of the fastest goal of the Champions League final. In less than a minute, AC Milan took a 1-0 lead over Liverpool. After taking the lead, AC Milan didn't stop there and still held the upper hand on the field. On the other hand, Liverpool's side was in trouble. Cowell was injured in the 23rd minute of the game and was replaced by Smithy. Liverpool then seized a chance when Luis Garcia burst into the box and Nesta fell to the ground in defense and blocked the ball with his hand. But the referee thought it was a passive handball, so he didn't blow the penalty. But when Liverpool players were still asking the referee for a penalty kick, AC Milan immediately launched a counterattack. Pirlo sent the ball straight to Kaká, who then drove the ball into the area, facing the 3 remaining Liverpool defenders. Kaká passed the ball to Shevchenko, who broke into the box and crossed the ball in front of the goal. And then Crespo parried the ball into the goal, easily kicked the ball into the goal. In the 39th minute, AC Milan converted the goal. In the 39th minute, AC Milan made it 2 o'clock. However, Liverpool's nightmare in the first half didn't end there. Just before the end of the first half of the game, Pirlo and Kaká once again connected. Kaká received a direct pass from Pirlo, turned around and over the defense of Gerrard. Then Kaká sent a kick exquisite direct. Crespo single-handedly faced Dudek, easy to play the ball into the goal. Crespo both goals. Kaká accounted for at least 70% of the credit. 2 wonderful passes. Vision and passing skills are pulled to the limit. And before the first half was over, Liverpool were already 0-3 down, as if they had fallen into the abyss. As the referee blew the whistle for the end of the half, players from both sides entered the players' channel one after another. Shocked by Kaká's performance just now, Florentino, in front of Li Time, had already arranged his assistant to collect all his information. After arranging things, Florentino turned his head and said half-jokingly to Li Time, "Li, it seems that you look away today. Liverpool has been crushed by AC Milan. I hope that in the second half, they don't concede any more goals just fine." But with a wry smile, Li Time raised his red wine glass and took a sip, then said, "I don't think so. I know Liverpool's players, they won't be knocked down easily and completely. I'll bet €100 that the final champion will still be Liverpool." Although Li Time before thought, the end of the game will not change because of their own arrival of this unknown, but the first half to see down, their own little butterfly wings, should not have been fanned from England to Istanbul, the final champion, should still be a desperate turnaround of the Liverpool. Here Li Time so, Florentino found himself as more and more unable to understand the young man of the East. He really cannot figure out, on the Liverpool today this state and lineup, how can in the remaining 45 minutes into AC Milan 4 goals, but he didn't mind playing with Li Time, so he opened his mouth and said, "Then I also bet €100. AC Milan must be the last champion." But from the 53rd minute of the second half, the field changed suddenly and a miracle was born. 2 consecutive passes from Reece on the left side lifted the soccer ball into AC Milan's penalty area, and Liverpool's captain Gerrard, after seeing the pass, leaped up high and scored a beautiful header near the penalty spot to equalize the score to 3-1. Liverpool also blew a counterattack. Less than 3 minutes later, Smithy, who had come on as a substitute, shot a long-distance shot through Dida's goal again. Liverpool scored twice in 3 minutes, making the score 3-2, but the comeback wasn't over yet. In the 60th minute of the game, Barash made a beautiful heeled effort in the box. Gerrard received the ball and was defended by Gattuso in the box. The referee had no hesitation in awarding a penalty kick. The young Xavi Alonso then took this penalty kick, although the first shot was parried by Dida. But then, he calmly followed up with a supplementary shot and scored the ball. Liverpool magically equalized the score to 3-3. At 3-1, Florentino still felt it was harmless. At 3-2, he was secretly cursing AC Milan's players for not competing. And when Alonso scored the goal, Florentino's eyes had changed when he looked at Li Time. At this moment Li Time's figure seemed to be the incarnation of Jesus in his eyes. This young man, can he predict the future? As the media said, he is really good at the position of manager. Otherwise, how to explain his previous sentence of understanding Liverpool's players? The match was eventually dragged into a penalty shootout by the tenacious Liverpool, and Dudek pounced on Shevchenko's crucial shot, and in the end, Liverpool beat AC Milan 3-2 in the penalty shootout. While Liverpool players and fans were celebrating wildly on the field, Li Time looked at Florentino with a mysterious smile and spoke, "Mr. Perez, thank you for providing me with a private room today. That €100, count it as my rent." He then left the box in Florentino's adoring eyes. Chapter 40 Summer Transfer Window, about to start. With the Champions League final coming to an end, the 2004-2005 season also came to an end. The next step is the tense and exciting transfer period. Li Time and Florentino's meeting in Istanbul was not deliberately hidden. Before entering the box to watch the game, they also went together to the stands and the two club bosses greeted each other. The stadium big screen also put out the two together. So from the next day when Li Time returned to Leeds, the media and fans were speculating what exactly was being talked about in the meeting between Li Time and Florentino. After all, there were rumors of Real Madrid's bid for Sneijder before. During this period of time when Li Time went to work at the club, there were always a large number of media reporters blocking the gate, wanting to pull something out of Li Time's mouth, so that they could take it back to do a first-hand report. But Li Time was always 4 words, no comment. In order to avoid those hounding reporters, Li Time specially switched a car with Alan yesterday and entered the club directly from the parking lot today. After coming to the office, he opened the computer at the first time. The 2 emails from Real Madrid were lying quietly in his mailbox. Yesterday, Florentino called him, and after returning to Madrid, he convened a meeting with the club's management to discuss Li Time's proposal. And after a few days of deliberation, he finally reached an agreement yesterday that he could accept Li Time's proposal for cooperation. But in the buyback clause, they also needed to add a clause that they could only accept up to 10 times the price of the young players that Li Time had taken away from Real Madrid. The player. After returning to Leeds, Li Time also used the system to check the young players in Real Madrid's youth training camp and team, and found that there are not many players who can be used after they are bought and coached by themselves. The 19-year-old back Javi Garcia and 20-year-old center back Juan Fran. These two players now have a system rating of C. Li feels that after buying them, with the support of the system and his own coaching, he should be able to raise their system ratings to C+ before the start of the next season, and then he can also be used as a rotational player to enter the first team. After replying OK, Li Time opened another email. Within the email was a transfer offer of 28 million euros for Sneijder, which was the price that both Li Time and Florentino had negotiated in Istanbul. So he called Alan and asked him to deal with these two things specifically. After arranging the matters in hand, Li Time comfortably leaned back on the sofa and summoned the system to browse up. There were already some changes in the club interface on the system, especially the item of economic status that Li Time was most concerned about. Host, Li Time. Club owned, Leeds United. Economic condition serious debt, 80 million euros. Team status, normal. Available funds, 31.9 million euros. Fixed skills, Super Scout, can freely view the detailed attributes of any player. Master Coach. Skill Pack, Peak Drogba Template Experience Card, 1 month. Applicable to any player. Injury Healing Card X1. Leeds United winning the championship this season did not only make Time Li's reputation within the Leeds United team and amongst the fans reach its peak. Moreover, the club's economy has also been greatly improved, in addition to a large sum of money in bonuses. In the team's jerseys, souvenirs, including the players' portrait rights also made a big profit. Now the club's available funds have nearly 32 million euros. Seeing this figure, Li Time felt that the previous plan can make some improvements. More than 10 days have passed since the end of the Champions League final. Today is already June 8th, and the day after tomorrow morning, the Premier League summer transfer window will officially open. Li Time has not been idle during this time. He ran a trip to Leverkusen. After 4 days of negotiation, finally with a price of 12 million euros, and Leverkusen club signed a contract of intent to introduce Berbatov, and then also in Berbatov's agent to talk about the individual contract, also signed for 3 years, liquidated damages of 32 million euros. With this math, the players that Leeds United have now confirmed that they have negotiated are Berbatov, Yaya Touré, Falcao and Mascherano. The transfer fee of the 4 players added up only cost 22.95 million euros. Now Leeds United's liquidity is enough to support. On the side of the players to be sold, the ones that have reached an agreement are Adebayer's 29 million euros, Sneijder's 28 million euros and Tebas's 22 million euros. This means that the transfer fees of these 3 players alone will be enough for Li to pay off Leeds United's arrears. And after paying off the debt, in the case of not selling other players, Li Time still has close to 10 million euros of available funds. He can also take this money to buy some hopeful stars. Thinking of this, in the heart of Li Time, pressure for almost a year of this stone is finally fell to the ground. Leeds United, this mess finally let him leveled out. But next, there are still a lot of work waiting for him. Last season, Leeds United's performance is too good. A year to play down. In addition to the previous, Blackwell deliberately put off the FA Cup, but also in the last round of the loss of a full bench to play. So now in addition to the team has negotiated 3 deals, there are other players are also being major giants crazy. For example, their own captain, Milner, in the last time by Li Time after the rebuff. Liverpool's latest offer has raised the price of 15 million euros. This price from Li Time's psychological price is very close. Previously, Li Time was worried that after the sale of Adebayor and their 3 players, their own funds cannot support the repayment of loans and new reinforcements. So he had thought of selling the captain of Leeds United together, which is why he introduced Mascherano as a supplement after Milner left. Who knew that Leeds United's good results have given him unexpected income? So now, Li Time wants to keep Milner for another year or 2. One reason is that he doesn't want to take the blame for selling his meritorious captain as soon as the season is over. The other main reason is that he wants to let Milner practice again. After all, it is a back, and now the price is still relatively cheap. In Leeds United to play a period of time, they also again drill, and so Milner's ability to numerical value again up a little bit, when the sale price is also a little bit higher. Of course, the offer of other players Li Time is to think that you can then pull. After all, the door is open for business. As long as the price is in place, most of the players can be sold. Chapter 41 New Season Lineup Planning. Apart from Milner, none of the main players were spared. All of them had offers from teams. Even Caldwell, who Li Time had joked about selling for money before. Newcastle had offered 4 million euros for purchase. After carefully reading several emails with offers, Li Time soon called Alan, signaling that he could talk to these clubs. After agonizing over the players to sell, Li Time picked up the thick stack of scouting reports that had been placed forever on the right side of his desk. Since there were so many teams offering, looking like they were going to gut Leeds United, then Li Time might as well make the best of the situation and simply give Leeds United a big change. After the start of the next season, Leeds United's front line will be replaced by Falcao and Berbatov. 2 players can change to play a 4-4-2 double center formation. but also let Berbatov hide behind Falcao. Continue to play the current 4-2-3-1, but Li Time also need to give them 1 to 2 substitutes as a rotation. After flipping through the scouting report in his hand for a while, one player entered his vision. The 19-year-old Bosnia and Herzegovina senior center forward Edin Dzeko, who is still in the Bosnia and Herzegovina league, has not yet shown his talent, and only scored 1 goal in 20 appearances last season. But Li Time saw in the system, although Dzeko rating is only D+, but the talent is actually rated by the system as a grade. And the most critical thing is that Dzeko's current price is only 20,000 euros, which is equal to nothing for Li Time. After putting down this report of Dzeko, another figure appeared in Li Time's mind. Jamie Vardy, the small Schmeichel's future teammate at Leicester City, a late bloomer England international. In 2016, after Leicester City created history to win the Premier League title, Li Time also specifically on the internet to find out about this inspirational striker's information. The memory of the now only 18-year-old Vardy should still be in the Stoke City, a certain low-level team playing. Li Time decided that it was the two of them. In the midfield, the left side Li Time was ready to hand over to Bale, who was about to turn 16 years old. Under Li Time's deliberate explanation, this period of time, the youth training side in the training is also let Bell try a lot of positions, which makes the original debut of the early stage of just left-back Bell, now in the winger and left-forward position is also comfortable. The comprehensive evaluation has also risen to be enough for him to be based on the English Premier League. And on the right side, Li Time just found an unexpected choice in the scouting list that even he didn't think of, and that is Franck Ribéry, who will return to free agency next month. Ribéry would have moved from Galatasaray to Marseille on a free transfer next month, and Marseille sold him to Bayern Munich for 25 million euros 2 years later. But since coincidentally was Li Time ran into, then he must go to pick up this big leak. And 22-year-old Ribéry's system rating has reached B+. Talent has even reached the A+ level. I believe that after convincing him to join the Leeds United, under their own coaching, may be able to quickly top the system rating, and then sold, may not be more than 25 million euros. As for the back position, now there are Milner, Yahya Touré, Mascherano. In addition to this, he also took aim at Luka Modric, who has just returned to Croatia from the Bosnia and Herzegovina League. There is no Modric's name inside the scouting report, but just now Li Time checked Modric's photo from the internet, and he expected more or less the same. This midfield master's talent reaches the same as Ronaldinho's S+, now that the strength of the player is also enough to enter the program of Leeds United next season. Then the centre-back position, although Kompany and Chiellini have teams offer, but Li Time now is not going to sell them, unless a team's bid can directly trigger their up to 20 million euros of liquidated damages. Then in the scouting report just now, Li Time saw the name Thiago Silva. Silva, who is still in Porto's reserve team, is still very young, and Li Time is also ready to take him, together with Peak, who he wanted to bring in before, and Milner, who can also play as a guest defender. It should be enough. The two side defender positions. On the right side, Li chose Maicon, who is now playing for Monaco, and the world's know. One right back is now worth about 5 million euros, so Li should have enough money to take him. The left side of the words. Li Time is temporarily intended to introduce the left and right can play Ram, but now is not sure whether it is possible. After all, from childhood to stay in Bayern, Ram do not know if you want to leave the Bundesliga. He can only go to try to fight. As for the current McKenna and Mills, Li's idea is to sell them, but if you can't sell them, you can also use them as rotation players to supplement the thickness of the team's lineup. Goalkeeper do not have to think too much. This season small Schmeichel play moderate, but Li Time is still ready to go to the Schalke 04 youth team to the 19-year-old Neuer grips as a replacement. These planned reinforcements, it is estimated that the difficulty of Ram will be a little higher. The other players should be able to take smoothly. Organizing his thoughts, Li Time exhaled lightly and turned off the system, then gave Alan another call, telling him to come to the office. Not long after, Alan's knock sounded at the door. After letting him in, Li Time first handed him the list of players listed in his hand and asked him to arrange for someone to contact him. Then he took a sip of tea and opened his mouth to ask, by the way, how is the West Brom side these days? After I replied to Bates' email last time, has he made any moves? During this period of time, Li Time had been letting Alan keep an eye on West Brom's movements. After the offer was rejected last time, Bates had once sent another private email to Li Time. The meaning of the words was that he wanted to buy Tevez very much, and hoped that Li Time could not forget about the past, and also not to make a decision in too much of a hurry, to give him a little bit of time, and also to listen to the offer he had made. Li Time later also relatively mild tone of reply to Bates, said now there are a lot of giants are scrambling for Tevez, even including Manchester United Liverpool AC Milan offer. He is still considering. The implication is that the goods are very good, want to add money before it is too late, so that meaning, angry to see the reply of Bates cursed Li Time as a big traitor. The heart is not enough to swallow the elephant. During this period of time, Alan did hear some rumors, was ready to verify and then report to Li Time. Hearing Li Time's question, Alan also hurriedly replied, "Boss, recently West Bromwich Albion does have some action. A few days ago I received a phone call from that side. It is not immediately to the transfer period. Bates seems to have released the wind. The team is going to be rebuilt. There are a lot of main players seem to be listed for sale by him, but the specific whether it's true or not, I'm also in the arrangement of people to verify. Moreover, didn't you ask me to pay attention to the news from the bank side before? Yesterday, I also heard some rumors from the bank side. It seems like Bates is contacting the bank to make a mortgage, but what exactly is being used as collateral? This I haven't figured out yet." Hearing Alan answer, Li Time habitually stroked his chin again. Sure enough, judging from these two actions, Bates was really trying to buy Taybase to West Brom. Sorry then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then he pulled out his cell phone and flipped through his address book. Finding Ferguson from the dense list of names, pressed down. Chapter 42. The start of the transfer window. The first half of June was frantic in the English soccer world, and after the English FA confirmed at the beginning of the month that the transfer window would officially open on June 14th, every day there were new transfer news being broken by this group of media. But in this lively atmosphere, Li Time secretly ran to Munich alone. In addition to the several players who have already negotiated a contract of intent, almost all the other players that he intended to buy in the summer window were fixed in the first half of the month, and even Ribery, who was already a free agent, and Vardy, who was on trial in an unknown low-level team, have already met with Li Time and Leeds. The only transfer target left for Li is Lam. Last week Leeds United sent a €7 million offer to Bayern Munich. In fact, before Bayern will Ram loan to Stuttgart 2 years. This year is also the loan period just returned to the club, and Bayern Munich is now the main left-back is the French veteran Liza Lazu. Ram in the next season's program is only Liza Lazu's replacement, so for the Leeds United's buyout, Bayern is not excluded. But the problem lies in the player himself. Lam is not willing to leave Bayern Munich. In fact, this point Li Time also thought about. After all, in the memory, Ram's entire career is spent in Bayern Munich. Only these 2 years by Bayern loaned out can be called a player in the loyalty of the model. So after learning that Lam himself is not willing to leave, think again and again, Li Time decided to personally come to Munich and Lam talk about it. After making an appointment with Lam's agent, Li finally met the shy-looking boy in a cafe on Sebener Strasse. In fact, when he received the offer from Leeds United, Lam's agent notified him at the first time, and when he initially received the news, Lam was actually a bit moved. He is very clear about his own situation. Liza Lazu although has entered the end of his career, but his rich experience and technology is still now his own cannot be compared. So even if he stays in Bayern next season probability is still his replacement. If Leeds United is to rent himself, then he will certainly immediately agreed, but now is to direct transfer, which makes him into a tangle. But this morning, the agent said that Leeds United's owner and manager Li Time has come to Munich, want to meet with himself to talk about it, which makes Ram was surprised. He did not expect a club's owner will be for his own a young and does not have a lot of famed players travel to Munich. Out of politeness, Ram agreed to Li Time's request. So there is now this scene. Before he came, Ram heard his agent say that the owner of Leeds United is also a young man, but just seeing Li Time still made Ram eat a shock, not realizing that the owner of the club, who seems to be peaceful in front of him, actually looks just a few years older than himself, which slightly relieved Ram's apprehensive heart a little bit. Good afternoon, Philip. I'm the owner and manager of Leeds United. Li Time. First pouring a glass of water for Ram, Li Time then also opened his mouth to introduce himself. Hearing Li Time take the initiative to give himself a greeting, Ram, who was holding a glass of water and preparing to take a sip, hurriedly put down the glass of water and responded, "Hello, Mr. Li, I'm Philip Ram. It's a pleasure to meet you." Looking at Ram, who was still a little nervous in front of him, Li Time smilingly pacified, "Don't be nervous, Philip. I'm not a few years older than you. I believe we will get along very well." Seeing that Li Time didn't have the attitude of a club owner, Ram also gradually relaxed, holding a glass of water and listening carefully to Li Time's introduction of Leeds United and the concept of next season's lineup. When he heard Li Time say that he would be the main left back in his lineup, Ram's eyes suddenly lit up and interrupted Li Time with a puzzled tone. "Did you just say that I would be the main left back of Leeds United?" Hearing Lam's question, Li Time had a face of reason. "Of course. Didn't your agent tell you? You've been in my main lineup plan since I made an offer to Bayern Munich." Before Lam came, his agent didn't kidnap him with this promise from Li Time, considering that he had deep feelings for Bayern, but wanted him to make his own decision after hearing this news from Li Time. Now, after hearing Li Time answered his question in a positive tone, Lam's heart once again appeared to be shaken. Although his feelings for Bayern are very deep, but he is already 22 years old. He must consider for his future. If there are enough appearances in Leeds United, he is actually willing to go. See Lam moved. Li Time has also sacrificed his killer, and, in Leeds United, in addition to the captain Milner, all the players of the first contract are only 3 years. 3 years later, if you do not want to stay in Leeds United, you can return to Bayern as a free agent. I absolutely will not stop you. This sentence completely made Lam make up his mind, smiled and stretched out his right hand and said, "Okay, coach, thank you for your invitation. I agree to join Leeds United." After taking care of Lam, Li Time rushed back to Leeds without stopping, because in a few days it would be the day when the Premier League summer window officially opened. June 14th, early in the morning, Leeds United's official website was updated with 2 pieces of news that fired the first shot of England's summer transfers. Sneijder to Real Madrid for €28 million. Adebayor to Arsenal for €29 million. Although the news of Leeds United's main players being snapped up in the summer window was a hot topic, it was only a rumor because Lee and the club's staff never responded positively. Today, the official website was updated with these 2 news, which completely made the media and Leeds United fans explode. The media, who had been frantically touting Li Time a month ago, showed their fickle side again. Proud, arrogant Li Time. Leeds United in trouble in the new season as they let go of their great man. The odds of Leeds United being relegated again in the new season are at the bottom of the list. Is one championship title enough for Leeds United? Interview with Leeds United fan, worried about the current situation of the club. In many newspapers in the evening, various news criticizing Li Time began to appear. While everyone was collectively condemning Li Time, The Sun published an even more powerful news. The title of the news is Interview with Ferguson. Manchester United very much hope to introduce Tevez before the end of the season has been quoted, but now in the negotiation stage, there is no substantial progress. This made the Leeds United fans who saw this news, who were already in a bit of panic, completely plunged into the bottom of their hearts. Is that magical young boss still want to sell Tevez? Is he trying to give up on Leeds United? Chapter 43, Li Time's plan. The next day, a large number of reporters blocked the entrance of the club to interview Li Time. After the opening of the summer window, all the clubs haven't announced the news of attracting or selling players. Only Leeds United didn't follow the common sense, sold 2 absolute mainstays of the team on the first day, and judging from the situation, these 2 transfers were definitely negotiated before the opening of the summer window. So the reporters all want to interview Li Time, to understand the young Leeds United boss in the end how to think. In addition to the reporters, a large number of Leeds fans also gathered at the entrance of the club. They were also unable to understand. The team has just won the championship and returned to the Premier League, and now it is the time to recruit troops and horses to impact the Champions League. At this juncture, the first thing Lee did was to sell the team's leading scorer and midfield brain, which made some fans begin to suspect that Lee was not trying to cash in and run away. But in the end, no one saw Li Time. Alan came out and clearly said that Li Time had important things today and had already left Leeds and went to other places. This left the media and fans with nothing to show for it. But at noon, some reporters who were crouching on Leeds United's official website noticed that there were some more updates on the site, and they were all about the sale and introduction of players. Caldwell to Newcastle United for €5 million, McLean to West Ham for €4 million, McKenna to Blackburn for €3 million, Eden Dzeko to Leeds United, Jamie Vardy to Leeds United, welcome Frank Ribery to Leeds United. The media went into a frenzy over these news items. There was something to write about in tomorrow's news. Leeds United were indeed selling off their main man, and in the fan base that had never understood the operation of Li Time, it was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. After seeing these news, there were already some fans who flocked to the official website to start cursing. Who is Vardy? A person who can't even play in the 3rd division. You bought him to play in the Premier League? This Bosnia and Herzegovina guy, I just went to check, scored 1 goal in the Bosnia and Herzegovina League last season. Li Time bought him to replace Adebayor, who was worth €29 million? What are his credentials? No. Am I reading this right? Is Leeds United a rag picker? What kind of reinforcements are these? After selling the striker, sell the midfielder. After selling the midfielder, sell the defender. Simply sell the club together. Really don't even have a face, and is in the center of the whirlpool of Li Time. For the time being does not have the time to pay attention to these remarks. He also want to play a big drama with Ferguson, so that Bates feel at ease to get the money together. Just when Li Time is being attacked by public opinion from all sides, Bates, who is in West Bromwich, sat in the VIP room of the bank early this morning. The transfer window had already opened, and the few players he had previously prepared to sell had basically found their next home, and were now negotiating with the clubs that wanted to bring them in. after the last meeting, due to the shareholders are not willing to increase the investment used to introduce Tevez, so Bates had no choice but to decide to use their own shares in the West Bromwich Albion to mortgage, do a short-term loan, although the interest rate is a little higher, but if you can take Tevez, and then sold at a high price, maybe after the loan can earn a little. After all, since Abu bought Chelsea took the lead, the entire Premier League clubs every year in the transfer of investment is also rising every year. Yesterday, I saw the news that although Manchester United has been offered, but there has been no substantial progress, which makes Bates secretly happy. It seems that the last time he sent the email to Li Time should have played a role. Last time Howard's transfer already let Li Time and Bates here set up an incomparable greedy money persona, but Bates is also afraid of his side because the money did not come together. Delayed action. Li Time to sell Tevez, so he contacted the bank early this morning, wanting to finalize the loan in the shortest possible time. In the previous reply of Li Time, Bates knew that there are several giants competing for Tevez. His own West Bromwich Albion and these giants for the attraction of the player cannot be compared, so he needs to get the money together as soon as possible. If in the end there are too many rivals competing for Tevez, he simply triggered a breach of contract to take the person away. Things still went smoothly. After all, is a big customer of the bank. Soon Bates negotiated the loan amount and interest. At noon, out of the bank he breathed a sigh of relief. Now he just need to use the fastest speed to sell the players to be cleaned. The money came together. Just as Bates walked out of the bank, Li Time, who was in Manchester, was having lunch with Ferguson at his home. After making an appointment with Ferguson last night, Li Time, who rushed to Manchester today, did not go directly to the Carrington Training Center, but was invited by Ferguson to his home. Ferguson asked the chef to prepare a sumptuous lunch. Looking at Li Time who was feasting in front of him, the old man still couldn't hold back and asked the question that he wanted to ask Li Time for a long time. Li, last time, why did you specifically mention to me on the phone that West Bromwich Albion was also seeking to buy Tevez? To be honest, I don't think West Brom are qualified to join this battle, unless they directly trigger Tevez's default payment. Hearing Ferguson's question, Li Time first swallowed the steak that was still in his mouth and wiped his mouth before asking rhetorically, Alex, do you know about this matter of Bates wanting to acquire Leeds United from my father before? Ferguson recalled a little and replied to Timely, I think I've heard of it, but what does it have to do with this time? Leeds United in your hands can develop too much better than your father at that time? And West Bromwich Albion, last season's results cannot be too good. Even if Bates wants to acquire it now, he should not be able to get so much money. Yes, but in fact in last year's winter window, Bates had wanted to buy Leeds United from me, and then I didn't agree. As a result, he actually directly poached Howard, who was the best performer at Leeds United at that time, and my manager, and he wanted to sabotage Leeds United's results in such a way as to make us fail in our goal of returning to the Premier League. Even though he was the loser in the end, it pisses me off. Alex, Li Time's tone was unkind as he replied to Ferguson's question, and Li Time's reply made Ferguson suddenly figured out why Li Time made those two requests before. So he smiled and asked, so what's your plan this time? Hearing Ferguson's question, Li Time's eyes radiated a faint hint of killing intent, and even his tone lowered a bit as he opened his mouth to say, that's right, I've already sent someone to investigate. Bates doesn't have so much cash in his hand right now, and he'll have to make up for Tevez's breach of contract by selling off his current starter and taking out a loan. I need United to cooperate with me to keep dragging him out. It's best if I can drag him out until the summer window is almost over, and when he has the funds in place to try to trigger Tevez's default, then I'll tell him that Tevez has long since been sold by me to United. Oh, I'm curious as to where he's going to find a replacement for Tevez when it's time to sell all the main players and the transfer market is pretty much picked over with all the strong players. If he can't find one, then will West Brom's results next season cause Bates to be dismissed? And after that, what money will he take to pay off the loan? When Li Time finished the last paragraph, Ferguson beside him suddenly noticed that he seemed to be more and more unable to see the young man in front of him. Chapter 44 Negotiations between Leeds United and Manchester United breakdown? After dinner, the two came to Carrington training base together. When Li Time, who was missing in Leeds, and Ferguson appeared at the entrance of the base at the same time, those reporters squatting outside the base surrounded them like mad dogs smelling meat, instantly stretching their microphones in front of the two of them, and all kinds of questions came to them. Hello Mr. Lee, may I ask? Only yesterday Sir Alex Ferguson said that there is no substantial progress about the transfer of Tevez. You came to Carrington today. Can it be interpreted as you want to sell Tevez to Manchester United in a hurry? Hello Sir Ferguson, may I ask if Mr. Lee came to Manchester today to negotiate with Manchester United's management? Sir Ferguson, can you be specific about how much Manchester United's offer for Tevez is? Mr. Lee, the transfer period has just begun, and Leeds United's meritorious mainstays are almost snapped up. but there are no relatively invigorating reinforcements yet. May I ask how Leeds United will face the next season's Premier League matches? Sir Alex Ferguson. What do you think of the issue that Chelsea will make another big reinforcement in this transfer period? The first question is okay, Ferguson has been smilingly answered. And the last question makes the old man's face instantly collapsed. No good dislike. How do I see? I take the eyes to see. As for Li Time's side, in the face of Tevez' transfer-related questions, he was also serious and snorted, saying that today he just came to Manchester United to visit and learn, and did not come over to negotiate clouds, so that the reporters who were looking forward to his answer rolled their eyes up to the sky. Subsequently, a small and large two fox and casually answered a few painless questions, then turned into the base. Still want to follow up. The reporters were also stopped by the security personnel at the door. Just turned around. Just now also a seriously time to reveal a treacherous smile. In fact, today he mainly came to Manchester to show up with Ferguson, so that the reporters photographed, to pass the news. He wants to let Bates see the progress of the United side, so as to speed up the speed of Bates to handle the loan and sell players to raise money. The following afternoon, Li Time and Carrington met with the management of Manchester United, but also signed the contract for the transfer of Tevez to Manchester United. In the negotiation, in order to let the management of Manchester United can also cooperate with his plan, Li Time to give them a further drop of €2 million. The final Manchester United is €20 million plus Piquet offer from Leeds United to take away Tevez. But all this will not be publicized in the next 2 months. United will not go to Tevez to do player registration, including Tevez himself. Li Time also asked him to sign a confidentiality agreement before coming. As for when it will be made public, it might have to wait until Bates wants to take away Tevez directly by triggering a default payment. More than 5 p.m., Li Shiguang and gloomy face out of the Carrington training base. At this time outside are still a large number of reporters waiting. Looking at Li Time is not too happy look, but only a few fearless reporters surrounded to want to interview a little bit, but they were all rejected by Li Shiguang on the grounds of being too tired. The next day, Li Time once again occupied the front page of the English soccer world. For his visit to Carrington training base yesterday, the media have given their own speculation. Only 3 days after the start of the transfer period, Leeds United may sell another decorated starter. Going in happy, coming out angry. Perhaps Li's trip to Manchester didn't go too well? Tevez's transfer deal has collapsed. Other giants still have a chance. Manchester United's bid for Carlos Tevez has been blocked. Another main player is leaving. What's the future for Leeds United? These news headlines make today's newspaper Leeds United fans completely exploded. Leeds United club's door for the second consecutive day was blocked by a large number of fans. The fans want to find Li Time to ask for a statement. While most people are worried about the future of Leeds United, Bates, who had just finished breakfast and was looking at a copy of the Times, laughed out loud. As expected, Li Time, this money grubber. Now so many clubs are grabbing Tevez. Li Time will certainly wait for the price to sell. Until the last moment, will never let go. This is good. Give yourself time to raise money. Thinking of this, Bates just had a smile on his face instantly collapsed, and began to curse the bank's slow efficiency in his heart. Because yesterday, no matter how much he said, the bank replied to him that the fastest this loan will take about a month to arrive at the account. This makes Bates want to give Leeds United offer within half a month of the intention had to be postponed, which makes him inevitably a little worried again. After thinking for a while, Bates stood up and walked to the second floor. He is going to send another offer to Leeds United. No matter what, it is necessary to drag on a first. And last night left Manchester. Li Time has been overnight by plane to the capital of Croatia, Zagreb. The new season's reinforcements, those players in other continents. Li Time has sent the club staff to docking and signing contracts. But for those players in Europe, Li Time plans to come by himself. The last time he went to Istanbul to watch the Champions League final, it gave him the idea to take advantage of the long transfer period to come out and feel the culture of Europe. And he could also escape from the bombardment of the media and fans, and leave those headaches to Alan to bear. And this time, in addition to traveling, he also intends to go to every club, go to their youth team to see, in case there are some missed fishes not thought of or scouts did not find it, he might even be able to pack it up and take it with him. So today got up early. Li Time, morning in Zagreb strolling. After eating lunch, he just according to the agreed time, slowly came to the Zagreb Dinamo club. Modric's transfer has been finalized before. Today over is actually to go through a process. Soon after the business is done, Li Time to the staff put forward the request to visit their youth training team. Dinamo Zagreb side is also quick to agree, but also sent the club's sports director accompanied. Here, Li Time also met the future midfield master, Luka Modric. After a brief greeting with Modric to get acquainted, Modric also knew that this is his future boss, surprised that the boss is so young, and after signing the transfer contract, he also made a special trip to see himself, which makes Modric is also flattered. Afterwards, Li Time watched the training of Dinamo Zagreb's youth team for a while, and used his skills to take a close look at the talents of a group of players, and found that there were no very good seedlings, so he proposed to take his leave. But just as Li Time returned to the hotel and had just stepped into the door of his room, Alan's phone call came. Chapter 45, Leeds United's official website updated. After sitting on his butt on the bed, Li Time picked up Alan's phone. Boss, Bates sent another offer for Tevez. He increased the price to €20 million. Alan eagerly reported to Li Time. Hearing this news, Li Time smiled slightly. As expected, this old man saw that he went to Manchester and got anxious, so he instructed Alan. Reply to him, just say that this price is still low. Several other teams are higher than his offer, and we are all still considering it. There was a slight pause. Then Li Time added, another thing, pay attention to West Brom's recent transfer situation. Find out how the players they listed for sale are negotiating. If the progress is average, you find someone to ask the bank side if Bates has gone for a loan recently. Okay, I'll get right on it. Alan answered and then hung up the phone. The next stop, Li Time chose to go back to Germany, to Schalke 04 where Neuer was, and Modric. Li Time had already negotiated Neuer's transfer price with Schalke 04 before he came, and quickly signed the contract, and at Schalke 04, he had an unexpected reward. He went to visit the Schalke 04 ladder team training in the afternoon, a glance at the crowd of that thin and tall little player, and then later happily spent €500,000, took the now only 12-year-old Julian Draxler. When he saw Draxler, he immediately used the system to look at his talent, and when he saw that Draxler's talent had reached the A-level evaluation, he directly went down, which in turn made the management of Schalke 04 think that they had encountered a great enemy, so they also pulled Li Time began to enthusiastically promote the other small players of their ladder team. Later on, Li Time went to Monaco and Shakhtar Donetsk, taking Maicon and Yahya Touré for €4 million and €2 million respectively. Then after another half a month of frantic fun in continental Europe, at the end of June, Li Time returned to Leeds. During his tour, Alan, according to Li Time's arrangement, would release some news about Tevez and Manchester United from time to time, and the Manchester United side was also very cooperative, and every time a reporter asked about it, they were all talking vaguely. There were also reporters who wanted to directly find Tevez for an interview, but there was no way that the longtime homesick wanderer had packed his bags and returned to Argentina the day after Li Time announced his vacation. And according to Alan's reply, Bates should have gotten his loan and Cibolo has cleaned out a few players, so his latest offer for Tevez has risen to €24 million. But with the mentality of cutting the grass to get rid of the roots, Li Time still asked Alan to stall him. Anyway, what Li Time wants now is one word: delay. Keep dragging until you bets directly offer €29 million, and then tell you, Tevez has long been transferred to the truth of Manchester United. Time quickly came to July, because Leeds United were the front runners in the Premier League on the first day of the transfer period, announcing the departure of several key players. The official website was blown up at the back. In the following month or so, not only did Li Time never show up, but the official website was also not updated with new reinforcements, which made some Leeds United fans think that Li Time was ready to give up on Leeds United. The return date for the players was set on July 5th, and the new players would arrive at Leeds United one after another. So from July 1st, the official website of Leeds United, which had been quiet for a long time, finally started to update. Bob Walton is a die-hard Leeds United loyalist. For more than a month since Leeds United's reinforcement, he is actually not very satisfied. After all, after leaving so many meritorious main force, the team did not end the reinforcement of the top of the great effort. But last year, he watched how Li Time brought out Leeds United, which had one foot in hell. So he didn't believe in what the media and some fans said that Li Time had given up on Leeds United. For more than a month, the first thing he did every morning when he woke up was to browse the official website of Leeds United to see if there was any new information on reinforcements. Then he'd line up with the spammers on the internet who caught Leeds United spraying. Today, as usual, after breakfast Bob first came to the study and turned on the computer. When he logged into the official website of Leeds United, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the homepage of the official website, which had been silent for more than a month, had changed. Leeds United finally made a move. Welcome Manuel Neuer to Leeds United. Welcome Philip Lahm to Leeds United. Welcome Yahya Touré to Leeds United. Leeds United have announced the addition of 4 new signings straight away today, which got Bob in the spirit all of a sudden. As a die-hard Leeds United fan, he knows too much about Leeds United's lineup. He in the transfer window before the opening of the biggest local forum in Leeds published a post. The content is to guess Leeds United in the summer window transfer period when there will be a big action. After all, with the strength of Leeds United's lineup, is absolutely unable to withstand the Premier League often a week of double matches of the schedule. Who knew that Li Time gave him a head start on the day the transfer period opened, which caused Bob to be sprayed all over the forum. so Bob immediately took a screenshot of the news on the official website and then posted it under his own posting. He had been holding it in for too long, and today he had to properly go toe-to-toe with these spammers who had been spraying him for over a month. In addition to the fan base, that afternoon, the evening papers of all the major media outlets also carried the news that 4 new recruits had joined Leeds United, and after a day of fermentation, a question arose in everyone's mind. From the opening of the transfer window to now, Leeds United announced a total of 7 new recruits to join. The oldest, Teray Laman Ribery, is now only 22 years old, and even the introduction of a 12-year-old youth training players. Combine this with the fact that Leeds United won the championship last season with the lowest average age in the championship. Is it possible that Lee wants to start a youth storm in the Premier League as well? Can this group of young people really withstand the impact of the world's top strikers like Drogba and Henry? Chapter 46: The youthful storm about to blow into the Premier League. As Bob suspected, the following days, Leeds United's official website kept updating. On July 1st, it was officially announced that Berbatov and Sebastian Daisler had joined Leeds United. On July 3rd, it was officially announced that Gareth Bale had been moved into the first team and Javi Garcia and Juan Fran had joined Leeds United. On July 4th, it was officially announced that Radamel Falcao, Mascherano and Thiago Silva had joined Leeds United. On July 5th, it was officially announced that Maicon joined Leeds United. This summer, Lee Time's reinforcements. There is still left by Lee Time thrown in the youth team training peak did not have an official announcement. The other have been announced on the official website. With the gradual exposure of Leeds United's new lineup, fans have split into 2 factions, arguing fiercely online. One side believes that Lee Time is still in accordance with the previous style of playing the championship when the formation of the lineup is wrong. After all, the intensity of the game of the Premier League is not comparable to the championship. Some people picked up the list of reinforcements of Lee Time in detail, and found that this group of players are not only young and not famous, but also the only ones who have played in the top 5 leagues are Berbatov and Daisler. Not to say and now the Premier League 4 big giants compared. Even if compared with other teams, this paper's strength is not enough to see. On the other hand, the other side is to take out the results of last season's Leeds United after Lee Time took over to do rebuttal. Adebayor, Sneijder, Tevez, these players last season is also in the Lee Time to take over the team after the outbreak, which makes think that Lee Time and the coaching of young players is very good at it. In both sides of the various examples to illustrate the quarrel, Lee Time was leading the players on the training ground for the first training session of the 2005 to 2006 season. The players were now under the leadership of the assistant coaches, conducting warm-up training. Lee Time stood on the sidelines and called out the system, carefully checking the club panel and the current attributes of the players. On the club panel side, a huge change had occurred. Host, Lee Time. Club owned, Leeds United. Economic condition, running normally. Team status, positive. Available funds, 200,000 euros. Fixed skills, Super Scout, can freely view the detailed attributes of any player. Master Coach, Skill Pack, Peak Drogba Template Experience Card, 1 month. Applicable to any player. Injury Healing Card X1. The transfer fee paid by Manchester United for Tevez had arrived on July 1st. Then Lee Time went to the bank at the first time to make an appointment to repay the rest of the arrears, which had already been credited into the bank's account yesterday. This time, the transfer of several main players allowed Lee Time to earn 89 million euros, plus the 30 million euros on the club's books before, allowing Lee Time to have 130 million euros on his books at the richest time. But after paying off the arrears, paying almost 40 million euros in transfer fees, and sending out June's wages, there is now only a pitiful 200,000 euros on the books again. Only do not worry, the club's next season's ticket revenue will soon be to the account. After the Premier League, as long as Leeds United's results are stable, then the jerseys and a variety of peripheral income can maintain the club's normal operation. In any case, from the moment the arrears are paid off, Leeds United is considered to be on the road to normal development. You should know that in the current English Premier League, in addition to Chelsea, which is waving money around to buy people, even Manchester United is more or less in arrears. After looking at the club panel, Lee Time took a closer look at the player panel and found that there was no change in the attributes from before. After all, everyone was on vacation for almost a month, and today is only his first training session. Without the added benefit of his master coaching skills, it's normal that the attribute points go up slower. Subsequently, when he saw Daisler's panel, Lee Time realized that there was a big change from before he came to Leeds United. Sebastian Daisler, age, 25. Offensive threat, 91. Defensive strength, 23. Body balance, 81. Long passing accuracy, 95. Short passing accuracy, 93. Shot accuracy, 90. Disking accuracy, 94. Shooting skills, 92. Speed/fastest speed, 93/96. Awareness, 96. Leadership awareness, 62. Injury tolerance D. talent S. Current game status, poor, affected by depression and knee injury, all attributes down 30%. Remaining peak period has reached peak period. Remaining contract period, 3 years. Potential, no more potential development. Player evaluation, talented and touted as the successor to Lothar Matthäus. He has been coveted by the soccer giants since his debut with Borussia Mönchengladbach FC. He is very fast, with delicate skills, accurate passes, and deadly direct free kicks. Dessler has all the technical qualities to become a genius, and is regarded as the future leader of German soccer. Currently, he is affected by knee injuries and depression, and is in poor condition, and needs timely treatment. Comprehensive assessment, a plus, affected by depression and knee injury, down to very happy face. In Li Time's memory, Dessler announced his decision to retire after the winter break of the 2006-2007 Bundesliga season under the influence of a knee injury. But looking at the situation now, his retirement should also have the influence of depression. Then, in fact, to put it this way, the original intention of buying him for himself was to make a quick buck, but with the addition of the injury card, it is also considered to be an extension of his career. I believe that such a genius would not have chosen to retire so early if he had not been afflicted by illness. After all, Li Time is not a particularly cold-blooded person. Seeing Dessler's current situation, he secretly thought that if he can still open the injury card in the treasure chest of the mission afterward, and there are no clubs that offer their own psychological price to buy him, he wouldn't mind to use the extra injury card on the body of this German genius. In the piece of tactical arrangement, Li Time also has a new preparation. In the next month's time, he is ready to drill the players' passing and receiving and one-footed ability, and then integrate the tiki-taka tactical system developed by Guardiola, so that next season in the face of strong teams, Leeds United can increase the time of possession to reduce the pace of the game, slowly looking for counterattack opportunities or through short pass penetration directly into the opposite side of the penalty area to form a shot. This kind of tactics inside the need for similar to Harvey kind of calm mind and open vision, outstanding imagination, pass hidden and very penetrating players. Themselves here also have, Yaya Toure and Modric are able to play this role. Subsequently after the warm-up training was completed, Li Time also led the first training session of the season. After the training session, Li Time opened the system again to look at the players' attributes. And not surprisingly, everyone's attributes had increased slightly to different degrees. Just when Li Time was once again marveling at the power of the system, Alan hurriedly ran over and told Li a good news. Bates has made another offer, and this time it has risen to 26 million euros. Chapter 47 Li Time, notify Manchester United. Chopping grass operation begins. Watching Leeds United everyday official announcement of new players to join. Bates this time can be said to hate the gnashing of teeth, but there is nothing to be done. Dessler and Berbatov. This player Bates is aware of awe. He felt that these two players, without a small 20 million euros Li Time is absolutely not down. Plus so many other young players. Although Leeds United has not announced the summer window specific transfer expenditures, but Bates probably can guess that Li Time should spend almost 40-50 million euros. Think about last year before the start of the championship, Leeds United's downtrodden lineup and owed the bank a huge amount of money. Who knows, just 1 year, himself and Li Time direct polar reversal, to the bank loans and sell players to make a living into their own people. However, during this period of time, the transfer rumors about Tevez is less and less. Basically only left Manchester United still occasionally burst in Tevez rumors, but the delay is no new progress, which is also considered a good news for Bates, because of the fear of Leeds United and Manchester United to reach an agreement. So during this period of time, basically West Bromwich Albion every sold a player, Bates will send an offer to Leeds United. Each time will go up 1 or 2 million euros. In his imagination, with Li Time's kind of money-hungry character, if he had been involved in the competition for Tevez, he would have waited for a maximum price before selling Tevez. A few days ago, West Bromwich Albion completed the cleaning of the last player. Today the funds also arrived. Now Bates can use the funds in hand, has more than 30 million euros. The transfer period will end in half a month or so. He also dragged Leeds United almost a month or so, while now Manchester United may still be pulling the plug on the time with Li. So Bates couldn't wait to send a new offer to Leeds United in the morning, and raised the price to 26 million euros, wanting to see Li Time's reaction. If Leeds United rejected him again this time, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, he would directly trigger Tevez's liquidated damages and take the man away. The summer window has also opened for more than a month. Now the transfer market, a little strength of the player has basically been snapped up. Their own time to get down. Just after hearing Bates send another offer, Li Time let Allen immediately go to confirm that West Bromwich Albion is not all the players listed for sale have been sold. If he sold, then his side can prepare to give him a surprise. As soon as he returned to the office, Allen called, and as soon as Li Time connected, he heard Allen's excited voice coming from the other side of the phone. "Boss, it's confirmed. West Brom's side has completed the cleaning. Bates should be ready to make a move. This offer in the morning should be his last test. Hearing Alan's report, the corner of Li Time's mouth pulled out a cold smile, and faintly instructed, "Don't reply to Bates' offer today. Tomorrow morning, the official website will be updated with the news of Carlos Tevez' transfer to Manchester United." After hanging up Alan's phone, Li Time turned his head and also made a phone call to Ferguson, making an appointment to update the news of Tevez' transfer on the official website at the same time at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. After arranging everything, Li Time's heart was slightly relieved. Since being reborn and crossing over, Bates' eye on Leeds United has been in Li Time's heart for a long time. Although with the help of the system, he had pitched him once half a year ago, but that time could not be talked about to hurt his bones. But Li Time knew since he was a child that you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots, especially in the face of a robber like Bates who took advantage of the fire. This time, he had been fishing for him for months, and now it was finally time to close the net. Li Time was already imagining how angry Bates would be tomorrow when he saw the news. The most critical thing is that there are still 20 days before the transfer period closes, and there are no more powerful strikers in the transfer market now. Even if Bates still has tens of millions of dollars in his hand to use, but with the lineup that he has already cleaned out most of the main players and replaced them with young players from the youth team, what does he have to attract the big names to join him? Next month, the Premier League will be rekindled. Li Time doesn't believe that Blackwell can bring this group of youngsters who haven't even played in the Championship and the Premier League, and use his poor defensive counter-attacking tactics to achieve much better results. Maybe not even wait until the winter window opens. Bates and Blackwell will both leave. Let's see what Bates has to pay off his bank loans then. It wasn't even 10 o'clock the next day when Bates arrived at the club. Yesterday, he sent out the offer. Until the end of the night, Leeds United did not reply, which makes Bates' heart has been a little apprehensive. The old man was old, and the heart is loaded with things, so last night a night did not sleep well. Today, I got up early. After breakfast at home, I rushed to the club to see if Leeds United replied, but Bates just walked into the office. Before he had time to sit down, there was a knock at the door. Before he had time to speak, he saw that the door had been pushed open, and then Blackwell angrily walked in. Bates looked at his watch, and then looked at this expression of Blackwell's, and also opened his mouth with a puzzled face and asked, "Kevin, what's wrong? Why did you come over so early today as well? Isn't there still a while before training?" Hearing Bates ask this question, Blackwell sat on his butt opposite to Bates, and said in a bad mood, "Boss, I'm really fed up with that group of idiots in the youth team, just practicing a zone defense. It's been almost a week, and yesterday's training can still be out of position. Moreover, the quick counterattack I emphasized in my tactics, none of them can run, or else the ball is passed over and the striker can't even stop the ball. A ball that stops 5 meters away." Bates slightly opened his mouth, wanting to comfort Blackwell who was already red in the face with anger, but he didn't know where to start. After all, the youth team players to the first team. This is the decision he made. Last year, Blackwell dug Blackwell to West Bromwich Albion. Bates had wanted to give Li Time to a kettle, not only to take the best performance of your team players, and even to take your manager together. In the end, although Howard pulls the crotch, but at least Blackwell with his hand is quite a handful of defensive counterattack, so that West Bromwich Albion relegation success. After a while, see Blackwell's mood slightly eased a little bit. Bates only opened his mouth to comfort. "No way, Kevin, you know, the team's situation is not very optimistic. Defense, there are still 20 days of time, can only work hard for a little bit, as far as possible, this group of young people to practice up. As for the front line, you can rest assured, I came so early today is ready to give Leeds United again offer, triggering Tevez' breach of contract, to bring him to West Bromwich Albion. Last season he also played under you. I believe that after coming, can be integrated into your tactical system." Seeing that his own boss had said so, Blackwell was too embarrassed to keep spouting off, so he nodded and got up, ready to leave. But just as he stood up, the office door behind him was once again pushed open. Bates' assistant rushed in quickly, his face anxious, and shouted at the two men, "Boss, it's no good. Leeds United's official website has been updated." Chapter 48 Removing the Roots. At first when he heard his assistant's news, Bates didn't care much about it. Leeds United's official website has been updated every day lately. What's so exciting about that? He frowned and said towards his assistant, "What's the point of panicking? What days have they not updated their official website these days?" But the assistant's next sentence completely panicked Bates, because what he said was, "But today's update was the news of Tevez' transfer to Manchester United." It couldn't be. That was Bates' first thought upon hearing the news. United hadn't been rumored to be in talks with Tevez for over 10 days, and Ferguson had talked in a recent interview about how United were considering whether to give up on their pursuit of Tevez because of the delay in negotiations. And the first 2 times Leeds United replied to their own email has not said that there are other clubs in the competition for Tevez. but only emphasized that their own offer did not reach their psychological price. When Bates was still in a daze, Blackwell reacted first and rushed over to open his computer. A minute later, Leeds United's official website atop Carlos Tevez to €20 million price transfer to Manchester United news appeared in the eyes of the two. The moment he saw this message, Bates only felt a surge of hot blood rushing towards his head. Blackwell's head also seemed to be like a stuck piece of machinery, slowly turning to look at Bates, with a look of incredulity on his face. This should not be His boss did not just swore that today will spend a lot of money to bring Tevez to West Bromwich Albion? I have been conceptualizing the tactical system after Tevez's arrival, but now you're telling me that he can't come? Bates was on the verge of an outburst, but there was still a little bit of luck in his heart. Could it be that the Leeds United staff had made a mistake? Could it be that the Leeds staff have made a mistake, and that it wasn't actually Tevez who was transferred? Thinking of this, Bates immediately turned off the official website of Leeds United and began to enter the official website of Manchester United on his computer, because he was too excited. His typing hands have been a little trembling. The URL has not been entered correctly, and later or Blackwell cannot stand to see the keyboard to snatch over to enter the correct URL. Not long after, the front page of Manchester United's official website appeared in front of the two. The words "Welcome Carlos Tevez to Manchester United" appeared in their eyes in big red letters. Bang! Seeing the news of Manchester United's official announcement, the completely outburst Bates picked up the ashtray that was placed on the table and smashed it fiercely on the floor. And then, gasping for breath, he smashed all the things that he could smash in the office. This has never seen Bates so out of sorts. Blackwell, two people in the side as the atmosphere do not dare to come out. After a flurry of venting, Bates seemed to have used up all his strength, and sat down heavily on the sofa with his eyes closed tightly and his hands over his face. Not saying a word, Blackwell waited for a while, saw Bates did not move, then thought to go up and ask Bates what to do behind. After all, now Tevez certainly cannot buy. While the transfer period is not over, they must go elsewhere to look for players. Otherwise, with the current lineup, next season is expected to relegation are difficult. Blackwell brewed a little, trying to make his tone as calm as possible. Then he gently moved closer to the sofa and opened his mouth. Boss, so what do we do now? Gotta hurry up and find a replacement for Travis. And as if he hadn't heard Blackwell's words, Bates didn't reply and instead let out a slight groan. Blackwell, who was also in a state of anxiety, didn't notice anything different about Bates, but instead the young assistant next to him seemed to have heard Bates. He also leaned over and softly shouted, "Boss?" Bates still didn't respond. The young assistant felt as if something was wrong. He grabbed Bates' hands and then moved away from his face. As a result, the two of them found that the right corner of Bates' mouth was pulling out a weird smile. At the same time, there was also a little bit of drool flowing down from the corner of his mouth as well. "Call an ambulance. The boss seems to be having a stroke." A while later, Blackwell's shouts came out from the office, and as the culprit Li Time, he has always envisioned that he just wanted to take Bates by surprise through this news. The best thing is that it can make West Bromwich Albion can have a bad result after the start of the next season due to the lineup problem, so that Bates may be dismissed, and after dismissal, Bates will surely not be able to form any threat to him again. So in these few days, he only instructed Alan to keep an eye on West Brom's side to see if there is any new reinforcement plan, and didn't pay too much attention to Bates. Besides, he had enough other things to keep him busy these days. Tevez's transfer to Manchester United once again put Leeds United and Li Time on the tip of the storm. In the mouths of some media and extreme fans, Li Time is a completely emotionless, cold-blooded to the extreme. All the players of Leeds United are his money-making tool. Just a summer transfer period, almost all the last season's meritorious main force sold out. Only a small part of the fans still stand on the side of Li Time, because the club owes a huge amount of loans is a link that cannot be avoided no matter what. For Li Time's behavior of selling a few main players, this part of the fans also expressed understanding. So in these days, almost as soon as Li Time to the club door, will be a large number of media surrounded want to interview him, and then get Li Time is not tired. Helpless, Li Shiguang promised the local Yorkshire Post, before the start of the new season, to accept a special interview with them, promised to accept the interview. Li Time's work and life is slowly back on track. After agreeing to an interview, Li Time's work and life slowly returned to the right track. He had half a month's training sessions in peace, but at the end of July, the news about Bates finally reached Li's ears. That day, when Li Time had just returned to his office after training, there was a knock on the door. After Li Time responded, he saw Alan walking in with a smile on his face and light steps. Seeing Alan's appearance, Li Time was still puzzled for a while. Before he could ask, Alan took the initiative to say, "Boss, I have good news for you." West Brom announced that Bates has resigned from the position of club manager. Hearing Alan's news, Li Time was a bit puzzled. Alas, it doesn't make sense, right? The Premier League hasn't even started yet. and Bates was impeached just because he didn't buy Carlos Tevez? But didn't Alan say that most of the money West Brom spent on Tevez was Bates' own? Even if they didn't get him, there's no reason for anyone else to blame him. As if knowing his boss's doubts, Alan continued, according to reliable sources, on the day we announced Tevez's transfer, Bates seemed to be furious in his office, and then he was sent to the hospital somehow, and then a few days ago the news came out that he seemed to have had a stroke. Hearing Alan say this, Li Time really couldn't hold back a laugh. How can you play business with me with such poor mental quality? But at the same time, the biggest stone in Li Time's heart was also put down. Next, he had no more worries. Chapter 49 Mourinho, Lee what? I don't recognize him. With the official announcement of Tevez's transfer news, all of Leeds United's personnel changes in this transfer period are over. The next time, the whole team of Leeds United is also under the leadership of Li Time for the final preparation before the start of the new season. During this period of time, Li Time personally led the team in training every day, and the players' panel attributes were significantly improved under the support of Li Time's master coaching skills. After today's training, Li Time opened the system and took a look. When the team assembled before, the only person in the team whose comprehensive evaluation on the system reached A+ was Dazzler, and it was also downgraded to D- due to suffering from illness. But after this period of training, except for Mills, whose talent rating was only B+, who was now still at AB rating, all the other players had a minimum of AB+ rating. Seeing the progress of everyone's attribute panel, Li Time breathed a sigh of relief. According to everyone's current level, there should be no problem for Leeds United to gain a foothold in the English Premier League next season, and as the season progresses, everyone's panel attributes should still rise. On August 7th, as the appetizer of the new season, the Community Shield Cup was played at the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff against last season's Premier League champion Chelsea and FA Cup champion Arsenal. Chelsea, led by Jose Mourinho, won the Community Shield with a 2-1 victory over Arsenal thanks to the strong play of Didier Drogba, and Mourinho achieved his first victory against Arsène Wenger since arriving in the Premier League. But in the post-match interview, Madman Mourinho and Professor Wenger exchanged insults. Mourinho's side said that no matter what, the Community Shield is also a championship. A win is better than a loss. At least Chelsea can go home with a smile on their faces. But Wenger had been quite critical of Chelsea's delaying tactics at the end of the game. Plus just last month, Ashley Cole had a private meeting with Mourinho without the consent of the club and Wenger, something that also made Wenger furious, plus today's loss. So after hearing Mourinho's comments he also chimed back in a conspiratorial manner, stating that Arsenal have won the Community Shield 4 times now, and that no one in the team considers the Community Shield a one-off title. At best it is just a practice before the start of the season, and only Mourinho, who has never won the Community Shield, would value the title. The two managers are tit for tat, and the reporters interviewing them are also enjoying themselves. Just when everyone thought that the topic of the day must be all about the two protagonists, one reporter asked a question that had nothing to do with today's game. Mr. Mourinho, the new season of the Premier League is going to start next week. May I ask what you think of your first round of matches? How much do you know about the new Leeds United? And what do you think about their manager? Timely, when he bought Adebayor, Wenger suffered a small loss at the hands of Li Time. So his impression of Li Time changed from an interesting young man to a treacherous young man after that time. He had learned about Li Time's talent in business before, and he was going to have a direct fight with Li Time on the field, so he was quite curious about how Mourinho would evaluate Li Time. So when he heard this question, originally still answering the question of Wenger immediately closed his voice. From the end of the game has been taught face also surfaced a little smile. Could neatly looked at Mourinho's side. Want to hear how he answered the question? See Wenger suddenly did not speak. In front of Wenger, those reporters also immediately flocked to this side. The microphone stood in front of Mourinho. In front of the Portuguese is a famous maniac. Chelsea is the newly promoted Premier League champion. After winning the title of these months Mourinho in front of the media can be said to be happy. Speak almost as not any cover. Everyone wants to hear to see how Mourinho will go to evaluate the first opponent of the new season. Maybe even get some headlines out. See everyone was attracted to this issue. Mourinho first iconic hands a stall, and then skimmed his mouth. An opening is the standard template of the maniac. In fact, whether it is before the Leeds United and now Leeds United, I understand not much. After all, Chelsea played last season is the English Premier League. Why I want to go to the study of a championship opponent it, and their manager, Lee what? Sorry, I only just found out his name. As for what to think about the match itself, there is no doubt that Chelsea will definitely be the winning side. Leeds United is a team that has just been promoted. What they need more now is to learn and adapt to the Premier League. Mourinho these words directly let the reporters heard the big news. Tomorrow's front page headlines out a variety of powerful news headlines have surfaced in everyone's mind. And in the side of Wenger after hearing Mourinho's remarks, although more than usual to see this crazy to no side of the Portuguese, but he also secretly recognized that the face of the momentum is flourishing. Strong Chelsea, Li timed that the young Leeds United really cannot take advantage of what cheap. At the same time Mourinho and Wenger were interviewed, Li time also ended the day's work, accompanied by Alan, came to the club's parlor, previously promised the Yorkshire Post to do an exclusive interview. The time is scheduled for today after work. Just in the office after changing suits, Alan knocked on the door to report that the Yorkshire Post reporter has been waiting in the meeting room. Walking into the meeting room, one reporter and two photographers had already set up their equipment, just waiting for Li Time's arrival. The reporter who interviewed him was also an old acquaintance, the same reporter who asked him a question at the first press conference after Li Time became the manager, but never knew the name of the other person yet. After sitting down, after the introduction, Li Time realized that this little handsome guy who was half a head taller than himself was called Brian Linder. Li Time took a sip of water, signaling that the interview can start. So Lind asked the first question of the day. Li, I'm very happy to be able to interview you today. The first question, which is also the concern of most of the Leeds United fans, is that after returning to the English Premier League, the first match, Leeds United will be at home to face the mighty Chelsea. And I'd like to ask you, do you think that you yourself and do you think you and Leeds United are ready for this? Maybe that we can draw Chelsea at home? Of course, we have made all the preparations and will definitely be able to take this game at home and get all 3 points. As soon as Li Time's words left his mouth, Alan, who was standing next to him, sprayed the mouthful of water that he had just drank into his mouth directly out. The opposite side of the Lind as if also heard what incredible words, mouth open wide enough to have been able to put down 2 eggs, a face of horror staring at Li Time, asked, I did not hear correctly. You just said Leeds United will win at home? Chapter 50, Li Time, crazy? I haven't been afraid of anyone yet. Alan was sweeping up the masterpiece he had just made with a cleaning tool, while opposite Lynn still had an incredulous expression on his face. In the camera's screen, Li Time was looking confident with a calm smile, as if what he had just said that Leeds United would take all 3 points at home was just a logical thing to do. After Alan cleared the water stains on the floor, Linda also recovered from his surprise. Mr. Li, I'm actually a Leeds United fan. As a fan, seeing that you are so full of confidence in Leeds United, I am honestly very happy. After a pause, not waiting for Li Time to open his mouth, Linda continued to ask, however, as you know, Chelsea is the defending champion. Moreover, they won the Community Shield over Arsenal just this afternoon, and now it is the time when the troops and horses are strong, and Mourinho is also a tactical master, and has been in the English Premier League for 1 year. Compared to you, he seems to be at least in the Premier League field. Mourinho is also a tactician and has been in the Premier League for a year. As for our Leeds United, it seems that in the first team now, there are only 3 players left from last season's title-winning squad. I want to know what is the reason for you to be so confident. After listening to Linda's question, Li Time thought a little bit, smile more than before. Linda, confidence? Perhaps from our training in this month or so, perhaps also from the more than 20,000 fans of the Ellen Road Stadium. My own team I know very well. The lads are very strong players. Under my coaching, they even if it is just a Premier League's new army, it is also a certain competitiveness. Under my tutelage, even if they are just a new team in the Premier League, they will still have a certain degree of competitiveness. As for your comment that Mourinho is a master tactician, well, if playing only defensive counterattacks is considered a master tactician, then well, in that case, Blackwell should be able to become a member of the master tactician as well. Li Time's passage once again made the opposite party, Linda, open his mouth wide in surprise. It wasn't the first time that Lindy interviewed Li Time, only that it used to be a group interview at the press conference, and the image that Li Time showed at the press conference was always a calm and collected, unassuming image. Sometimes even if the reporter's question had some aggressiveness, Li Time just laughed it off, and at the most he just didn't make an answer and then it was over. Who knows today a private interview, Li Time to show out as a completely then Mourinho also crazy image. However, on second thought, a boss and manager who can lead Leeds United to return to the Premier League in just 1 season, how can he be an extremely low-profile person? After asking the questions he most wanted to know, Linda's questions were more formulaic. More than an hour later, completed the interview, Linda hurriedly to Li Time to propose farewell. He had to hurry back to the newspaper to write articles, to strive for tomorrow morning will be able to see the newspaper. After all, seldom in the match outside the time to see Li Time so aggressive when it is considered to be a big news. The next day was destined to be an uneventful day for Chelsea and Leeds United fans. Just in the morning, Mourinho's comments after the match yesterday were published directly on the front page by major newspapers. Mourinho, I'm sorry. Lee what? Mourinho, why should I study a team promoted from the Championship? Mourinho, Leeds United is still too young. They still need to learn. Mighty Chelsea, Leeds United fearing their first defeat in the EPL. These highly offensive headlines have directly provoked the anger of Leeds United fans, who are also spraying Mourinho and Chelsea on social media. Chelsea fans, who have already adapted to their own manager's frenzy, also supported Mourinho on social media. Then at noon, the news of Li Time's interview with the Daily Mail yesterday began to be broadcast on local Leeds TV stations, while the Daily Mail also began to publish its issue. After seeing the arrogance of Li Time, the press release published on the front page of the Daily Mail was also written in a very offensive manner. From the extremely eccentric headline, "Oh, Mourinho is a master tactician?" You can feel the twisted smile on Linda's face when he wrote this piece. Less than half an hour after Li Time's interview was aired, a Leeds United fan put the entire interview video directly onto the internet. When you see the video of Li Time with a confident smile on his face, calmly said that only play defensive counterattack is also considered a master tactician? Chelsea fans also saw for the first time that their own manager is still crazy people. So in the afternoon, a larger scale of mutual spray began to spread on the network, and one of the culprits of this mutual spraying incident, Li Time, had already finished the morning training, and was sitting in the office thinking about Leeds United's starting lineup when facing Chelsea. As we all know, Mourinho is a representative of utilitarian soccer, especially at this stage of his. It seems that he can face any opponent. He can set up a bus. 1 o'clock hooray this idea as if it is deeply rooted in his heart. So whether it is before the Porto, or now Chelsea, often the game scene will not be too good. So Wenger hates him, in addition to feeling that this person is too crazy. Perhaps also have his own soccer philosophy and Mourinho completely opposite relationship. Mourinho's comments in the morning, Li Time actually also heard. At that time because in training, he did not go to think more. Now after returning to the office, Li Time suddenly felt that it was possible to take advantage of Mourinho's current mentality of being gullible. He sorted out the cards he had in his hand that he could use now. Peak Drogba template experience card. This card that has been saved for a long time. He is going to use it on Falcao. And I don't know if Terry and Carvalho can block Falcao's impact of the scaled-down version of Drogba. Then the only injury card will undoubtedly be used on Dyler. A+ Dyler. Still quite an impact, and if he is put on the side, he also has a strangely accurate pass. You can still start with a 4-2-3-1 yourself, with Falcao set at the front and Berbatov behind him, with Bale on the left and Dyler on the right. Start Milner and Yaya Touré at the double back. Milner mainly do interceptions. After Li Time this period of deliberate transformation, Yaya Touré has from a defensive forward successfully adapted to the position of the back, and the face of Drogba. Li Time need to use Touré's strong body to fight against him. At the same time, Touré also has a good ability to get out of the ball, which is what Li Time is also interested in. As for the backline, from left to right is Lum, Kompany, Chiellini, Maicon. The goalkeeper is still Schmeichel Jr. In Li Time's imagination, if Mourinho lets Chelsea attack out because of recklessness, then his own lineup, which has great impact, is able to seize the opportunity to play a quick counterattack, once advanced by Leeds United. Then see Mourinho what you take to break the game. Chapter 51, Mourinho's Change of Heart. On Saturday, August 13, 2005, the 2005 to 2006 English Premier League was rekindled. Manchester United, the first of the Big Four, played without any surprise, and took Everton 2 o'clock away from home without any bloodshed, a game in which Ferguson didn't let newcomer Carlos Tevez play. On Sunday, the first surprise of the new season appeared, the new European champion Liverpool boring away 0-0 draw Middlesbrough. Arsenal then took down Newcastle United 2 o'clock at home, with Adebayor and Henry forming a double striker and scoring twice, conquering Highbury Stadium in just one game. Leeds United's home match against defending champions Chelsea was scheduled to be the last match of the round. The entire Chelsea team arrived in Leeds last night. In the morning interview with reporters, Mourinho also specifically responded to the comments about the previous Li Time on his own. He said that the night will let Li Time to see what is called he will only play defensive counterattacks. District to Leeds United. Chelsea directly with the hard power of the players to crush, but also do not need to be able to use him through the setup of a bus to get the victory. After interviewing Mourinho, the reporters quickly conveyed Mourinho's words to Li Time. Li Time heard the corner of the mouth as hooked up a trace of disdain ridicule. Said Mourinho, this is nonsense. He does not think that Chelsea's players in the hard power than Leeds United on how much stronger, and even in some positions than the Leeds United players. The two managers of this choke immediately let the two sides of the fans and the internet set off a new round of scolding war. But no matter how fierce the two sides quarrel, soccer things still have to be resolved on the soccer field. At 7:25 p.m. the players from both sides had finished lining up in the players' tunnel and were ready to go out. Air Getty's voice floated up over the Ellen Road Stadium again after more than 2 months. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ellen Road. Today, after a year, our young closers will once again embark on their Premier League journey at Ellen Road. And in a few minutes, our lads will be here. taking on defending champions Chelsea. Let's cheer them on. Following the high tones of Air Getty's voice, the atmosphere was pushed to a climax by the United fans. Next, please allow me to introduce the starting lineups of today's two teams, starting with our Leeds United team. Today, Leeds United still lined up a 4-2-3-1 formation, and at the top is Falcao. Behind him, from left to right, are Gareth Bale, the youngster who has just been promoted to the first team by Lee Berbatov and Sebastian Dyler. The double back is our young captain James Milner and summer recruit Yaya Touré. At the back the two centre-backs are our old acquaintances, Chiellini as well as Kompany, and the two wing-backs, Philipp Lahm from Germany on the left and Maicon, who arrived at Leeds United from France in the summer. On the right, the goalkeeper remains Junior Schmeichel. Although there were many fans who criticized Lee Time's new lineup before, but after all, it is their own team, and after scolding, they should still support it, especially the die-hard fans in the South Stand who had already been conquered by Lee Time last season. Every time Air Getty introduced a player, they would be welcomed with crazy cheers in their hearts, no matter how the team's players change. As long as Lee Time is still there, Leeds United is invincible. After the introduction of Leeds United's lineup, Air Getty continued to introduce Chelsea's lineup. The next is the visiting Chelsea. And before the difference, today Mourinho has put out a 4-3-3 lineup. 3 strikers in the center of the Drogba. On both sides of him were Duff and Robin. The front waist position of the first Joe Cole. In the back of him is Markeley and Lampard. The back line of the Drogba. In the back of the Drogba and Robin, Lampard. And in the back line from left to right are Ferreira, Carvalho, Terry, Gallas, and Cech in goal. Both managers actually got the other side's lineup before the match. The moment Lee Time saw the Chelsea lineup, he knew he had guessed correctly. Mourinho didn't know whether it was because he was gullible or he was stimulated by his own comments. He really changed his usual 4-2-3-1 style of play, and it seemed that he wanted to play attacking soccer today. Seeing his own cunning plan succeeded, Lee Time's mouth pulled out the trademark bad smile again. Secretly thought, although Joe Cole and Robin are also fast players, but their defensive attributes are not strong. And today, Mourinho also put them in the position of the wingers, leaving only the two wingbacks to face the impact of Bale and Dicer. Then we can only pray that they run fast enough. Just after speaking in the locker room, Lee Time had already used the 2 cards on Falcao and Dyler respectively. The attributes of the two also changed. Dyler was fine, just restored to his original level, but Falcao's comprehensive evaluation had now been pulled up to S+, and in the 3 items of physical quality, shooting power, and shooting accuracy, it had even reached a peak value of 99. After looking at Falcao's attributes, Lee Time also had to marvel at the peak Drogba's toughness. It is worthy of being the man who led a group of old men from Chelsea to snatch the Champions League title from Bayern Munich in 2012 with his own strength. Just when Lee Time was still marveling at Drogba's toughness, a cheer erupted from the stadium, and the referee blew the whistle for the start of the match. The first to kick off was the visiting Chelsea. After the match started, Chelsea changed their usual style and directly pressed on, constantly impacting Leeds United's backline through the speed of Robin and Duff. Just 15 minutes after the start, Robin made Lahm is suffering. Even Milner most of the time will be close to the left to assist the defense. At this time the little flyer has shown his horrible talent. Chelsea most of the attack will be launched from his left. A chance. Robin will be on the edge of the box through the cut out of the shooting opportunity, and then pumped on a foot. Within 15 minutes, he himself has had 3 shots. If there is no opportunity to cut inside, he is looking for the right time to cross, while Drogba in the penalty area is to use his strong physical quality to scramble for the first point of the formation of the shot or knock back to the top of the box to hide Joe Cole or Lampard to come to the top of the kick. Before the match in the locker room, Lee Time specially gave the players a wake-up call. Clearly said that Chelsea in the first 25 minutes will certainly be bombarded for the first goal. So he asked the backline must focus on not giving the opponent too many opportunities. Everyone also followed Lee Time's request, especially Touré, has been wandering around the penalty area to help the defense. There are 2 times in Drogba's direct confrontation did not fall in the wind, have grabbed the first point of contact, and once also converted into a rapid counterattack. Just received his pass to the bell may also be inexperienced, and finally brought the ball to the Chelsea bottom line near the Terry destroyed the sideline. Did not form an effective shot on goal, but in the 29th minute, when everyone thought Chelsea was close to scoring, the situation on the field suddenly reversed. The first to score was Leeds United. Chapter 52, setting up a bus? I can do it too. Time back to 30 seconds ago, Chelsea is organizing their new round of attack. Lampard, who had the ball in the center circle, gave the ball to Robin on the left. Seeing Robin receiving the ball, Lahm in front of him and Milner next to him immediately leaned over. In fact, after Milner leaned over, temporarily no one defending Joe Cole immediately waved to Robin to ask for the ball. Robin actually saw his teammates waving to ask for the ball, but looked at the opposite side of the small side defender who was pouncing towards himself. Perhaps it is the front of the 20 minutes of this breakthrough of a high success rate gave him confidence. He ultimately did not choose to pass the ball, but his left foot will be the ball to the sideline of the collar. It is ready to explosive trip breakthrough, but it was this lead that led to a problem. Behind him, when Robin had not yet received the ball, behind him Bale has quietly to Robin this side and close. Bell also saw Joe Cole asked Robin for the ball, thought Robin would pass the ball back to the center. Bell's footsteps were a few minutes slower. The result is to see Robin led the ball to the sideline. This instant, Bell did not hesitate. Directly is a violent outbreak. In the case of Robin did not have time to react, rushed past him. The ball stabbed the ram directly in front of him. Li Time has been on the sidelines of the command of the time is to see Bell to Robin close. In the Bell accelerated forward the moment. Li Time immediately realized that this is a fast counterattack of the perfect opportunity. His hands together into the O shape, yelled towards the field, Sebastian, run forward, Sebastian, run forward, he yelled at the field, Sebastian, run forward. Dessler, who was not far away from him, heard his manager's shout, and without hesitation, he directly turned his head and ran towards the Chelsea goal. Bale's every move had been in Ram's eyes, so after receiving the soccer ball stabbed by Bale, Ram didn't think about it and directly passed the ball to Milner who was closest to him, and Milner immediately turned around and handed the ball to Yaya Touré at the top of the penalty area. Yaya Touré slightly adjusted, a big foot, directly transferred the ball to the center line has run to the vicinity of the Dessler. The whole process of passing the ball is extremely smooth, there is no extra movement of any player. About 3 seconds, direct offense and defense exchange, the poles reversed. When Dessler got the ball, near the midfield, Terry and Carvalho were frantically retreating. Nakalele also leaned over to Dessler, and Lampard was running towards his own penalty area. The next second, just Robin imagined the explosive trip appeared in Dessler's body. At this time and Dessler opposite Gallas has been left behind him. In the rush to the penalty area near the Dessler behind the Gallas is chasing. The left rear is full speed sprinting over the Markalili. While the two people have not yet close to the Dessler raised his head to observe the situation in the penalty area. The right foot a whirl, past a beautiful pass in the center of the ball. At this time in the penalty area, Terry is staring at the Falcao in front of him. See Dessler pass. Terry directly forward a fierce step. Wanda through the body in front of this looks at least 10 centimeters shorter than their own small man squeezed away. But a second later, he found a horrible thing. Just as he squeezed up, a sense of déjà vu oppression from the small man in front of him, and finally reversed to take the initiative to seek a physical confrontation of his own was squeezed to the side of the small man. The subsequent receipt of the ball Falcao in the case of undefended, easily shook through the attacking check, kicked the ball into the empty goal. Falcao, the young man from South America, he scored his first goal since coming to Leeds United. The moment the soccer ball flew into the goal, Gaedy's passionate shouts resounded throughout the stadium. The same cry rang out from all the Leeds United fans in the stadium. Well done, Falcao. Sebastian, you passed beautifully too. Then Li Time's figure appeared on the big screen of the stadium, and he was also celebrating wildly on the coach's seat, hugging Alan. Although Li Time was full of confidence before the match, but no matter what, the opponent was the defending champion Chelsea, and he had been pressed after the opening match, so there was a little bit of apprehension in his heart, but Falcao's goal put his heart at ease. At least now the leading side is Leeds United. Not long after, Falcao and Dyler ran over and embraced Li Time, and the three of them also celebrated. In contrast, Mourinho on the opposite side of the coach's seat, a face of iron, next to the bottle of mineral water has been kicked to the field, his eyes to the crazy celebrations of Li Time and Falcao, his mouth constantly cursing something, and on the field with a dumbfounded face Terry the same. Mourinho at this moment also did not figure out, Terry how to be Falcao, this looks like a skinny little man hard to eat body. Later, after the referee's reminder, the wildly celebrating Leeds United players returned to the field, and the game continued. Later in the first half, Robin, who had already been shouted to the sidelines and sprayed by Mourinho, no longer dared to stick to the ball too much, which made the pressure on Lam, who was playing against him, much smaller. At the same time, with both sides of the physical decline, the pace of the game also slowed down. So, Leeds United with a score of 1 o'clock into the halftime break. After returning to the locker room, Li Time immediately made adjustments in the lineup. The second half he was ready to play a 5-back formation. Let Mourinho see how his own bus swing. The first step was to replace Lam, who had consumed a lot of energy in the first half, and replace him with Thiago Silva to play 3 center-backs, and then have Bale withdrawn to the left-back position. The next step is to replace Berbatov. In front of the left Falcao a single arrow. Dessler came to the position of the front waist. Yaya Touré went to play right back. Milner played left back. replaced Modric as a single back responsible for controlling the whole team's tempo and out of the ball. Then Li Time still left a change of place in case of emergency. After adjusting the lineup, Li Time did not say anything more. A little encouragement to the players, and then let them have a good rest. After all, there are still 45 minutes of fierce battle in the second half, and in the away dressing room, the furious Mourinho is venting his emotions. *******. The first half you play is, you know what? Aryan, you tell me, why didn't you pass the ball at that time? Are you blind? Couldn't you see your own teammates in the open? And John, why did you get pushed out of the way by a little man? Did you get drained by the women of Leeds last night? Terry also aggrieved. I did not know that the South American body so strong. And ing sit next to their own Drogba. Hit up with a wall like, but saw Mourinho was in the mood of rage. He did not dare to open his mouth to refute. Sprayed almost 3 minutes later, Mourinho gradually calmed down, began to arrange the tactics of the second half, but in 10 minutes, back to Mourinho's coaching seat, looking at the field of Leeds United players stand, has just calmed down the anger once again rushed up, ********. You're not kicking offensive soccer? So shameless. A lead to learn me to play 5 defenders? Next to the coach's seat, Li Time to look at the side of the incompetent rage of Mourinho. Face again surfaced that iconic bad smile. Chapter 53 First Premier League win. In fact, this week in addition to the normal training, in Li Time's anticipation, there is a possibility that Leeds United will be the first to score a goal. So he specially took the players to the 5-back formation training, and also specially emphasized the theory of 13-second rapid counterattack, requiring the players once the field to find a rapid counterattack opportunity. They must be a foot out of the ball, quickly hand the ball to the feet of several players in front of the field, and then form an attack on the goal. So the beginning of the second half has been 20 minutes. Chelsea's attack can be said to be in the Leeds United airtight defense without a little inch. The face of the hoarded most of the troops in the back of the Leeds United. Chelsea on the ground simply cannot form an effective delivery. Often the ball is passed to the top of the forbidden zone. Yaya Touré and Milner will shrink in, and Modric together to cut off the Chelsea passing route. After playing like this for a while, an angry Mourinho signaled Chelsea's players to try to attack from the side, dangling the ball towards the box and letting Drogba use his body to fight for the first point. But Leeds United have practiced for this. As soon as Duff or Robin took the ball, in addition to Maicon and Bale, the left and right sides of the 2 center-backs, Silva and Chiellini also quickly leaned over, and do not venture into, anyway, just stuck in position to let you bring the ball to the bottom line. On the 2 center-backs of the physical quality, Duff and Robin can be said to be squeezed a little. They also tried to spell speed, but to talk about the speed of this piece, Maicon and Bell cannot be afraid of anyone. So Mourinho wants to let the players in the penalty area ribbed foot pass this beautiful fantasy. Also Li Time nipped in the bud. Occasionally a foot pass in, not waiting for Drogba jump. Yaya Touré and company 2 big bald heads squeezed over. A pair of rushed the ball directly out of the penalty area to destroy the ball. It was the same drama as the first half. In the 74th minute, Leeds United again seized the loophole of Chelsea's passing. Lampard's pass to Joe Cole was grabbed by Modric, and then directly a long pass to find the forefront of the Falcao. Falcao carried Terry and Carvalho to control the ball, and then divided the ball to the back of the insertion of the Dessler. Facing Czech, Dessler took a calm low shot. The soccer ball grazed Czech's fingers and smashed into the net. 2 o'clock, Leeds United scored another goal. Afterwards, in the cheers of the whole stadium fans, Li Time used Ribery to replace Dessler, who got 1 pass and 1 shot today. Leeds United changed formation again. 4 midfielders lined up in order. Modric and Yaya Touré in the center. Milner and Ribery on the left and right, completely into the turtle defense state. But in stoppage time, Chelsea's eternal fighter Drogba with his own strength in the Leeds United penalty area, and eventually won a penalty kick. Then Drogba himself hit the penalty, which allowed the defending champions Chelsea slightly save face. In the end, amidst the cheers of the whole stadium, Leeds United successfully repelled the visiting Chelsea 2-1. After the referee blew the whistle for the end of the game, Mourinho turned into the players' passage with an iron face, which made Li Time, who wanted to come over to shake hands with him, directly pounced on the empty. After returning to the locker room to rest for a while, received the notice of the staff, Li Time with today's best player Dessler to participate in the post-match press conference. As soon as they sat down, a reporter couldn't wait to ask a question. Mr. Li, hello, congratulations on your victory today. But in the interview with Mr. Mourinho just now, he seemed to be quite critical of the conservative tactics you adopted today, saying that Leeds United's victory today mainly relied on luck. May I ask you what you would like to say about this? Mourinho came to the press conference first. Originally his temper is not good, and then lost the game today. Plus sitting below the journalists arch fire. The mouth of the problem again. Caught today's Leeds United tactics as a burst of wild spray. That Leeds United purely rely on luck to steal 2 goals, and then a lead on the back of the hunker down on defense. Li Time is not a good-tempered person. Heard Mourinho said so, a roll of the eyes, and then directly disliked to, oh ha, if the 2 sports goals are also counted as luck, that Chelsea's penalty counts for what? God's gift? Ha 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 ha. Li Time's words also caused the reporters below to laugh. After laughing, Li Time's old acquaintance, Linda, stood up again and asked, Li, the same first to congratulate you for leading Leeds United to win over Chelsea. I would like to ask a question that I didn't ask you in the last interview. That is, what is the ultimate goal of Leeds United in your mind this season? The last exclusive interview allowed Lin to see a completely different Li Time from before. He still remembers his own surprised reaction that day when he heard that Leeds United would beat Chelsea, even after he returned to the newspaper to write that press release. In fact, in the depths of Linda's heart, he still did not quite believe in what Li Time said to be able to beat Chelsea. Therefore, after witnessing Leeds United's victory today, he still asked this question because he thought that Li Time might give an unexpected answer. Hearing this question from Linda, Li Time first frowned and thought about it, and then restored the confident look before, and opened his mouth to say, this season we as the new army of the Premier League. In fact, there is no too high target. I set a small target for the team myself. Next season can be added to the Champions League on the line. Li Time's words just fell, just also smiling at his reporters all of a sudden quiet down. In addition to ask the question of Linda, are wide-eyed looking at the stage smiling Li Time, a face of incredulity. It's no wonder these reporters are so surprised to know that with the Premier League's current points in UEFA, only the top 3 can directly enter the Champions League group stage at the end of each season, while the 4th place in the league has to play a playoff first, and in the playoff go through to the end in order to get the qualification for the group stage of the Champions League. But from the 5th place onwards, you can only take part in the UEFA Cup matches. The answer of Li Time just now. It is clear that this year's goal is the top 4 of the Premier League. So as a young promoted horse, now the Premier League Big 4, who does he want to kick out? Seeing that the reporters still want to continue to ask questions, Li Time also stood up and closed the microphone in front of him, towards the side of the mouth, signaling the reporters to go to interview Dazzler, and then left the venue. On Monday morning, Dong Fangzhu came to the locker room as usual to get ready to change clothes for training, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw Scholes, the team's oldest brother, walking towards the door with a newspaper, and seeing that it was Dong Fangzhuang who came in, Scholes, who looked as if he was about to go out, stopped and waved his hand at Dong Fangzhuang and said, "Good morning, Dong, come and see. This is the ex-boss from the East that Carlos talked about." Regarding that ex-boss that Tevez often talked about, Dong Fangzhou also knew that like himself, he was from the East, and as for whether or not he was his own hometown, he hadn't bothered to find out. Hearing Scholes say so, for a moment he also came to be interested, and hurriedly walked over to look at the newspaper in Scholes' hand. As a result, as soon as he saw the smiling young man on the newspaper, Dong Fangzhuang directly as a mouthful of nationalism sprayed out, ********. This damn is not their own go to Istanbul to watch the game when encountered that person? Chapter 54 Concerns from Home. Just as Dong Fangzhou was still trying to match the young man in civilian clothes that he had met in Istanbul with the young man in the newspaper, the forums in China had already raked up the biography of Time Li. The championship matches were not broadcast in China, so most of the fans didn't know that the owner of Leeds United was a young Oriental face. But the English Premier League matches are broadcast in China, especially the defending champions versus the promoted team, which is a very hot match in England. The domestic broadcast will not miss it. In fact, in the studio to make preparations, HCTV52 commentators Su Tao and Wan Lu has got the two sides of the lineup information. Su Tao, after watching Leeds United's lineup, asked Wan Lu next to him suspiciously, "Wine Guide, Leeds United's manager, Shiguang Li, have you ever heard of him? How does this name sound like a Chinese?" This instantly put his looking at Chelsea lineup information Wan Lu also whole confused. Small eyes are also full of great doubts. Turned his head to look at Su Tao said, "What Li? Leeds United's manager is not Blackwell? Is not the staff mistaken?" As a result, the two of them stared at each other wide-eyed, and ended the commentary of the match without even getting the bottom of the Leeds United manager. But on the TV looking at the young man standing on the sidelines, the same yellow skin and black hair, in combination with the name in the hand, Su Tao and Wan Lu can still determine that the young Leeds United manager should be a Chinese. What the two commentators saw, the domestic fans naturally also saw, although before the game began Su Tao in the introduction of both sides of the lineup, due to a complete lack of knowledge of the details of Li Time, so in the introduction to the Leeds United manager, he just a brush stroke. But when Leeds United achieved the final victory of the game, there are still good fans to the network to pick up the Li Time's biography, and even the video of his interviews. Even the video of his interview was picked up by the fans. So the next day, Leeds United has a boss and manager from China quickly caused a hot discussion in the circle of Chinese fans. Nyo Boi. I've always thought that to be a captain in Europe is already the limit of Chinese players, but I didn't realize that there are actually people who not only become the boss, but also the head coach to lead the team to the game. The most critical, he also won the Muni Rio. Yesterday? This is simply the protagonist of the novel in danger to take over Leeds United. €3 million to buy Howard, 3 months to turn the direct sale of €15 million. The manager resigned after the direct personal team to take the championship title to return to the Premier League. I'm not afraid to write the old master Gina. That said, Dessler is not depressed, but last night played so well. After watching the game I thought he ate doping. Now I know why. Must be taking Chinese medicine. Wow, so handsome, and young and golden. Sisters, enough chatting for now. I'm going to check out some universities in Leeds. My mom wants me to try studying abroad. Hey, upstairs, you've hit me on the head with your abacus beads. After watching the video, is not just a Chinese descendant, so rich, and also directly control a Premier League club. Why not introduce a little bit of Chinese players over to play football? Since there is this condition, should be more to help the hometown in the construction of soccer. Agree with the remarks upstairs. Indeed, suggest Leeds United to bring in more Chinese players. What's the point of buying more? Gambling? Or to go clubbing? In fact, before this year, although China can't be talked about as a soccer powerhouse, it can still give domestic fans some hope. For example, now the English Premier League's Manchester City, Everton, Manchester United, including in the German Bundesliga, all have the figure of Chinese players playing. But from February this year, the Chinese Football Association leadership change. Since then, China's soccer has embarked on a year worse than a year of downhill. A variety of fake matches and fake ball endless, to the time when Li Time Reborn has been reduced to Asia's third-rate teams. So on the Chinese Football Association, Li Time is not a little good feeling. Although I know there are players in the Premier League football, and even before in Istanbul also saw once Dong Fangjia, but Li Time and they did not have too much contact. Although he misses his hometown, he knows that since he has embarked on the path of soccer, it is best not to have anything to do with the Chinese Football Association. However, last night's match did not only just let the fans in China know that the owner of Leeds United was a Chinese descendant. Right after yesterday's game, Su Tao mentioned to the TV station the need for information about Li Time. After all, there is still commentary to be done afterward, so it can't just be a one-off every time the Leeds United manager is introduced. However, after the staff found out the information of Li Time, the first time was not to Su Tao, but to give this information to the Chinese Football Association. Now, Li Time's publicized biographical information appeared in the hands of Zhou Guanlong, the head of the Chinese Football Association. Zhou Guanlong was holding Li Time's information and looking at it. Zhang Beiyong, the lapdog standing next to him, spoke up. Leader, I immediately went to check after the following people reported up. This Li Time is indeed of Chinese descent. He took over Leeds United from his father last year. This young man is still quite capable of being both the boss and the coach, and in a year's time, he solved Leeds United's economic crisis, and also rushed up to the English Premier League. I think this is kind of an opportunity for us. We can try to contact him. After all, that previous plan has not been able to find a suitable breakthrough. The plan in Zhang Beiyong's mouth is actually a thing that Zhou Guanlong has been pushing for since he took office in February this year, and he has been trying to send some of the young domestic players to European teams for training. Regardless of these players cannot stay in the end. But this thing for only a short time in office Zhou Guanlong can be considered a good political achievements, and he may also be able to make some profit in it. So here Zhang Beiyong mentioned this plan. Zhou Guanlong frowned and lit a cigarette. Left finger began to gently tapping on the table. Chapter 55 Intensive Premier League Schedule. Seeing his own leader began to think about his own proposal just now, Zhang Beiyong also stopped talking, took the teacup on the leader's desk, turned to Zhou Guanlong to receive water to go. Just next to the water, behind the back came Zhou Guanlong's voice. Beiyong, this proposal is very good. So, hard for you first and domestic clubs to contact, to understand the views of everyone. If everyone is willing to try, and then contact this Leeds United's boss, to see what he said on the other side. Hearing the leader speak, Zhang Beiyong hurriedly walked back with his teacup and placed the cup on the table before replying. No problem, leader, I'll go and explore. In fact, for the domestic club, Zhang Beiyong is very confident. In the Chinese soccer circle, basically the Chinese Football Association is the existence of one hand. No matter how big you are the boss, as long as you want to get into this circle, you have to do things within the rules set by the Chinese Football Association. The attention from the domestic Li Time is not aware of, but his statement in the interview after Sunday's game and the major media publicity can be said to detonate the Premier League circle. After all, a Premier League manager of the new army, after winning a game directly said that this season's goal is the top 4 of the league, and the person is still an Oriental, which makes the traditional and old-fashioned British no matter how it is unacceptable. You say people Chelsea, although also foreign owners, but people every year to smash at least a small target of euros in the club, to achieve good results, which is deserved. But you, a club that pays off its debts purely by selling players, win one game and then blabber on about kicking one of the big 4 out, isn't that a bit much? Look at the face of this Oriental. He actually said Drogba's goal was a gift from God. Big talker Oriental. Just win one game and start blabbering. Don't know who gave him the confidence. Winning by swinging the bus against another guy who can only swing the bus. I don't know what illusion makes this Oriental think Leeds United can go to play Champions League in the next season. Hey Oriental, think about relegation first. Don't panic everyone. Sir Alex Ferguson will make a move. Li Time, who was surfing the internet in his office, also saw these remarks regarding the conservatism and xenophobia of the English. In the original owner's memories, he could be considered to have a deep understanding. Pops, as a person who had immigrated to England for decades and was also considered a famous local entrepreneur in Leeds, had been opposed by a large number of fans when he took over Leeds United, and at that time, the fans were also blocking the door of the club to ask Pops to step down. Later on, it was his turn to take over. At the very beginning, except for the club staff, also no one supported. Fortunately, he opened the system, step by step, to bring Leeds United out of the quagmire, which conquered the fans of Leeds United. However, speaking of the system, a trace of doubt flashed through Li Time's heart. Although he knew that the system releases tasks randomly, it had been a few months since the last time it released a task. He originally thought that there should be a mission for this match with Chelsea, but the result was that there was no movement until the match was played. If it wasn't for the fact that Shaw Schmeichel's defensive strength went up by 1 point after the match, Li Time would have thought that the system was malfunctioning. After flipping through the online comments about himself, Li closed the webpage and leaned back in his chair to study Leeds United's schedule in his mind. The rest of this month's schedule could be said to be very tight, and it was a great test for the player's condition and physical fitness. This Saturday, he will take Leeds United to London to challenge Charlton away at the Valley Stadium, and after kicking Charlton, he will go to Manchester next Thursday to challenge the powerful Manchester United away, and then return to the home field. 3 days later, he will welcome his old rival in the Championship last year, Sunderland. Li Time sighed. Worthy of the Premier League's devilish schedule. This is still in the absence of the FA Cup and the Champions League. It is already equivalent to 2 weeks of 3 matches. Next month, after the FA Cup kicked off, the schedule will be even more intensive. Charlton's strength is average, and in recent years has maintained a long time in the middle and lower reaches of the Premier League level. If the full strength, Leeds United should be able to take this game, but Ferguson's Manchester United is a big problem. In fact, Li Time himself is very clear. The reason why the first round can nibble down Chelsea, the biggest reason is still to take advantage of Mourinho's mentality of the enemy, and secondly is the injury card to help a great deal. The full-bodied Dessler caught Mourinho off guard. Originally Mourinho should have wanted to destroy the battle in the first half to solve the battle. The results of the opposite is to let the swinging bus of their own first stole a. But Ferguson, whether in his previous life on TV and the network to understand, or reborn after contact down, Li Time know the Scottish old man's terrible. Manchester United under his rule can be said to be ironclad. No one can question Ferguson's authority in Manchester United. In addition to this point, in this era, Ferguson counts as one of the world's leading tactical masters, especially in the field command. In the world of football are ranked in the forefront. Ferguson never fixed the use of a certain type of formation. He will always adjust the formation and tactics according to the game situation and the actual situation of the team, and he will not rigidly require the players on the field must be in accordance with his pre-match tactics to carry out the game, but will be based on the situation on the field and the players' own ability to play their creativity. So often this period of the United's game will be kicked out of the sky so that even if Man U is behind in the game, they often equalize or even complete a shutout towards the end of the game. This is a headache for all EPL coaches, and this game with Manchester United is exactly in the middle. If you want to fight with Manchester United, then the other 2 games will have to make their own rotation. Otherwise, even if the players of Leeds United how young, but also cannot afford to eat a series of bad battle. So in Saturday's away match against Charlton, Li Time almost sent a full bench lineup. Vardy and Dzeko were both on the field. The midfield was sent out Touré, Bale, Javi Garcia and Mascherano. The backline let Lum, Company, Chiellini were rested. Replacing them on the field were Mills, Fran and Silva. The goalkeeper position is to let the young Neuer on the field to feel the atmosphere of the Premier League. The final result was not as bad as Lee expected. The substitute Leeds United shook hands with Charlton 0-0 on the road. The media and fans who felt that Leeds United would win lightly against their rivals were shocked, and began to question Li Time again. After all, You just said last week that you are aiming for the top 4 in the EPL this season, and then you played a boring draw with Charlton in the next game. At this level, what are you going to fight for the top 4? Chapter 56, The Growing Public Opinion. The next day, Li Time, who had been on quite a hot streak lately, once again appeared on the pages of numerous media outlets. Top 4 in the league. Li Time's lies. Mourinho was right. Leeds United's victory over Chelsea was all about luck. Is this the so-called genius coach? Leeds United rotated their squad to face Charlton away from home and only took 1 point from the Valley Stadium. Leeds United may be beaten back in their next match against Manchester United. Thickness of the squad will be Leeds United's biggest weakness. On the internet, this draw has made those England fans who have been spraying Li Time for a week even more arrogant, with all kinds of offensive remarks directly pulling all over the place. Ha ha ha, Oriental boy, roll back to your old home. On this level still want to play Champions League? Even Charlton cannot get, but also delusion of Big Four kick out. Also do not know where to get the courage. Upstairs, in fact, rational analysis. Leeds United this game carried out a large number of rotations. Li Time is certainly in the 3 days after the visit to Old Trafford to do the preparation, and Charlton kicked a draw is also understandable. Upstairs, does he think Old Trafford can be attacked just by resting the starters? Don't be whimsical, okay? The Orientals should go play table tennis, which they are good at, and have to come to play soccer. Ferguson will show him what a really strong team is. That's right, this kind of team, even if they get the European qualification, it's still a disgrace to the Premier League. Agreed. I was quite fond of Leeds United. I didn't expect the owner and manager to be such an arrogant person, not learning from the good ones, but having to learn from Mourinho. I've said it before, Leeds United won against Chelsea, but they're always just a young promoted team. The biggest problem of this kind of team is the unstable form. Just watch, they'll definitely be beaten back by Man U at Old Trafford in the next round. Penthouse, Man United win by at least 3. One less and I'll eat it upside down. But back at the Sopo Arch training base, Li Time didn't have time to pay attention to these comments. At the end of the morning training, Alan ran to him and said something, meaning that the comments on the internet are very unfavorable to Leeds United. Do you need to respond to it? Li Time but feel indifferent. After all, soccer things still have to look at the final result to speak. Since everyone thinks that Leeds United will be beaten up by Manchester United at Old Trafford, we will try our best to win, and at the very least, we will take 1 point. But there is one thing that these media and fans are not wrong. The overall strength of Manchester United is indeed stronger than Leeds United, which can be seen from the attributes of the players on the system alone. Not to mention that under the command of Alex Ferguson, the tacit understanding of the Manchester United lineup is definitely higher than that of Leeds United, which has only been in existence for more than 1 month. The first half of the United's lineup this season is clear to Lee. Ferguson generally likes to play a 4-4-2 formation. At the front is Fanny and Rooney. These two players in Li Time's system, the ratings are S+ and A+. Of course, does not rule out the possibility that Ferguson will use Tebas to replace Rooney. After all, as a new buy from Leeds United, Tebas must be more familiar with Li Time's tactics and Leeds United's 2 centre-backs of the defensive habits. Then in the midfield position, Gingerhead Scholes occupies the front position. His powerful shot is definitely the sharp weapon of United's attack. On his left is the Welsh wing Giggs. Although he is already 32 years old, he is no longer at the peak of speed, but he has a wealth of experience in the side of the road and accurate passes, often also allows Fanny to score in the penalty area. Scholes is right. Is the Portuguese, the future of world football, one of the pride? Cristiano Ronaldo, at this time is still slightly youthful. C. Luo has been Ferguson entrusted with the responsibility. His sharp breakthrough on the field, accurate shooting and creative passing, but also Manchester United's winning weapon. In the back position, it is still the Irish tough guy Roy Keane. The veteran is already 34 years old, and in the memory of Li Time, he should be in the first half of the season because of the conflict with Ferguson often lead to the early termination of the contract of Manchester United and left the team. But in Lee's speculation, there are variables in this position. According to Ferguson's understanding of Leeds United, this game he is likely to send South Korean Iron Lung Park Ji-sung to increase the area of defense in the midfield. As for the backfield, the center of the Leeds United Old Ferdinand and Sylvester, Gary Neville and defensive Oil O'Shea is to occupy the position of the left and right back. The main goalkeeper is the Dutchman Van der Sar, who Ferguson bought from Fulham in the summer. Li Time and the system repeatedly looked at the comprehensive rating of the United players. The lowest Sylvester reached the A level. It can be said that the United is really from the hard power to crush the existence of Leeds United. In fact, before the Li Time to consider whether to give up Manchester United this game, turn to catch Charlton and Sunderland these 2 games. After all, even if the United lost this game, but can take the other 2 games, at least it is also 6 points in hand. However, He also imagined that after he set up this season to fight for the Champions League seat, this flag may be willing to believe in their own only left Leeds United fans and their own players. If they faced the United such as a direct competitor to choose to fight first, it may be for the whole team of Leeds United's confidence is a great blow. So when the weighing of the pros and cons of the time were chose to go all out, the good thing is that he has a tactical reserve in his head. The good thing is that he has enough tactical reserves in his head. This game he intends to play a little more innovative things. That is, the whole 3-5-2 formation to play. Throughout the afternoon, Li Time stayed in the Sopo Arch training base to study Ferguson's tactics, and finally combined with the memories of his previous life, he settled on this set of tactics. After reviewing this season's Manchester United matches in his mind, Li Time found that their offense was basically launched from the two wings, and all the matches in which Manchester United finally lost were due to the fact that Crow and Giggs were restricted too much, which resulted in Manchester United not being able to launch an effective offense, because the other two players in the United midfield, Scholes is more like a finisher rather than an organizer, Roy Keane and Park Ji-sung, not to mention, one belongs to the midfield butcher, one belongs to the runners, both belong to the defensive players. As long as you suppress the two sides of Manchester United, you will basically kill 80% of Manchester United's attack channels. Therefore, this game Li Time ready to play a 3-5-2 formation. Once Giggs or C. Luo take the ball, pull in the two sides of the two center forward immediately back to the defense of the formation of 5 defenders, and then the two ways to cooperate with the defense. Try to form a numerical advantage in the shortest possible time to steal. In this case, perhaps this game Leeds United still have to play. Chapter 57 Manchester United vs Leeds United. Come on, James, are you unable to run? Have I ever emphasized that when switching from attack to defense you two wingbacks must immediately pull back for me? Luca, fill in. You guys remember clearly. I demand that we can't let the opponent get the ball so comfortably in our ribs. You two backs must cooperate with James and Frank to assist the defense, and not let them get the ball comfortably. Thiago, you need to pay attention. Once Ronaldo breaks near the penalty area, you also need to go to co-defense and squeeze him towards the sideline. Know what I mean? After determining the tactics, Li Time spent most of the training sessions in the past few days leading the players to practice in the 3-5-2 formation, because this game is mainly defensive counterattack, so Li Time abandoned the slower Berbatov, let Vardy and Falcao to play double striker, hope that through their impact to the United's defense to create a threat. After all, Falcao on the Drogba experience card, just 2 games left. After the last round of rest, he should not have a problem in the physical ability. The front position is still Diesler. 2 need to run all over the field center forward. Li Time arrangement is Milner and Ribery. Bale even started. Physical reserves have bottomed out. If to the second half of the Leeds United is still slow to open up the situation, Li Time may only let him go on the field to rush for a while. Modric and Mascherano will serve as a double back. The two have a large area of defense, and both have a very good ability to get the ball. The back 3 center backs will be Chiellini, Kompany and Silva. If United appear to be short of fitness in the latter part of the second half, they will make their own tactical adjustments at that time, switching to either a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-3-3. Thursday, 7:25 p.m., Old Trafford. Players from both sides are getting ready to go out in the Players' Tunnel, the Theatre of Dreams, which has a capacity of more than 60,000, has been filled to capacity, and the home fans have turned it into a sea of red. The game hasn't even started yet, but the United anthem has already been sung a few times, and United flags are being waved everywhere. Although he has been in the English soccer world for more than a year, to be honest, this is the first time that Li Time has felt this kind of atmosphere. Previously at Ellen Road, the enthusiasm of the fans was also very high, but after all, the stadium can only accommodate more than 20,000 people, which makes the momentum look much smaller than Old Trafford. And the design of most stadiums in England is also very interesting, such as Old Trafford. His coaching and spectator seats are very close, almost can be said to be part of the audience. So at this moment, sitting on the coach's seat, Li Time was able to hear the voices of the Manchester United fans behind him. Oriental, take your group of brats back to Leeds. Don't come and make a fool of yourself. Ha 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 ha. Leeds United kids, don't cry when you lose. Lee, are you ready for Sir Alex Ferguson's education today? Manchester United fans kept pouring all kinds of offensive remarks into Li Time's ears, but at this moment, Li Time didn't have so much time to pay attention to these people, because he was looking down at the United's starting lineup that Alan had just brought to him. There wasn't much difference from what he expected. The only difference was that he had expected Ferguson to start with Tevez in place of Rooney, but Ferguson didn't, and today's United's lineup was the same as the one they played against Everton in the last game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Old Trafford. Next, let's use the warmest cheers and applause to welcome the two opposing sides out tonight, accompanied by the passionate and resounding commentary of the on-site commentator. The atmosphere in the Old Trafford Stadium was instantly pushed to a climax. On the stands, countless fans waved their flags and placards in their hands, shouting and cheering hysterically, their voices thundering as if to break through the sky. At this moment, the entire Old Trafford was immersed in a carnival. Seeing the players came out, Li Time also handed over the clipboard in his hand to Alan next to him, and walked down from the coach's seat himself. He was ready to go and say hello to Ferguson first before the game started. "Hi, Alex." Ferguson, who was talking to the assistant coach next to him with his head lowered, heard Li Time's voice from below, so he hurriedly put down the clipboard in his hand and walked down. For Li Time, Ferguson is actually still quite appreciated. Before today, they can still be considered partners. After all, a large and a small two foxes teamed up to put on a play, and together they pitched Bates a hand. Regardless of what the outside world for this game, at least the two managers in this moment the relationship is still good. The two warmly embraced each other, asked each other about the recent situation. Afterwards, Li Time also gave a smile and greeted Tevez sitting on the bench. Sitting next to Tevez, Dong Fangjia also coyly smiled and nodded to Li Time. Li Time also knew that this young man from China should be recognized, so also smiled and responded to it. Then he returned to his coaching seat, waiting for the start of the game. This game, in addition to England, has a very high degree of attention. At this moment, in the other side of the ocean, there is also a group of passionate fans in the television and the network to watch the live broadcast. Friends of the audience, welcome to Watch by HCTV to bring you the English Super League Round 3 of a focus of the game. By Manchester United home against Leeds United's game. I am the commentator Su Tao. I'm Su Tao, the commentator. Today's match will be brought to you by me and Mr. Wang Lu. As Su Tao's voice came from the screen, the fans' discussions appeared in real time next to the webpage. *******. What did I just see? Li Time and Ferguson shook hands. Dong Fangjuan, he just seemed to be greeting timely. Do they know each other? I'm so envious. I want to go to Old Trafford too. When will we have this kind of soccer atmosphere? I'm really envious. Has anyone seen the post-match interview of Lee's Chelsea game? The internet is all over the place. Lee said he wanted to take Leeds United into the top 4 this season, but the result was a 0-0 draw against Charlton in the last round of matches, and Lee was sprayed by the English netizens in the past 2 weeks. Indeed, Manchester United this lineup. Leeds United take the head to win? Upstairs, I have a different view. Leeds United's lineup is very young and energetic. Maybe they can really tear a piece of meat from Manchester United. Looking at the comments of these netizens, Su Tao also took advantage of the fact that the game had not yet started to open this topic. Wang guidance, may I ask today's game? Do you think Leeds United can return in one piece? The last time he commentated because he really didn't have any knowledge of Li Time, so when he talked about the piece of the manager Wang Lu was passing over it. But in these 2 weeks, he also looked for a lot of information on the internet, including also looking for last season's Leeds United's matches to see. So for Li Time's tactical system is also considered to be a bit of a preliminary understanding. So when he heard Su Tao's question, Wang Lu also hurriedly answered. In fact, these 2 weeks I also rushed to understand our compatriot. I found that last season his favorite set of high press tactics is almost unbeatable all over the championship, but today his opponent, but the world's famous Ferguson, and the intensity of the game of the championship and the English Premier League is not comparable. So I think it's still very difficult for Leeds United to get out of the game in one piece today. Seeing Wang Lu finished, Su Tao originally wanted to continue to express his own opinion, but at this time, the referee's whistle had already come from the screen, so Su Tao also hurriedly changed his words and said, "Okay, audience friends, the whole game has officially begun. Next, let's wait and see who the deer will die today." Chapter 58 2 o'clock, Leeds United Jeopardy. It's been 15 minutes since the game started. This was perhaps the most painful 15 minutes that the Leeds United players had ever experienced on the field of play, as their passes barely made it past the halfway point. After the start of the game, Manchester United showed strong pressure at home. Ferguson seems to have specialized in studying last season's Leeds United style of play, and after the start, it was Manchester United who played the high press this way instead. Leeds United side of the main point of the ball in Modric here. He is the brain of the entire Leeds United. It seems that Ferguson has a very clear understanding of this Leeds United setup. Therefore, whenever Modric got the ball, Scholes and Rooney would not hesitate to close in and use their physical advantages to start a tight defense against him. At the same time, the experienced Keane is like a phantom cruising beside Dessler, always ready to wait for the opportunity to move. Several times, Modric was forced to rush the ball due to the opponent's ferocious pressing, but these passes often lacked accuracy and strength, and were intercepted halfway by Keane, who was quick on his feet. As a result, Leeds United were unable to organize a truly threatening attack, and the game became more and more stalemated. Oops, the ball was cut off again. If this goes on, Leeds United is very dangerous. Su Tao said. Modric and the two people under the pouches of the ball, but Dessler just received the ball was Keane robbed. Manchester United immediately organized a counterattack. Keane divided the ball to the left side of the Giggs. Beautiful. Giggs took advantage of the fact that Milner and Mascherano hadn't formed a huddle yet. A sudden variation, drill through the middle of the two men, and now he's got a clear path in front of him. After tripping over the two, Giggs a fierce acceleration, the ball to the direction of the penalty area. This side of the Silva looked at Giggs as about to break into the penalty area, also had to make up for the defense to come, but in his distance from the Giggs about 2-3 meters this way, the experienced Welsh veteran directly knocked the ball to the middle of the road, where Fanny is waiting for him to pass the ball. In the penalty area, ready to receive the ball, Fanny was company close to the guard. Chiellini also wandered in the body of Rooney. Everyone thought that the ball in company's interference. Fanny is not good to get the time, only to see the Dutchman in the ready to receive the ball in the moment. A direct turn, directly to the ball leaked to the back of the point, and has already been waiting for the back of the point and no one is watching Crow. A beautiful foot in the air shot will be the score. The score was rewritten to 1 o'clock. This goal has been on the sidelines of the command of the Li Time angry. Cannot help but know that because of their own out of position to cause this goal is chagrin. Ribery yelled, "Frank, what are you doing? Keep an eye on the Portuguese, okay?" Although Li Time has done as much preparation as possible for this game, but after all, soccer is round. Even with the system he cannot count everything on the field in advance. After 10 minutes, C. Luo formed a breakthrough on the right road. Ribery, after being passed, had no choice but to take the foul tactics, not only ate a yellow card himself, but also let Manchester United in the goal about 23 meters away from the position to obtain a free kick. Then, Crow, who was in excellent form today, played a perfect drop goal to break Schmeichel's fingers again. In just 25 minutes, Manchester United was leading Leeds United 2 o'clock at home. Seeing the United scored another goal, today sitting in the studio commentary Ergady Hans holding his head in pain shouted, "Bad ah, Ribery's form today is really too bad. Now Leeds United is too passive. Effective attack is slow to organize, 2 goals behind the situation they have to attack out. Let's see how Lee will be adjusted after it." After Crow scored this goal, Li Time had already seen Ribery's game status changed from normal to worse on the system panel. He knew that these 2 mistakes caused the team to concede a goal, so that Ribery's confidence had already suffered some impact. Looking at the system panel, Li Time was considering whether to replace Ribery, but if Ribery was replaced at this time, Li Time knew that it should hit his self-confidence even more, and it might take many subsequent games to help him rebuild his confidence again, which was undoubtedly unfavorable to the player's development. Moreover, seeing C. Luo who was now celebrating madly, he has already opened 2 degrees in the opening 25 minutes, it is the time when his morale is high. Even if he replaces a person up, he does not dare to say that he can definitely defend him. Thinking of this, while the ball has not yet kicked off, Li Time hurriedly signaled Milner to come over. Milner just ran to the front of Li Time. Heard his coach said, "James, the back 25 minutes you and Frank withdrew to the back line. You two do not need to press to the midfield, and then let Vardy back to the midfield near the more involved in the defense. We are directly back to set up a bus. There is an opportunity to go directly to the front of the foot to find Falcao. Now Manchester United's morale is high. We have to avoid it first. Let everyone get energized, and then we'll make adjustments during the halftime break." Hearing Li Time say this, Milner also looked at Li Time with surprise. The team is already 2 goals behind, and everyone can see that these 2 goals are Ribery's mistakes. Milner also thought that Li Time to replace Ribery. I did not expect their own coach did not even mention the matter of replacement, but more than a year of cooperation, Milner has developed the habit of unconditional trust in Li Time, so also rushed back to greet his teammates in accordance with Li Time's arrangement to stand. Watching the TV image of Li Time and Milner talking, Su Tao said, "We saw Li Time shouted Milner to the sidelines for a face-to-face talk. It looks like he should be preparing for a substitution. Now that Leeds United is 2 goals down, adjustments must be made." And next to the TV screen, netizens are also discussing Leeds United's poor performance after the opening match. "Look, what did I just say? Less than 30 minutes, poured 2 goals, what to win with? My nigga Crow is really strong. With Giggs and Crow as a double wing, there are not many teams in the EPL that can defend. Look at Leeds United's performance in this half hour. I don't know what kind of they stepped on in the last game. They can win against Chelsea. There's one thing to say, Giggs is older. After the physical decline should still be able to defend a defense. Crowside is really to die. This ball Leeds United estimated pill. See Leeds United this action should be to change. The substitutes are already warming up, and everyone expected a difference. After Milner returned to the field, Li Time did not change. Leeds United set up a bus, completely abandoned the ground attack. After gaining possession of the ball is only a big kick directly across the midfield to find Falcao. Of course, this relatively simple tactics did not get a goal. With the gradual decline in physical fitness, Manchester United's offensive also gradually slowed down, so the second half of the 20 minutes also in the relatively uneventful end. After the referee's whistle blew, Li went to the players' passage at the first time. He had to return to the locker room to make some preparations first, but before he could walk into the passageway, Ferguson's voice came from behind him. Li, it seems like you're not too well prepared today. As soon as Li turned his head, he saw Ferguson looking at him with a smile on his face. Although it was now a rivalry relationship, there was a good working relationship before, so Li wasn't angry at Ferguson's slightly flirtatious statement just now. He also just a slight smile, replied to, Alex, there are still 45 minutes. Soccer is round. Who knows what will happen in the second half, right? Afterwards, he turned his head and walked into the players' passage. Chapter 59 down by 2 goals and still on the defender. This person is sick in the head, right? To be honest, this game is difficult for Leeds United to overturn. From the manager to the players, this team still looks a little tender. The last game maybe because of Mourinho's gullibility let them seize the opportunity, but this 45 minutes, they were beaten back by Ferguson's United. As a senior fan of Manchester United, after the referee blew the whistle for the end of the half, Wang Lu began to analyze the current situation. In his opinion, this ball Leeds United should have been unable to return to heaven. Players off the field. The scene of the camera is also to give both sides of the players some close-up shots. In the camera, the Manchester United players were all smiling, chatting with each other and walking towards the players' channel with a relaxed face. On the other hand, on the Leeds side, everyone is demoralized, frowning tightly and walking quickly down the field. Leeds side of the studio, Heir looked at the Leeds United player's sad face, also slightly frustrated, said, although Li in the 0:2 did not make adjustments to the field lineup, but the good thing is that the lads in time to adjust the state of the game. The first half of the game did not concede a goal again, and now we will see what kind of adjustments Li in the halftime interval it will be. Anyway, even if the final result of this game is a loss, I hope our boys won't give up in the second half, even if it means scoring a goal. Leeds United players who returned to the locker room one after another are now sitting in their seats. Almost everyone is hanging their heads down, not saying a word. The only sound in the entire locker room is the rustling sound of the whiteboard pen in the hands of Li. 2 minutes later, Li Shiguang, who had returned to the locker room first, finished drawing his tactical arrangements for the second half on the whiteboard and turned his head to look at the players in front of him. The only player who was still looking at him with his head up right now was Captain Milner. The other players are like a group of children who made a mistake and didn't dare to say anything. All of them lowered their heads, seeming to be silently bearing the chastisement and criticism from Li, especially in the first half of the game due to personal mistakes and caused the team to lose 2 goals. Ribery showed the most obvious, only to see him sitting alone quietly in the last row of the team. Feet also kept shaking back and forth, appearing particularly anxious. Obviously, in Ribery's view, if nothing unexpected happens, the next half of the game, I'm afraid I will not have the chance to debut it. Think of this, his heart cannot help but surge a strong sense of loss and self-doubt. Cooperation for such a long time. Milner is to understand their own boss and manager. Looking at his face is still relaxed expression. Milner was still a little nervous, heart immediately soothed down. He knows, in front of the young manager should have found a solution to the dilemma. Li broke the silence of the locker room with applause, and then opened his mouth with a tone that could not be said to be more severe. Hold your heads up, boys, especially you, Frank. Don't look like a defeated rooster. Pick up your spirits. You still have 45 minutes to make up for the mistakes of the first half. As Li's voice echoed in the locker room, everyone looked up at Li, who was standing in front of the whiteboard. Ribery even slightly opened his mouth and looked at Li with unbelievable eyes. He was ready to go off the field to rest, but his young manager actually didn't even think about replacing him. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on himself, Li first gave an affirmative look to Ribery before speaking. Boys, it's undeniable that this was a bad first half. We didn't play what we trained for before the match, and there is your responsibility for causing this. And of course, there is also my responsibility. However, thankfully we still have 45 minutes to make changes and improve, don't we? Although it seems challenging at the moment to come away from Old Trafford with a win in today's game, I still expect everyone to show resilience. Can we do that? My request is very simple. Focus on the remaining 45 minutes. Do a good job in defense and try to score. I don't want to be shaved at Old Trafford. Ha 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 ha. After slightly easing the atmosphere, Li began to make some adjustments to the lineup and tactics for the second half. Fans and friends, welcome back to the broadcasting room. The second half of the match between Manchester United and Leeds United will start soon. We see that Leeds United's manager Li in the halftime interval on the second half of the lineup to make adjustments. Replaced the front line of Vardy and the back line of Silva. Replace them on the field as a young Gareth Bale and Lam. Look at the position of the players. Leeds United in the second half of the game should be playing a more familiar with the 4-2-3-1 formation. They are more familiar with the formation. Bale and Lam occupy the left and right wingback positions. Ribery and Milner seem to be more forward. Falcao as a single arrow at the top. I didn't expect Li Time didn't replace Ribery, who was not in good form today. Wang guidance about Leeds United's substitution at halftime. What do you think? After introducing the changes in Leeds United's lineup, Su Tao opened his mouth to Wan Lu next to him and asked. Hearing Su Tao's question, Wang Lu's face also flashed a trace of doubt. In fact, during the halftime break, I also thought that in the case of 2 goals behind, Leeds United should strengthen the attack in the second half. But now it seems that the situation is completely the opposite. Leeds United not only withdrew a striker, the replacement of the 2 players playing is also the position of the side defender. And the main point is that did not replace the poor condition of Ribery, but instead, he was put on the top of the left wingback position. It is undeniable that he has a strong attacking ability, but from the first half of the situation, his condition today is not necessarily able to break through O'Shea's defense. Leeds United won't be giving up. Right, what the hell is this substitution? Falling behind on the fullback? Ha 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 ha. Leeds United's manager should have bought it. No, Ribery is not to the manager fed the drug. The first half does not change him even if the second half still let him on the rubbish. I should have known not to buy the anti-gate. Cam, there are 2 gambling dogs upstairs. Identification is complete. I'm new here. Have a say. This Leeds United manager is a bit handsome. The discussion from the Chinese TV station, Li Time couldn't hear it. But about Ribery's status, Li Time is clearer than anyone else. Just after giving the players a cocktail in the locker room, he saw from Ribery's face the kind of determination that wants to make up for the success. After seeing on the system that Ribery's status bar didn't have any big changes, Li Time still decided to send him on the field. And after Bale came on the field, Ribery's defensive task will be greatly reduced. In that case he will have enough energy to impact O'Shea's side of the defense. And Li Time to Bell and Ram's task is also very simple, is to use their own speed, close to see Luo and Giggs. No 100% certainty will never foot, to force them to the bottom line on the line, as long as not to be broken through. Pass the ball for their own 2 tall defenders to deal with it is still very easy. Just thinking, the field came the referee's whistle. The second half of the game officially started. Chapter 60 Ribery's self-redemption to pull a goal back. The second half was started by Leeds United. After a few passes on the ground, Modric gave the ball to Ribery on the left side, and after receiving the pass, Ribery also held the ball normally and started to advance, because it is an attacking round. So under the command of Li Time, Leeds United is also invested in a large number of troops in the United's half. At this time, the back line has been pressed to the center circle near, and the United side, Ferguson is also instructing the players to defend man-to-man, but perhaps because Ribery's first half of the state is too bad, in his advance, should have come back to help O'Shea for the defense of the Crow did not close to Ribery, but instead is to stay in the center of the circle near the thought that in case of their own teammates break the ball after they can immediately play a fast counterattack. As a perennial playing wingback and winger Ribery, defense is really not his strong point, so the first half of the defensive task is heavier. He really did not perform well. I thought he would be replaced at halftime, but I didn't expect Li Time not only didn't criticize him harshly, but let him continue to play in the second half, and even adjusted the lineup to free him up completely, which allowed Ribery to get out of the shadow of the first half mistakes. And at this time, facing the front of the O'Shea, Ribery's heart was incredibly relaxed. To say breakthrough, I have not been afraid of anyone. Just 2 or 3 seconds. Ribery has advanced to the position of only 10 meters from the penalty area, has been on his right side of his position and keep a safe distance. O'Shea raised his head to look at the small man in front of him. He is also in the calculation of his own foot timing. This small man has been beaten by his own teammates in the first half. United's 2 goals are caused by his mistakes, and do not know why the second half is still on the field, and even now it seems to put him directly on the attacking line. The opposite side of the young manager should be out of his mind. Ribery does not know what is in O'Shea's mind now. He is ready to break through. Originally, he had been dribbling at a steady speed, but at this moment, without warning, he kicked the ball forward a distance, making the distance between the ball and himself slightly larger. However, O'Shea, who had been closely watching Ribery's every move, noticed this subtle change almost at the same instant. He immediately realized that this could be an excellent opportunity to break the ball. Without hesitation, O'Shea reacted quickly, adjusted his center of gravity, took a big step forward with his right foot, and at the same time stretched out his left leg, aiming directly at the rolling soccer ball either to break it successfully, or at least to destroy the ball out of the sideline. At the moment of striking his foot, O'Shea was already thinking about whether he would break the ball and pass it straight to Crow in front of him or cross it to Keane in the middle of the pitch, but when his left foot was about to touch the ball, a white sneaker suddenly appeared in his sight. Originally, Ribery seems to be inadvertently that foot trip. In fact, is a well-designed trap. The purpose is to lure O'Shea on the hook. At this moment, the white soccer shoes appeared in front of O'Shea like a ghost, as if mocking his carelessness and naivety. Facing this sudden change, O'Shea was shocked, but his years of experience in the game allowed him to react quickly, trying to change his movements to cope with this unexpected situation. But in the moment of seeing O'Shea's body weight shift to prepare to lunge forward, Ribery himself is also immediately a change. His excellent explosive power in this moment to show the most, rushed to O'Shea before touching the soccer ball. The ball with the toes of the foot stabbed again, and then saw the soccer ball from O'Shea's crotch through the past, and his own, but also immediately more than the O'Shea. Man of the match. This is Ribery, a beautiful breakthrough. Now he has a flat in front of him, but the right side of Ferdinand has come over to make up for the position. Now it depends on Ribery whether to choose to go down the bottom of the pass or continue to break through Ferdinand's defense to look for a chance to cut inside. Seeing Ribery's beautiful breakthrough, Airgatey's commentary tone also immediately rose. Ferdinand's reaction is very fast. In the moment Ribery broke through O'Shea, he immediately jumped over to make up for the position. And now there is only Leeds United's No. 9 in the penalty area. The other striker has been replaced. Sylvester to stare at the No. 9 should be enough. Ribery was carrying the ball at high speed while observing Ferdinand's movements. He could see that the tall centre-back of Manchester United was preparing to squeeze him towards the bottom line, not wanting him to have a chance to cut inside. But in fact this is just what he wanted. Just when Ferdinand is almost 2 meters away from him, Ribery is another explosive trip, directly to the bottom line of the ball, while he is once again an acceleration, directly from the left side of the Ferdinand around the pounce want to eat his body, to the bottom line of the Ribery once again looked up towards the penalty area. At this time Keane has returned to the side of Falcao. The top of the penalty area next to the Dazzler is Scholes in close defense. On the United side, Sylvester was rushing towards him, and the footsteps behind him were reminding him that the two defenders he had just broken through were also running at speed. Just now he was thinking of the bottom line only to play an inverted triangle pass, but did not expect United's defenders to fall in position also quite fast. Now if he passes the ball to Dazzler, the probability of this attack will be destroyed. Just when he hesitated, suddenly he saw far away, the other side of the United penalty area. A person wearing a white jersey is waving for the ball. It is too late to think about who it is. Ribery immediately with the inside of his left foot kicked in the lower side of the soccer ball. The soccer ball does not bring a little bit of rotation to the United penalty area on the other side of the flyover, and waiting over there, it was Leeds United's right back, Maicon, as Manchester United in the defense is taken in the man-to-man tactics. At this time in the right half, Gary Neville is close to the Milner has run into the penalty area. Giggs is also outside the penalty area and Mascherano entangled, so Maicon is now completely in a state of no one to defend. Seeing Ribery pass the ball over, the Brazilian who was so bold and daring did not intend to stop the ball at all, but his left foot as a supportive foot, stretching his body to the greatest extent possible, a standard overhead shooting posture, ruthlessly pumping his right foot on the soccer ball. Maicon's shot is not only great force, and also low pressure. The soccer ball in the fly out almost 2 meters after the state from the air into the ground chop, so the line of sight is blocked. Van der Sar did not have a little reaction, until the goal came from the sound of the soccer ball hitting the net. He realized that he had just been attacked by a goal. Beautiful. Leeds United got a goal back just after the start of the second half. Maicon. He scored a fantastic world goal. And of course there's Ribery, who completes the save with a beautiful breakaway as well as an assist. It's 2-1. Leeds United still have a chance. The moment Maicon scored, Airgatey's passionate voice came out from the live channel again. Yay! Lee Time on the sidelines also waved his fist excitedly. Then he immediately calmed down and shouted towards his players, "Don't celebrate. Hold the ball back to the midfield for the kickoff. We still have a chance to win this game." Milner, who heard Lee Time's voice, also hurriedly greeted Falcao to hold the soccer ball still in the net and ran towards the center circle. On the other side of the Ferguson gently frowned. In fact, just saw Lee Time's midfield adjustment. He thought that Lee Time is to give up this game, but I did not expect Lee Time to the first half of the condition of the small man in a slump position after the premise, but in turn inspired the role of his. Have to admit, just now that shot is very beautiful, but it all stems from the breakthrough of the small man. After a little thought, Ferguson called the assistant coach to his side. He was going to make a substitution as well. Chapter 61, Hey, Carlos, pass it back. Less than 5 minutes after United's kickoff, after a dead ball, the fourth official on the sideline signaled United to make personnel changes as well. Two veterans Giggs and Keane were replaced by Ferguson. replaced by Park Ji-sung and Hines. Rooney was withdrawn by Ferguson to the front position. Crow and Scholes as a left and a right. O'Shea was raised to the back position, and Park Ji-sung together to strengthen the defense of the midfield. As the game continued, both sides did not get a good chance. Although the Leeds United players wanted to equalize the score as soon as possible, but the strength of Manchester United was there, especially after Park Ji-sung came on the field. His almost inexhaustible stamina and active running in the defense played a great role, because Leeds United's side of the attack, in addition to long passes, almost 80% from Modric here initiated, to Dyler here and then to advance or distribution, but Park Ji-sung almost in this period of time completely locked Dessler, so that every time after receiving the ball almost cannot turn around, and split the ball to the side of the road. See Luo and Scholes will also immediately shrink back to assist the defense, which makes Leeds United rarely have the opportunity to be able to pass the ball from the ground to Falcao's feet. This time looking at the situation on the field, Lee Time also slightly frowned, glanced down from their own more than 10 meters of Ferguson, secretly thought, worthy of being in Manchester United has absolute dominance of Lord Ferguson. Clinical command ability is indeed strong. Before Maicon scored, in addition to substitutions, Crow was called to the sidelines of the field to a burst of scolding. So these few minutes, the round of the attack of the United, no longer see the Crow stood near the center circle, wandering, every time back to the defense of a very deep, which makes several times again want to find an opportunity to break through a single rivalry also temporarily out of the way. The match was still 2-1 with Manchester United leading in the 80th minute. Su Tao and Wan Lu were talking eloquently in the broadcasting room. It looks like Manchester United still stabilized its position, and was not suppressed by the momentum of Leeds United's goal at the beginning of the second half. The second half of the game and gradually mastered the initiative on the field. I have to say, Ferguson's two substitutions are really subtle. Park Ji-sung, a player who came on the field, Leeds United's midfield organization stirred a little bit of a mess. Yes, and it seems that Leeds United's side does not have more cards to play. Just now Dyler has obviously appeared symptoms of cramps. It is estimated that Berbatov has stood on the sidelines. It seems that it should be to replace Dyler. In this case, it should be considered as a pair of substitutions. Berbatov's previous Bundesliga occasionally cameo in the front waist or shadow striker position. We see that the United side is also going to change. Also a pair of substitutions. Tevez replaced Van Nistelrooy, no less than Ferguson. In the last period of the game also want to pull Leeds United's defense full of pressure. This is the first time Tevez after the transfer to face his old boss, although there is not much time left, but we can also look forward to his performance. Substitute on the field Tevez at this time is also a heart of emotion. Just less than a month's time, they have changed from a member of Leeds United to Leeds United's opponents. Just when he went on the field, the former captain Milner also showed himself a friendly smile. Today's game, no surprise, Leeds United to return home in defeat. Wait until the end of the game. They still have to go to comfort these few of their former teammates. Under the command of Ferguson, the back of the game, Manchester United did not rush to attack, but after gaining possession of the ball, non-stop foot, want to pull Leeds United's defense in this way, while still consuming the opponent's physical strength. Foot in the process of once there are a number of opportunities, they will pass the ball to the feet of Tevez or Crow, who will try to a shot on goal. The good thing is that Leeds United's backline was focused, and although United had a few shots on goal, none of them extended the score further. In the relatively slow pace of the game, the time also came to 89 minutes. The fourth official has raised the injury time sign on the sidelines. The game injury time 3 minutes. Manchester United is organizing a new round of attack. Leeds United players are defending in their own half of the field. Only Falcao is wandering around the center circle. Next to him are two tall Manchester United centre-backs, Ferdinand and Sylvester. Since Kompany and Chiellini did see themselves too dead before, Tevez this time retreated to a distance of almost 15 meters or so from the Leeds United penalty area to come to the ball. Although there is not much time left, but now that he is on the field, he would like to have some good performances, so that he can prevail in the competition for the main force. Park Ji-sung, who was carrying the ball on the Manchester United side, saw Tevez waving for the ball. He did not think too much, and directly passed the ball over. And Tevez because he was already far away from Leeds United's penalty area. So the first time Leeds United side did not have a player to come forward to directly force him. So Tevez took the ball and turned around with relative ease. Get the ball. Tevez left and right, is thinking about the next pass route. Leeds United in the middle of the defense is very tight. He wants to break through is almost impossible. But just as he was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, Carlos. Hearing the voice, Tevez subconsciously turned around with the ball and looked in the direction the voice came from. Then he saw a familiar figure in a white jersey facing him, pointing his right hand in the direction of the center circle and yelling, Carlos, pass back. In the interviews after the game, reporters also mentioned this comical scene, and Sir Alex Ferguson could only reply with a helpless shrug. I haven't asked Carlos what he was thinking at the time. I think he was probably more nostalgic. Why did the reporter ask this question? Because it was Milner who shouted for Tevez to pass back, and Tevez, who was now a member of the Manchester United team, really ghosted the ball towards the center circle after hearing Milner's voice. Ferdinand and Sylvester, who were standing in the center circle, didn't expect Tevez to come to this. Thus, a grotesque and rapid counterattack started from Milner's break. In fact, after Tevez passed the ball, Milner also froze for a moment, but he reacted quickly. In addition to him, the left side of the road Bale and standing in the center circle of the Falcao also quickly reacted. So after seeing the crazy forward-running Bell, Milner did not hesitate at all after the ball break. Directly to Bell passed in advance. With Bale's speed, even if Ferdinand tried his best to catch up, he couldn't reach his footsteps, seeing Bale like no one's business, all the way to the wild surge, with the ball rushed straight to the Manchester United's goal area. Facing this situation, Sylvester had no choice but to rush forward to try to stop Bale's attack. After seeing Sylvester rushing towards him, Bale didn't get carried away by the opportunity in front of him, but calmly passed the ball to Falcao in the middle of the field. This pass was like a sword, cutting through the opponent's defense. After receiving the ball, Falcao did not hesitate to shoot, and then saw the soccer ball aimed at the lower left corner of the goal. Although Van der Sar in front of the goal had already tried his best, but he could not stop this powerful shot. Boom! Moments later, the sound of the soccer ball hitting the net reached Van der Sar's ears. 2:2. The game goes into injury time. Leeds United equalized. Chapter 62, Lee time, poor lad. Let's hope he can pull through. The moment the soccer ball smashed into the Manchester United goal, a short silence instantly appeared in the Old Trafford Stadium. Subsequently, all kinds of beautiful nationalisms were sent out on the stands of Old Trafford. As fans, they were able to accept Manchester United being equalized, or even defeated, but they could never accept such a stupid mistake that led to the loss of the ball. So, all kinds of wonderful language also floated into the ears of Lee Time, who was frantically punching on the sidelines. Fuck, this XX bred Argentine. Strictly check. Strictly investigate. This person is definitely an undercover agent sent by Leeds United. I spent over 20 million euros on a man to assist my opponent, inverting the Big Dipper? Suggesting that Ferguson must conduct a strict investigation. This Argentine must have an ulterior deal with Leeds United. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. After Falcao's goal, Gatti regained the passion he felt when commentating on the game, holding his head in his hands and exclaiming in shock, while also saying with a bit of banter in his tone, a beautiful fast counterattack. Leeds United were suppressed by Manchester United in their own half for most of the game today, and the most familiar fast counterattack before that has not been able to find any chances. Friends, let's thank the great Argentinian striker Carlos Tevez. He really is a man who misses the old days. For crying out loud, only after the referee's dissuasion did the Leeds United players end their wild celebrations and return to their own half. United kicked off again, but there was only a little over a minute left in the game, and with Rooney's shot going over the crossbar, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the match. After hearing the whistle, Lee Time clenched his fists tightly and took the initiative to walk towards Ferguson with an easy smile. The two shook hands and looked at the spirited young man in front of them. After a short silence, Ferguson, who had just had an iron face, finally sighed softly and said, Lee, did you exert any mysterious oriental power on your players during the halftime break? Especially that right winger of yours. I was expecting you to replace him at halftime. Hearing Ferguson's question, Lee Time froze for a moment, then smiled imploringly and replied, Alex, I'm an atheist. Where are the mystical powers? I'm sure you must understand it better than I do as well, right? Sometimes giving these young lads enough faith can bring out more than they can imagine. Ferguson nodded and didn't say anything else. After hugging Lee Time, he turned his head to comfort his players. While Lee Time and Ferguson were talking, Milner also came to Tevez and hugged him, comforting him twice before turning towards the players' tunnel. After the end of the game, standing on the field, he could hear the surrounding fans cursing Tevez, as Tevez's former captain, but also the cause of today's low-level mistakes. Milner felt the need to go to comfort him, but for Tevez, the day's torment was far from over. Normally, at the end of a game, the player who scored the goal was the one who made the most noise, but today was the opposite. Tevez was surrounded by a group of media before he even walked into the locker room. Carlos, would like to know what you were thinking when you passed that back pass in the last moments of the game today? As far as I know, Mr. Carlos, you are a striker. Can you explain why you took the initiative to drop back so deep for the ball? You don't seem to be the organizer of United's attack, do you? Carlos, I noticed one thing. At that time, the captain of Leeds United seemed to yell at you, and then he also gave you a passing route indication with his hand. And the most outrageous thing is that you actually did it. I would like to ask, what did he say to you at that time? A series of highly offensive questions froze Tevez on the spot. He opened his mouth but couldn't spit out a single word, because he simply didn't know how to explain what he was thinking at that moment. He even wondered if he had been quietly inflicted with some kind of witchcraft by Milner in that one moment. Later on, Ferguson, who had a serious expression on his face, came to take him away from the reporters. The scene of Tevez walking behind Ferguson with his head down was also seen by Timely, who had just walked into the players' tunnel. He shook his head and thought in his heart, alas, poor lad, this is just leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's mouth again. Let's hope he can resist Ferguson's stinking scolding. The next day, the entire British media were reporting on last night's marquee match, especially as the mouthpiece of Manchester United, The Sun. The content of the article is even more directly pointed at Tevez, offensive directly full, and even implicitly hinted that Manchester United should be strictly investigated to see if Tevez has gambled on these behaviors. Last night Leeds United shamefully stole a point from Old Trafford. Manchester United led for a full 90 minutes, only to have a betrayer bury the victory. Carlos Tevez, remember that name, is solely responsible for this draw for United. All indications are that we can't call that outrageous return pass a mistake, and hopefully there will be a serious investigation within the United team to see if the player has engaged in some behavior that is out of line with the fairness of the sport. On the other hand, both other traditional newspapers and online media above mentioned Time Lee and his Leeds United again and again. The miraculous reversal. Leeds United retreats from Old Trafford. 1 win and 2 draws. Maybe the pattern of the EPL will really change this season? Ferguson couldn't beat Lee Time either. The championship title is still on the rise. Against the EPL Big Four, Leeds United now has 1 win and 1 draw. The spoiler is showing his fangs. Who says replacing a striker with a defender is giving up the game? Leeds United's away draw with Manchester United has caused heated discussions in major soccer forums around the world, with fans speculating about what kind of magic Time Lee had put on Ribery in the locker room during the halftime break, making him seem like a different person after he came on in the second half, and even directly creating Leeds United's first goal. But all of this has nothing to do with Lee Time, who has returned to Leeds. On Monday, as usual, he gave himself a vacation and slept at home. He was indeed too tired during this period of time, in almost no one's favor. He still led Leeds United through this difficult schedule, although only 1 win and 2 draws, but after all, there are 2 powerful opponents, can take away 2 points in 2 away games, which is also able to enhance the self-confidence of the players. 3 days later at home to face the old rival Sunderland. No accident should be able to successfully take it. I slept until 4 p.m. and in the evening, I invited the Chinese food chef to my home to cook an authentic Chinese food. After having a beautiful meal, Lee Time returned to the study and evoked the system page. Chapter 63, the system quietly updated? The same as he thought. Yesterday's absolute draw against Manchester United greatly boosted the team's morale. The players' match status bar showed basically better. Falcao and Maicon, who scored yesterday, are even in hot form. The only small drawback is that the players' physical reserves are more or less reduced. This made Lee Time slightly worried. It had been a long time since the system had released a mission, so he hadn't opened any treasure chests or taken any rewards for a long time, and the stock in his hand before had been depleted. The season had only just begun, and because of this period of time's successive vicious battles, the players were generally having problems with their physical reserves. Leeds United, these lads, even with the help of the system's ability to enhance the speed, greatly accelerated. But after all, most of them are about 22, 23 years old. Everyone's physical strength has not yet reached the peak state, and their own hands now the talent to cash in the card and has run out. The only one of the injury healing card has also been used in the body of the Diesler. Once there is a problem with physical strength in the high-intensity matches at the back, there is a great possibility that the players will be injured when they are physically confronting each other on the field. And if there is a large-scale injury, it will definitely affect the team's performance, and the striving for the top 4 that Lee Time said before will become empty talk. Moreover, if the players are unable to play due to injuries, resulting in no other clubs to inquire, then the end of the season their own black store will not be able to open. That was the key. So when he had just called out the system, Lee Time had already asked the system why it hadn't released a mission for such a long time. But the system only said that the task release was triggered randomly without any warning. This left Lee Time speechless for a while, but when he saw Ribery's panel properties, Lee Time discovered some changes that he had not seen in the system before. Frank Ribery, trigger temporary event, age, 22, offensive threat, 83, plus 5, defense strength, 33, plus 5, body balance, 78, plus 5, long passing accuracy, 80, plus 5, short passing accuracy, 82, plus 5, shot accuracy, 83, plus 5, speed/fastest speed, 86/90ths, plus 5, player rating B+, comprehensive assessment, extremely versatile attacking midfielder with delicate technique, high speed, strong ability to break through with the ball, and good at attacking by cutting inside with the ball. Temporary event, in a recent game due to their own poor condition caused the team to lose the ball, and then due to the host's key encouragement, the state in confidence to get a boost, therefore triggering the reward. Reward content, 1. Match state is extremely hot. 2. Full attributes +5. Duration, 14 days. 3. Seeing this, a few question marks appeared in Li Time's head. He doubted that this system had quietly made an update. This was the first time the concept of temporary event appeared in the system's player panel. In fact, there was a short conversation with Ferguson after the match yesterday. When he heard Ferguson say that even he didn't expect Li Time didn't replace Ribery at halftime, Li Time froze for a moment. Initially he did not think about it, until today to see the temporary events in the Ribery panel. Li Time suddenly had a little new epiphany. Since becoming a head coach, Li Time had been influenced by the system most of the time, and directly followed those methods in his head to train and line up his troops. But today, seeing Ribery's reward, combined with Ferguson's words yesterday, Li Time suddenly realized a problem that he had never paid attention to before. Last season in the championship, the number of games is basically a stable week. On the one hand, the team's performance is also good. On the other hand, the intensity of the game in the championship is always not as high as in the Premier League, and at that time, Li also used the talent to cash in the card to pull the attributes of the entire Leeds United centre axis to the peak. So basically, there is no pressure in every game, and you can beat the opponent smoothly. But this season is different. Intensive schedule. The strength of the opponent has increased greatly. The attention has increased significantly. All reasons may directly or indirectly affect the player's mentality. In competitive sports, especially soccer, this kind of high-intensity confrontation sports, in addition to the high demand for physical conditions, mental attributes is also an essential part. Every manager who can make a name for himself in the world of football, in addition to having a high level of technical and tactical level, there is also a common point, that is, strong team management ability and unique charisma, but also they are very good at using their own ability to shape a team, to the team to brand their own at the same time, but also in the subtle influence on the psychological state of the players. Take yesterday's opponent Ferguson as an example. This stubborn Scottish old man, whether in the usual training, or in the game field, are able to go to the maximum potential to stimulate the players, to give the young players enough confidence as well as time on the field, so that they in the actual battle to get full exercise. In addition to technical and tactical aspects of the enhancement of the other, he will also be his own never give up the spirit of inculcating the players of Manchester United. But he also manages to bring out the human side in his day-to-day management of the team, in the training ground, in the game, in the extremely harsh him, in private, but also able to play with the team lads. So in the United under the rule of Ferguson, we'll rarely hear the team's internal discordant voice, even if it is because of the previous and Ferguson had some contradictions of Beckham. In the interview after leaving Manchester United, also emotional commented that, I and the coach's relationship before has been very special. Of course, we had some arguments, but I still love him. So in Europe, where the soccer atmosphere is number one in the world, Manchester United under Ferguson's rule can also be called an iron army that never gives up. Li Time gently spat out a breath and picked up the water cup to take a sip. He couldn't help but feel emotional as well. Fortunately, he had carefully browsed through the system panel of each player before realizing the change. He had relied too much on the system's rewards before, but now it seemed that he should have already passed the novice protection period, and more of the system's functions should need to be explored by himself, now that he was temporarily without the various small cards that the system rewarded him with, and there were no new quests. It seemed like a good way to try to trigger temporary events for each player. Leeds United is full of youngsters who are not more than a few years younger than himself, so he should not have any problem in getting close to them. Thinking of this, Li Time closed Leeds United's team interface. Then with a mind full of bad taste, he searched for Teves's information in the computer. Now he really wants to see Teves's attribute panel. Chapter 64. Mom, I'm a little homesick. Opening Teves's panel and seeing the end, Li Time really couldn't hold back his laughter. Actually, strictly speaking, Li Time couldn't talk about how much he liked Teves as a player. The reason why he bought him in the first place was actually two reasons. The first one was cheap, and the second one was that Li Time knew that he could kick ass and sell for a good price. From the competitive level, Teves's skills have nothing to say, but in the piece of work ethic, he really is a little black. In Teves's entire career, in Manchester United when okay, Ferguson can still hold him down. Later went to Manchester City, can be criticized. First in the Champions League game directly refused to substitute. Angry at the time of Manchester City's manager Mancini directly and publicly declared that he would never use him again. And then the club rumors to be heavily punished him. Who knows that he directly ignored the club's punishment, and even with the way of early retirement is ready to completely break with Manchester City, and then even in the league is still in progress. Without the approval of the club directly with his wife and children flew back to his home in Argentina. This behavior also made himself absent for 5 months of training and games until he was in a state of emergency, and then he was not allowed to play. This behavior also made himself absent from the training and games for 5 months, until later he lowered his head to admit his fault and publicly apologized, only to be able to rejoin the team. But back in Europe, he often expressed in public the idea of returning to Argentina to play football. So at that time he was Chinese fans jokingly referred to as special homesickness. Later he was sold to Juventus. The first season was quite good, but the second season began to clamor to go back to Argentina, and really led him back to his hometown team Boca Juniors. In fact, these things and the Chinese fans have nothing to do with Li Time even as a fan, but also to see a fun. What was the reason for thinking that Tevesa's work ethic was problematic? It's because he joined a team in the Chinese Super League at the end of his career, and played for 1 season, and was sent back to Boca Juniors because of his lazy attitude and poor performance on the field. And now, the reason why Li Time didn't hold back his laughter. It's because Tevesa's player evaluation column, like Ribery's, has a temporary event. A major mistake in a recent game, causing the team to lose a key goal. After the match, he was verbally abused by the media and fans. His current state is extremely poor, and his self-confidence has been severely damaged. Duration, 14 days. By the looks of it, the lad should be having a bit of a bad day. It shouldn't be. Ferguson's never seen anything like it, and yesterday United only drew, not lost. Didn't Ferguson give the lad some guidance after the game? However, it does not matter. Anyway, Tevez now in Manchester United can only be regarded as Fanny's replacement. The status of almost it, and now the Champions League has not yet started. The schedule is not compact. It is estimated that Ferguson can give him the opportunity to play is not much. After exiting the system, Li Timon surfed the internet for a while, then climbed into bed early to prepare for sleep. Tomorrow still have to train it. Ferguson really did not give Tevez yesterday to do what psychological counseling. He is not Wenger, not familiar with that fish sports psychology. In Ferguson thought, this is already Tevez came to the United Kingdom's second year, and the first season Tevez in Leeds United's performance is very good. As a professional player, he has the ability to adjust their own state, and on the mistake that Tevez made, he did not scold him. A scolding is already considered to be emotionally stable. If you want to comfort him, then who will comfort me? After all, 3 points in hand because of this kid into 1 point. There is another point. Ferguson and Lee time to think the same. Tevez's role is now more as Fanny and Rooney's rotating replacement. If the kid cannot adjust to, then they will be held on the bench. When the state of the good, when to play again. So in Tuesday's training session, Ferguson did not make a special trip to discuss the previous day's game with Tevez. That mistake. The entire Manchester United team was also on track to train under the old man's arrangement. Throughout the morning training, Tevez did not show any problems, but in the afternoon group confrontation, Ferguson found something wrong. Group confrontation time, Tevez was divided in the substitute group. However, throughout the training process, he made several mistakes. The most outrageous time, Tevez in the sideline to ask for the ball. Holding the ball, Park Ji-sung saw the situation to give him a simple ground ball short pass, and is the normal speed and power of the ball, but Tevez actually stopped the ball out of the sideline. Seeing this scene, Ferguson directly in his heart to give him a death sentence. This state, or do not play, but God did not want. Wednesday training, first of all in the morning when Fanny did strength training pulled muscles, and then in the afternoon against the training time Rooney was keen shoveling injury. The team doctor in the view of the two people's injuries, or suggested that Ferguson let the two people arrested for 1 to 2 weeks, so there is no way. Thursday away to face Newcastle when Ferguson still let Tevez on the field, but Tevez, whose self-confidence has been severely damaged and whose form is still extremely poor, naturally performed disastrously on the field. As a center forward, in the field cannot play any pivot role, the whole game seems to be sleepwalking. In the first half, both Crow and Giggs also tried to find him that point in the bottom of the pass, but found that he failed in a few times and the Newcastle defenders in the confrontation. The two directly gave up the idea of the bottom of the pass. The side of the road breakthroughs coincidentally chose to cut to look for opportunities. The two of them were out of shape, and then lost the support of their two teammates on the side of the road. Finally, after kicking off Scholes a wonderful straight pass, a face of irony Ferguson finally is the Tevez replaced, so that Crow to run to the center to play in the center. Well before the end of the game Scholes with a free kick to break the deadlock, which allows Manchester United from the away from the whole body to retreat. After the match, the United fans who had been angry with Tevez almost burst the United's official website, and in Manchester's biggest fan forums are all kinds of curses on Tevez. In addition to the fans, The media also questioned Tevez' ability, which made Tevez, who came to England for almost 1 year, feel the other side of the atmosphere of the English soccer for the first time. Friday has returned to the Carrington base of the United team just a simple recovery training, but Tevez's status is still not any recovery, which makes Ferguson finally cannot stand it anymore. So in the end of the training, pulled him to the office a scolding. Being scolded after the Tevez crying face back to the car, just sat down, received a call from his mother. Hearing that familiar voice, Tevez finally was unable to hold back. Lost, said, "Mom, I'm a little homesick." Chapter 65. Leeds United are starting to make money. Comfort from his mother didn't make much of a difference to Tevez's athleticism. In the following 2 days of training, he was still in a sleepwalking state, which made Ferguson furious. So in the last round of this month's game, Ferguson thought twice, but decided to put Tevez on the bench. Sent his own love, Solskjaer. Solskjaer did not disappoint his mentor and scored the only goal of the match, which gave United a narrow victory over visiting Aston Villa. Watching Solskjaer on the field in full swing, celebrating with abandon, Tevez's already low mood is even more difficult. At the same time, this round of Leeds United sitting at home also ushered in the challenge of the old enemy Sunderland. After playing this game, it is the international match day in Europe, which is the most hated day for the major giants and club managers, because most of the players in their hands will be drawn back to the national team to participate in the game. For the clubs, it is fine if the players just go back to the national team to play a game, but if there is any accident that leads to the player's injury, it will be a bit of a loss for the clubs. However, for the current Lee time, he didn't have to think too much about it. Leeds United's lineup, only 2 players, Berbatov and Dessler, are considered to be the national team's mainstay and may need to play on international days. The rest of the players, even if called up, are basically just substitutes now, considering that Leeds United's next match is still close to half a month away. That's enough time for their own players to get their strength back. Lee, who wanted to win at home, didn't carry out a large-scale rotation in this game, just let Berbatov and Dessler play half the game, and then replace them at halftime. Of course, the final result is also beautiful. The hot Ribery in this game scored a goal, and ultimately also let Sunderland again hate Elland Road. Thus, the first month of Leeds United's Premier League season has come to an end. Although Lee Time's grandiose words were criticized by most people before, but after 4 rounds of matches, looking at the EPL standings, the voices questioning him and Leeds United are getting less and less, because now on the table, the first place is the Manchester United with 3 wins and 1 draw with 10 points. Second place is Charlton, who also won 3 and drew 1 and accumulated 10 points. Third place is 3 wins and a loss of 9 points Chelsea. Although the first round of visits to the Elland Road Stadium ate a defeat, but after returning to Stamford Bridge, they adjusted very quickly. In the second round of the 1 o'clock victory over the visiting Arsenal, the latter 2 rounds are also smooth and take down. The fourth place is Leeds United with 2 wins and 2 draws and 8 points. Liverpool and Arsenal, the 2 traditional powerhouses in the first 4 rounds of performance, can only be described as average. Liverpool won 2, drew 1 and lost 1, and is now in the 8th position with 7 points. Arsenal is even worse, with only 2 wins and 2 losses in 4 rounds, ranking 9th with 6 points. Of course, the season is still very long. There are still a lot of hard battles ahead. In mid-September they have to play the League Cup, and in January next year Leeds United will also join the competition in the FA Cup, so Lee Time is not complacent. In the national team called up players to leave the team this week. He also just with no national team called up players to carry out some regular training to maintain the state. And this weekend, he also directly to the players 3 days off, requiring them to return to the team next Tuesday on the line. Taking advantage of these days without training, Lee Time also has a few things to do. During this period of time, Lee Time has been paying attention to the financial situation of Leeds United. After the end of the month after the payroll, not waiting for Alan to bring the financial statement over, Lee Time has been impatient to call out the system. Host, Lee Time. Club owned, Leeds United. Economic status, normal. Team status, positive. Available funds, 6.9 million euros. Fixed skills, Super Scout, can freely view the detailed attributes of any player. Master Coach. Skill pack, no. Looking at the available funds that already had close to 7 million euros, Lee Time also nodded with satisfaction. In less than 2 months, earning close to 7 million euros, this figure already made him happy. The specific details are on the club's financial statement. Alan hasn't brought it over yet, but Lee Time is also clear in his heart that most of this money should still come from the sales of member season tickets and some teams' periphery. The broadcast dividends of the EPL haven't hit the club's account for the time being, and this income is one of the most important sources of income for the clubs in the EPL. I have to say, in this era of European football, perhaps in the sports level of the major clubs in the Premier League cannot talk about stable into the first echelon. But in terms of business model and the ability to absorb money, The English Premier League is absolutely in the European major leagues in the leader. No one. In fact, the operation of the entire Premier League is done by the Premier League and the Premier League Committee, and Li Time himself is a member of the committee. The Premier League has basically realized the mode of being managed by the clubs, serving the clubs and being responsible to the clubs in terms of business logic, while the world's oldest English football association has retreated to the position of supervisor and coordinator, which is a real state of separation of management and operation. Within the Premier League, a more balanced cake distribution mechanism has been realized between the strong and weak teams in comparison with other leagues, so that some small teams can also have the opportunity to have powerful stars, thus ensuring the competitiveness and spectacle of the whole league. In addition, the EPL is also the earliest mainstream league in the European soccer world to open its arms to embrace foreign investment. Fulham is the first pioneer to accept foreign investment, while Abu bought Chelsea and the Glazer family holding Manchester United, and each won the EPL championship, which officially announced the opening of the era of foreign investment in the EPL. In fact, before the start of the season, Li Time did some math. If Leeds United can really get into the top for this season, and get a Champions League place, then Leeds United should be able to get tens of millions of euros from the broadcasting contract, which is already considered a pretty horrible number. And once you get a good result, the end of the season is not to worry about their own black store cannot be opened. When it's a round of high selling and low buying, think about the heart is comfortable. I think it's a good idea to think about it. To be honest, if Leeds United hadn't taken too big a step, it wouldn't have been reduced to the extent of owing huge loans and also leading to relegation. As he was thinking, Alan knocked on the office door, walked over quickly, and put the financial statement in his hand on Li Time's desk. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Alan smiled and said, "Boss, this is this month's financial statement. We're not bad, and the club's revenue is finally on track." Looking at Alan, who was gently panting, Li Time first signaled him to sit down before picking up the financial statement on the table, although he already knew the exact amount. But after all, this was the data that people had worked hard to count all morning, and looking at Alan's appearance, it was estimated that he was afraid that he had waited for a long time, and still jogged all the way over here. So no matter what, he still had to respect the fruits of others' labor. Almost 2 minutes later, Li Time put the finished report on the table, and put his eyes on Alan, who was sitting across from him, before he opened his mouth and asked, "Alan, do you want to be the general manager?" Chapter 66. Li Time: Alan, do you want to be promoted to a higher position? Alan, do you want to be the general manager? Put. As soon as Li Time's words fell, Alan spat out the mouthful of coffee that he just drank into his mouth, frightening him so much that he hurriedly used his own sleeve to wipe the coffee that was sprayed on the table. A moment later, as soon as Alan, who wiped off the coffee, sat down, he saw Li Time looking at himself with a smile in the corner of his eyes. After slightly stabilizing his emotions, Alan opened his mouth with a suspicious face and asked, "Boss, we're making money now, you're going to rush back?" Alan's words in turn made Li Time speechless. He opened his mouth and scolded with a smile, "Retreat your big head. You've come to the club for almost 3 years, right? And more than 3 years. I've been an assistant to the old boss for more than 2 years, and then it's 1 year as an assistant to you, the boss." Hearing Alan's answer, Li Time's heart also rippled. Yes, it has also been more than 1 year since he crossed over to Leeds. Since he took over Leeds United, Alan as his assistant has been working tirelessly, and before Pops died, Leeds United's most turbulent period of time, most of the club's staff also each seek their own way to make a living, gone 7 or 8. However, Alan is unwavering steadfastly stick to their positions, not leaving, until after he took over, and then accompanied himself through the beginning of that difficult period of time. Now that the days are getting better, Alan as a meritorious servant from the Dragon, Li Time naturally won't be stingy to reward him, no matter which country's adult male. Things like promotion and salary increase are naturally more than enough, so he intends to promote Alan to the position of general manager. Today, it was Li Time himself who held the position of general manager of Leeds United. However, in reality, for him, this identity has become irrelevant. After all, he is not only the owner of Leeds United, but also the manager of the team. It can be said that all the matters of Leeds United, big and small, need to pass through his hands. After more than a year of contact, Li Time deeply realized Alan's strong sense of belonging to Leeds United. Because of this, giving Alan a general manager position and raising his salary, according to that guy's personality, I'm afraid he would be grateful to himself. Right, you also came to the club for so long, the club's big and small matters you are also proficient. I want you to serve as the club's general manager, and at the same time double your salary and bonuses. In the future, some of the following trivial matters you decide on your own on the line. Do not have to come back to me. How about it? This position, willing to do? Li Time's words just finished, At this time, the face has risen red. Alan immediately stood up from the seat, emotionally excited, and said with a smile, "Thank you, boss. Of course I am willing to do it. After all, who would hate to be promoted and get rich? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. No need to be so excited. I've seen all your work over the past year or so, and you've never done a proper job of the things I've arranged for you. So these are what you deserve. Well, get me a cup of coffee as well. Then sit down. We still have a lot of work to discuss next." Then Li Time communicated the plans in his mind to Alan. First of all, the club's team needed to be expanded. Since Li Time took over Leeds United last year, in order to cut down on expenses, the club staff has always been only out but not in. Even after Blackwell's previous resignation, Li Shiguang's first thought was to mention the youth team's coach to the first team to support it for half a year first. But the good thing is that the system is so powerful that it gives itself the capital to be the manager. And in general, it also saves a large amount of money. During this year, there were other staff members who offered to resign, and as long as the position was not particularly important, Li Time didn't let Alan go recruiting. But now it's not the same. A little money in hand should be spent to spend. The first is Leeds United's scouting team, which needs to be expanded. Although he has the advantage of the system and rebirth, but the world is so big, there must be a lot of their own previous life have not heard of the teenage genius, perhaps because of various reasons did not kick out of the fame. At this time, the importance of having a sufficient and reliable scouting team came to the fore. Originally in the plan of Li Time, Leeds United's scouting team in addition to the European continent, in Asia, Africa, America, these three places should have permanent personnel. This is to ensure that the first time to get the information of some teenage geniuses. They also have this system such a plug-in. Once their scouts will look at the basic information of the young players sent back to the club, they can use the system to directly make the judgment of whether to sign. Now that he had the money, this plan could already be implemented. He then asked Alan to reorganize Leeds United's data analysis team. In recent years, sports data analysts have played an increasingly important role in the sports field. They provide coaches and athletes with better training and competition advice by collecting, processing and analyzing various sports data. Any sport, whether it's a solo sport or a team sport, will have the existence of such a position as a data analyst within their team. And even in the esports program, which is gradually developing in a few years, there will be at least one data analyst. However, after the data analysis team of Leeds United was disbanded before, Li Time has never gone to reorganize it. There were the economic reasons mentioned earlier, but most of all, it was because of the emergence of the system, regarding all the physical data of the athletes, whether it was his own players or the opponent's players. Li Time could see it on the system, but the trouble was, Li Time had to click in one by one to see the players' physical data. So since becoming the manager of Leeds United, before every match Li Time would dedicate a night's time to go on the system to get a detailed understanding of the opponent's players. Moreover, this group of people had another point that Li Time found great, that is, they could make a training plan that meets the actual needs based on the data analysis results, and make different training programs for different athletes. This is a function that the system does not have right now. So now that there was money in the aftermath, setting up a data analysis team became a very urgent need within Li Time. There is also a third point, which is the recruitment of physiotherapists. Leeds United now only has a team doctor and a physiotherapist. This number is far from enough. As the EPL schedule becomes more and more compact, the team's physical recovery and injury prevention will definitely become the top priority. So it is necessary to staff the team first to avoid problems at that time. After arranging these three key points, Li Time let Alan handle the other positions at his own discretion. After Alan had memorized them, he was ready to leave to carry out his work. But just as he stood up, he saw Timely saying to himself, "Oh yeah, you're the general manager now. Remember to recruit another assistant for me." Alan laughed and replied, "Don't worry, boss. For more than a year, you've been surrounded by our group of big guys and gals, and now I finally have the chance to stuff you with a beautiful assistant. So that's something I'll do even if you don't say it. Ha 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 ha. Asterisk 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 UNNDU even flirted with me. Ha ha." Afterward, in the sound of Li Time's laughing and scolding, Alan walked out of the office with a face of anti-smile. Chapter 67, Candidates for Youth Training Supervisor. Alan's words were a reminder to Li Time. He remembered that when he was only wearing the body before, the original owner's memories of his paper-heavy life often popped up in his head. After all, he was a rich second generation, and the women around him basically never stopped. However, after Li Time took over this body, perhaps because of his previous life, he was just an ordinary person, never contacted the life of the second generation of the rich, or perhaps because of the pressure to revive the Leeds United has been busy working, so these past 100 envy of life also gradually faded out of his memory. Originally just a normal let Alan give himself an assistant. Did not expect this kid understood into a deeper meaning. but also good. Now the days are gradually better. The hand also has money. Life should enjoy or to enjoy. But the assistant is not a beautiful woman is not important. Now Li Time is also considered to be a big boss with a few million euros. And with Leeds United's results getting better and better, the money he earns will certainly be more and more. And I'm afraid that there will be no beautiful women to throw themselves into the arms of the future. After a little bit of fantasizing, Li Time put the proposal of Alan behind him. The next day, Li Time once again came to Stuttgart, Germany, where Alan helped him to make an appointment. After the previous match with Chelsea, Li Time sorted out two urgent matters in his hand. The first was the selection of a new youth training director. Leeds United's last youth team manager had followed Blackwell to West Bromwich Albion. Lee didn't find any suitable candidate to replace him. So until now, the training work of the youth team was done by the assistant coach, and Lee would take 1 day a week to train the youth training boys. But times have changed. In the future, Li Time's work will definitely become busier and busier, and the time he can go to the youth team to keep an eye on them will also be greatly reduced. Moreover, with the help of the system, Leeds United's youth training team will definitely become more and more huge, and those who are able to enter Leeds United's youth training will definitely be some teenage geniuses. Therefore, the introduction of a capable youth training director is now imminent. Now he has two candidates. One is Thomas Tuchel, who is currently leading Stuttgart's U19 team. The other is the Argentinian back, Diego Simeone, who will be retiring next year. Both of these two were coaches that Li Time preferred before he was reborn. Tuchel's coaching career would reach its peak in the future at Chelsea, and after taking over in 2021, he immediately turned around Chelsea's decline, not only leading the team to win the second Champions League trophy in team history that year, but also being elected as the best men's soccer coach of the year in FIFA 2021, especially when Chelsea faced away games after being badly affected for reasons outside of sport. Tuchel said, "We can go by plane and we can come back by plane. If that doesn't work, we'll take a train, if not, we'll take a bus, and if that doesn't work, I'll be my own driver in a 7-seater car with my players." Li Time, who saw this interview on TV at that time, was also moved by Tuchel's statement. But compared to Tuchel, in fact, Li Time is more favorable as Bandit Simeone. In his takeover of Madrid Athletic before, Madrid Athletic is a focus on the technical flow of the team, but in the Simeone took over a change in the previous style. The team emphasized more on the defense, more emphasis on stealing interceptions, to improve the quality of the counterattack. It can be said that he brought to Atletico Madrid hard work, strong discipline, iron blood, and there is an incomparable desire to win the spirit. Such a tough spiritual attribute is also something that Li Time, who is also a head coach, values highly. Yesterday, before he got off work, Li Time received a call from Alan, saying that he had already made an appointment with Tuchel to have a face-to-face meeting today. So Li Time also hurriedly bought a plane ticket and came to Stuttgart early this morning. After the meeting, the two casually find a cafe to sit down. Li Time is also straight to express the intention, because now have the bottom. He is not stingy to give. Tuchel opened his current twice the monthly salary, invited him to Leeds United youth team coaching. Tuchel did not immediately agree to Li Time's offer, but said that he let him think about it, even if he wants to come to Leeds United, but also have to wait until the end of the season. Lee did not rush. Even if Tuchel ultimately unwilling to come to Leeds United, he still has the option of Simone. After the end of the communication with Tuchel, in the afternoon of the same day, Li Time rushed to Turin, Italy without stopping, because tonight, the owner of Kappa, the sponsor of Leeds United equipment, Wayne Joyce, asked him to have dinner. In the previous 2 years, because of the club's turmoil, most of the previous sponsors did not choose to renew their contracts after they expired. Until Li Time took over, there was only Kep left as the only sponsor, and at the end of this year, the contract between the two sides would expire. Originally, the Kappa side and other sponsors thought the same. After the expiration of the contract is ready to retreat. Who knows, this year Leeds United came a big change, not only back to the Premier League, and last month against the two giants of the Premier League has not tasted a defeat, which makes Wayne Joyce's mind alive, to know that a Premier League team can bring a lot of influence it, and most coincidentally, just a few years ago, Kappa also entered the Chinese market, but because just entered this huge market in China, because the company's popularity has not opened, so these years in the sales performance has not reached his psychological expectations, is worried about it, the results of Li Time into his vision. In his mind, the owner of Leeds United is not exactly a Chinese descendant. If you can continue to cooperate with Leeds United, according to the momentum of Leeds United, Kappa is very likely to hit the popularity in China. So just last week, Joyce called Alan's phone and expressed her desire to have an interview with Li Time. When Li Time got the news, he was happy. This is not a sleepy head. He was also thinking about sponsors. So he let Alan and he made an appointment for today, at 6 o'clock in the evening, in a traditional Italian restaurant box. Li met Wayne Joyce. Both sides were willing to fight. So when Joyce expressed his desire to renew his sponsorship contract with Leeds United, Li Time nodded happily straight away. This makes Joyce very happy. The heart also secretly thought, this looks at most only about 30 years old young boss. It seems that the talent points are basically in the soccer above. In the business operation above feel very rusty but it was not until the two talked about the amount of the new contract, when differences arose, he realized how difficult this harmless-looking young man across the street was. Chapter 68, Betting Agreement. Upon hearing Time Li's offer of 3 years and 15 million euros for a new contract, Joyce resisted the urge to leave this box directly, and without even thinking about it, he directly replied, "That's not possible, Mr. Li. I still think the previous 3 years 6 million euros is a very reasonable price. No, Mr. Joyce, if it's still this price, I can only say that I can't see Kappa's sincerity." Li Time shook his head. His tone firmly denied Joyce's offer. "You can go and pay attention to the current Premier League table. Leeds United's results are not low yet. This point does not need your reminder. I certainly know that Leeds United's results are still good now. However, this season has only just begun. Who can guarantee that the next Leeds United is also smooth sailing? Moreover, we're not on a 1-year contract. I don't mean to be offensive, but in case Leeds United repeats the same mistakes after that, how am I going to explain to the board then?" Joyce said without offense. Ha, no need to be so excited. Mr. Joyce, I understand your concern, but, in business, if you ask for something, you pay for it, and besides, I have plenty of confidence in Leeds United. Listening to Li Time's such childish remarks, at this time, Joyce was really furious, and opened his mouth to retort, "Mr. Li, it's useless for you to have confidence. You have to let me, and the board of directors behind me to have confidence in Leeds United." Looking at Joyce's emotions gradually agitated, Li Time hurriedly handed a cigar over, wanting to appease this at this stage of the closest to Leeds United's good fortune. And so on Joyce lit the cigar, which continued to open his mouth and said, "Mr. Joyce, I have a proposal. If you think it's okay, you can go back to the board of directors to discuss it first. I think maybe Leeds United can sign a betting agreement with Kappa." "A betting agreement?" Joyce's eyes flashed a trace of doubt. As a businessman, betting agreement, this thing Joyce is naturally very clear. But this is generally used in capital operation above. They are now just talking about a sponsorship contract. How did it come to betting above? With the doubt in his heart, Joyce asked, "Do you want to sell the shares of Leeds United? But we don't have a plan to invest in a soccer club for the time being." Hearing Joyce's question, Li Time knew that he should have misunderstood his meaning, so he hastened to explain. "You misunderstood. I'm not trying to sell the shares of Leeds United, but rather I'm saying that we can also bet against each other on the sponsorship contract. Let's use Leeds United's results to bet against each other. I think of it this way, if this season Leeds United can finally qualify for the UEFA Cup, then the amount of the sponsorship contract is set at 3 years 9 million euros. If it reaches the Champions League, the price rises to 3 years 12 million euros. If finally Leeds United can achieve the league title, then the price rises again to 3 years 15 million euro. On the other hand, if the above conditions are not reached, the amount of the sponsorship contract will be reduced to 3 million euros for 3 years. What do you think of this proposal?" The words just fell. Originally face still with a little vigilance, Joyce violently straightened his waist, body leaned forward, eyes staring at the Time. Li said, "Mr. Li, you do provide a good idea. Well, let me think about it. Just a moment." After saying that, he stood up and paced repeatedly in the box. Li Time, on the other hand, picked up the coffee on the table and drank it leisurely. He knew very well in his heart that it was impossible for Joyce to reject this offer, because looking at this betting agreement from his point of view, then Kappa wouldn't have any losses. Leeds United's results are good. Then for them, not only will they receive higher advertising benefits, but also the number of jerseys they are able to sell each season will increase exponentially. Even if Leeds United's final result is not as good as expected, then Kappa can still pay 3 million euros less in sponsorship fee. Of course, in Li Time's mind, Leeds United will definitely qualify for the Champions League next season, and the 3-year sponsorship fee of at least $12 million will definitely not escape. So, this is definitely a win-win proposal. After 5 minutes, Joyce's eyebrows, which had been tightly frowning, stretched out and he sat back in his chair. His heart moved. He tossed and turned for half a day, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized that this proposal was indeed feasible. "Mr. Li, I must answer you honestly. This is indeed a very constructive proposal. I personally feel that it is feasible, but as you know, I can't make the final decision alone. Please wait for me for a little while, for 2 days. No, 1 day, the day after tomorrow at the latest, I will give you an answer." Putting down the coffee in his hand, Li Time stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Joyce, and smiled. "No problem, Mr. Joyce, then I wish us a happy cooperation. That night, Joyce held an emergency board meeting overnight to discuss Li Time's proposal, and in the face of a proposal that would almost not lose money, the board naturally passed it unanimously. The next day, after staying in Turin for the night, Li received a phone call from Joyce, who was on his way to the airport to return to Leeds. The management of Kappa unanimously approved Li's proposal, and in a few days they would send someone to Leeds to sign the new contract. Li Time was naturally very happy to negotiate a new contract. Kappa's support represented that Leeds United had regained the recognition of the market, and as long as one company took the lead, he believed that more and more companies would take the initiative to contact Leeds United to seek sponsorship contracts. Tuesday was the day when all the players returned to the team. As Li Time expected before, only Berbatov and Dyler played the whole match on the international matchday, and the other players in the team who were called up were only Milner and Modric, who came on the field in the last moment of the match to feel the atmosphere of the national team match. At 8:30 in the morning, Li Time appeared at the Sopo Arch training base on time, but as soon as he arrived at the base, he heard a news that made him not too happy. Berbatov was injured. In Sunday's match, Bulgaria's opponent was Sweden. The match was not intense. Both sides did not score, but Berbatov happened to strain his right leg at the last moment of the match. The report given by the team doctor is that Berbatov needs to rest for about 4 weeks. Afterwards, Li Time also used the system to check and found that temporary event had appeared after Berbatov's name, and the system gave the judgment that he needed to rest for 3 weeks. The good thing is that the opponents in the later rounds are not too strong, and Li Time has enough players in his hand to rotate now, but this event is also considered to be a wake-up call for him. Leeds United's players are still too few, in case there are massive injuries afterward. It's not going to be easy. It seems that after the winter window opens, we still need to buy people. Chapter 69 Unlucky Blackwell and a new mission trigger. On September 10th, the English Premier League, which had been suspended for a week, was about to be rekindled. For this match on Saturday, Li Time was looking forward to it for a long time, because he will lead Leeds United to the Hawthorns to challenge West Bromwich Albion led by Blackwell. Now Blackwell is having a very hard time. West Bromwich Albion has not won a single game in the first 4 rounds of the league. Only 1 draw, 3 losses and 1 point, the bottom of the league ranking. In the first round of the away draw Manchester City directly after 3 consecutive defeats, especially in the last round of the home 2-3 defeat Birmingham. In this whole half a month, he did not hear from the mouth of the fans and the media a good. That said, this season, West Brom fans are finally also understand. Howard and Bates, 2 people, a half-waist on the bench and a pure waist lying on the bed can make West Brom 3 consecutive defeats? Only that Blackwell, who stood on the sidelines impotent and furious, always only a handful of defensive counterattacks, is now the culprit that caused West Brom to become the vice-chairman. This has put Blackwell under a lot of pressure, and at the same time, he misses Bates, who brought him to West Bromwich Albion. Last season when results were bad, there were still Bates and Howard to help themselves share the pot. At that time the fans scolded more of the two of them. He was only occasionally incidentally sprayed with a couple of words. But ever since Howard was knocked out cold and Bates was paralyzed by a stroke, Blackwell has been left without a shield. To be honest, at the beginning of his own left Leeds United, learned that Li Time did not find a new manager for the team, but to replace himself as manager, Blackwell also scoffed. In his mind, a young man with Oriental blood, just 30 years old, is also qualified to be a coach? I guess the coaching license was bought by his old man by stuffing money. However, he was shocked that Leeds United not only returned to the Premier League under the leadership of Li, but also took down Chelsea and drew with Manchester United in the opening match of the season. At this time, even if Blackwell's nerves are big, he also knows that Li Time and his imagination is completely different. His former boss is really something in the body. Even Mourinho and Ferguson have not been able to take advantage of Li Time in a head-to-head battle. How can they do it? On the lineup, West Bromwich Albion and the two giants are worlds apart. On the level, he does not think he is stronger than Mourinho and Ferguson. On the team's morale, Leeds United has not tasted a defeat in August, while West Bromwich Albion has 3 consecutive defeats. He knows very well that if he loses this game again, it is very likely that he will no longer be the manager of West Brom next week. Thinking of this, Blackwell painfully scratched what was left of his hair and wailed in his heart. On Friday afternoon, Li Time took the whole team to West Bromwich, where the opponent was located. After having dinner in the evening, Li Time, who was ready to stroll around the hotel for a while, was blocked by the media reporters in front of the hotel. Facing the media's interviews, Li Time showed great composure. We have a very good momentum now. Both the players' status and morale are very high, which makes me confident about tomorrow's game. The score? Well, I think we can win by at least 3 or more. As for some of the off-the-field gimmicks you guys have mentioned, to be honest, I haven't really thought about them. It's been a long time since we've been in touch since Kevin left Leeds United. and I've already played against 2 other world-famous managers, and I haven't suffered any losses with either of them, so I can't really think of a single reason why I could suffer a loss at the hands of Kevin if it's tomorrow. Li Time's statement made the reporters interviewing him freeze. No way. It's only been 4 rounds of matches and you're already this cocky? There are many examples of the weak winning against the strong in the Premier League. Leeds United manager threatens to score at least 3 goals at the Hawthorns. Lee's time for another rant to make light work of West Brom in this match. Lee, in front of me. Blackwell is not worth mentioning. Last night's comments by Timely were magnified by the media coverage the next day, and at the same time, it completely enraged West Brom's fans. So the next day during the game, Lee Time walked from the players' passage to the coach's seat in a short distance of more than 10 meters, and countless curses were already coming from his ears. But at this moment, he was not interested in taking care of these angry West Brom fans, because just when he sat down in the coach's seat, the voice that had disappeared for a long time came to his mind. Ding! Task trigger, stand firm. Task content, congratulations to the host for gradually emerging in the English top league. But this is only the first step in the beginning of a long journey. The season is still very long. I hope that in the next period of time, the host can lead the team to stand firm in the English Premier League and achieve good results. Mission reward, golden treasure chest, upgradable. After reading the mission introduction, Lee Time's doubts immediately surged to his heart. This mission doesn't have a clear goal. The upgradable should mean that the reward at the end of the mission is not fixed. After completing the mission, the minimum should be a golden treasure chest. Then what is the highest level that can be upgraded to? Subsequently, Lee Time asked his doubts in his heart. Tuzi, how can this mission be completed? And how can this last reward be upgraded? Host, this mission belongs to a stage mission. The following is the mission content and rewards in detail. Obtaining the top 7 in the Premier League this season rewards Golden Treasure Chest X1. Getting the top 4 in the EPL this season, rewarding Platinum Treasure Chest X1 inch. This season won the Premier League champion or FA Cup champion. Reward Diamond Treasure Chest X1 inch. Winning the Premier League champion, FA Cup and League Cup champion at the same time this season. Rewarding Star Treasure Chest X1 inch. After reading the system's introduction, Lee Time's white eyes almost rolled to the sky. Wow! This tutelage. Excessive months without a single task. Eyes come to A. As a result, to complete it, if you have to spend a few months again, but on second thought, this Diamond Treasure Chest and Starburst Treasure Chest still looks quite fragrant. The front Platinum Treasure Chest opened out a wound healing card. I do not know what good things can be opened out of these 2 higher level treasure chests, but the triple crown of domestic tournaments. Even if there is a system, Li Shiguang also feels that it is a small probability. Just when Li Shiguang was still burying his head in calculations, a loud whistle came into his ears and hurriedly looked up. Falcao had already passed the ball back to Teray. The match started. Chapter 70 still the same sentence. The thing I'm not afraid of the most is to set up a bus. Before the match, Timely had already guessed that Blackwell would definitely set up a bus and then look for a chance to counterattack. But Timely, who was familiar with all kinds of tactics, wasn't afraid of your setup at all. So in today's game, Lee Time didn't use the usual 4-2-3-1 formation, but a 4-4-2 formation. And in the midfield, he also made some slight adjustments, considering that if the opponent hoards too many troops in the back line, resulting in the middle and the ribs are not good to tear open, then the overhead kicks may be a good means of attack. So Zeko, who has a height of 193 meters, ushered in his first league debut after joining Leeds United, and his partner is still Leeds United's main striker, Radamel Falcao. The front waist position is still the old actor Dessler. After 5 days of rest, his physical reserves have also returned to the peak state. Ribery and Bale sit on the left and right respectively, and on the back position, Lee sent the tall and strong Black Yaha Touré, whose powerful long-distance shot is also a powerful tool to open up the situation when the field is in a stalemate. And Lee Time expected the same. After the start of the game, West Brom's defense line backed up very deep, and attaches great importance to the defense of the 15 meters in front of the penalty area. Once Dessler or Falcao get the ball in this area, immediately there will be 2 to 3 West Brom players surrounded by looting. Every time they encountered this situation, the two saw not very good turn, and did not rush forward, but instead, the ball back to the backfield, and then slowly backpedal, until the West Brom players pressed up to grab the time. Leeds United will only pass the ball forward. This situation has lasted for almost 10 minutes. West Brom fans already hated Lee Time, and the content of the game during this period of time is not very passionate. So now once Leeds United's ball back to the back pass, the surrounding will immediately ring a large number of booing and abusive sounds. Blow what blow? You want to score 3 on us with that? Score at the back? This Leeds United team doesn't look so good. Would Chelsea lose to this kind of team? It seems Ferguson is getting old. He can't even win against a youngster who just passes the ball back and forth. It looks like Blackwell is not that bad. At least West Brom won't pass back. Brother, you can stop watching if you don't know how to play. Really? West Brom are defending in their own backfield. How can they pass back? How are they going to pass back to their own goal? But no matter how loud the surrounding boos, Leeds United's attacking rhythm is always maintained a smooth state, as long as the ball to the side of Leeds United, in the Terray and Dessler's deliberate control, the rhythm will immediately become slower, unhurried to West Brom's half of the field for advancement. Gradually, perhaps it is a change in mentality, or perhaps it is the surrounding fans cheering gave the West Brom players confidence. Li Time keenly found that the West Brom players began to subconsciously press forward. Glancing at Blackwell on the right side, Li Time felt that he didn't seem to notice the problem, so he took the opportunity of a dead ball to call Dessler to his side and whispered a few words. After the restart, if you stand in God's view, you will find that the whole formation of Leeds United has also moved back slightly. But apparently, neither Blackwell nor West Brom's players realized this. The game went to the 17th minute. Bell's breakthrough on the left was broken. West Brom immediately organized a counterattack. The whole team's formation immediately pressed towards Leeds United's half of the field, being pressed for 10 minutes. Seeing their home team has a great opportunity to counterattack, all around the fans were excited. For a time, the Hawthorn Stadium cheering sound came to a climax. The attack went well. West Brom quickly passed the ball to Leeds United's penalty area, but the clinical kick was blocked by the attacking Junior Schmeichel, who fell to the ground and held the ball firmly in his arms. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately got up from the ground and kicked the ball out with a big foot, and this long pass also accurately found Zeko near the center circle. Zeko was no nonsense. After jamming the defender's position, he jumped up high and used his head to point the ball to Dessler, who was directly opposite to him. Dessler did not observe his surroundings before catching the ball, but rather, after seeing Zeko pass the ball in his direction, he slightly observed directly in front of him. He then made no adjustments, and as the soccer ball rolled to him, he quickly pushed the ball out with the arch of his right foot with a grounded direct kick to the right rib of the West Brom backline. 2 seconds later, Ribery's high-speed running figure appeared in the TV broadcast. Now West Brom's backline was empty, and the whole time between Leeds United kicking the ball out from Little Schmeichel to Ribery's high-speed insertion to receive the ball was not more than 5 seconds. So when Ribery received the ball, there was not a single defender directly in front of him. Beautiful. A deadly direct kick. A standard 1-2. And now Ribery only had the poor keeper in front of him. Kicking in this kind of goal is as easy as drinking water for him. It was clear from Mayor Getty's wording that in his mind it was already a sure goal. The West Brom fans also realized that danger was looming and they let out loud boos trying to influence Ribery, who had already run into the box. But this is not to say that this is triggered by the full attribute +5 Ribery. Even without this full attribute +5, it is impossible for him to miss this kind of one-shot opportunity. Facing the West Brom's goalkeeper, Ribery a fake shot real buckle, directly shaking past the goalkeeper, the ball into the empty goal. Looking at the field sliding knee celebration Ribery, West Bromwich Albion fans who were laughing at Lee's arrogant pre-match comments shut their mouths and looked at the celebrating Leeds United players in pain. In the coaching area, Blackwell's face has risen into a pig's liver color. Damn. Hard to defend for almost 20 minutes. Want to seek the opportunity to counterattack. Did not expect to first through the counterattack to get a goal as the opponent. Hey, this is trouble. Want to equalize or win? You have to attack out of the way. But looked at the field of their own players. Now is because of the loss of the ball and chagrin. Blackwell's mood sank again. Most of these are the summer window baits, the old den in order to save costs from the youth team to bring up young players. The first few games against weaker opponents have not been able to get up to equalize the score. And now the opposite of the strength of the more powerful Leeds United. Want to come back? And how easy it is. Chapter 71 Slaughter. With Ribery scoring the first goal, the balance between the two teams that had been maintained for nearly 20 minutes was broken. West Bromwich Albion, who had been trying to look for a chance to defend, had to attack. However, the forward movement of the formation led to the space between the backline and the goalkeeper immediately. So under the command of Li Time, this period of time Leeds United has also been using the width of the pitch, lateral transfer to find opportunities. The game came to the 31st minute. Watching Leeds United's players constantly in the midfield foot, endured for a long time. West Bromwich Albion finally could not endure. In the bell once the soccer ball back to the center circle of the terrain, West Bromwich Albion's line suddenly appeared a change of pace. At the same time, there are 3 players to the terrain is ready to receive the ball rushed to the past, attempting to cut the ball from the foot of the terrain, but Terray's attention has been very focused. See West Brom players rushing toward him. He just took a step, immediately kicked the ball out. This time not a return pass or cross, but a straight forward. The soccer ball was sticking to the turf and flying in the direction of West Brom's gate at a very fast speed. It landed at the feet of Falcao, who had succeeded in countering the offside. Falcao, after receiving the ball, is not polite, also did not care about their own offside, but directly into the West Brom penalty area, then directly swung a foot, the soccer ball hard to the top left of the goal of West Bromwich Albion. The goalkeeper made a save, but in the face of this powerful shot, his reaction was still a step too slow, and he could only watch the soccer ball fly into the goal from the top of his palm. Oh! The Colombian stormed into the West Brom penalty area like a bulldozer with its horsepower turned up to the max, and West Brom were completely unable to stop Leeds United's attack. 2 o'clock, and Falcao scored a goal as well. Leeds United's Warriors are realizing their manager's pre-match prediction one step at a time. Heir Getty's trademark roar came out from Leeds United from the TV. He hadn't commentated at Ellen Road for 3 weeks, and he jumped straight up from his chair in excitement to see Leeds United score another goal. Falcao's goal completely broke the morale of West Bromwich Albion. So when the game restarted, whether it was in the press or in the organization of the attack, West Bromwich Albion's aggressiveness was greatly reduced. The players are like headless flies in the field all over the place. On the other hand, Leeds United played with more ease, and once they got the ball, they controlled the rhythm by constantly reversing the ball, and then suddenly came with a threatening counterattack. Steady, looking at the situation on the field, and then looked at the side of the anxious feet but cannot do anything. Blackwell, Li Time contemptuously laughed, sat back on the coaching seat, because he knew, at least in the first half of the rest of the time, West Bromwich Albion cannot afford to make any waves. The fact proves that Li Time's judgment is not any problem. Before the end of the first half, today's heroic Falcao with a sharp breakthrough through the West Brom defense, and finally by the West Brom goalkeeper pounced on the penalty area, followed by Falcao behind the referee is to see clearly, although the West Brom players around the referee to argue, but still cannot be avoided a meal of red dot package. The most outrageous thing is that the West Brom goalkeeper was sent off. Today's replacement goalkeeper Blackwell and only brought Howard one person, so there is no choice but to remove a striker, replaced by Howard. Facing Howard, who hadn't played an official game for a long time, Falcao easily scored a penalty, and then the referee blew the whistle for the end of the first half. Leeds United went into the halftime break with a 3-goal lead. 15 minutes later, West Bromwich Albion, back on the pitch with one man less, lost their ability to fight back, and were pinned down by Leeds United at the start of the second half. In the 54th minute, Zeko scored his first goal since joining Leeds United when he received a cross from Bale in the penalty area, and scored a header to break Howard's fingers. 0:4. In the 60th minute, Falcao received the ball at the top of the penalty area and burst into a cold arrow. 0:5. And personally collected a hat-trick of the game. In the 83rd minute, West Bromwich Albion was fouled almost 22 meters away from the goal. Leeds United was awarded a direct free kick. Dessler hit the penalty. 0:6. When Dessler scored this goal, the whole Hawthorn Stadium has heard any cheering for West Bromwich Albion, instead of endless abuse, looking at the stadium without a trace of anger, and hunched over, constantly gasping for air. West Bromwich Albion players, the home fans began to curse and leave the stadium. They really do not want to see their beloved team in the home stadium by such an incapacitating slaughter. And most importantly, the most important thing is that Leeds United was a free kick. 0:6. They really don't want to see their beloved team being slaughtered at home without any ability to fight back. And most importantly, they can't see any spirit of defiance in this team. Looking at the Oriental man standing on the sidelines, wearing a straight suit, hands in his pants pockets, and then looking at the old man with thinning hair and a pained expression sitting on the coach's seat and unable to move. It's a stark contrast. There were some fans who wanted to open their mouths to curse Li Time before leaving the field, but they didn't know how to open their mouths. After all, he conquered the Hawthorn Stadium with real strength today, no matter how arrogant his pre-match remarks were. But not only did he do it, but he also did it twice as well. He slapped the face of everyone present. Li Time didn't know this. Seeing that the game was settled, he immediately made substitutions, replacing Dyler, Chiellini, and Yaya Touré at once, and letting Juan Fran and Javi Garcia, who hadn't played yet this season, go up and play. Finally, after a shot from Falcao went wide, the referee blew the whistle for the end of the game with 40 seconds left in extra time. In the end, Leeds United beat West Bromwich Albion 6 o'clock on the road. After the match, Li Time, who originally wanted to find Blackwell to shake hands, didn't even see this person in the coaching seat of West Bromwich Albion. You can imagine how much this game hurt him. The next day after returning to Leeds, Lee read the news of Blackwell's dismissal in the newspaper. There was no way. Yesterday's game completely shattered the morale of West Brom's board of directors, and despite paying a small amount of liquidated damages, they had to choose a new manager. So, right after the press conference, the tired Blackwell just drove away from the Hawthorns and received the call that he was unilaterally fired. After knowing this news, the last trace of dissatisfaction towards Blackwell in Li Time's heart also dissipated. As the saying goes, heaven has a good turn. Who has been spared by the heavens? Chapter 72 First Premier League defeat. After this round of matches, the midweek will usher in the first round of the 2005 to 2006 Champions League group stage showdown. Although Li Time was born again, but after all, the age is too far away. Only still vaguely remember this season is Barcelona won the final championship. But even Barcelona's final opponent, who is the final, a time cannot remember. Previously, as long as not in the case of work too busy, Li Time basically did not miss any of the Champions League matches, and then often watched the ball in the middle of the night, the next day topped with 2 large black circles under the eyes to go to work, no less than the leader of the scolding. Now, he has come to the times, and he also became a manager. Naturally, more will not miss. The thought is to give next year to do a preview, so the Champions League grouping out of the time. Li Time has stood in the 4 Premier League teams' point of view to go to analyze the situation of each group. This year's 4 teams in the Champions League, Arsenal is divided in Group A. From the point of view of paper strength, the other 3 teams in the same group, only from the Netherlands, Ajax, may pose some threat to Arsenal, although the recent state of affairs is not good, but I believe that Wenger's ability should soon be able to let the team to adjust back, so the group of Arsenal should not be too much of a problem. Manchester United is in Group D, with Villarreal of La Liga, Benfica of Portugal and Lille of Ligue 1 in the same group. From all aspects, Manchester United has an absolute advantage in Group D, so Li Time thinks that Manchester United can also get a place in the lineup. The funny thing is that Chelsea and Liverpool are in Group G together, but the strength of Real Betis and Anderlecht in the same group is average, so the 2 teams should be able to get out of the line together if nothing happens. Chelsea and Leeds United played first on Wednesday, and both teams beat their opponents, but Thursday's match was a shock to Lee. Arsenal won at home, but Manchester United shook hands with Villarreal on the road. After the game, seeing Ferguson's cloudy face on TV, Lee knew that the United players would not be spared a scolding from Sir Alex Ferguson after the game. After the end of the Champions League fixtures, Leeds United is also about to usher in another round of 3 matches a week. This Sunday they host Middlesbrough in the 7th round of the league. Then next Tuesday, they'll face their first opponent in the EFL Cup, Bournemouth from League 1. After Bournemouth, the team will have a 2-day break before traveling to Liverpool to face the Toffees Everton on the road. Such a dense schedule in addition to Li Time cannot help but spit out the poor arrangement of the English Football Association, but also once again strengthened the determination to continue to attract reinforcements in the winter. Now the first team only a total of 21 players, and other clubs that are often 29, 30 players cannot be compared to it. On Sunday afternoon, after almost a month of silence, Ellen Road was back to its usual weekend bustle, with the chants of Air Getty and over 20,000 Leeds United fans once again surrounding the stadium. Leeds United certainly lived up to the hype and continued their unbeaten run with a crisp 2 o'clock win. However, there is always a chance that something will go wrong. In Tuesday's EFL Cup match, what Li Time had been worried about finally happened. The opponent of this match was only a team from the 3rd Division of England, and the overall strength was not very strong. Before the match, Li Time was also entangled for a long time, but in the end, he still chose to send his strongest lineup, thinking of a wave of attack. It is best to establish a sufficient lead in the first half, and then make adjustments during the halftime break. But things didn't exactly follow the development of Li Time's expectations. The lead is indeed the lead. Less than 40 minutes, Leeds United scored 3 goals, but the price to pay is really big. First of all, Modric in and the other side of the scramble in the injury fell to the ground. The team doctor after a simple check directly after the gesture of substitution. Then Bell and Ribery were injured one after another, especially Bell. In the process of running without the ball suddenly sat down, after the team doctor is also a simple check, and then shook his head gently to Li Time, signaling to be sent to the hospital. Before the end of the first half, his main back and 2 wingbacks were injured one after another, which made Li Time feel numb. After returning to the locker room, the joy of getting a 3-goal lead in the first half has disappeared into thin air. Although the game was finally won, but Li Time's heart has hidden some uneasiness. As expected, people have not yet come out of the LN Road, received the Allen side of the phone. Modric and Ribery at least need to be out of action for 3 to 4 weeks. Bale has strained calf muscles, optimistically estimated that it will take 4 to 5 weeks of rest in order to basically recover. But the entire Leeds United injury suspension is not over. In the midweek in the face of Everton, Leeds United suffered as if it is a proof of the saying twine always pick the thin place to break. Bad luck special looking for bitter people. An old Chinese proverb. Company and Lam were injured again in the match, and the over-intensive fixtures resulted in the players not having much time to rest at all. So after the start of the game, the first half of Leeds United and Everton can still play a back and forth, but the game time came to 70 minutes later. Due to the rapid decline in physical fitness, Leeds United players have been gradually unable to keep up with the pace of Everton's offense. The last 10 minutes, but also appeared to be a large number of cramps phenomenon. In the end, Everton scored a goal each by Arteta and Osman before the end. 2 o'clock. Everton gave Leeds United their first defeat after returning to the Premier League. Perhaps it was the effect of the massive injuries or the loss. On the way back to Leeds, the atmosphere of the whole team looked very low. Li Time also looked at the system in the car and found that the state of the whole team had also changed from the previous positive to normal. So after returning to Leeds, the first thing Li Time did was to announce a 2-day vacation for the whole team, so that these lads under him could have a good rest and also have time to accompany their families and regulate their mentality. The only exception is himself. On Monday he only rested half a day. After lunch came to Sop Arch base. He had to prepare in advance tactically. After the match with Everton, Leeds United now has a total of 5 players injured. Even in the later matches no longer appear in the new injury list. Full counting, now in their hands now can be used in the first team players are only 16. But in competitive sports programs, athletes can never be avoided injuries. Not to mention soccer, this kind of high-intensity confrontation project. However, it's useless for Lee to be anxious. There are still more than 2 months before the winter transfer window opens. If there are new injuries at the back, it's estimated that he will have to transfer people from the youth team. Just as he was thinking, a figure pushed open the office door. Boss, this is the report of the several injured players that the medical team just gave and the latest scouting report that you asked for. I brought it over for you. A clear female voice came from the doorway. Chapter 73, bringing in Rivaldo? The one who came in was Lena Ulysses, the new assistant that Alan had recruited for Lee Time last week. After the last time Timely talked to Alan, he seemed to have put the matter of recruiting an assistant for himself at the top of his priority list, and not 2 weeks later, he brought himself a beautiful assistant. But right now, Timely didn't have the heart to appreciate the beautiful woman standing beside him. First of all, he roughly browsed through the report of the medical team, and the system is not too different. Several players injured in the lightest company need to rest for at least a week before starting to resume training. The fastest is half a month later to play. The most serious spell, the team doctors gave an estimate of the injury, is out of action for 2 months. Lee Time, who already knew the answer in advance, did not have much fluctuation on his face after reading the report, but only slightly frowned, and then picked up the scouting report on the table. This scouting report summarizes the information of some potential players collected by Leeds United's scouting team in leagues all over the world in the past 2 months. In the morning, Lee Time asked Lena to notify the scouting supervisor to tidy up the information, and in the afternoon he came to the base to look at it. On the scouting report, which was almost 2 centimeters thick, there were nearly 40 players' basic information. In addition to some teenage geniuses that the scouts thought had potential, there were also some players who had already become famous, but for various reasons, they were depressed in their clubs. After flipping through the pages for a while, there was one name that caught Lee Time's attention, and that was Rivaldo Ferreira. Although Lee Time had some knowledge about this player who was one of the contributors to Brazil winning the World Cup 3 years ago, to be honest, there wasn't a lot. After winning the World Cup, Rivaldo and Barcelona have some conflicts over wages, and then with his old enemy Van Gaal joining Barcelona, Barcelona directly let Barcelona 1 year ahead of time and he cancelled the contract. Later Rivaldo went to AC Milan, but bad luck is just to meet the peak of the Rui Costa and the rapid progress of the Kaká, which has been 30 years old. He has been at a disadvantage in the competition for the position of the starter. And then it seems that AC Milan did not stay for a long time on the departure. After leaving the specific where to go, Lee Time did not pay attention to it again. If it wasn't for this scouting report, Lee could not have imagined that the former World Footballer of the Year was actually playing in the Greek league. Lee Time didn't specify the age range for the scouts to choose players, so this report could appear on his desk. After thinking for a while, Lee Time turned to Lena and said, "Ms. Lena, please inform Ron to come to my office. I have some questions to ask him." After Lena went out, Lee hurriedly opened the system. He wanted to take a look at Rivaldo's current specific attributes first. Rivaldo Ferreira, age, 33, offensive threat, 86, defense strength, 45, body balance, 72, long passing accuracy, 91, short passing accuracy, 92, shot accuracy, 87, accuracy of dribbling, 90, talent S+, potential no potential development at present, current game status average, player evaluation full of spirit on the field, the former world soccer player. Although with the increase in age the overall strength is not as good as before, but its rich experience and exquisite technology can still be the team's winning magic weapon. Overall rating, B. Looks pretty good, although the age, in the physical confrontation these aspects have some reduction, but from the technical level, the decline is not too much, maybe even the older the more demonic. Not long after, Leeds United scouting director Ron appeared in Lee Time's office. After he sat down, Lee Time first handed him Rivaldo's information, before opening his mouth to ask, "Ron, Who submitted this report? Glancing at the scouting report in his hand, Ron then placed it on the table and replied, "Boss, I personally did the information. I was in Greece last month and watched Rivaldo's 3 matches live." Li Time raised his eyebrows. "Oh, then you are thinking that you can introduce him? Well, I think we can consider a loan, or if the price is right, we can also buy him. I talked to Rivaldo's agent when I was in Greece, and from what he said, Rivaldo is not very satisfied with his current salary. Moreover, next year is a World Cup year. Returning to the European mainstream league would also be more helpful for him to be selected for the Brazilian national team." Hearing Ron's answer, Li Time began to gently tap the desktop again. He needed to measure the return on this investment. If it was just a loan, it shouldn't cost more than a few dollars. Even if Rivaldo didn't perform well after his arrival, it wouldn't be a smash in the hands. With such a veteran in the team, he would be able to use his rich experience to help the young players in the team grow faster while improving the thickness of the bench. After making up his mind, Li asked Ron to get in touch with Rivaldo's agent, and Leeds United could offer a salary increase of no more than half of his current weekly salary, and if he could guarantee his status, Li would also give him sufficient playing time. Ron is very efficient and rushed to Greece that afternoon. On Wednesday morning, while still on the training ground, Li received a phone call from Greece. Rivaldo's agent said that if Leeds United could honor their promise, Rivaldo would be happy to join. After the players' side is done, the rest is to dock with Olympiacos' side. After throwing this matter to Alan, Li Time did not continue to pay attention to. Anyway, even if the negotiation is successful, but also at the end of December after the opening of the winter transfer period Rivaldo can join. After entering the month of October, the mood of Leeds United fans has followed the team's results on an exciting roller coaster. Leeds United played a total of 4 Premier League matches and 1 League Cup in October. In the 8th round match against Bolton and the 9th round match against Newcastle United, the unavailable Li Time even put Vardy and Milner in the left-right forward position. Of course, the final result is not very good. 2 consecutive home games, Leeds United failed to take the opponent, only achieved a loss and a draw. After 2 rounds of matches, there were already a lot of media starting to sing Leeds United's praises, and under such a rhythm, fans started to worry about their own team's status. In the 10th round, the team challenged Aston Villa on the road, and the earliest injured Berbatov recovered and returned to the starting lineup, but due to the fact that they will be playing the League Cup in 3 days, Lee didn't send a full-strength lineup for this game. Facing Aston Villa, who only ranked 15th after 9 rounds of matches, Leeds United, who basically played with all substitutes, didn't score a goal until the 77th minute by Vardy, taking 3 points from the away field. In the League Cup against Watford, Li Time's main force, the last clean 3 o'clock victory over the opponent. But just when the media and fans thought that Leeds United has returned to the state of warmth, returning home, Leeds United were forced to draw by visiting Fulham. Chapter 74, an offer from Liverpool. After 11 rounds of EPL matches, there has been a big change in the table. Chelsea, with 9 consecutive wins, and Charlton, who have also won consecutive matches recently, occupy the top 2 places in the table with 28 and 22 points respectively, while Manchester United are 1 point behind Charlton and are in the 3rd place. Previously ranked 4th Leeds United is 13 points fell to the 11th position, only on goal difference to pressure the same 13 points of Liverpool ahead, and just in front of them, is 16 points in the 9th Arsenal. The Times used the headline "No longer magical Li Time, back to mediocrity for Leeds United" to describe Leeds United's performance in the first paper of November. The article wrote, throughout October, a large number of injuries made it difficult for Leeds United to inch forward in the league, and they only gained 5 points in the league. The intensive fixtures arranged by the English Football Association have made this team of young defenders with extremely weak bench thickness suffer a lot, as the Leeds United sole figure of the manager Li Time, in the face of this large-scale injuries, seems to be unable to return to heaven, and the Premier League schedule is now not even half. If the winter window opened after Leeds United does not carry out a large number of reinforcements, then in the second half of the season, the probability of their complete collapse will be greatly increased. The Li Time said at the beginning of the season's top 4 goal will also become a period of jokes. This report Li Time also saw, spilling a large piece of analysis of Leeds United, only let Leeds United in the winter window reinforcement this point recognized by Li Time. As for the rest, in his opinion, are nonsense. Although there were a lot of criticisms on Leeds United from the outside world during this period of time, the system had been showing a normal team status, letting Li Time know that his players had not actually been affected too much, and with the main players gradually recovering from injuries, even though they have to face Liverpool, Arsenal, and Tottenham Hotspur in November, Li Time thinks that Leeds United has a fighting chance. If Leeds United's ranking slipped because of the team's extensive injuries, Liverpool and Arsenal's current ranking is purely due to their enigmatic game form. In the Champions League, both teams have yet to lose a single match, and Arsenal are at the top of their group with 3 wins. But in the league, Arsenal have only 5 wins, 2 draws and 4 losses in the first 11 rounds. Liverpool is even more outrageous, having been pummeled by visiting Chelsea for 4 goals at Anfield at the start of October, and now has a record of 4 wins, 4 draws and 3 losses. With the winter transfer period getting closer and closer, not only Li Time, but also other teams who need to strengthen their squad gradually began to move. Early Tuesday morning, Lena brought Li Time an offer from Liverpool. The new European champions brought in stars such as Reina and Crouch in the summer to fill out their lineup, but after the start of the league, both offense and defense were not strong enough, scoring only 8 goals in 11 rounds of matches, and conceding 2 more than they scored. So Rafa Benitez, after losing to Fulham, proposed to the management the idea of attracting reinforcements, and among the players he looked at were Leeds United's Giorgio Chiellini and Diesler. Chiellini after coming to Leeds United, the performance has been very stable. He and company, a pair of young centre-backs in the first 11 rounds of the league only conceded a total of 6 goals, and Chiellini's strong aerial ability, frontal physical confrontation ability, and excellent defense and grabbing awareness is exactly what the current Liverpool needs. Diesler, people use ushered in the newborn to describe his performance in Leeds United this time. The discerning can see, as long as Diesler on the field, that Leeds United almost 80% of the goals have his shadow. Just more than 2 months, Diesler has already harvested a goal, 6 assists. Liverpool's offer for Chiellini was €5 million, and Diesler's was €9 million. Both offers were far below Li Time's psychological price, so he didn't think much about it and directly let Lena reject Liverpool's offer. But Liverpool's response is very fast. In the afternoon, Li Time received a phone call from Liverpool's boss David Moyes. Li Time is quite surprised. I did not expect that the old man is still in acute. He only rejected Liverpool's offer in the morning. He called in the afternoon. Before the start of the season in the Premier League committee meeting, Li Time and David Moyes met one side. At that time just talk a few sentences. Each other left a business card. After picking up the phone, Moyes simply caught up with Li Time and then went straight to the point. Mr. Li, I believe you definitely know the intention of my making this call, so I'm not going to ramble on with you. On the matter of selling the 2 players, Diesler and Chiellini, I would like to learn from you about Leeds United's truest thoughts. In fact, regarding the sale of players, Li Time is really not too anxious now, unless you offer too much. Now Leeds United basically can reach €3 to €4 million of pure profit every month. Kappa announced last week in Leeds United contract renewal, one after another. There are also a few companies offered to become Leeds United sponsors. Alan has recently been busy with this matter, so Li Time didn't think too much about it, and directly replied, Mr. Moyes, to be honest, we don't have the intention to sell any of our players for the time being, not to mention the 2 absolute mainstays of Diesler and Chiellini, and I won't hide it from you. Before I got through to you on the phone, I was still planning for the winter's reinforcement of the team. Li Time to say this sentence. Moyes' heart is a word do not believe. He specifically to understand the time of Li's history of wealth. From his takeover of Leeds United, there is no transfer window did not sell a player. And the end of the last season almost all the team to win the title of the merit of all the high-priced sold out. And now you and I say that you don't want to sell a player. Not possible. So he said directly, Mr. Li, I'll put it another way. How much money do Leeds United need to be willing to sell these 2 players? You give me a psychological price, and if we find it acceptable, then we can continue to discuss this topic. Hearing Moyes' question, Li Time's heart called out good guy, worthy of being a capitalist who has been in the Premier League for more than 10 years. He directly guessed what he thought in his heart. Li Time is also clear. It seems that Liverpool's recent poor league results really gave the club senior quite big pressure. Otherwise to Moyes' rich experience in the soccer world, certainly will not ask such a direct question. But after all, it is a commercial negotiation. Li Time will not hand over the initiative to the other hand. So, he opened his mouth and asked back, so, Mr. Moyes, how much do you yourself think it will cost to bring them to Anfield? Chapter 75, 18 million, no 2 ways about it. Chiellini €7 million, Diesler €11 million. Moyes did not have a moment's hesitation and directly answered Li Time's question. Such a quick answer in turn made Li Time froze. It seems that Moyes this old den is determined to buy off. The offer does not even bring consideration, but Moyes this offer still did not reach Li Time's expectations, so he also faintly returned, Mr. Moyes, Chiellini €12 million, Diesler €18 million, this is an ideal price. Now the market is not more than 10 years later. The defender player's price is often 60, 70 million euros of the era has not yet arrived. AC Milan spent 35 million euros in 2002 to buy Nesta from Lazio has been the pinnacle of the defender player's price in recent years. But in the heart of Li Time, Liverpool's bid must reach their own last year to buy Chiellini when the price of 3 to 4 times he will agree to. Otherwise, no negotiation. But Diesler, 18 million euros is the bottom price of Li Time in mind. Not that the player is worth this price, mainly in his body with the only one injury card. The system, and how can be worth to 9 million euros? In fact, these 2 months Dessler also really played a strong data, or Liverpool will not offer. And to Liverpool's current lineup, they are in the midfield really lack of such a sudden can pass can shoot can organize the attacker. So Li Time think this price is very reasonable. But Moores immediately refuted to, Mr. Lee, these two prices are a bit exaggerated. Right, Manchester United this year. Stam sold to AC Milan only sold 10.5 million euros. Is not in your heart, Chiellini a 21-year-old brat then Stam price is still high? And as far as I know, you only spent a few million euros to take away Dessler from Bayern. This just 2-3 months, the value of doubled it? Li Time remained unperturbed. Mr. Moores, don't figures speak for themselves on the soccer field? I believe you also have the specific data of these two players on the field in your hands, and I think this price is very reasonable. This reply made the other side of the phone fall into silence, and the only thing that could be heard was Moore's slight breathing and the sound of flipping papers. Not long after, Moore's voice came from the phone again. 10 million euros for Chiellini and 15 million euros for Dyer. This is the highest price I can accept. Seeing Moore's loosening up, Li Time didn't push too hard, but his tone was still resolute. I'll accept Chiellini's offer, but Dessler, I'll only accept an offer of no less than 18 million euros. And if Liverpool can't reach this offer, I'd rather keep him, and I believe there are other clubs eyeing him as well. Li Time ate Moore's psychology. After all, Liverpool's current results are really not very good. He must strengthen the lineup in the winter. And Li Time's asking price is not too outrageous to talk about. But this spend out are real money. In the case of can spend less, which big bastard in willing to spend more? So next, the two began to pull up frantically. After some bargaining, and finally the transfer price of Chiellini finalized at 10 million euros. But Dessler, due to Li Time's insistence, until the end of the two also failed to reach an agreement. Later, Moores did not insist. Listening to Li Time means, now only Liverpool a club in the purchase of Dessler. Anyway, there is still a period of time from the winter window. Since Li Time here does not make sense, they can also change the way to go. The first arrangement quietly and the player to contact a little bit. After all, Liverpool is a luxury. I believe that very few players are able to refuse an invitation from the Giants. If the player himself wants to seek a transfer, then he himself can also put pressure on the team. After returning home that day, Lee received a call from Chiellini. Gov, I just received a phone call from my agent. He said that Liverpool contacted him and asked me if I was willing to transfer to Liverpool. You brought me to England. I don't want to hide this matter from you. Chiellini's tone was a bit excited, but at the same time, Li Time could also feel the apprehension in his words. Li Time in his heart cursed Moore's this old man action really fast. The first foot I agreed. The second foot contacted Chiellini's agent. At the same time, there are some feelings. After all, is the first batch of people to follow their own? For the players so sensitive things, Chiellini actually the first time to notify their own. So Li Time also did not want to put pressure on him. Slightly jokingly said, Gio, I already knew about this matter earlier. As long as you have no opinion yourself, I am supportive. You also do not have any guilt. You are not a free agent to leave the team. Liverpool but paid the money. But the rest of the time, you cannot therefore swing or I will have to hold you on the bench Ha 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 ha. Before dialing this phone, Chiellini is actually quite embarrassed. On the one hand is his own bowl. On the other hand is a higher salary and can directly kick on the temptation of the Champions League. The main next year and is the World Cup year. Italy that back line. If there is no European Championships to add, they may even be unable to mix as substitutes. So after receiving the phone call from the agent, Chiellini's heart was on fire. But after hearing the answer of Li Time, Chiellini's heart that a trace of guilt was also smoothed out. Immediately also said the rest of the time to come to Leeds United. Will still be training hard. The game time is absolutely the same as before. Never touch fish. Chiellini in the latter days of training is really as he promised, and not affected by the upcoming transfer, is still dedicated, very serious. This professional attitude is also let Li Time very appreciated, before the worry has disappeared, so he is still lined up in the starting list of the away game against Portsmouth, but he found that Dessler in these days, there is a little abnormal. In fact, after knowing that a verbal agreement was reached, Liverpool quickly went to contact Chiellini's agent, and Li Time had wondered if they would go back to contact Dessler privately. Although the FA expressly prohibits the behavior of private communication between clubs and players before reaching a specific agreement, but in fact, this kind of thing is still common, in which Chelsea in the case of not knowing the Arsenal private contact Ashley Cole this matter is still a big fuss, and finally Ashley Cole was punished by the Arsenal, and Li Time himself has done this kind of thing before. In the last few days of training, Dessler always seemed a bit distracted. At first, Li Time thought that he was physically unwell, but after checking the system, he found that Dessler's panel did not have any changes. This made Li Time have to think in that direction. Chapter 76 Sebastian. Liverpool wants to buy you. Time went back to the day after Li Time and Morse communicated. After finishing a day of training, Dessler received a phone call from his agent Neubauer, who gave him the location of a restaurant and asked him to hurry over to meet him. There were some things he wanted to talk to him, although the heart of some doubt Neubauer in the phone mysterious tone, but on the way to the road. Just came to Leeds United not long. Dessler did not think to the transfer of this aspect. The recent state of the good he thought it was the Neubauer and find a new commercial endorsement for themselves need to be interviewed, but after coming to the restaurant, just sat down. Neubauer said with a face of excitement, Sebastian, there are clubs want to buy you. The salary is 3 times the current. Neubauer's words made Dessler was stunned. Life in Leeds makes him very satisfied. The media once used regained life to describe his performance during this period of time. He himself is recognized, but the only thing that he is not satisfied with after recovering is his salary, which is a little low. Before when talking about personal treatment, because the state is not good, thinking that can have a place to play is good. So in this piece Dessler did not deliberately fight. Now the state is restored. Occasionally think of his salary. He still feel a little bit does not match his performance on the field, so his breathing became sharp, half convinced and half doubtful. It's impossible. Neubauer, I've only been at Leeds United for just over 2 months. Who would look at me, and would be willing to pay me such a high salary? Nothing's impossible. Sebastian, you're meant to be a genius. Before, you were slowed down by injuries, but now you're healed and you've been playing with near-perfect stats on the field of play for a while now. You know what? This afternoon, I received a call from Liverpool's owner, Morse, who expressed his determination to bring you in, promising you a starting position and even tripling your salary. I think you've got to think about it. It's a great opportunity to get back to the Giants and the national team. Think about the World Cup next year and the Champions League that you'll be involved in soon. Neubauer was very excited. If he was able to make this transfer happen, it would be a second commission on Dessler in just 6 months. After Neubauer finished, Dessler gradually calmed down. The dinner knife in his hand unconsciously scratched on the steak in front of him, and his mouth softly recited, let me think, let me think. In the end, Neubauer did not get a clear answer. Dessler said he needed time to think about it. Anyway, there is still so much time before the transfer period. There is no rush. In his mind, Li Time treated him well and he shouldn't change his mind in a short period of time. But on the other hand, the high wages and return to the Champions League and the national team and deeply attracted him. The collision of the two ideas, so that Dessler these days is not sleepless nights, do not know what to eat, and at one time I felt that has been away from him for more than 2 months of depression has come back to the door, and this not so good mental state, also directly reflected in the usual training, but also by the sensitive Li Time found. In order to confirm his own conjecture, Li Time, after generating suspicion, the first time to Alan called, let him go to check Dessler's agent Neubauer, because Morse and Dessler did not have a crossroads. If his own conjecture is established, then the problem must be in Neubauer. As expected, 2 days later Alan replied back that his B had indeed seen Neubauer in the city of Liverpool recently, but there was no clear evidence pointing to contact between Neubauer and Liverpool's staff. But combined with Liverpool's swift contact with Chiellini's side, it was enough for Li Time's mind to decide that Dessler's recent distractions must have something to do with Liverpool's offer. This week's match against Portsmouth is on Sunday. Originally Li Time has been ready to put Dessler into the list of substitutes, but from Friday's training, Dessler again serious, training performance back to normal, which let Li Time temporarily put down the heart of the idea. After all, this month's game of the many strong enemy, which has in Liverpool's direct confrontation, to consider how to win the current Li Time's top priority. The most important thing is to consider how to win. So in Sunday's game, Li still let Dessler start. The main players, except for Bell, also returned from injury. The lineup is basically complete. Leeds United also in the away game 2 o'clock bloodless took Portsmouth. All 3 points. Leeds United in the standings also overtook the loss of the Manchester City, rose to the 9th place. However, Leeds United's victory didn't create much of a stir. The highlight of this round of EPL is Manchester United's match against visiting Chelsea at Old Trafford. Apart from the match itself, the pre-match trash talk between the two managers was also a beautiful sight, and the mouthpieces of the two clubs' media were in full swing. First, it was revealed that Ferguson said in training that he despised Mourinho's tactic of swinging the bus, and then Chelsea had no heritage, relying purely on the Russians to pile up the results with money, etc. Then Mourinho also retorted. Then Mourinho also choked back to Ferguson has been old, technical and tactical, has been unable to keep up with the times. The standings behind their own 10 points is the biggest proof. Finally, in the world's attention, Manchester United at home with Fletcher's goal, 1-0 victory over the visiting Chelsea. After the game Mourinho iron face, not even shake hands with Ferguson, hurriedly left the stadium, and even the post-match press conference are sent to the assistant coaches. Because of this reason, but also the FA fined a few tens of thousands of euros. While the media was frantically focusing on the match, Li Time was already considering his tactics for the next week's home match against Arsenal. Arsenal was definitely an anomaly in the EPL. In the wide-open game style prevails in the Premier League. Arsenal is the opposite. With delicate technology, tacit understanding of the exquisite teamwork writing in the Premier League, and in the 2003-2004 season, they not only won the club's history of the 13th league trophy, and also broke Nottingham Forest's record, completing the Premier League in the 49 consecutive undefeated myth. The season also saw them break Nottingham Forest's record and complete a 49-game unbeaten streak in the Premier League. Although the rise of Chelsea last season left Arsenal as runners-up in the Premier League, they are still very competitive without the huge debts they have incurred for the time being. The man who brought these honors to Arsenal is Frenchman Arsène Wenger. Chapter 77. Sell a player only. Do you want me to provide 3 packages? Arsenal's lineup this season and last season also had some small changes. First of all, in the front line, 35-year-old Ice Prince Bergkamp has been in a semi-retired state. The main center of Henry's partner has been replaced by last year to join the Van Persie. This new front line in the first 12 rounds of the league in the first 16 Arsenal scored 9. In the view of Wenger, they have developed some tacit understanding. The team has developed some understanding in Wenger's opinion. Heir, who was bought from Leeds United in the summer, has also performed well, scoring 3 goals in limited playing time. In the midfield, the 18-year-old superstar Cesc Fabregas is starting to emerge as the centerpiece of the team's midfield, while at the back, Gilberto Silva is replacing the old captain, Vieira, who left the team in the summer. Although Arsenal's performance in the league is not so good now, and has been criticized by some fans and the media, but Li Time has always been not to believe in these rhythms. Compared to what the media said about Wenger brainlessly using inexperienced young people led to Arsenal's poor results, Li Time is more willing to believe in their own judgment. Starting from Monday, every day after dinner he will watch 2 Arsenal's game video. Just in these videos, really let him have some guesses. Although the topic of this game cannot catch up with the last round of Manchester United against Chelsea so hot, but at least in England, the attention is still very high. In the soccer section forum of the Times, a post titled Wenger vs. Li Time, who is the manager who is most capable of digging up young players in England? The post sparked a wide-ranging discussion, with fans of both teams frantically commenting on the thread for a pair of lines underneath. I think this issue is not necessary to discuss. Look at Arsenal's current lineup. Heir, Cesc Fabregas, Van Persie, Pleb, Senderos. These young people, even including Henry, are not under Wenger's hands to grow to the current level. Upstairs brother. Hold your horses. Fabregas and Van Persie I recognize. Heir is what the hell? Wasn't it Li Time who made people kick out? The first floor is simply going to make me laugh. If you don't know much about soccer, you don't need to force a statement. I have a different opinion with the first floor. I think before Li Time appeared, Wenger is really the strongest coach in the Premier League in the piece of discovering young people. But Li Time's appearance makes me have a new opinion. You can turn your head to look at Leeds United's lineup. Their average age is only horrible 4 years old. The oldest Dessler is only 25 years old. And the youngest Bale, is just 16 years old. If you compare them only from the aspect of digging up young players, I think Li Time is stronger than Wenger. Upstairs, you can't say that. These young players under Wenger are not just young. Look at their performance in the Champions League. Isn't it a few notches higher than Leeds United? I said, just from the aspect of digging young players to compare. Besides, people Leeds United this season also cannot play the Champions League. You're being unreasonable. If we start from the perspective of players' strength, I do have a bit of a different view from everyone else. I counted Li Time since the takeover of Leeds United. A total of 6 players sold. 5 of these 6 players are now in the situation is a bit incredible. Howard and Tevez has been completely pressed on the bench. Sneijder and Real Madrid's tactical system does not fit as basically a rotating replacement. McLean and Caldwell is also in the main competition for their respective teams. The only one who can be considered as a good performer is Heir. Friends, have you thought about it? These players in Leeds United can be Iron Man. How to leave Leeds United? Everyone pulled down? Think carefully. The small composition general comments after the issue quickly topped the first reply, but also distorted the original intention of this post. A variety of conspiracy theories emerge, and some fans even directly ignored the urine test after each game, requesting that the English Football Association immediately organize manpower on the Leeds United team to carry out another urine test. With more and more fans reproduce this post, even like surfing on the internet, Li Time later all have heard. See the post of his natural is clear why. Because he has a system. They are under me. Can be in the peak period of their own player career. In the pre-match press conference, A reporter raised this question. Sitting on the podium, Li Time heard this question. A huffy face and meaning backsprayed, can put forward this kind of problem people. Their own thinking is a problem. I will only respond once. If a player played well before, but played poorly after leaving, please look for the reasons of your own team or coaches, instead of questioning the player's former owner. The transfer of players is not the sale of goods. Do I still need to provide 3 packages when I sell a player? Is it still like the usual purchase of goods? The quality is not good and can be refunded to return After getting the response, the reporter who just raised this question sat down unhappily. He himself also felt that Li Time was right. This question was really outrageous. He just asked it in a brainwave, and didn't expect to cause Li Time to look unhappy. Seeing Li Time directly hard, the other reporters present also do not dwell on this issue, but will lead the topic to the upcoming game. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your old friend Airgady. Below, let's welcome the 2 teams into the arena with the warmest cheers. Then, accompanied by the cheers of the whole stadium, the 2 teams stepped into the Elan Road Stadium under the lead of the referee. On the other side of the globe, the Chinese sports channel also chose this match to broadcast on TV and on the internet during this round of English Premier League matches. In the screen, Su Tao, who is familiar to Chinese fans, is introducing the starting lineups of both sides. Friends of the audience, good evening to you all. Today's Leeds United versus Arsenal in this English Premier League focus of the game will be directed by me and Wan Lu to bring you a live commentary. The following is the home team's Leeds United today's starting lineups. Today Leeds United lined up their often used 4-2-3-1 formation. The single arrow is still this season's hot full cow. The front position is Dyler, because the main left wing forward Bale has not yet recovered from injury. So this game Li Time will Ribery arranged in the position of the left wing forward, the right wing forward by the captain of the Milner cameo, the double back in which one of the we are familiar with Modric, but Yaya Touré, who started the last few games, was replaced by Mascherano. There are no changes in the backline. From left to right it's Lam, Chiellini, Kompany, and Maicon, with Junior Schmeichel still in goal. As for the Arsenal side, there is no change with the lineup of the last game. Wenger still lined up a 4-4-2 formation, with Henry and Van Persie partnering in the forward line, and the 4 players in the midfield are Cesc Fabregas, Young Barry, Perez and Gilberto Silva. In the back line, the 2 wingbacks are Ashley Cole and Ebu. The center-back combination is Touré as well as youngster Senderos, and the goalkeeper is veteran Lehmann. After introducing the lineups of both sides, Su Tao turned his head and asked Wan Lu the first question of the day.